Chapter 8001. If I hadn't come, you would have died. Han Fei immediately understood the true meaning of the Tao heart. This was something he had never understood before. Even though Han Fei had made a great wish, he didn't understand what a Tao heart was. But now, he did. However, this epiphany required a premise. That was, the disassembling degree of spiritual energy had to reach 100%. This was because with a thought, he could create spiritual energy. Creating spiritual energy that belonged to his Tao doubled his strength. Even if his disassembling degree had reached 99% and he could completely construct spiritual energy, it was still disassembling spiritual energy and relied on his understanding of the structure of spiritual energy. However, that was not enough. The last step was still missing, which was, with a thought, the Tao runes would appear. With a thought, the spiritual energy would change. This thought was actually referring to his Tao heart. In other words, his Tao heart would produce Tao runes, and his Tao heart would produce spiritual energy. Under this premise, the stronger the Tao heart was, the stronger the power created would be, and the stronger his strength in the sea establishment realm would be. Therefore, although Han Fei hadn't become a king yet, he already understood the goal of the sea establishment realm, to firm his Tao heart and study the great Tao so that he could become stronger. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the old turtle sympathetically. So what if he was an emperor? An emperor had never realized the true meaning of the Tao heart. In fact, as long as one's disassembling degree of spiritual energy didn't reach 100%, it was impossible for him to comprehend the true meaning of the Tao heart. How could they understand this last step? Han Fei couldn't help but smile. It turned out that it wasn't that no one in this world could fully disassemble spiritual energy, but that people were eager for quick success and all chose to make a breakthrough in a hurry. Even though many of these people had reached the sea establishment realm, they still didn't understand this truth. Or rather, they thought that disassembling spiritual energy was just what venerables should do. Therefore, after they reached the sea establishment realm, they never picked it up again. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the old turtle. Old Yuan, have you continued to disassemble spiritual energy after you reached the sea establishment realm? The old turtle said, I had tried, but I didn't succeed. At the end of my sea establishment realm, I only disassembled spiritual energy to 99%. However, it was useless. I had communicated with the other emperors, but I knew that even the monarchs couldn't disassemble it to 100%. Besides, after the sea establishment realm, the great Tao is connected to the origin sea. The origin sea can create its own Tao rune energy. Everything went very smoothly. Han Fei didn't know what to say. This was the change of a thought. The last 1% was not the way to disassemble, but the way to think, which was related to the Tao heart. However, many people were lost and didn't understand. However, the old turtle said even the monarchs didn't figure it out, which Han Fei didn't believe. How could someone who could reach the level of a monarch not even understand this? He had only listened to a lecture, and his eldest senior brother had solved his problem. Seeing Han Fei's expression, the old turtle couldn't help but say, Don't think I didn't work hard enough. The other emperors couldn't do it either. You can't only blame me. Han Fei shook his head slightly. Okay. At this moment, Han Fei had deduced the heavenly deceit technique and comprehended his Tao heart, and his combat power had soared, so he was in a good mood. Han Fei looked at his gains. Among them, there were 461 so-called Monarch Palace keys. This number might shock these people. Among these keys, in addition to the trash of the Monarch Palace, there were also a few useful things. One was 13 mystic yellow stones, one was a green gold key, and one was a green bamboo. This key was the first real key Han Fei had seen. Han Fei felt that it might be useful. The demon purification pot couldn't tell what the green bamboo was, so it didn't know what it was. However, its quality was definitely extraordinary. Therefore, it was listed as a treasure by Han Fei. The others were all bottles, stones, jade, swords, and weapons. However, they were stained with the luck of the Monarch Palace, so they could barely be used as keys. No matter what, he had gained more than 400 keys. On this trip to the land of King Death, the Snow Lady only asked for 20 keys. It could be seen that this thing was not easy to find. In the next 2 days, Han Fei adapted to his new power again and felt the feeling of creating power to fight. Only then did he leave Forge the Universe in satisfaction. During this period, the old turtle asked about Han Fei's disassembling degree of spiritual energy. But Han Fei just said, it's a secret, which made the old turtle really mad. In the outside world, it had been less than 4 hours since Han Fei came into the cabin to cultivate. When Han Fei came out, Ice No Chuling was still on the way to the exit. The ship wasn't moving very fast, or to be exact, very slowly. Seeing Han Fei come out, Ice No Chuling was a little surprised. She said, Heavenly Master, I feel that you seem to be a bit different. Oh, Han Fei sensed that maybe it was because he had changed his great Tao and pretended to be Xuanhuan. Han Fei said, Let's go, it's time to show up. Buzz, the big ship teleported a few times and soon came within 200,000 kilometers of the exit. Huff! As soon as the big ship arrived, they felt crazy shockwaves. The accompanying impact was clearly caused by a great battle. When Han Fei scanned around with his perception, he found that there were hundreds of battles at the same time. Near the exit, there was a melee. All the major forces were guarding here. However, looking at the battlefield carefully, this melee had its limits. Most of the battles were between humans and sea demons, human and mermen, and human and undersea humans. At this moment, the 36 mystic worlds of human beings began to be more united. The mermen, the 100 demons, and the undersea humans also began to stand on the same side. No matter how the major powers fought each other during the exploration of the land of King Death, they still had to be united at this critical time, otherwise the battle would really be a mess. For example, some human heavenly talents were fighting fiercely with the mermen. Some human peak-level venerables were fighting the 100 demons and the undersea humans. Han Fei scanned with his perception and saw that there were less than 1,000 people here, only 700 or 800. He wondered if everyone had come. At this moment, the peak-level venerables of the Snow God's Temple were with the people from the Wind-Slaying world and the Thunder-Fire world, and were clamoring against the undersea humans. When Han Fei's big ship gradually approached, it appeared in everyone's perception. A heavenly talent from the wind-slashing world shouted, "Holy Lady Chuling, Master Holy Child, quickly reinforce us." Roar, thunder, fire, sky shattering. A powerhouse from the Thunder-Fire world held a lightning hammer and stood proudly in the air. Wind and lightning gathered, and he smashed out 1,000 lightning arcs, fighting a giant lobster. A wind-slashing world powerhouse flashed in the void like a phantom and was attacking a super eel. Han Fei said, "Let's fight. We still have to fight." Ice Snow Chuling was slightly relieved. She tapped her toes and flew into the void, shouting, "Are the people of the Snow God's Temple safe?" As Ice Snow Chuling approached, the peak-level venerables of the Snow God's Temple were all refreshed. Someone replied, "Holy Lady, 14 people have returned and 6 haven't returned yet." Ice Snow Chuling was slightly relieved. At least, these 14 people were safe. Plus her, Chu Yang, Qin Yu, and Han Fei, there were 18 people. This time, a total of 24 people from the Snow God's Temple came. If only 6 people didn't return, it was acceptable. As soon as Ice Snow Chuling arrived, a strong master of the undersea human race shouted, "The Holy Maiden of the Snow God's Temple." It's said that she's just a girl who has just made a breakthrough. Come, let me fight you. Behind Han Fei, Chu Yang and Qin Yu had also arrived at the deck. Seeing the situation, the two of them became serious. Chu Yang said, "That person is the old thief of the undersea human race, Ironclaw. We can't let the Holy Maiden take the risk alone. I'll go support her," Qin Yu said. "The wind-slashing world doesn't seem to be able to withstand it. I'll go help." The two of them glanced at Han Fei and thought to themselves, this guy might have his own plans. Their statuses are not as high as Han Fei's, so they'd better not tell him what to do. Han Fei was looking at the crowd, hoping to take this opportunity to hook up with the people from the glazed glass world. At this moment, the only ones who were fighting fiercely were Mushui Sisi from the Supreme Mystic world and a girl from the glazed glass world. Their opponent was a powerful half-king of the undersea human race. At this moment, Mushui Sisi shouted, "Mushi, use the 3-foot glazed spirit-splitting sword to attack his soul." The woman named Mushi flashed, the void bloomed, and the glass glowed. As she opened her eyes, a colorful light sword reached the center of the half-king's eyebrows. The wandering god Scorpion Spike, a giant scorpion, turned over and stabbed at the small glass sword in midair with green light. Mushui Sisi hurriedly shouted again, "Shikshi, retreat 30,000 feet. Flowing light shield, shield counter star cloud arrow." Mushui Sisi stepped on a strange array map and appeared thousands of meters away with a swish. She shouted, "Supreme Mystic Waterbind Ice Flood Dragon." A watercolored cage appeared in the sky, and the head of the ice blue dragon shot into the sky. On the other side, Mushi retracted her light shield and looked at the falling light in the sky. Ripples appeared on her shield and spun at the stream of light. A big arrow of light split into 3,000 arrows and shot at the undersea human powerhouse. In fact, this was just what happened on one battlefield. Every battlefield had such exciting scenes. These people were all strong masters, whose fighting wasn't fierce. Huge waves surged, and the sea couldn't calm down for a long time. Roar. Scorpion Tail Soul Attract, Freeze Eye. The strong master of the undersea human race stepped on an ice dragon and locked his bloodshot eyes on Mushi. A blue light shot out like a hook. Obviously, he was trading injuries for injuries. However, Mushui Sisi's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "Shikshi, water glass body, quick." However, Mushi's reaction was still half a beat slower. In an instant, Mushi was dumbfounded. Buzz. However, the expected soul damage didn't happen. When Mushi opened her eyes, she saw a man in a snow-white cloak standing in front of her. This person stepped in the air and instantly arrived in front of that undersea human. Mushui Sisi was the first to react. Although she was surprised that Xuanhuan would help them, she still reminded him, "Be careful of the blue electric scorpion poison, which is extremely fast. Sword, come." In the eyes of the two women, Han Fei stood still in the air. His 2 fingers were like swords, and he pointed at the void. The sea behind him turned into a sword, and the sword of the sky carried twisted void cracks as it rushed forward. Swish, 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 roar. Han Fei secretly roared. How could the strong master of the undersea human race be a match for Han Fei? After being roared at by the 100 beast soul devouring, his mind went blank. At this moment, with continuous popping sounds, this person was instantly minced into pieces. Hiss, so strong. Xuanhuan and Mushi looked at each other. This person didn't go far in front of the bronze door. Why was he so strong? Hanfei grabbed the man's soul with the void lines and then looked back at Mushi indifferently. He raised his hand and held an invisible needle between his fingers. If I hadn't come just now, you would have died. Chapter 1802, Cottoning Up His Soul-Destroying Needle. Mushi's face turned pale with fear. Xuanhuan's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but say angrily, "This undersea human is so vicious, he even used the soul-destroying needle. How shameless." However, Hanfei said, "The winner is the king." "How is it shameless?" Xuanhuan curled her lips slightly, and Mushi hurriedly bowed. "Thank you for saving my life, fellow Taoist Xuanhuan. Mushi will never forget it." Hanfei threw the soul-destroying needle over and said casually, "Be careful next time." Then, Hanfei floated away without looking back. In a step, he stepped thousands of kilometers away and disappeared from their sight. Mushi was still holding the soul-destroying needle in a daze when she heard Xuanhuan say, "Okay, stop looking. He has already left. Did he even take your soul away?" Mushi blushed and said shyly, "Smelly sissy, what are you talking about?" At this moment, Xuanhuan glanced at the sun moon shell that the undersea human expert had dropped and immediately grabbed it. Mushi exclaimed, "Oh, Sisi, did he forget to take the sun moon shell away?" Xuanhuan was lost for words. "What do you mean forget? He didn't intend to take it at all. He left it for you since you fought so hard just now." Mushi blushed again. "Really? I'd better return it to him." Xuanhuan said, "Yes, he killed this person and saved your life. This sun moon shell should belong to him. All right, the situation here is critical. Let's return it to him after the battle ends and we go out. Well, at that time, you can go to the snow god's temple. If you can call your master over, maybe you can even be engaged. Ah, stinky Sisi, I'll tear your mouth apart." On Hanfei's side, the old turtle said, "Will this work? Are you sure she will give the sun moon shell back to you?" Hanfei said, "I'm not sure. However, the education standards of the heavenly palaces such as Supreme Mystic and Glazed Glass are not bad. These people are kind-hearted. I saved her life. Logically speaking, even if it's to smooth out her great Tao, she will send the sun moon shell back." The old turtle said leisurely, "However, where did you get soul-destroying needle? I didn't see it." Hanfei grinned and said, "I found it from someone else's sun moon shell." Anyway, the battle just now was fierce. They can only blame themselves for not paying attention and won't suspect that I took out the soul-destroying needle. Hanfei searched with his perception and finally found Shen Yu in a corner near the battlefield between the 100 Flowers world and the Blue Cloud world. Earlier, this guy escaped from the blood pool. He didn't expect that this guy hadn't left yet and was still hunting here. Hanfei grinned. "Since you didn't leave, don't blame me." Buzz. Hanfei activated the Twin Divine technique, and his white mist body returned, while his black mist body went to the battlefield. In this chaotic battle, it was impossible for these people to discover Hanfei's black mist body. Therefore, Hanfei approached blatantly. After only 20 seconds, when the black mist body floated and attached to Shen Yu, this guy didn't notice it at all. As for the powerhouses of the 100 Flowers world, they were certainly good at using demonic plants to fight. Their control technique was very extraordinary, and this area had already been covered by demonic plants. However, Shen Yu was not weak. Few people could escape from Hanfei. Even if Hanfei couldn't exert more power because of the restrictions, his enemy wouldn't have been able to escape if it were someone else. At this moment, a man and a woman from the 100 Flowers world, one set up a spiritual plant trapping array and the other summoned thorny vines. When the three parties collided, it was like a terrifying sea beast emerging from the sea, extremely ferocious. However, although the attacks of the 100 Flowers world were strong, on a closer look, one would find that the massive forest of demonic plants was full of blood-colored centipedes. A large number of demonic plants were riddled with holes by the centipedes. The other people of the 100 Flowers world were restrained by the other people of the undersea human race. At this moment, Shen Yu smiled coldly and said, "You two, as long as you hand over the resources in your hands, we won't have to fight to this point. You humans haven't arrived yet, and now, your 100 Flowers world is even more short of manpower. I'm afraid your lives might be in danger." The woman from the 100 Flowers world shouted, "Shen Yu, we know you are powerful. However, you should have been seriously injured before, right? Aren't you afraid that the black and white ghosts will come again? I don't believe that you have a second chance to escape." "Ha ha ha," Shen Yu laughed. "The woman of the black and white ghosts is the princess of the Merman royal family. The man is obviously a human powerhouse. If they dare to show up at the entrance, do you think they can escape if a king interferes? Not only venerables could enter the land of King Death, but even kings could. If people knew that xuanhuan was with Hanfei, neither Hanfei nor xuanhuan would be killed. At that time, it was completely possible for a king to break the rules and enter this place." However, just as Shen Yu finished speaking, suddenly, a black fog enveloped him. In the next moment, a mocking voice appeared in Shen Yu's mind. "Do you think you can scare me with a king? Evil ghosts hook souls, and impermanence takes lives. Today, no one can save you. Who is it?" Shen Yu's face suddenly changed. How was it possible? He was here? Where was he? Where was he? But at the next moment, Shen Yu felt that her body was cut apart as if 10,000 ants were eating her heart. Immediately, he felt that his soul had been broken through. An inexplicable power was locking his soul, and then he couldn't move. Han Fei said leisurely, "No one has dared to appear in front of me after tricking me. You are the first. I can't make an exception. Therefore, die." Bang! In the black fog, a shocking power erupted. The person from the 100 Flowers world was shaken back 100 kilometers, and the surrounding demonic plants and vines were instantly flattened. At this moment, the two of them were dumbfounded. The woman asked, "Where is Shenyu?" The man said, "I don't know. What is that black fog? It looks like a demonic mite. Did this guy become a demonic mite? Did this guy become a demon and blow himself up? His sun moon shell is gone." Hiss. Immediately, the two of them retreated. This top powerhouse had been killed in front of them silently? They didn't even see the shadow of the attacker. It could be seen how terrifying the other party's strength was. At this moment, not far away, on the side of the Blue Cloud world, a heavenly talent looked over in shock. "Feng Shi, Hua Ying, the two of you actually killed Shen Yu? Impressive. After we go out, I'm afraid you'll be in the limelight," Hua Ying said with a black face. "Shut up, Wu Liuqi. Don't tell anyone about this." The young man named Wu Liuqi grinned and said, "What a great achievement. Okay, I won't tell anyone. However, it's useless even if I don't. Someone must have seen it." Feng Shi sighed. "Hua Ying, we can't take the credit. After we go out, we have to refute the rumors. Otherwise, if our strength and reputation don't match, the consequences will be serious." Hua Ying nodded heavily. "Yes, the person who can easily kill Shen Yu can't be us." Han Fei didn't care what the two people from the 100 Flowers world thought. He had already fused his twin bodies. At this moment, Han Fei was helping a disciple of the Snow God's temple kill a peak-level venerable. "Thank you for your help, Master Holy Child." It doesn't matter. Such battles and looting didn't happen all the time. The people from the Snow God's temple weren't high profile. They didn't take the initiative to attack, nor were they afraid of fighting. Two half-kings of the 100 Demon clan came to test the strength of the Snow God's temple. However, Han Fei killed one, and the other was seriously injured by ice snow chuling. Instantly, no one came over. Han Fei and the others had some free time. Outside the land of King Death. The kings didn't look good, especially the kings of the Supreme Clearness world, the Infinity world, and the Golden Crow world. At this moment, on the big ship of the Infinity world, Bai Tongxuan was seriously injured and asleep. After more than 3 hours, he finally woke up. When he woke up, he saw the figure in front of him and hurriedly said, "Uncle, am I out?" This person was the king leading the team from the Infinity world, Bai Xuanbing, who was also Bai Tongxuan's uncle. Bai Xuanbing said, "Fortunately, you used my last bit of strength to save your life. Otherwise, you would have lost your life." Jia Hai from the Golden Crow world has already told us the details. A human heavenly talent joined forces with the princess of the Merman royal family to hunt the Supreme Clearness, Infinity, and Golden Crow heavenly palaces. At this point, we 3 heavenly palaces have suffered heavy losses. Bai Tongxuan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Uncle, it was not that I was too weak, but that person is extremely strong and can actually withstand a blow from the palace master without dying. I even suspected that his strength had reached the sea establishment realm." Bai Xuanbing said indifferently, "We already know that. However, to maintain a balance, we can't enter. Now, we can only wait. There are only so many human powerhouses in total. If we look at them one by one, we can eventually identify that guy." Bai Xuanbing didn't dwell on this question but said, "Tell me about the Bronze Door, Chapter 1803, Investigation 3 days later." Of the remaining 6 people from the Snow God's temple, only 1 came in the end. This meant that the remaining 5 people had already died in this place. Han Fei knew that this ratio was not bad. The probability of death was about 20%. He didn't fail the Snow God's temple. And up to now, the battle had basically been resolved. It was impossible to fight all the time. Those who went out had already gone out. At least, most of the peak-level venerables had gone out. Including the people from the Snow God's temple, there were only 4 half-kings left. In the last hour, when the major powers were about to leave, there was some commotion. For example, the peak-level venerables of the Supreme Clearness world discovered, to their shock, that Jichen didn't come out. They didn't believe that Jichen could have died in the land of King Death. For example, Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong were still waiting for Sha Shaoshan and Han Fei to appear. However, they were destined to disappoint. For example, the people of the 5 Elements world were also shocked. Where was 5 Elements Chen Hao? But most people walked together. The half-king heavenly talents of the Wind-Slashing world and the Thunderfire world gathered. These 3 worlds were on good terms because the heavenly palaces were geographically close, and the heavenly talents knew each other. Li Shunfeng from the Wind-Slashing world said, "You two, let's go together. It seems that the results of the Snow God's temple's exploration are not bad. It seems that not many people died. Ice snow chuling. Maybe we are just lucky." In the outside world. Swish, swish, swish. When figures came out of the exit of the land of King Death one after another, the kings scanned across with their perceptions, the sea waves surged, and an invisible pressure enveloped the sea. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei and the others left the land of King Death, they went straight to the Snow God. Han Fei sensed that several king-level perceptions had scanned him. However, he was not afraid or panicked at all. On the snow god, the snow lady stood on the deck. At the stern were peak-level venerables of the snow god's temple. The snow lady glanced at the two of them indifferently. You two, follow me. No one would doubt that. After all, they all went to find the keys. Now that they came back, the keys should be kept by the palace master first. This was a matter of course. It was just inconvenient for them to give the keys to the palace master on the deck. The two of them followed the snow lady into the cabin, and the snow lady said, "Long story short, you caused a lot of trouble in the land of King Death. It's fine if it's just trouble, but what's going on between you and the princess of the merman royal family?" Han Fei said casually. "My woman." The snow lady was speechless. "How many days has it been? How did you make the princess of the mermaid royal family your woman?" However, the two women immediately realized that it couldn't be that simple. Especially Ice Snow Chuling, she guessed that Han Fei and xuanhuan had known each other before. Where did they meet? This was worth thinking about. Of course, the snow lady didn't dwell on this question. She said, "Has she returned to the royal family of the mermen?" Han Fei shook his head. "She's with me." The snow girl was stunned for a moment. "How dare you?" However, at this time, xuanhuan already couldn't go back. Otherwise, how could the snow god's temple explain to others? The snow girl said, "You haven't given yourself away." However, when the merman royal family finds that their princess is gone and everyone knows that there is a human colluding with the merman princess, they will definitely be suspicious. There are only these people left, and they certainly won't leave until they find out the answer. Therefore, you have to pay attention to two people. One is the merman clan's Ye Qinglong, and the other is the Supreme Clearness World's Ji Xuan. As the kings who can command the entire battlefield, their strength can't be underestimated. As long as they don't suspect you, you will be safe. Han Fei said casually, "I'm already prepared. I'll leave a half-king projection on the snow god to prevent them from examining halfway." The snow lady said, "How can you leave in front of so many people? In fact, you should pretend to be in an accident and make people think that you died. In this way, no one will suspect you." Han Fei smiled. "I don't think it has to be that troublesome. As long as they can't find me, can they stop the major powers from leaving?" The snow lady said, "That won't happen. However, they will definitely examine everyone. After all, not only is the princess of the merman royal family gone, but the humans are also thought to have traitors." Han Fei nodded, knowing that it would be troublesome. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei took out 30 Monarch Palace keys and said, "Take the extra 10 as thanks for your help." The snow lady quietly took these keys. In fact, since she knew that Han Fei and xuanhuan were pretending to be the black and white ghosts, she knew that Han Fei definitely had more than 30 Monarch Palace keys. Han Fei probably had more than 200 keys, or even more. However, so what? Han Fei kept so many keys to the Monarch Palace, which meant that there should be a force behind Han Fei. If this force followed him to the Monarch Palace in the future, they might form an alliance because of Han Fei. A moment later, the snow lady led the two of them out of the cabin and appeared on the deck again. "Fools, two idiots." Suddenly, a voice erupted. Many people looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Patriarch Million Poison pointing his finger at Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming, almost touching their noses. Patriarch Million Poison snorted. "You only exchanged more than 2,000 caddies for such a treasure. Are you brainless? You should have taken all this poison. Couldn't you put it on credit? Couldn't you invite him to our Million Poison world to secretly trade? If you let him come to our Million Poison world, how can I lack resources to trade with him? You two idiots, I'll punish you to cultivate in seclusion for 10 years when we go back." "Yes, teacher is right. Teacher, I know I was wrong." Seeing Patriarch Million Poison suddenly fly into a rage, the Master of Thunder and Fire, Lei Qing, couldn't help but say, "Old Poison Huang, it's good enough that your disciples came out safely. As soon as they came out, you scolded them, don't make such a big noise." "Are you afraid that others can't hear you?" Patriarch Million Poison snorted. These two idiots encountered countless treasure poisons in the land of King Death, but they only got more than 2,000 caddies back. Of course I'm angry. I really want to slap them to death. As he spoke, Patriarch Million Poison glanced around, and his glance passed over Han Fei. However, Han Fei knew that this old man was clearly looking at him. Afraid that others would find out, he deliberately glanced around. Han Fei thought to himself, "Oh no, I've been exposed. I don't know Huang Jie very well, although I told Bai Jingju and the others that I bought the poisons to poison others, but who was Huang Jie? He was an old demon." Before entering the land of King Death, Han Fei had personally gone to Huang Jie's cabin to get some poison. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Yes, I was too eager. I shouldn't have traded with Bai Jingju and Dongfang Ming. I should have taken the initiative to go to the Million Poison world when I was free. Just now, Huang Jie purposely scolded his disciples loudly and didn't seem to care who the black and white ghosts were, but in fact he was transmitting some information to Han Fei. The kings were speechless. So many people had died, but in this guy's eyes, poison was the most important. Huang Jie snorted. "I don't know which brat it is. If I find him, I must suck him dry." Han Fei was lost for words. It seemed that he had one more person to deal with. The Snow Lady didn't look at Han Fei, only feeling a little surprised. Huang Jie didn't even bother to use the voice transmission. He was clearly sending a message to someone. Who else could it be but Han Fei? But strangely, Huang Jie didn't mention his name and even helped him keep the secret. It seemed that Han Fei had something Huang Jie wanted. 2 hours passed. There was not much time left before the exit was sealed. However, some people still didn't come out of the land of King Death. For example, the black and white ghosts, xuanhuan and Han Fei, the heavenly talent of the supreme clearness world, Ji Chen, the 5 elements disciple, 5 elements Chen Hao, Buzz. Seeing this scene, Ye Qinglong immediately said, "Ji Xuan, shall we go back to search the land of King Death?" Ji Xuan nodded and then shouted, "The others, wait here, I'll be back soon." The 2 kings disappeared from the ship. After half an hour, when the 2 of them appeared again, their expressions were extremely ugly. Ji Xuan shouted, "All the kings of the 36 mystic worlds, please gather everyone who participated in this trial on the deck. I think you already know what happened. A traitor of the human race got together with the merfolk princess and killed many human powerhouses." On Ye Qinglong's side, he snorted coldly. "It's said that that person has a deep grudge with you, supreme clearness and other 2 heavenly palaces. Who can you blame? But this person dares to take away the princess of our merman royal family. Today, if we don't find him, this matter won't end so easily." "Huh," Patriarch Million Poison sneered. "The land of King Death is so big. Do you 2 have the ability to finish searching in half an hour? If they really want to hide, you might not be able to find them." "Huh," Ye Qinglong said coldly. "Let's find him first." "You'd better keep your mouth shut." "Hehe, Ye Qinglong, watch your words." At that moment, Huang Jie spoke with an intimidating aura, looking extremely powerful. But then Huang Jie retracted his momentum and said angrily, "Come out, all of you. Let me see if you've been possessed." Huang Jie intervened, just to let Ye Qinglong and Ji Xuan know that they'd better not go too far. If they really wanted to fight, he, Patriarch Million Poison, wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 1804, Once I Put on the Mask, I Don't Love Anyone. Xia Xiaoshan's identity was certainly important. Ye Qinglong took Xia Xiaoshan to the land of King Death, but she disappeared here. He really couldn't explain this to Chun Huangdian when he returned. Ji Xuan, on the other hand, vaguely felt that something was wrong. Although the number of experts who died this time was not much different from before, there was no reason for Ji Chen to die. Furthermore, Beitang Xuan from the Infinity World almost died, although he took Yun Tianhe's king-level strike with him. Obviously, something was wrong. From any perspective, a person who could almost kill Beitang Xuan shouldn't be a half-king. Of course, no one could find anything wrong with the name Black and White Ghosts. However, it was big news that this person walked the Tao of invincibility. Therefore, Ji Xuan and Ye Qinglong planned to identify this person by checking everyone's great Tao. In this way, even if Han Fei disguised himself with a technique, they could still find some clues. This method of finding people was not slow. Although no one was willing to show the power of their great Tao, it didn't demand them to reveal their great Tao, seeing it was different from cultivating, so no one cared. Ji Xuan and Ye Qinglong searched world by world. The Supreme Clearness world was the first to be searched, mainly to prove their innocence. As for the Glazed Glass world and Supreme Mystic world, Mushui Sisi said, "Can the strong do whatever they want and check other people's great Taos?" On the boat, a middle-aged man glanced at Mushui Sisi and she immediately shut up. The man said, "Don't meddle in the affairs of kings." An hour later, Ji Xuan and Ye Qinglong came to the Snow God's temple. At this moment, Han Fei and the others were already standing here. Han Fei was wearing a mask, which didn't mean that the strong masters couldn't see him. However, by putting on the mask, Han Fei showed that he didn't want others to see his face. Generally, no one would take the initiative to see his face. This behavior was extremely rude, which represented provocation and making enemies for himself. On the Snow God's temple's side, Han Fei was the only one wearing a mask, which attracted the attention of Ye Qinglong and Ji Xuan. Of course, in front of the Snow Lady, the 2 didn't demand to see Han Fei's face. Ji Xuan asked, "Fellow Taoist Snow Lady, can you let your disciple take off his mask?" Every time Ye Qinglong and Ji Xuan examined a ship, everyone's eyes moved to it. At this moment, seeing that Ji Xuan asked Han Fei to take off his mask, many people were curious about Shui Zhan's real face. Mushui Sisi said to Mushi from the Glazed Glass world via voice transmission, "Shishi, come on, he's going to unveil his mask. After that, you can propose to him." "Huh?" Immediately, the king of the Glazed Glass world glanced at Mushui Sisi, then at Mushi, and asked, "What happened?" Mushui Sisi secretly chuckled and thought to herself, "I didn't do it on purpose." Mushi blushed and hurriedly said, "Teacher, it's not what you think. Sisi was just teasing me. It's just that fellow Taoist Shui Zhan saved my life." "Oh, saved your life? Then you really should thank him." Mushi, at this moment, the Snow Lady glanced at Han Fei and said casually, "Shui Zhan." Han Fei said casually, "Seniors, please forgive me. I covered my face because I didn't want my appearance to affect my Tao heart." With that, Hanfei grabbed the mask with one hand and slowly took it off. Immediately afterward, what was revealed was a handsome face that was almost perfect. It was fair and tender but not feminine at all. His eyes were steady and firm, and his chiseled facial features seemed to be bestowed by the heavens. The face had a proud air but not aggressive, and his lips were thin, with a natural upward curve. Hiss a wower. On the Supreme Mystic World side, Mushwe Sisi exclaimed, "He's so handsome. Shikshi, you're lucky." Daye, the king of the Supreme Mystic World, was quite embarrassed. He froze Mushwesi and then cupped his hands at the crowd. Sorry. The Moon King of the Glazed Glass World was stunned for a moment. Oh, I see, Mushi. Have you taken a fancy to him? If you have, we can indeed propose a marriage. Mushi was utterly embarrassed. Although she was also stunned at his handsomeness, she hurriedly stomped and waved her hand. Teacher, it's not like that. I haven't even spoken to him. The Moon King smiled. So what? As cultivators, our Tao hearts are firm. It's not easy to meet someone we like. Especially in our glazed glass world, there are very few men. Someone has to carry on the family line. Okay, I'll ask the Snow Lady about it later. Mushi, Hanfei, certainly didn't use his own face. Who else could this face belong to if not Zhang Xuanyu? Only Zhang Xuanyu's face could be used perfectly by Hanfei because he knew this guy too well. At this moment, Ji Xuan and Ye Qinglong vaguely understood why Hanfei hid his face. Of course, although he was really handsome, there was no need to hide his face. It could only be said that Shuizhan's Tao heart was not firm enough. Ji Xuan said, "Little friend Shuizhan, please show me your great Tao." Shuizhan nodded slightly. Then the great Tao around him suddenly changed. His blood surged, and a powerful force was somehow revealed. Hanfei said, "My great Tao can double my strength." Not only Ji Xuan, but even Ye Qinglong couldn't help being surprised. A great Tao that could directly increase combat power. This guy was already a half-king. If his strength doubled, he would probably be comparable to Ji Chen, Bei Tangshuan, and the others. He might even be slightly stronger. Of course, although the two of them were surprised by Hanfei's talent, this talent was far inferior to the king who could even shake Yun Tianhe as described by Bai Tangshuan. In their opinion, Hanfei's talent was probably about the same as Li Kaitian, Wu Hao, and the others. It was true that he was a top heavenly talent, but he wouldn't be able to kill strong masters like Bai Tangshuan and Ji Chen, let alone enter the bronze door, because it was impossible. The two of them looked around and confirmed that there was no problem. After all, no one could walk different great Taos. The two of them nodded slightly and continued to check the others. In just a minute, the people from the Snow God's temple had all been examined. Among the people from the Snow God's temple, only the Snow Lady and Ice Snow Chuling knew Hanfei's identity. As long as these two people didn't expose his secret, there would be no problem. As soon as Ye Qinglong and Ji Xuan left, with a swish, two beautiful women appeared outside the Snow God. The Snow Lady was slightly surprised and then nodded. May I know why the Moon King is here? The Moon King's original name was Chu Yueming. In the glazed glass world, she was the king second only to glazed glass. Yes, the heavenly master of the glazed glass world was called glazed glass. Chu Yueming said, "I'm here mainly to thank Shuizhan for saving my disciple Mushi." The Snow Lady couldn't help but glance at Hanfei, thinking, if just to say thank you, why did the king come in person with her disciples? It's obvious that she's interested in Hanfei. The Snow Lady smiled. "Please board the ship, Moon King." Beside Chu Yueming, Mushi was like a quail, not daring to raise her head much, her face flushed. Many people from the Snow God's temple saw what was going on. At this moment, their faces were full of curiosity, and the Snow Lady said, "Everyone, return to the cabin. Shuizhan and Chuling stay." Chu Yuming's heart stirred. The Snow Lady asked everyone to go back, but why did she ask Ice Snow Chuling to stay? It seemed that the Snow Lady had her own selfish motives. Did she want to marry Ice Snow Chuling to Shuizhan? However, who was she? The glazed glass world was one of the super forces in the inner domain, which was more than a level higher than the Snow God's temple. If Mushi and Shuizhan got together, the Snow God's temple would be protected by the glazed glass world. I don't believe you don't want this relationship. Chu Yueming, as if didn't understand what the Snow Lady meant, just smiled and said, "Shixi, return the thing to Shuizhan." Mushi trembled and quickly took out the Sun Moon shell that she had prepared. Lowering her head, she trotted to Hanfei and handed the Sun Moon shell to him. "Thank you again for saving my life, fellow Taoist Shuizhan. You lost this Sun Moon shell on the battlefield." When Chu Yueming and the Snow Lady looked at Hanfei, they didn't notice that Hanfei's shadow overlapped with Mushi's. At that moment, a pure black color appeared under Hanfei's feet and quietly stuck to Mushi's body. Hanfei looked indifferent and emotionless. Seeing this scene, Chu Yueming was a little worried. Is this kid so cold that he doesn't even like my disciple? Hanfei took the Sun Moon shell and said casually, "Actually, it's unnecessary." At this moment, Mushi was having a fierce inner struggle. Since she was already here, she couldn't lose too much face. She said, "Fellow Taoist Shuizhan, what's yours is yours. You killed that person and saved me. If you don't even accept this Sun Moon shell, I'll have a great Tao barrier in my heart." Han Fei nodded slightly. Then I'll take it. Chu Yuming immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and she said, Sister Snow Lady, this hero saving the damsel in distress story can make a perfect couple. As you know, the women of our glazed glass world have always had high standards. There are very few men in the world who can catch their eyes. This disciple of mine is even more so. She has made me very worried. Now that I see that Xuanhuan is a very good young man, why don't we fix them up? The Snow Lady was about to refuse with the excuse that Xuanhuan was too intoxicated with cultivation when Han Fei slowly covered his face with the mask again. There was no emotion in Han Fei's eyes. He said, once I put on the mask, I don't love anyone. Instantly. The Snow Lady, Shu Yuaming, Chui Shu Yuaming, Chui Shling, Chui Zhan, Chui Shling, I Snow Chuling wanted to see how Han Fei would refuse. However, what the fuck? Once I put on the mask, I don't love anyone? Give Chu Yuming some face, okay? The person talking to you is a king after all. Mushi's face immediately turned pale. When had she ever experienced this? This was even fucking worse than a good person card. He didn't even say, you're a good person, but I'm not good enough for you. Mushi was stunned for a few seconds. As a half-king, she quickly adjusted her state. Fellow Taoist Xuanhuan, you're mistaken. My teacher is just like this. Don't think too much, teacher. Let's go back. Chu Yuming looked at the Snow Lady and then at Xuanhuan. She had long heard that the Snow Lady indulged her disciples very much. It seemed that it was true. Xuanhuan was really rude. Brat, don't let me see you again or I'll kill you. Chapter 1805. Successfully sneak into the glazed glass world. Mu Shi ran back to the ship of the glazed glass world. Lu Ran had been staring at them. What was going on? Was her sister bullied? Immediately, Lu Ran went to the cabin to comfort Mu Shi. When Mu Shi entered the cabin, she saw that Mu Shi's eyes were red as she stomped on the big ship. Hey, if you keep stomping, the ship will sink. Don't you know how strong you are? Lu Ran was lost for words. Wait, I didn't see you two talk much. What did Xuanhuan say? Even if he rejected you, you don't have to be so angry, right? At this moment, Han Fei was still clinging to Mu Shi, thinking, Lu Ran is right, it's not a big deal, you're already a half-king. Why are you still like a little girl? Mu Shi said angrily, if he doesn't agree, can't he be more tactful? He simply said that he doesn't love anyone once he wears a mask. What's the meaning of this? Huh? Lu Ran was stunned. Is this Xuanhuan so stupid? Mu Shi hugged Lu Ran huffily and shook her. He's not stupid. He did it on purpose. I thought he saved me because he pitied me. Maybe he just did it casually. Lu Ran patted Mu Shi's back and comforted her. Damn it, this person is really abominable. We should cut him into pieces and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Who the hell did he think he was? Does he know how excellent our Zixi is? Your pursuers can line up from the inner sea to the outer sea. You're giving him face by liking him, but he doesn't cherish this chance. Han Fei was lost for words. What? Just because you took a fancy to me doesn't mean I have to accept your love, okay? Also, what made Han Fei speechless was that women were all like this, clinging to each other and hugging each other no matter how old or strong they were. Hearing the two women's crazy complaints about him, Han Fei was naturally not interested. He had already got off Mu Shi and crawled into a dark corner. His white mist body was already in Forge the Universe. What remained in the Snow God's temple was only his half-king projection. His strength was there, so he was no different from a real person. Except for the fact that he couldn't cultivate, his half-king projections were extremely strong in all aspects. Even if he fought a heavenly talent now, Han Fei was confident that he wouldn't lose. Since the plan had succeeded and he had successfully sneaked into the big ship of the glazed glass world, he was naturally not interested in listening to the two women's chatter. Han Fei entered Forge the Universe without attracting the attention of the two women. Forge the Universe. Huff! Han Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. His plan was flawless. Han Fei suddenly realized that something was wrong here. Why was the spiritual energy in Forge the Universe so rich? Why did his 7 million ultra-quality spiritual stones seem to become much less? When Han Fei checked, it seemed to be less than 5.5 million. That's not right. Even if I absorb it with Old Yuan, how the fuck can we absorb so many ultra-quality spiritual stones in such a short time? Han Fei couldn't help looking at the old turtle. Where are the spiritual stones? The old turtle said. I don't know. Originally, after collecting Wu Hao's spiritual stones, there should be about 6.6 million left, but after entering the bronze door, there are only more than 5.4 million left. Not only these ultra-quality spiritual stones, but also the energy I suppressed is probably less than half now. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Are you saying that I consumed them behind the bronze door? The old turtle said. Of course. I didn't tell you before because I wanted to wait for you to escape. Now, as soon as you came in, you found it. Although I don't know what you did behind the bronze door and what's there, you must have encountered a great opportunity. Is it related to the Void Temple? The old turtle seriously suspected that Han Fei was hiding some secret. The moment Han Fei entered the bronze door, he lost his consciousness and had no idea what happened behind the bronze door. Han Fei said leisurely, What did you learn from disassembling spiritual energy? The old turtle was silent for a moment. I've already reached 99%. What about you? The old turtle stared at Han Fei because he had a feeling, but he wasn't sure. Han Fei smiled, looked up at the sky, and said pretentiously, "Me? 100%, hiss, thurnt, hiss." The old turtle was shocked. How is it possible? There is no such thing as 100% disassembling of spiritual energy in this world. It's never been recorded. I've never heard of it, however, Han Fei said. In terms of disassembling spiritual energy, 99% is indeed the limit. However, Old Yuan, do you think whether it's the great Tao that firms the Tao heart, or it's the Tao heart that gives you the power of the great Tao? Have you ever thought about whether the Tao heart or the great Tao exists first? Have you ever thought about whether the great Tao really exists? Han Fei had thought that this time it would definitely be his strongest show-off in history. Old Yuan had always been the one to explain to him, but this time it was his turn to explain. Old Yuan would definitely realize what a clear choice it was to acknowledge him as his master. However, the old turtle blinked at Han Fei. What did you say? Why is it buzzing in my ears? I can't hear anything. Han Fei was lost for words. Are you pretending? Have you been shocked by my insight? But you just don't want to admit it, right? The old turtle asked in confusion. What did you just say? I'm a little sleepy and didn't hear a word you said just now. However, my heart trembled as if I had some epiphany. Han Fei took a deep look at the old turtle and felt that he wasn't pretending, so he said in surprise, "Wait, did you really not hear what I said? I said, blah blah, buzz." Then, the old turtle sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and seemed to realize that the old turtle really didn't hear what he said. Therefore, he really heard everything behind the bronze door, but he didn't understand anything. This seemed to be a law of the world. It seemed that he had to comprehend it himself. And what those who had already comprehended it preached to those who hadn't comprehended it was like heavenly, Tao, a heavenly book, a concept that they didn't understand or know at all. At this moment, Han Fei understood. No wonder Old Yuan never knew that someone could disassemble spiritual energy to 100%. In fact, it was not that there was no one to tell, but that, even if someone told him, he wouldn't be able to hear it. Since you can't listen and no one is preaching to you, this can only mean that the old turtle wasn't an outstanding emperor before. He was probably a loser among the emperors. Therefore, he was led such a long way by a loser. Therefore, a loser in the 36 mystic worlds was already a legend. Therefore, even a loser in the world of the strong seemed extremely powerful here, and he still tried so hard to subdue him? Han Fei was lost for words. Old Yuan was really lucky to have such an excellent master like him. Otherwise, his great Tao would probably be over. Even if he could cultivate to the sky-opening realm again, he would still be a loser. Seeing that Old Yuan had gone to cultivate, Han Fei thought for a moment and jumped off the ice snow lotus throne. With a thought, he used the massive amount of spiritual energy to expand Forge the universe. Han Fei summoned the illusion of mountains and rivers and stepped into the sea-quelling painting. Xuanhuan was restless in the sea-quelling painting and couldn't cultivate anymore. The hexagon starfish said, "Stop walking around me. You can't solve the problem even if you keep walking around me." Xuanhuan snorted. "You heartless BS shard. All you know is to eat and sleep. Have you secretly eaten my power of the great Tao?" The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes. "No, I didn't use any of it. Didn't Han Fei say that the power is very useful?" Xuanhuan snorted. "Good. If I find out that you steal it, I'll skin you alive." The hexagon starfish shivered and thought to himself, Xuanhuan never restricted me from eating her resources. Why did she become so fierce as soon as Han Fei appeared? Buzz. While Xuanhuan was teaching the hexagon starfish a lesson, she saw Han Fei appear with a swish. Immediately, Xuanhuan forgot about the hexagon starfish. With a cry, she rushed over and hung herself on Han Fei. One of her hands was raised high. "We are free," Han Fei thought to himself. It seems that this girl has indeed been locked up for too long. "Why is she so happy?" Han Fei said. "Yes, you're free, but you can't go out yet. Ye Qinglong and Xuan are searching for us world by world." Xuanhuan's body stiffened. "Then you won't be found out, right?" Han Fei smiled. "If I could be found out, would I still be here?" Xuanhuan gave Han Fei a big kiss. "So, we're still free." Han Fei rubbed Xuanhuan's head and said, "We are on a ship of the glazed glass world now. It will take us 3 or 5 days to go to the glazed glass world from here. During this period, you can use the power of the great Tao escaping from the bronze door." Xuanhuan's eyes glittered and she asked curiously, "How can I use that power?" "I feel that power seems to be very beneficial to cultivation." The hexagon starfish also added, "I think that as long as I absorb these powers, I can break through to the peak of the venerable realm in a few months." Han Fei immediately said, short-sighted. Han Fei said, "Let me tell you, the main use of this power is to reconstruct spiritual energy and deduce the disassembling degree of spiritual energy in reverse." Chapter 1806, Glazed Glass World, Deduced Spiritual Energy Disassembling in Reverse. Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish were both stunned. After a while, when Xuanhuan sat down and tried to disassemble spiritual energy for the first time, Han Fei saw that the power of the great Tao was constantly being consumed. Han Fei thought to himself, xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish did collect a lot of Dao runes produced by the eldest senior brother's lecture. Perhaps because xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish had collected it for 8 days and didn't use it, they didn't consume the power of the great Dao until 200 seconds later. Huffy. When xuanhuan opened her eyes, she saw that Han Fei was still standing there. She asked in confusion, "How long have I been cultivating?" Han Fei smiled casually. 200 seconds. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment. Only 200 seconds? Then xuanhuan suddenly exclaimed, "How is it possible? My spiritual energy disassembling degree has reached 94%? The hexagon starfish also exclaimed, "Ah, mine has reached 95%? What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. How can it improve so much?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Girl, what was your original number?" Xuanhuan, 87%. The hexagon starfish said, 88%. Han Fei frowned slightly. Reija Xuanhuan. Han Fei frowned slightly. Only 7%, not much. Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish couldn't help looking at Han Fei in surprise. Not much, 200 seconds, 7% more. That's as much as 7 or 8 years of cultivation for me. As she spoke, xuanhuan suddenly realized something and asked, "You went into the bronze door. What's your disassembling degree of spiritual energy now?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Knowing that it was time for him to show off again, he said leisurely, "Me, I finally reached 100% after years of bitter cultivation. It's so tiring." Xuanhuan, the hexagon starfish, "Listen, is this human language? If the old turtle were here, he would definitely feel complicated. This shameless beastard always used the power of faith to deduce the degree of spiritual energy disassembling. How dare he say that he had cultivated bitterly for years? This explosive growth speed was limited to the Dao runes born in the lecture. Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish could only use it once. Therefore, in Han Fei's opinion, their disassembling degree was still not high enough. However, there was nothing he could do. This was because if he used his own great Dao to reconstruct spiritual energy, he would have to wait for the disassembling degree to reach 99%, which was to completely understand the structure of spiritual energy. Therefore, even if xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish wanted to use the power of their great Daos to deduce spiritual energy disassembling in reverse, it was impossible. Han Fei also tried to explain to xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish, but just like the case of the old turtle, xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish were stunned and couldn't remember what Han Fei said at all. However, Han Fei discovered that although xuanhuan and the others couldn't remember what he said, they seemed to have some inexplicable epiphany in their hearts. This epiphany seemed to be something hidden in the depths of one's heart that needed to burst out one day. Xuanhuan said, "I'll cultivate in seclusion for a few days. Do you want to come with me?" Han Fei said, "I still have to pay attention to the situation outside. I'll call you when we reach the glazed glass world." 10 days later. Han Fei didn't expect that it would take him 10 days to go to the glazed glass world. In the old turtle's words, the route of the glazed glass world in the inner domain was extremely complicated. It was even very close to the Sea of Mist. In the end, it took 10 days. In the past 10 days, Han Fei had done something. After all, it was about a year in Forge the Universe. In Forge the Universe, not only had Han Fei completely consolidated his strength as a half-king, but his purity mystic body had also improved. At this speed, Han Fei suspected that if he cultivated in Forge the Universe for another 10 years at most, he might reach the limit of the half-king realm. As for soul power, Han Fei's current soul power had probably reached the limit of a normal half-king. After all, in the Raging Sea, not everyone had his level of life and bloodline. Glazed Glass World, a place where yin flourished and yang declined. Xuanhuan said, "The ratio of men to women here is 1:10. After Han Fei quietly followed the people off the ship, he found that it was true. The main city of the glazed glass world was called the Heavenly Treasure City, which meant a treasure gifted by the heavens. The structure of the Heavenly Treasure City was similar to other heavenly palaces. Because they were built in the same batch, the structures of the heavenly palaces were almost the same. Of course, the color of the city was more fancy than other heavenly palaces. This, Han Fei understood. It was normal for places with many women to be fancy. Even in the yin-yang world, when men bought battlesuits, they were all black, white, green, and gray. But in the women's refining workshop, there were all kinds of colors and jewelry. The glazed glass world was a place full of women. Even the buildings were colorful. After Han Fei quietly slipped out, he casually walked to an island and found that the entire street was fucking fragrant. Without knowing more about the glazed glass world, Han Fei didn't let Xuanhuan come out immediately. Han Fei didn't plan to stay here for long. He just needed to find Yinner and take her away, which shouldn't be a problem for him. The vast ocean navigator quickly turned and pointed north. Half a day later, Tranquil Dao Academy, glazed glass world. Hanfei saw a plain-clothed girl in a medicinal field in a bamboo forest. She was not tall, only about 1.6 meters tall. She looked to be less than 20 years old and was relatively petite. In terms of appearance, she was not very beautiful. She was slightly worse than Xia Xiaoshan and Luo Xiaobai in appearance, but she was still good-looking. Because she was petite and quiet, she seemed to have a first love face. When the breeze blew and the sun shone on her face, the girl straightened up, smiled faintly, and continued to release spiritual energy. Huh? A peak-level law enforcer? Hanfei was stunned for a moment. This girl must be Yinner. In his heart, Hanfei forcibly raised his sister's temperament. In addition to seeing that Yinner's strength was at the peak of the law enforcer realm, Hanfei could also tell that Yinner had extraordinary meridians. Her body was absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy all the time. Then, she sprinkled the spiritual energy out and watered the medicinal field, causing the spiritual energy in the field to be abnormally dense. Her spiritual heritage is extraordinary, and she doesn't look stupid. With such talent, why is she only a peak-level law enforcer now? Hanfei couldn't help but wonder if it was because Yinner's yin soul and yang soul were separated. Yinner should be in an incomplete state now. She was still 2 steps away from being complete. One was the return of her yin soul, and the other was to walk through the Age of Doom and return safely. Only when these 2 steps were completed would Yinner, like him, complete the current time leap from the Age of Doom. Hanfei was about to go forward and kidnap her. However, suddenly, he subconsciously pinched his hands and felt that something was wrong. Immediately, Hanfei frowned, took out the 9-Palace Luck Ruler and tested it. However, the mark of the 9-Palace Luck Ruler fell on the ominous. Huh? There are strong masters guarding her? To be able to make the current Hanfei encounter ominous, and it was in the Heavenly Treasure City now, this was at least a king-level threat. This meant that Yinner seemed to be farming here, but she was watched by a king. Is there a king of the glazed glass world here? Hanfei couldn't help but wonder why Yinner was sent to the glazed glass world while he was sent to the yin-yang world. While Hanfei was thinking, he thought of something. Outside this medicinal field, about 600 kilometers away, 2 women were flying together towards the depths of the medicinal field. The 2 arrived instantly. One of them shouted from afar, "Han Yinner, stop farming. We've found a way to treat you." Yinner, who was farming, suddenly heard someone rushing over. She straightened up and looked in the direction of the person. When the 2 arrived, Han Yinner bowed slightly and said, "Yinner greets Sister Fengling and Sister Yu." The girl named Fengling looked cold and didn't seem to like Yinner. She said, "Han Yinner, you really should thank my brother. If it weren't for the fact that my brother took pity on you after seeing you suffer, such a good thing would never have happened to you." The girl called Sister Yu by Yinner also said, "Han Yinner, this time, Master Yuran, visited many famous doctors and finally got a great medicine from the Medicine King world. It should be able to cure your serious illness. Then you can make a normal breakthrough and become an explorer." Han Yinner was stunned for a moment and then asked in confusion, "Sisters, really? I'm ashamed that Lord Yoran helped me so much." Fengling snorted. "If it weren't for the fact that my brother adores you, he wouldn't have tried so hard to find this medicine for you. After this matter is over, your illness will be cured, and your wedding with my brother can be held." Han Yinner blushed, but then she looked at a hut 100 kilometers away and asked, "But, sisters, can you wait a few days? Wait for my teacher to come back, okay? Otherwise, if teacher comes back and doesn't see me, I'm afraid she will be worried." The girl called Sister Yu hurriedly said, "What are you waiting for?" "It's Junior Uncle Feng who asked us to come to the medicinal field to find you. Junior Uncle Feng personally guarded the Tranquil Earth Fire platform for this medicine and specially asked us to find you." "Huh, teacher asked the 2 of you to come? However, why is teacher waiting for us at the Tranquil Earth Fire platform? That's a forbidden area of the Tranquil Tao Academy, right?" Fengling said coldly. "Of course, healing you requires the power of Earth Fire. Otherwise, you can't be cured. Do you think the forbidden area is easy to enter?" Chapter 87. What an evil pair of brother and sister. Hanfei thought to himself. Am I wrong? Yinner was so talented, but she had been stuck at the peak of the law enforcer realm. Was it because she had some other illness? Junior Uncle Feng? Since she was Yinner's teacher and he had just got an ominous divination result, she must be a hidden powerhouse. Hanfei thought to himself, I came at the right time. Someone happened to be treating my sister, but it made sense. Just like him back then, no matter how he cultivated, it was theoretically impossible for him to become stronger. It was only because of the demon purification pot that he embarked on the path of cultivation. His sister's current situation was much better than his back then. Someone even found medicine for her. At this critical moment of the treatment, if he directly abducted her, it would be strange if she didn't flare up. Hanfei thought to himself, I might as well stay put for now. If Yinner is sick and is about to be cured, won't I become a bad person if I take her away now? As for the wedding, it was impossible to hold it for the time being. His sister was only a peak-level law enforcer and hadn't even been to her home yet. She wasn't even complete. How could she get married? When the time came, he would just leave some resources and send that person away. If Yinner really had that man in her heart, it would have to wait after she returned from the yin-yang world. Hearing Fengling's explanation, Yinner believed her. Therefore, the three of them began to fly towards the northern forest of the Tranquil Tao Academy. It was a fiery island independent of this floating island. Because it had always been guarded by the Tranquil Tao Academy, few people came. According to Feng Ling, to go to the forbidden area, they needed to take a special teleportation array. Therefore, the three of them used a jade slip as the teleportation array to go directly to the forbidden area. However, Han Fei's perception range was huge. His perception had already locked onto Yinner. No matter where they went within 100,000 kilometers, he could find them. Besides, their goal was very clear, which was the mountain filled with fire origin energy about 4,000 kilometers away on the north of the Tranquil Tao Academy. In fact, in the glazed glass world, there was more than one place filled with fire origin energy. There was also an extremely cold island, an island enshrouded in multicolored light, and a five-colored island. When Feng Ling mentioned the forbidden area just now, Han Fei had estimated that it was one of the four islands. He didn't expect it to be the closest flame island. Buzz, Yinner and the other two took the teleportation array and appeared on the fiery island a moment later. Only then did Han Fei quietly go there. In the glazed glass world, Han Fei should be careful. However, with Han Fei's strength, if a king didn't personally watch, it wouldn't be a problem for him to even fly in the Heavenly Treasure City. Han Fei arrived in 3 seconds. He was already very low-key. Han Fei was confident that even a king might not be able to discover him. In the center of the fiery island, there was a deep valley that was sunken into the ground. In the valley, there was a tower. According to Han Fei's estimation, this was a good place to refine weapons. After the three of them arrived, Yinner was sweating. Although the temperature here was bearable, the closer to the center, the more powerful the earth fire was and the higher the temperature. The environment was still a little tough for law enforcers. The tranquil earth fire platform was in the deepest part of the tower. Its temperature would probably reach her limit. However, at the thought that her teacher was waiting for her on the tranquil earth fire platform, Yinner couldn't help but smile. Was her illness finally going to be cured on this day? It would be a lie to say that she wasn't excited. Feng Ling and Sister Yu looked at each other and nodded slightly. The two of them took out 2 tokens, which shot out a bright light and condensed into array patterns. Han Fei saw that it was a directional teleportation array. However, he saw something wrong. This array had obvious fire patterns. Even teleportation arrays needed this kind of fire pattern, which meant that the place they were going to was extremely hot and destructive. With Yinner's current strength, she shouldn't go to such a place. However, Han Fei saw that Yinner was a little anxious. She had absorbed a lot more fire origin energy than before. At this rate, in 2 or 3 hours, Yinner would be overloaded with energy and might even explode. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder what illness could be so troublesome. He wondered if his Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique could make her feel better. What if she could be cured by the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique? Why did she have to suffer so much? After all, where they were going was protected by an array. If Yinner's teacher was really a hidden sea establisher, then if he rashly broke through the space, he would definitely be targeted by the other party. Perhaps there would be a misunderstanding between them and they would even fight. Therefore, Han Fei quickly attached himself to Feng Ling. After all, his sister would be treated later. If he attached himself to Yinner, what if Yinner's teacher discovered him? With a cautious attitude, Han Fei was patient. Buzz. As the void turned, he felt a terrifying heat wave. This was not magma, but a flame crystal burning in the void. Its energy had probably reached the level of a heaven and earth spiritual fire. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Yinner wouldn't be able to hold on for an hour under such a strong heat wave. And with Yinner's talent, if she automatically absorbed the power here, it would only increase the pressure on her body. Han Fei looked again. There was no junior Uncle Feng here, only an intermediate venerable. This man was obviously not junior Uncle Feng. Yinner's current reaction made Han Fei realize that she had been tricked. Yinner's face changed drastically. Sisters, Master Yoran, where is my teacher? Ha ha ha! Feng Ling's face lit up, and she said with a smile, Teacher? You want to find a teacher? Go back to your medicinal field. Ha ha ha, Sister Yu also chuckled. Changing from her previous image of a good person, she smiled contemptuously. Han Yinner, we know that you have a heavenly heritage and are an unparalleled talent. However, you are sick. If Junior Uncle Feng could treat the illness that even your heavenly heritage can't resist, she would have treated you long ago. Why would she wait until now? You are still too stupid to believe this nonsense. Feng Ling smiled contemptuously. Han Yinner, you think you can marry my brother? As long as he takes your heavenly heritage, my brother will become the most talented man in the glazed glass world. When his strength skyrockets, he might be able to marry half King Lu Shi or even half King Lu Ran. Why would he fall for you? Shameless. Han Yinner's face was pale. She didn't expect that the person who always tried to get close to her was actually so despicable in secret. Although Feng Ling clearly didn't like her, she was the one who brought Feng Yuran to the medicinal field. Besides, Feng Yuran was the one who proposed to her. At first her teacher didn't agree, but as time went by, seeing that this person was persistent, she didn't deliberately stop him. Until today, her teacher had been away for more than a month and hadn't returned. Unexpectedly, Feng Yuran revealed his true colors today. He said leisurely, Han Yinner, I didn't want to do this at first, but that old woman was too stubborn and refused to let you marry me after so long a time. To be honest, I really wanted to marry you. I can take your heavenly heritage after you give birth to a child for me. Unfortunately, before that old woman left, her attitude towards me became tough again. What can I do? I can only take advantage of this period of time to take your heavenly heritage. At that time, with the heavenly heritage, who dares to kill me? Even if the old woman returns, can she kill me and destroy this heavenly heritage? Yinner looked at the people who finally showed their true colors and her face turned pale. A jade slip appeared in her hand and she said, "This is a strike of my teacher. No one can resist it, xuanhuan. Fortunately, you were exposed so early. Otherwise, if I was tricked and really married you, it would be the greatest shame of my life." xuanhuan shrugged. "I didn't want to marry you in the first place. Qianyu is much better than you. Look at yourself. You don't have any height, strength, or figure. Except for your face, you have no good points. If it weren't for your heavenly heritage, why would I, xuanhuan, be stupid enough to marry you?" As xuanhuan spoke, his figure suddenly flashed, and the jade slip in Yinner's hand disappeared, appearing in xuanhuan's hand. Yinner hurriedly tried to detonate her soul, only to find that her soul had been suppressed by xuanhuan. Xuanhuan said leisurely, "Look, you're just stupid. If you had secretly used the power of this jade slip from the beginning, you might have had a chance to kill us. However, you just took it out stupidly. You're just a peak-level law enforcer." "Do you think you can stop me?" Fengling sneered. "Even if you successfully kill us, you don't know how to get out of here. With your heavenly heritage's ability to absorb power, you can only wait for death." Yinner retreated and quickly activated her spiritual energy, preparing to blow herself up. She was determined to die. She would rather die than let xuanhuan get his way. However, a suppressing pressure fell and Yinner couldn't move at all. xuanhuan said, "Don't waste your effort. I must take your heavenly heritage today. I can only say that you are unlucky. You should be the most dazzling heavenly talent in the glazed glass world, but you have a serious illness. It's a waste for you to occupy so many resources. I'll be the heavenly talent in your place." Buzz! xuanhuan extended his hand, trying to grab Yinner in front of him. However, in the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Except for Yinner, xuanhuan and the other two were all prostrating on the ground. Fengling and Qianyu were kneeling on the ground with half of their bones broken and blood flowing from their 7 orifices. xuanhuan also knelt on the ground, his flesh and blood cracking. Beside them, a black shadow stood proudly with his hands behind his back. He said leisurely, "What an evil pair of siblings. Who do you think you are? How do you deserve to take a heaven-level spiritual heritage?" Chapter 1808, Supreme Yin Black Phoenix. Han Fei's sudden appearance was beyond their expectations. At this moment, Han Yin'er was looking at Han Fei blankly. For some reason, when this person appeared, she felt a sense of familiarity. She was instinctively relieved, thinking that this was the person left behind by her teacher to protect her. Because the other party saved her, she felt friendly and close to him. At this moment, Feng Yoran, who was kneeling on the ground, said with difficulty, "Senior, I am the only son of the Feng family in the Heavenly Treasure City. Please spare me for the sake of the Feng family." Han Fei said coldly, "The Feng family? What is that? Even if Lu Li herself comes today, you won't be able to survive, let alone the Feng family." Everyone, Han Yin'er, was a bit stunned, thinking to herself, this senior is so domineering. He didn't seem to be afraid of Palace Master at all. Fengling said, "Senior, you can kill us, but in this way, there will be no place for Han Yin'er and Granny Phoenix in the glazed glass world. Why don't we each take a step back? The Feng family will offer a heavy gift to make up for Han Yin'er." The winner took it all. Fengling and Feng Yuran investigated everywhere and waited for more than a month. After confirming repeatedly that Han Yin'er had no help, they finally took action. They didn't expect that the other party still had someone protecting her. Now that they were defeated, they had no choice but to admit defeat. However, Han Fei sneered. "You're quite eloquent. You deceived my innocent sister. Do you think you can still live?" Bang! Han Fei snorted, and Fengling's arms exploded. She groaned in pain and lay on her side. Sister Feng Yoran glared at Han Fei. "Do you know that if you kill any of us, you'll be in serious trouble? Who are you? If you know our Feng family, you should know that the Feng family has 7 half-kings. Not everyone can offend us." Keke Henfei grinned and looked up at the void. "Who am I? Then listen carefully. I am the current heavenly master of the yin-yang world, Han Fei. The heavenly heritage you want to get is my biological sister's, the one in the void. Come out. Today I'll kill these 3 people no matter what. I'd like to see what kind of dragon pool and tiger den the glazed glass world is. Why can't I explore it? Buzz." Han Fei's words struck Han Yin'er's heart like a bolt of lightning. For a moment, she was at a loss and looked at Han Fei in shock, thinking, how is this possible? How can I have a brother? Besides, he was the current heavenly master of the yin-yang world. Who didn't know that the yin-yang world had long perished in the raging sea? Where did the master of the yin-yang heavenly palace come from? Not to mention Yin'er, even Fengling and Feng Yoran were stunned. The 2 of them immediately thought that this person was a liar. This was impossible. Feng Yuran said, "That's impossible. The yin-yang world has disappeared for 80,000 years. How can you be from the yin-yang world and call yourself the immortal master?" Buzz. Just when everyone expressed their disbelief, Han Fei didn't look at them at all. Opposite Han Fei, a black shadow appeared. In the next moment, an old woman with white hair quietly appeared. Seeing the old woman, Han Yin'er hurried over. "Teacher," the old woman sighed, stroked Han Yin'er's head, and then looked straight at Han Fei. "You're finally here. I didn't expect that it wasn't either of them." Han Yiner's heart skipped a beat. What does teacher mean? You're finally here? Is this person really my brother? Han Fei raised his head and looked at the old woman. Black Phoenix Demoness? While everyone was stunned, the old woman chuckled. How do you know that I am the Black Phoenix Demoness? Han Fei said indifferently. When I found the medicinal field, I found that the spiritual energy in the medicinal field was not normal. The entire medicinal field is an array, and the array is in harmony with nature. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, this should be your plan. You wanted to test the Feng siblings or this Feng Yoran. Therefore, you left with an excuse and waited until today. Yinner is not strong and has a heavenly heritage. It's impossible for her to survive without the protection of a strong master. I originally guessed that the master of glazed glass was taking care of Yinner, but when I felt that the temperature here had slightly dropped to the limit of Yinner's endurance, I was sure that the person who came was not the master of glazed glass. The Tao runes were not right. With that, Han Fei looked at the old woman and said, the only reason I can think of is that you're Black Phoenix Demoness. Feng Yuran's heart trembled. Black Phoenix Demoness? The captain of the Devil Girl Pirates? A king-level powerhouse? Feng Ling was dumbfounded. So was Qian Yu. Han Yiner's background was so terrifying. Even Yinner looked at her teacher in surprise. It turned out that her teacher was the commander of the Devil Girl Pirates. Han Fei looked at Yinner gently. In fact, Han Fei judged this situation because of the Nine Palace Luck Ruler, and he could guess it partly because of his gambling mentality. Han Yinner was shocked. Feeling Han Fei's gaze, she didn't dare to look at Han Fei, but she was very curious. As for her background, she wasn't that surprised. Black Phoenix said indifferently, since you know I'm here, why did you still attack? Han Fei glanced at Feng Yoran. How can I watch my sister suffer? Black Phoenix said indifferently, since we've taken action, we can only take action to the end. Although the yin-yang world and the glazed glass world have a good relationship, the palace master has left the raging sea for a long time, so our relationship will change. The Feng family is indeed a strong family in the glazed glass world, and it's even stronger than what Feng Yoran said. Otherwise, I would have rejected him long ago. Han Fei tilted his head. With 7 half-kings? Black Phoenix chuckled. What do you think? Han Fei snorted. Do you mean that the Feng family has a king? Black Phoenix, if they have, do you still dare to fight them? Han Fei smiled. How many kings does the glazed glass world have? Black Phoenix, there are 4 kings, Master of Glazed Glass, Chu Yueming, Feng Xinlan, me, Supreme Yin Black Phoenix. Han Fei looked at Black Phoenix. I didn't intend to meet you, but since I've met you, I got it. Who can you stop? Black Phoenix giggled. Do you think I will definitely help you? Han Fei said. You've watched over Yinner for so many years and spent more than a month to fish out these people's evil intentions. If you had other schemes, you wouldn't have waited until now. Black Phoenix smiled faintly. Today, the master of glazed glass went to the supreme mystic world. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Therefore, there were only Chu Yueming and Feng Xinlan left in the glazed glass world. The Black Phoenix's meaning was obvious. The departure of the master of glazed glass was probably the last straw that pushed Feng Yuran to take the risk. And the departure of the master of glazed glass meant that there were only 2 kings left in the glazed glass world except for Black Phoenix. Now, it seemed that Black Phoenix asked him if he dared to attack the Feng family because she wanted to see his courage and strength. Han Fei smiled and said, I dare to fight Mad Fourth King, so I can certainly deal with Feng Xinlan. If you want to see it, go ahead. Then, Han Fei reached out and grabbed Feng Yuran's neck. He cast out the void lines, activated the soul-searching technique, and immediately found the location of the Feng family. Han Fei grinned. In the end, the yin-yang world will return sooner or later. Let me make today a start. Boom. On the fiery island, on the tranquil earth fire platform, the world rumbled. The sound spread thousands of kilometers and rippled the void. At that moment, in the glazed glass world, countless half-kings and venerables opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the tranquil earth fire platform. Someone walked in the air, covering thousands of kilometers with each step. That person came from the fire, and the void behind him rumbled. The fire burned all the way to the Feng family. At that moment, under the heavenly palace, Chu Yueming, who had just returned, was shocked. Supreme Yin Black Phoenix? No, who was that person? In the Feng family, a charming woman saw through the void. Then she saw someone come carrying the descendants of the Feng family in his hand. Was he asking for a fight? At this moment, the entire Feng family was on guard. The visitor was extremely strong. He was clearly here to cause trouble. 6 half-kings of the Feng family stepped in the air. The other person was lucky enough to be absent. Among the 6 half-kings, an old man shouted on the spot, Who are you? Why do you kidnap the descendants of our Feng family? Feng Ling and Feng Yoran were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a scene before. The master of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace and the commander of the Devil Girl Pirates were actually hiding in the glazed glass world? At this moment, they suddenly showed up. Who wouldn't be afraid? Feng Ling only had time to shout, Third Grandpa, help! Then she fell silent, because her soul had been controlled. The so-called third grandpa was the youngest of the 6. He looked like a young man. Now he shouted, How dare you bully our Feng family? Let go of my granddaughter now, or I'll make you regret it. Han Fei raised his eyes. Is this the attitude of your Feng family? Bang! As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the woman named Qian Yu directly exploded. In an instant, her soul vanished. At this moment, Black Phoenix finally arrived with Han Yinner. The two of them walked slowly, and Black Phoenix said, Yinner, I didn't know that you had a brother. However, this is very likely. I don't know what he has been through, so I won't hand you over to him casually. Let's see what he will do, then you can whether to go with him or not. At this moment, Yinner was very confused yet utterly excited. As soon as this brother appeared, she felt a special kinship with him. It was a connection that stemmed from bloodline. She desperately longed for this kinship. At this moment, seeing Han Fei start to slaughter people in front of the Feng family, Yinner couldn't help but panic. After all, the Feng family was not an ordinary family. Chapter 1809, Stepping on the Void, Fist Shines. In the sky, Han Fei killed one of them first. Then he said to the old man, mind your manners. Han Fei had fought his way up and experienced countless battles. When he was angry, his killing intent was overwhelming, and when he was crazy, his energy and blood was surging to the sky. At this moment, Han Fei had killed a person in the blink of an eye. Although she wasn't from the Feng family, she was still a heavenly talent of a small family. She had already become an advanced explorer at such a young age. However, Han Fei killed her with a thought in public. How domineering was that? Third Grandpa was about to fly into a rage when someone stopped him. May I ask who you are? Why did you have to catch our children and make enemies of us? Although this person was talking to Han Fei, he was looking at Black Phoenix. Bang! Half of Feng Ling's body was broken and exploded into nothingness. A scream shook the entire Feng family. How dare you? Could it be that Han Fei's 100-beast soul-subduing roar couldn't beat them? Han Fei's voice rumbled like thunder, making it impossible for everyone in the Feng family below the venerable realm to withstand it. Fortunately, a large array appeared and blocked this voice. Han Fei shouted, who are you looking at? Can't you tell who is the real boss? Instantly, everyone in the Feng family was furious but didn't dare to say anything. Han Fei was still holding Feng Ling and Feng Yoran in his hands. This guy was like a lunatic, attacking without batting an eye. He was clearly provoking them. At this moment, all the half-kings of the Feng family couldn't sit still anymore. They had already been slapped in the face. If they still didn't take action, how would the other big clans and various venerable level powerhouses in the Heavenly Treasure City look at the Feng family? Swish, swish, swish. The 6 half-kings attacked at the same time. Of course, these 6 people knew that the battle couldn't be fought in the Heavenly Treasure City, but in the void. How could the billions of people on the floating island withstand a battle between half-kings? However, when these people wanted to pull Han Fei into the void, Han Fei suddenly stepped out, pointed his finger at the sky, and blasted one of them away. Then, Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique, and his figure floated as if he had appeared in multiple places at the same time. He either clenched a fist mark, held a big hand, or stepped on the void. At that moment, his ability to absorb the spiritual energy within 100 kilometers in an instant and his palm or fist mark that contained strong Dao runes didn't give these people a chance to break through the void at all. Bang, boom, boom, boom. With 3 punches, 2 Hulk Kings' bodies were already broken. Han Fei easily swept through the 6 half-kings. If he wanted to kill, all the half-kings of the Feng family could be killed in 1 second. This scene shocked all the venerables in the Heavenly Treasure City. Hiss, who is this guy? Is there a new king in the glazed glass world? His speed is unparalleled and his strength is astonishing. No one in the Feng family can resist him. Where did this person come from? He shattered a half-king with a wave of his hand, but he can still control his strength without leaking out at all. What exquisite control. Of course, although Han Fei shattered the half-kings in a row, he didn't kill them. Buzz. While the venerables of the Heavenly Treasure City were shocked, Chu Yueming appeared in the void and said, Granny Phoenix, what's going on? Why don't you stop him? However, Black Phoenix moved slightly and stood in front of Chu Yueming, saying indifferently, since we're looking for trouble, there must be a reason. Moon King, why don't you wait and see? Chu Yueming narrowed her eyes. Others didn't know, but the kings naturally knew Granny Phoenix's strength. This person had long stepped into the Sea Establishment realm and was not weak. She had been farming in the Tranquil Dao Academy and only took in 1 disciple. Why did she suddenly participate in today's matter? Granny Phoenix was actually blocking her way and Han Fei had just shown terrifying strength just now. Chu Yueming thought to herself, this person was only a half-king, but he could kill a half-king as easily as crushing a shrimp. Who was he? But since Feng Xinlan hadn't taken action yet, she might as well wait and see. After being shattered by Han Fei, all the half-kings who were just reborn looked at Han Fei solemnly with a dark face. The leader asked, Senior, may I ask who you are? Where are you from? Why are you attacking our Feng family? At this time, they had no intention of pulling Han Fei into the void to fight because they couldn't beat him at all. They even suspected that they had encountered a king. Han Fei grinned. You finally get how you should talk to me. Heh, but I don't want to talk to you. Call Feng Xinlan out. The 6 half-kings of the Feng family blushed. Who could tolerate such provocation? However, they couldn't just call out the king. With the king here, even a small matter would become a big matter. the old man said. I'm the head of the Feng family. Why bother the king of our family? Why don't we solve it here? Han Fei didn't mind. He said, you want to solve it? Fine. Feng Ling and Feng Yuan tricked my sister, trying to take her heavenly heritage. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid they would have gotten their way. Tell me, how can the Feng family appease my anger? Huh? Your sister? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Han Yiner. This little girl was also a legend. Her heavenly heritage had long been seen through, and she had been taken into the Tranquil Heart Dao Academy to cultivate. Because of Granny Phoenix and the Tranquil Heart Dao Academy, generally no one would covet her. Looking at Feng Ling and Feng Yuan, the Feng family's ancestors could probably be sure of the authenticity of the matter. However, they really didn't expect this little girl to have such a background. Chu Yuming was also slightly surprised. He had never heard of this little girl having any friends or family. When she came out, her talent was indeed astonishing. However, soon everyone discovered that something was wrong. This girl's soul was incomplete, and she would definitely die if she transcended the tribulation. She could be stuck at the peak of the law enforcer realm for the rest of her life. This stopped many strong masters from taking her as their disciple. The Feng family had a king. For the sake of Granny Phoenix, as long as their descendants didn't die, they could compensate Yiner. Otherwise, how would others look at the Feng family? The leading half-king said, fellow Taoist, since this has happened, the Feng family will definitely punish these two people. Fortunately, your sister is fine. The Feng family is willing to pay 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones as compensation. Kkk, Han Fei smiled, and the aura around him made everyone realize that something was wrong. Bang. Feng Ling in front of Han Fei exploded and died on the spot. Feng Ling was just an explorer. If she exploded, she would really die. How dare you? The half-kings of the Feng family all shouted. They were all furious. Who could have expected Han Fei to kill Feng Ling so casually? Fuck, at least give us a reason. If you aren't satisfied with what we offer, tell us your conditions. Why did you just kill her? But even so, they didn't dare to attack. If it weren't for the fact that the Feng family had a king, they wouldn't have dared to fight Han Fei at all. Chu Mingyu frowned deeply. Granny Phoenix, isn't this too much? Granny Phoenix smiled. There's nothing wrong with killing her. Yiner, on the other hand, couldn't bear it. She said, Teacher, why don't we just forgive them? However, her teacher, who had always doted on her, shook her head slightly. Some things can be done, but some can't. In the world of cultivation, people are different. Chu Yuye's heart did a flip. What did Granny Phoenix mean? People were different? Did this little girl have a shocking background? Buzz. Above the Feng family, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared. She was dressed in green, and her eyes were cold. She said, You went too far. Your sister is a human, but how can the children of our Feng family be slaughtered by you? Today, I won't let you off. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Oh, you're finally out. You kings think you can put on airs? However, putting on airs in front of me is never a good thing. Feng Xinlan, right? I'll give you a chance. You can give me a condition that I can't refuse. Don't let me take what I want for myself. At this moment, everyone looked at Han Fei differently. How could he be so calm in the face of a king? This boldness was rare in the world. Who was this person? If there was such a person in the glazed glass world, it was impossible for his Feng family not to know. Feng Xinlan said, What a half-king! Who gave you the courage to challenge a king? Han Fei said contemptuously, I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Give me a condition that I can't refuse. Feng Xinlan narrowed her eyes slightly. What if I don't? Bang. As soon as Feng Xinlan said so, she disappeared. In midair, a ring fell. However, in addition to this ring, there was also a huge fist mark. Boom, clang. The ring was sent flying by a punch, and a terrifying explosive power swept across the world. Stop, Chu Yuming shouted. The power of a king suppressed the world, locking this terrifying explosion in this space. Chu Yuming shouted, Do you want to destroy the heavenly treasure city? How can a king be so insensible? Both Chu Yuming and Feng Xinlan were shocked. Who is this guy? He's only a half-king, but he can confront a king without retreating. Hee. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. What a pity. Bang. Under the watch of Chu Yuming and Feng Xinlan, Han Fei controlled Feng Yuan to blow himself up. The power of the explosion was grabbed by Han Fei and then put into the void. Han Fei's strength shocked the entire Feng family. Black Phoenix watched this scene quietly from the beginning to the end, thinking to herself, the son of the palace master is actually so strong, as expected of the heir of the yin-yang world. This is even stronger than what Zhenju described to me. At this time, Han Fei said casually, You missed an opportunity. Now I'll give you another chance. Give me compensation that I can't refuse. Otherwise, the Feng family won't exist anymore. Buzz. At this moment, not only Feng Xinlan, but even Chu Yuming looked at Han Fei in shock. Are you fucking crazy? Feng Xinlan gritted her teeth and said, I'd like to see how you can destroy my Feng family. Chu Yuming shouted, I don't care who you are. This is the glazed glass world. How dare you act so ferociously in our glazed glass world? This matter is no longer just about the Feng family. Han Fei looked back at Black Phoenix. At that moment, Black Phoenix smiled and said, Moon King, let's wait and see. Chu Yuming shouted coldly, What are you still looking at? This bastard wants to destroy our glazed glass world. Granny Phoenix, are you going to take advantage of your seniority to go against me? Granny Phoenix said indifferently. If you speak this way, Moon King, don't blame me for attacking you. Chu Yue said coldly. Granny Phoenix, are you not going to stay in the glazed glass world? Granny Phoenix shook her head slightly. That's right. Indeed, there's no need for me to stay in the glazed glass world. Beside Han Fei, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Xuanhuan appeared. When Xuanhuan appeared, she was a little stunned. What's going on? Who is fighting whom? Han Fei said. Girl, help me take care of my sister. Let me meet the kings of the glazed glass world. Although Xuanhuan didn't know what happened, the moment she saw Yinner, she still appeared beside Yinner and Granny Phoenix. Granny Phoenix looked at Xuanhuan in surprise, thinking, Han Fei still doesn't trust me. Han Yinner and Xuanhuan looked at each other. Xuanhuan smiled. Little sister. Yinner blushed and immediately lowered her head timidly. After hesitating for a moment, she said with difficulty, Sister-in-law? When the kings saw Han Fei summon a half-king, they were puzzled not because he summoned a mere half-king, but because Han Fei carried a small world with him. A powerhouse who could carry a small world with him could never be underestimated. In the next moment, Han Fei disappeared. Under Han Fei's feet, the void within 100 kilometers cracked and shattered. Han Fei's fist was full of killing intent, magnificent and illuminating the sky. Han Fei said, since you don't want to give it to me, I'll take it myself. Chapter 1810, I don't owe you any favor anymore, Supreme Mystic World. When Han Fei attacked the Feng family, the 4 palace masters of Supreme Mystic, Immeasurability, Glazed Glass, and Sword God gathered in the Supreme Mystic World. At this moment, a young man was standing respectfully under the 4 of them, reporting something. If Han Fei were here, he would have recognized this person. Wasn't this xuanhuan who he had robbed twice? Xuanhuan said, 4 palace masters, it can't be wrong. The person who claims to be Black Ghost used the treasure of the Ashless World, the Infinity Water. Furthermore, he has many great Daos. Not only has he embarked on the path of invincibility, but he has also mastered the Great Dao of Space and an unknown Great Dao that could double his strength. It's impossible to tell his disguise technique, but his offensive methods include the Heavenly Void Divine Movement, the Star Teleportation Technique, and the 100-Beast Soul-Subduing Roar. He should have interacted with the Beast King World too. The Palace Master of the Immeasurability World directly said, Kaiyuan, just tell us who you think he is. If you can't tell, we don't have to come here. Song Kaiyuan nodded slightly. I only found one of his identities. Although this person tried his best to hide it, his momentum in battle can't be fake. He and the Holy Child of the Snow God's Temple are extremely similar when they use fist techniques. These 2 people should be the same person, I'm sure. Huh. Mushui Sisi, who was reporting with Song Kaiyuan, widened her eyes in shock. The once I put on the mask, I don't love anyone guy? Song Kaiyuan rolled his eyes at her and said, at first I wasn't quite sure. However, after considering the details, it's not difficult to be sure. The Holy Child, Xuanhuan, was ranked first in the Heavenly Imperial Tree competition. But in front of the bronze door, he only walked less than 1,500 meters. Then he wrapped himself with the ice snow lotus throne. It seemed that he had an epiphany and was cultivating, but it was actually not the case. Facing such a great opportunity, there was no reason for him to stop. As far as I know, Xuanhuan's physique was even stronger than Wu Hao's. In the end, Song Kaiyuan said, this person has obviously embarked on the path of invincibility long ago. The path of invincibility is extremely rare in the Raging Sea. With the principle of Great Dao absorption, no matter how low-key he is, as long as he grows to the level of a half-king, there's no reason for him not to be exposed. Even if he is in the outer sea, he shouldn't have been so obscure. Master of Glazed Glass. So, are you sure that they are the same person? The Palace Master of the Sword God World said indifferently, is it possible that it's an avatar? Song Kaiyuan shook his head slightly. It's impossible for it to be an avatar. If it's an avatar, there's no need for Xuanhuan to hide in front of the Bronze Gate. He won't let himself stay in the land of King Death that opens every 300 years. He must have come out by now. Since it's not an avatar, if they want to come out, they have to avoid the detection of Ye Qinglong and Ji Xuan. Either their concealment technique has reached the point where it's difficult for a king to detect, or they have a small world with them. Even if they have a small world with them, they need someone to take them out of the land of King Death. Then, how can these 2 people disappear perfectly? This becomes a huge problem. Therefore, when all kinds of coincidences are combined, this is no longer a coincidence. Song Kaiyuan slowly raised his head and said, in conclusion, either this person is a king that can use project clones, or the Heavenly Masters looked at each other. In the end, the Master of the Supreme Mystic World said leisurely, or the Twin Divine Technique that has disappeared for a long time. Mushui Sisi looked at her senior brother in shock. From the beginning to the end, she didn't find any problems. Why did senior brother notice so many details? The Heavenly Master of the Sword God World said, in front of Ye Qinglong and Ji Xuan, if he's really a king, there's no place for him to hide. No matter how hard he tries to hide his aura, the special aura of a sea establisher can't be hidden. unless his strength completely exceeds that of Ye Qinglong and Ji Xuan. But with that strength, there's no need to go to the land of King Death, let alone rob others. The master of glazed glass nodded. That's right, he's already in the sea establishment realm. Why would he do such a meaningless thing? This person shouldn't have become a king yet, the heavenly master of the immeasurability world said leisurely. So, the turmoil in the wild abyss a while ago was actually because someone came out? xuanhuan said. Yes, I thought of this just because I thought of the turmoil in the wild abyss. Otherwise, I might have ignored this matter and treated all these as coincidences. The heavenly master of the immeasurability world shook his head slightly. They can't be coincidences. You've already explained it to this extent. It's impossible to describe all these things as coincidences. The yin-yang world has disappeared for more than 80,000 years. I'm afraid those people are about to die. It's indeed time for them to show up. The Supreme Mystic World Master said, actually, the infinity water alone can give us the answer. Don't forget, the place where the heavenly desolate city fell was in the yin-yang world. The heavenly master of the sword god world said indifferently, let's stop here. Once the yin-yang world appears, how can the Nine Palace continue to lie low? Master of Glazed Glass said, if the yin-yang world and the Nine Palace world return, the 36 mystic worlds will probably have to make a choice. At least, the Snow God's Temple has made their choice. The Supreme Mystic World Master said leisurely, I just don't know what happened to them all these years. If they can really return, why bother to hide? I'm not very optimistic about this matter now. If they return and start a war with the 36 mystic worlds, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering again. They'd better not return, the Supreme Mystic World Master said to xuanhuan and Mushuisi. The two of you can leave. Don't tell this matter to anyone else. Yes, sir. Not long after xuanhuan and Mushuisi left, Lili suddenly frowned. The person from the Sword God world asked, what's wrong? Lili, something seems to happen in the Glazed Glass world. I have to go back now. Glazed Glass world, Heavenly Treasure City. The void cracked. Now Hanfei's disassembling degree of spiritual energy had reached 100%. The power of his great Tao was 30% stronger than before, and his strength erupted to the limit. With a casual tap, there would be nearly 100,000 waves of superpower. The power of his great Tao instantly condensed and moved at his will. The power seemed infinite. This was the benefit of perfect disassembling of spiritual energy, and this was even after Hanfei sent a projection out. Such power was definitely not something ordinary kings could compare to. But at this moment, Hanfei found that he and a king of the inner domain were evenly matched. He had underestimated the kings of the world. Logically speaking, with his current strength, he could easily beat a king like the White Armor Emperor. However, he drew a tie with Feng Xinlan today. In Black Phoenix's eyes today, she just wanted to see Hanfei's strength and his means. Now, she had seen his strength. To be able to fight Feng Xinlan like this in the Half-King realm, she could recognize him as the master of the yin-yang world. As for his means, Hanfei was fierce, domineering, and vengeful. This meant that Hanfei had probably experienced a lot before. However, she didn't quite like his domineering personality. This was too different from the style of the former palace master. At this moment, the two parties had only fought for less than 5 seconds, but it was already dark in the sky and there were void cracks everywhere. Occasionally, there were auras dissipating, so Chu Yueming had to postpone the game with Black Phoenix and cleaning the mess made by the two people in the sky. Chu Yueming shouted via voice transmission, Feng Xinlan, stop! Do you want to destroy the Heavenly Treasure City? Feng Xinlan snorted. This guy is bullying our Feng family. How can I let him off? Hanfei sneered. How noble is my sister's status? If it weren't for the fact that the Glazed Glass world has taken care of her for so many years, do you think this matter would be over easily? Feng Xinlan look-olded. Noble? I'd like to hear how noble her identity is, Hanfei sneered. I'm on an equal footing with Luli. What do you think of my sister? Whether it was Feng Xinlan or Chu Yueming, their first reaction was, what are you bragging about? However, on second thought, this guy's strength was really terrifying. He was only in the half-king realm, but he was comparable to a king. If he transcended the tribulation and became a king, how strong would he be? The two of them thought about it further. What did this person mean by being on an equal footing? Granny Phoenix was clearly on this person's side. With a king as his subordinate, this person's identity, his Chu Yueming and Feng Xinlan's hearts sank. Is he the master of an unknown heavenly palace? Bang! Hanfei and Feng Xinlan threw a punch at each other and stood quietly in the air. Feng Xinlan finally calmed down a little. Lili wasn't around. Chu Yueming was blocked by Granny Phoenix, and this guy's strength was comparable to hers. If they continued to fight, only the Heavenly Treasure City would be damaged. However, Hanfei seemed determined to destroy the Feng family, which Feng Xinlan couldn't ignore. Seeing that the two of them had stopped fighting, Chu Yueming immediately broke through the void and came over. Chu Yueming shouted, I don't care who you are. If you really touch the Heavenly Treasure City, you will be the enemy of our Glazed Glass world. Your sister has been saved, and the criminals have been killed by you on the spot. If you push your luck, you will offend more than just our Glazed Glass world. Han Fei didn't seem to hear Chu Yuming. Instead, he looked into the void and asked Black Phoenix, "Does Lu Li know Yinner's identity?" Black Phoenix nodded. "Yes." Han Fei asked, "How long has Yinner been in the glazed glass world?" Black Phoenix, 63 years. Han Fei was briefly stunned, but then he realized that there was nothing wrong with the number of years. If he counted the years when he stayed on Earth, it wouldn't be much longer than this. In the cultivation world, a few decades or hundreds of years was no different from a few months or dozens of months. Han Fei nodded slightly. Then he glanced at Feng Xinlin and Chu Yueming indifferently and snorted. "The favor that the glazed glass world took in my sister has been offset with our feud with your Feng family. Tell Lu Li that I'll take Yinner away. When we meet again, we are no longer friends." Chapter 1811. Brother and sister meet for Han Fei. Even if he couldn't win, he had to win in momentum. Whether it worked or not, he would say a few harsh words first. Besides, Feng Xinlun didn't dare to really fight. After all, this was the sky above the heavenly treasure city. If they fought seriously, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, under Chu Yueming's repeated scolding, Feng Xinlun finally stopped. After Han Fei stopped, he still clamored. He wouldn't owe anyone a favor. He was very satisfied with the result he got today. No matter what the relationship between Lu Li and his mother was back then, the master of the yin-yang world was him now, and he didn't want the yin-yang world to owe the glazed glass world a favor easily. Chu Yueming said coldly, "Don't go too far. What makes you think you're qualified to call our palace master by name?" "Ha ha ha," Han Fei laughed. "She will know if I'm qualified or not when she comes back." Han Fei retreated from the void with a swish, his voice still echoing. "Remember, the Feng family has used up the favor I owe Luali." Feng Xinlin thought to herself, "Not good. The favor this person mentioned was probably not small. This person came to their door with such great fanfare not to ask for compensation, but not to recognize this favor." However, Han Fei had already appeared outside. If she compensated him, it would be a disgrace to the Feng family. There would probably be various rumors about the Feng family in the Heavenly Treasure City soon. Xiaoshan was standing beside Yinner, feeling the atmosphere was strange. As if to start a topic, Xiaoshan said, "Yinner, do you want to know about the stupid things your brother did when he was a child?" "Huh?" Yinner was stunned. Why did she suddenly mention this? However, she was really curious. What was her brother like before? Not to mention Yinner, even Black Phoenix was curious. Xiaoshan said, "When I first met him, he was only a fishing master with a level 3 spiritual heritage. His talent was much worse than yours." Xiaoshan had just started and hadn't finished speaking yet. With a swish, Han Fei broke out of the void and looked at Xiaoshan helplessly. "Hey, I was just absent for a while. Can we not talk about this?" Xiao was lost for words. "How did you come back so fast?" Black Phoenix shook her head slightly. "It's good not to owe them a favor." Han Fei grinned. "Of course." Behind Han Fei, Feng Xinlan and Chu Yueming also broke out of the void. Chu Yueming also broke out of the void. Chu Yueming shouted, "How can Feng Xinlan represent the master of glazed glass?" Without looking back, Han Fei is from the glazed glass world. If the Feng family makes a mistake, the glazed glass world makes a mistake. Feng Xinlan asked, "But you've already killed 2 people from the Feng family." Han Fei said, "Those 2 people have done too many evil deeds. Their deaths are not worthy of being used as chips." Before they could refute, Han Fei said, "We're even now. I'm leaving." "Are you going to stop me?" Chu Yueming. "Why don't you dare to wait for the master of glazed glass to come back?" Han Fei sneered. "I don't even know her. Why should I wait for her? Just because I don't attack now doesn't mean I'm easy to talk to. Don't talk nonsense. I'm leaving now." With that, Han Fei looked at Black Phoenix. The two looked at each other and took Xiaoshan and Yinner to break through the void. It was not that Chu Yueming and Feng Xinlan didn't want to stop them, but once they did, there would be a big battle. Chu Yueming sighed. "Your Feng family should quickly give the outside world an explanation to resolve this matter as soon as possible. I've already informed Lu Li to return. We seem to have been tricked." Feng Xinlan's face was black. Now that things had come to this point, it was useless to talk about it. She could only wait for Lu Li to come back to take charge. Half a day later, when Lu Li returned, although the battle had already ended, she could still learn what had happened from many people. Lu Li's perception swept across the Feng family. Seeing that Chu Yueming and Feng Xinlan were both here, she immediately said, "Come and see me." A moment later, Feng Xinlan said, "This matter was started by 2 stupid children of our Feng family, but everything happened too fast, and that kid was too domineering and killed the 2 children on the spot. I didn't find out about his true intentions immediately." Chu Yueming said, "Lioli, who is that child, and Granny Phoenix? What secrets are there behind them?" After hearing their accounts, Lioli said calmly, "He wants to take back this favor just like that?" "Impossible," Chu Yueming asked. "Lu Li, is this favor very important?" Lu Li said lightly, "At least, not so cheap." Hearing this, Feng Xinlan thought to herself, "Sure enough, I was tricked. It's that kid's fault. His attitude was too tough at that time, and I was provoked." Feng Xinlan asked, "Lu Li, who are they?" Lu Li said leisurely, "The kid should be the current master of the yin-yang world, and Granny Phoenix is the Black Phoenix demoness of the Devil Girl pirates. Han Yinner is the daughter of Han Guanshu and Zhang Lingxian. His S. Chu, Yueming and Feng Xinlan were both shocked. Yin-Yang world, Black Phoenix, Chu Yueming said in shock. Hasn't the Yin-Yang world disappeared for 80,000 years? Is it coming back? Feng Xinlan's heart stirred. Do they have the confidence to return? Liu Li said. Since the Age of Doom, too many people have forgotten the real reason for our existence in the raging sea. If someone leaves, he will definitely return. You don't have to worry about this matter, Xinlan. You better not make enemies with him. Feng Xinlan was silent for a moment. I'm waiting to see how that kid will return. Liu Li shook her head slightly, thinking, there are still many things you don't know. Lu Ran and Mu Shi were discussing the matter of the Feng family. Mu Shi said, the commotion in the Feng family is definitely not something a half-king can cause. They said that a half-king of the Feng family is deducing a great technique. Obviously, that's a lie. Lu Ran shrugged and said, isn't that obvious? Your master has already taken action, so it's just for ordinary people to hear. But don't ask about this matter. There's nothing to ask. If your master has a conflict with the Feng family, can you help her fight the Feng family? The two of them were chatting when they heard a voice. Lu Ran, Mu Shi, come see me. Lu Ran and Mu Shi looked at each other in surprise. Master of glazed glass? In the outer sea of the glazed glass world, on a certain route in the mist. A big green ship was sailing on the sea. From time to time, it would perform a void teleportation. Finally, after 2 hours, the void teleportation stopped. A moment later, on the deck, Han Fei controlled the fishing pole with his soul power and casually caught a few low-level lobsters. Xuanhuan was fiddling with the grill. From time to time, she would throw her fishing pole into the sea to find some low-level lobsters, conchs, and mantis shrimp. Yinner was standing far away, looking at Xuanhuan and Han Fei curiously. Han Fei said, Yinner, you don't know me? I thought you knew me. Yinner, shangshalled, and seeing that Yinner didn't speak, Han Fei smiled and said, people have yin souls and yang souls. What supports you in your body now is your yang soul, but you still lack a yin soul. She is waiting for me to take you back. In this way, your yin and yang souls will be combined, and then you can break through to the peak of the law enforcer realm at any time. With the abundant strength you have accumulated over so many years, I bet you will reach the explorer realm soon. Hearing Han Fei's words, Yinner frowned. Yin soul? Han Fei chuckled. With a thought, an extremely complicated array slowly formed on the hull. It was a small heaven and earth array. Han Fei said, the Tao of yin and yang are opposites, uniform, and produce each other. For example, in this heaven and earth array, you can enter and leave at a glance. If I'm not wrong, you can only enter but not leave. Therefore, you don't dare to absorb spiritual energy, but can only quickly release the power gathered in your body. Only in this way can you maintain the continuation of your life. She couldn't help but seek her teacher's approval, but her teacher wasn't on the deck. Yinner braced herself and asked, then where is my yin soul? Han Fei smiled. In the yin-yang world. Yinner asked, didn't they say that the yin-yang world disappeared 80,000 years ago? Han Fei said, disappearing doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If there's a way to disappear, there's naturally a way to return. It's a little difficult, but haven't I reappeared in the raging sea? At this moment, a cold-faced woman in green opened the cabin. Yinner looked back and was stunned. Who else could it be but Black Phoenix? Black Phoenix said, silly girl, since I am a king, how can I really be an old woman? Sheila I. A large amount of seasonings was poured into the oil pot, and an enticing fragrance burst out. When the shrimp meat entered the pot, there was a continuous sizzling sound, which made people swallow their saliva. Han Fei raised his head and said, greetings, Senior Black Phoenix. Black Phoenix smiled faintly. Why didn't you call me Senior before? Han Fei said. I didn't know you well back then. Black Phoenix didn't argue with Han Fei about this. She said, how are things in the yin-yang world? Are the 4 of them safe? Han Fei knew who the 4 people the Black Phoenix was talking about were. He said, the Waterwood Palace Master and the Golden Crow Palace Master have long died. Although my mother and father are still alive, their situation is not very good. At this time, Han Fei looked at Yinner and said, our father's name is Han Guanshu, the master of the 9 Palace. Our mother's name is Zhanglin Xian, the former master of the yin-yang world. This is a secret that I spent a long time to find out. You won't be able to see them this time you go back because I'm still not strong enough. However, shouldn't you call me brother now? Yinner opened her mouth, lowered her head, and said in a low voice, brother, chapter 1812, this is a problem of human unity. Ha ha ha. Han Fei laughed and called, come on, have a taste of the food your brother made. As the saying went, more haste, less speed. After all, Yinner was still very distant from him. When Yinner first came into contact with Hot Pot, she was completely fascinated. Even Black Phoenix looked at Han Fei in shock. This was completely different from the domineering master of a heavenly palace she knew. Black Phoenix couldn't help but remember that Zhenju and Longwu had said that this guy was a superb cook and claimed to be the best cook in the raging sea. In the past, she only thought that Zhenzu and Longwu were talking nonsense, but now it seemed that it was true. Han Fei asked, Yinner, is it delicious? Yinner, Han Fei asked, do you want to eat it every day? Yinner tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei thinking, now brother looks like a bad guy who wants to kidnap a child. Xuanhuan pinched Han Fei's waist speechlessly and said, cut the crap, eat. Han Fei, Xuanhuan pinched. Han Fei said, Senior Black Phoenix, since Yinner's spiritual heritage is too high, why didn't you seal this power from the beginning? Black Phoenix shook her head slightly. Why not use this power to cleanse her body repeatedly? You should be able to tell that Yinner's physique is extremely strong. Han Fei nodded slightly. Although her physique was not as strong as his before, it was indeed very strong in her realm. Han Fei said, that's good. However, this way of improving the physique will eventually leave some impure power in Yinner's body. Although Yinner's physique looks strong now, there's actually still a lot of room for improvement. Oh? Black Phoenix said in surprise. If it's a body refining technique, Yinner is probably past that period now. If she wants to completely rebuild her foundation, she'll have to cripple her cultivation and start afresh. But Yinner, with your heavenly heritage, even if you recultivate, it will be much faster. Han Fei shook his head. No need to recultivate. Black Phoenix was surprised. No need? Why? Yinner has been suppressing her strength for a long time. With the slightest carelessness, she'll have to transcend the tribulation. Han Fei said, I have a great technique. Although it's not the first in the entire Raging Sea, it's definitely among the top 3. This technique can remove the impurities in the body. With Yinner's current situation, I'm afraid that after completely removing the impurities in her body, her strength will even be reduced to that of a junior law enforcer. Black Phoenix's eyes widened. How can there be such a magic technique? If there is such a technique, it can be ranked first even in the entire Raging Sea. Han Fei smiled. Yinner, relax. Yinner didn't dare to be negligent. Now, in her eyes, Han Fei was a super powerful existence. She was still a little confused. She didn't dare to imagine that her brother was the master of a heavenly palace, so were her mother and father. All of this happened too suddenly. It wasn't that she hadn't asked her teacher before. However, her teacher never told her. She only told her to wait and that she might know the answer later. She asked how long it would take. But her teacher said that she didn't know either. Yinner still remembered that when she first asked this question, she was still a child less than 10 years old. More than 50 years had passed, and she finally got this answer. Yinner had just relaxed when Han Fei pointed at her glabella, and her glabella immediately dazzled with golden light. After a burst of colorful light, Han Fei looked at xuanhuan and said, Girl, relax too. Me? xuanhuan was stunned and asked in confusion, Is this body tempering technique useful to me? Han Fei smiled. Sure, this technique can be cultivated for cultivators in any realm. Take it. Xuanhuan certainly trusted Han Fei, so she didn't resist him. Han Fei didn't intend to keep the purity mystic body a secret. In Han Fei's view, this technique was just a transition technique. If he was willing, he could immediately spend 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi to deduce it. However, this body tempering technique was enough for the time being. This was because the body tempering technique deduced might only be suitable for high realms. For example, the indestructible overlord body eventually became the supreme mystic body. Although the latter was ranked high, the conditions required to cultivate it were extremely harsh. Now that Han Fei had the purity mystic body, he planned to teach it to the Thug Academy. At that time, he would nurture all the disciples of the Thug Academy into peerless heavenly talents. In the future, when he went on an expedition in the Raging Sea, he would have good soldiers. Black Phoenix was puzzled. You just taught others the #1 body refinement technique in the Raging Sea so easily? Han Fei smiled casually. The Raging Sea is still too small. Who has seen the world outside? It's just a body tempering technique. If I don't even teach it to my sister and my wife, who else can I teach it to? At that moment, Han Fei's arrogant temperament was revealed again. Black Phoenix was stunned for a moment and then said, The Avenger is already famous in the Martial Emperor City. Because of the 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, many people are paying attention to you. Han Fei said disdainfully. Wherever I am, the Avenger will be there. Black Phoenix, show me the supreme yin-yang wheel and the 9-palace luck ruler. Huh? Black Phoenix said. Although I already believe that you are the son of the palace master and the master of the 9-palace, I still want to confirm. No matter how strong your array skills are and how much you know about the yin-yang world, I still want to see those 2 things that can prove your identity. Han Fei raised his hand and the 9-palace luck ruler appeared in his hand. The marker moved and fell on the flat. Then, with a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared. He said, Since you know the yin-yang world so well, you should know them, right? Black Phoenix's eyes burned. Twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. Han Fei asked, What is Yinner's spiritual beast? Black Phoenix shook her head. For some reason, she hasn't awakened her spiritual beast yet. Han Fei frowned. He wasn't sure. Perhaps Yinner was slightly different from him and needed to wait for her yin soul and yang soul to fuse before she could awaken her spiritual beast. Without dwelling on this problem, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and a small yin-yang wheel appeared beside him, but he didn't use the supreme yin-yang wheel because it was unnecessary. Han Fei said, If you hadn't taken care of Yinner for so many years, I wouldn't have shown you so much. Black Phoenix, one last thing. I want to know why Yinner lacks a yin soul. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the Black Phoenix. I also want to ask, why did Yinner appear in the glazed glass world? Why were you by her side? Black Phoenix was surprised. You don't know? Han Fei? Not at all. Black Phoenix said, hundreds of years ago, I vaguely heard a summoning. In the void, I could occasionally hear the summoning of the Palace Master, but it was not clear. Until one day, a projection clone of the 9 Palace Master appeared in front of me with Yinner. Before and after, I only had time to say a few words before the projection of the 9 Palace Master disappeared. Han Fei asked, what did he say? Black Phoenix said, he said to wait and take good care of Yinner. If it's inconvenient, I can go to the glazed glass world to seek protection. Black Phoenix continued, the Devil Girl pirates drifted on the sea all year round. I wanted to take Yinner with me, but later I found that Yinner was talented and didn't have ordinary meridians at all. However, her soul was greatly damaged and she needed to rest, so I went to the glazed glass world to seek protection. Han Fei was slightly relieved. It was good that they didn't come to the glazed glass world from the beginning. Otherwise, the Feng family's matter won't be able to offset the favor. Black Phoenix, where is the Palace Master? Where is the Master of the 9 Palace? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps they're in the River of Time, but this is not something we should consider now. When Black Phoenix heard about the River of Time, the corners of her mouth twitched. That was indeed impossible to consider. That damn place was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even she could only see time at most. But to jump into time, that was almost no different from courting death. Black Phoenix, since saving the Palace Master is not something we should consider, what should we do? Han Fei grinned. Heh, how long have the 36 mystic worlds been controlled by these people from the Supreme Clearness world? I'm afraid they've lost their direction. Black Phoenix's heart did a flip. What did he mean? Han Fei said. Senior Black Phoenix, the Devil Girl pirates are still the Devil Girl pirates, and the Avenger is still the Avenger. We still need to wait for the Yin Yang world to return. I still need time to grow. Black Phoenix asked. Why? Han Fei asked. Do you want to take a look outside the raging sea? Black Phoenix narrowed her eyes, and Han Fei sneered. Do you think my goal is the 36 mystic worlds? No, no, no. The moment I awakened my Tao heart, my goal was no longer the 36 mystic worlds. Even if I know that there are kings and even emperors here. So what? A group of clowns have spent 100,000 years and are still immersed in the raging sea. They don't know what the outside world is like. At that moment, Han Fei looked like a real ruler. He was more like a king than any king the Black Phoenix had ever seen. Han Fei said indifferently, the current raging sea is a mess. Except for the high spiritual energy, more resources, and bigger places, there's nothing remarkable about it. The so-called kings, to put it nicely, are kings, but to put it bluntly, they are just a group of sea establishment cultivators. Although they are strong now, being strong for a moment doesn't mean they will always be strong. It's not about the revenge of the yin-yang world, but the unity of human beings. Han Fei felt this way not because Zhang Linxian said that she wanted him to find a way to unify the 36 heavenly palaces, but because after he saw these people, he felt that they were just a group of strong masters ruling a group of weak people, and they even separated themselves into the inner and outer domains, and their only goal was just the Monarch Palace. A Monarch Palace had blocked these people for 100,000 years. To be honest, Han Fei despised their narrow vision. Chapter 1813, Supreme Mystic World. While chatting with Black Phoenix, xuanhuan had quickly comprehended the cultivation method of the purity mystic body and slowly woke up. Seeing this, Black Phoenix didn't continue to discuss with Han Fei, but asked, "Are you going back to the yin-yang world?" Han Fei shook his head. Before returning to the yin-yang world, I still have some things to deal with. Let's go to the Supreme Mystic World first. Supreme Mystic World? Black Phoenix was slightly surprised and then reacted. Are you going to steal books? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. How could you guess it? I only said a name, Black Phoenix said. You've mastered the Twin Divine Technique and chosen to go to the Supreme Mystic World. Anyone can guess it. Han Fei asked. Why? Can't I steal it? Black Phoenix said. It's not that you can't steal it, but as far as I know, there are almost no people who can steal books in the Supreme Mystic World. Supreme Mystic Academy is a cultivation place for the strong. There should be a king guarding it. However, Black Phoenix was a little unsure. After all, Han Fei had the Twin Divine Technique. Even if he couldn't steal it, it wouldn't hurt his life. Han Fei said, I still have a lot of things to do in the Raging Sea. The Devil Girl Pirates are still the Devil Girl Pirates. From today on, you and I can pretend that we don't know each other. Give me a route to the Supreme Mystic World and a nearby route to the Martial Emperor's city. We can part ways immediately. Of course, I'll take Yinner away. Han Fei didn't know Black Phoenix well. Even if they were both related to the yin-yang world, there was no need to join forces now. Besides, if there were too many people, it would affect his plan. Black Phoenix took a deep look at Han Fei. When can the yin-yang world return? Han Fei shook his head slightly. That depends on when I can beat the strong. Although Han Fei believed that his strength was extraordinary, if he became a king in the future, his strength would increase several times. Even in this raging sea, there were very few people who could defeat him. However, it was meaningless if only he was strong. There were so many kings and even emperors in the raging sea. Therefore, Han Fei was not invincible. If the yin-yang world was to appear again, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was impossible for him and Mu Wuhua to resist the kings of the Raging Sea alone. They wouldn't even be able to withstand the impact of two pirate teams. Black Phoenix said again, Can we return to the yin-yang world? Han Fei shook his head. There's no need. The resources in the wild abyss are limited and the spiritual energy is thin. It can't compare to the raging sea in all aspects. If the Devil Girl pirates really care about the yin-yang world, they should preserve their strength as much as possible. When I return, there will be a storm of blood. Xia Xiaoqian had already woken up. Listening to the conversation between Han Fei and the Black Phoenix, she thought to herself, what Han Fei didn't mention is the hidden danger of the Merman royal family she forcibly left. Xuanhuan was not stupid. He would find out sooner or later. At that time, his target would definitely be Han Fei. Therefore, Han Fei said that he needed stronger strength. Alas, Black Phoenix threw a jade slip to Han Fei and said, in the end, paper can't cover fire. Since you have returned and appeared in the glazed glass world, this news will eventually spread. The news that the yin-yang world is about to appear can't be hidden in the raging sea for long. Since you are now the master of the yin-yang world, this is something you have to bear. Han Fei grinned and didn't speak. He would deal with whatever came his way. From the moment the Snow Lady discovered his identity, he had been prepared for the news of the yin-yang world to be exposed. Half a day later, when Yinner woke up, Black Phoenix and Yinner talked for quite a while in the cabin before they separated. When the flag of the Avenger was raised, Black Phoenix's heart sank slightly. If possible, she really didn't want to see the master of the yin-yang world appear in the raging sea in such a form. However, Han Fei's strength and grand vision gave her hope. She decided to wait and see. For the time being, she would gather all the forces of the Devil Girl pirates. Over the years, she had kept a low profile for too long. It was time for her to plunder. Yinner bid farewell to Black Phoenix with tears in her eyes. When there were only Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan on the ship, she was too tense and restrained. Han Fei immediately summoned Nianer. Brother. When Nianer came out, there was a little squirrel on her head and a big white rabbit in her arms. Nianer said happily, Brother, I went to see Sister Waterluster today. The little crab is moving. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Has the King Ba crab begun to revive? However, this was not what Han Fei cared about now. He said, Nianer, this is my biological sister Yinner. Yinner, this is the daughter of my old friend Nianer. I think you two can play together? Han Yinner was stunned for a moment. Another sister appeared. Nianer, on the other hand, had already run over. Sister Yinner, take this big white rabbit. It's so soft. Nianer directly put the big white rabbit into her arms. This was the first time Han Yinner had seen such a magical creature. It was simply cute. The rabbit was not afraid of strangers and kept wriggling in Yinner's arms. Han Yinner asked, what is this? Nianer said, Bunny? Sister Yinner, don't you know Bunny? Nianer turned around. Brother, shall we take Sister Yinner into the painting? Han Fei nodded slightly and looked at Yinner. Open your mind. Just go to the small world with Nianer to have some fun. I will go to the Supreme Mystic World in the Martial Emperor City. It may take a few days. In the small world, the spiritual energy is thin, which will make you feel more comfortable. When the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, Yinner and Nianer went to the sea quelling painting together. Han Fei was slightly relieved. Xia Xiaoshan asked, Are you just going to let them stay in the sea quelling painting? Is it really okay? Han Fei said. With Xiao Xia, Tree Spirit, and the others around, it won't be a problem. Otherwise, Yinner is so restrained since she doesn't know me well. When we return to the yin-yang world, I can stuff both of them into the Thug Academy. It should take some time for them to understand this world. After all, teacher Wenren Yu and the others know more about teaching than us. When Yinner went into the sea quelling painting, Han Fei immediately glanced at the route left by Black Phoenix, quickly raised the sail, and moved in the direction of the Supreme Mystic World. He had just fought in the glazed glass world. When Liuli went back, she would definitely know that someone from the yin-yang world had come. The glazed glass world was on good terms with Supreme Mystic, Immeasurability, and Sword God. Perhaps one day she would tell this matter to the other worlds. Therefore, he had to go to the Supreme Mystic World early. According to the route given by Black Phoenix, Han Fei roughly checked the routes. They were mostly twisted, so there must be many detours on these routes. As for why there were detours, it was probably because of some dangerous creatures on this route. Powerful creatures also had territorial awareness. And the route was mainly meant to avoid these marine creatures with great territories. Of course, there should be some creatures that suddenly attacked the route, but theoretically speaking, powerful marine creatures usually wouldn't run out of their territory. Therefore, Han Fei didn't encounter any danger along the way. The only thing he encountered was a huge octopus that reached the peak of the Venerable Realm. It was not hard to imagine that the big octopus was absorbed by Han Fei and ended up as food. 3 days passed. Han Fei finally came to the sea near the Supreme Mystic World from the zigzagging routes. The Supreme Mystic World covered various cultivation means. Here, there were tens of thousands of academies of various sizes. Of course, in these academies, there would be some difference in quality and level. For example, some schools had venerables, while some only had explorers. Of course, in the Supreme Mystic World, there was a place recognized as the strongest, which was the Academy. The Academy was unparalleled in the 36 Mystic Worlds. It was said to contain millions of classics, including all kinds of magical techniques and combat skills. Supreme Mystic World, Muddy Sky City, the Holy Land of Book Mountain. When Han Fei came to this place, he felt terrible. He had been wandering around for a day and had even read the memories of 2 people in a row. He had already known a lot about the Supreme Mystic World. But what made Han Fei speechless was that the academy was on the Book Mountain, which itself was an array with many wonderful arrays embedded in it. Secondly, there were very few disciples in Book Mountain. It was said that there were less than 100 inner disciples and less than 1,000 outer disciples in the entire Book Mountain. Outer disciples couldn't go to the inner sect yet, so Book Mountain was desolate all year round and no one came to climb it. Han Fei looked at the towering peak and thought to himself, there must be countless arrays waiting for me along the way. Even if I'm an array master, it's impossible for me to sneak in without knowing the arrays. After a day, Han Fei finally couldn't sit still. He said, if these people don't come out all year round, do I have to wait here for years? No, I have to lure them out. Old Yuan said, I don't think there are any weaklings in this academy. How much noise do you have to make to attract them? Han Fei wondered if he should trigger the seal on the Book Mountain and attract the attention of the academy. When they sent people to investigate, he would quietly possess them and follow them in. Just as Han Fei was about to carry out this plan, he suddenly saw a figure break through the seal of the Book Mountain and come out. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that it was xuanhuan. Han Fei was overjoyed. God help me. Chapter 1814, Scripture Repository Tower. Han Fei was worried that he couldn't enter the academy when xuanhuan came out. Han Fei's impression of xuanhuan was that this guy was like a scholar with a refined temperament. In addition, this person was knowledgeable and seemed more like a commander. Previously, in the land of King Death, it was actually this guy who commanded the heavenly talents of the four palaces. Even later, in the battle of Mushui and Mushi, Mushui was also constantly directing Mushi to fight. Perhaps this was a great advantage of the supreme mystic world. He must have read many combat skills and techniques and knew these things very well, so he had the ability to command. At this moment, xuanhuan went out. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let him go. With a thought, he chased after him. A moment later, on a high-level island in the supreme mystic world, which should be a high-level reception port, there were several half-kings guarding here. At this moment, they were receiving a big ship that had just arrived. Han Fei followed xuanhuan all the way here. When he saw the boat, his heart did a flip. Who was standing on the boat? Wasn't it Lu Ran and Mu Shi? Han Fei was lost for words. He had just come from the glazed glass world, but these two people arrived so quickly. Those who didn't know better would think that he was followed. xuanhuan, junior sister Lu Ran, junior sister Mu Shi, you're here? Lu Ran said. Brother Song, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I didn't expect you to pick me up personally. Where's Sisi? xuanhuan smiled and said, that girl made no progress in cultivation, so she was punished to read in the Scripture Repository Tower. Huh? Reading again? Mushi couldn't help but shrink her head, seeming to sympathize with her good sister. xuanhuan said, it doesn't matter. She's already used to being punished. When you go over later, that girl will definitely sneak out. But don't go in. If she can't even hold out for 10 days or half a month, the punishment next time will definitely be more severe. Lu Ran clicked her tongue and shook her head. I really don't understand your academy. Sisi is already so smart, but she is still punished into reading books? If this were in our glazed glass world, I'm afraid I would have to live in the Scripture Repository Tower and never be able to come out. xuanhuan smiled and said, if the master of glazed glass was willing, you would have been in the academy long ago. Mushi said, then why are we here? xuanhuan said, I don't know much about this. I only know that it has something to do with the martial emperor's city. Let's wait for a while. Li Kaitian and Jianhui should be on their way too. They will arrive in half a day at most. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Something to do with the martial emperor's city? What a coincidence. He was going to the martial emperor's city too. If they were going there too, he could even take a ride. Half a day later, Li Kaitian and Jianhui arrived. Before Li Kaitian got off the boat, he shouted, I really don't know what's the rush. I've just come home and was about to cultivate in seclusion for half a year before I was kicked out. Jianhui hugged his sword and asked calmly, why are we here? xuanhuan said, let's talk when we get to the academy first. After all, if you come as guests, our academy has to receive you, right? Han Fei had already attached himself to xuanhuan, so he followed them back to the academy. When they came to the foot of the Book Mountain, xuanhuan led the crowd into it. Wherever they went, the mist retreated and the light dissipated. The arrays seemed to ignore them. Han Fei was paying attention to these arrays and then found that these arrays were extremely complicated, similar to the methods he used to create the maze trial in the Thousand-Star City. Li Kaitian said, Old Song, there are only a few dozen of you living in Book Mountain. What's there to hide? If we land halfway up the mountain, I won't be able to tell the direction. Lu Ran said, shut up. They didn't set up this Book Mountain for you. If they had accepted someone like you, the academy would have been full long ago. Li Kaitian chuckled. Hey, it's not my fault. These people were on good terms. Judging from their friendly relationship, the four heavenly palaces should be quite close. At least, the heavenly talents were very familiar with each other. After a while, everyone passed the Book Mountain array and saw a paradise on Earth. Here, the spiritual energy was more than 3 times more intense than in the outside world. Han Fei saw big birds flying away in shock, insects jumping in the forest, waterfalls, mountains, springs, green grass, ponds, lotus flowers, and lush green forests. Of course, these were not important. What was important was that in some forests, among the scattered houses, a tall tower stood. No matter what the other sceneries of the academy were, anyone who came to the academy for the first time would definitely be attracted by this tower. They all knew that this must be the scripture repository tower of the academy. Li Kaitian clicked his tongue and said, "Every time I see the scripture repository tower, I can't help but want to go in and take a look. Hey, old Song, can you ask your junior uncle to let us go in and explore it?" Song Kaiyuan smiled and said, "If you want to find some books to read, I can let you enter the scripture repository tower, but if you all want to explore it, I can't decide. You can ask my master." Li Kaitian shrugged. "Forget it. My luck has never been good. I've been here 3 times, and my luck was getting worse each time. Forget it. I'm not entering it." Hearing their words, Han Fei felt that the scripture repository tower was actually composed of 2 parts. One part was the normal library. There were all kinds of books, combat skills, and techniques hidden here. The other part required one to explore. What one could get was completely unexpected. After entering this place, Han Fei didn't scan this place with his perception. At the same time, he didn't ask the old turtle to investigate either. The Supreme Mystic World was an important heavenly palace in the inner domain. He couldn't underestimate the king here. It turned out that although the old turtle was knowledgeable and had experienced a long period of sedimentation, his strength was not exaggerated. If his original body was still here, he might be able to dominate a region and easily sweep across the heavenly palaces. But the point was that the old turtle only had 1 soul now. Han Fei didn't dare to take the risk. Everyone walked together, and in the blink of an eye, they came to a lake that was as smooth as a mirror. Behind this lake was the scripture repository tower. On the lake, a person in white stood on 1 foot, holding a book in his hand, as if he didn't hear the arrival of Song Kaiyuan and the others. When they saw this person, everyone immediately put their movements light. Song Kaiyuan cupped his hands at the man and said, "Junior uncle, everyone is here." The man didn't move his eyes away from the page but turned it over. After reading for a while, he slowly said, "All of you are too impetuous. Now stay still for a day just like me." Everyone, Li Kaiyuan and Lu Ran, looked at each other and thought to themselves, "I knew it. Every time they saw this junior uncle, he would say this." They had to stand for a day before they could do anything else. "Junior Uncle Ed, I don't want to read. I want to stand as punishment." Suddenly, everyone looked up at the scripture repository tower. At a small window 100 meters high, someone stuck her head out of the window and shouted. Who else could it be if not Mushui Sisi? The man in white frowned. "Rude. Shut up." The white-clothed man reached out and squeezed, and Mushui Sisi's mouth closed. She immediately couldn't speak. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Fuck, does the scripture repository tower have windows? His first thought was, I can get in from a window. But on second thought, it didn't make sense. It was impossible for such a tower to have no seals. Once he entered through the window, he would immediately trigger the seals. However, Mushui Sisi, whose mouth was sealed, was still gesturing. Suddenly, Mushi bowed to the man in white and said, "Junior Uncle Thief King, may I go in and be punished together with Sisi?" The man in white looked up at Mushi and snorted. "Your willpower is extremely poor. I'll punish you to go to the tower and copy the meditation, glazed glass scripture 10 times. Han Fei was stunned. Who the fuck is this guy? She's not your disciple. How can you punish her? However, why does this punishment sound like special treatment? Han Fei immediately attached himself onto Mushi quietly. Mushi smiled sweetly. Thank you, junior uncle. With that, Mushi ran to the scripture repository tower. It was obvious that she was familiar with the place. When Mushi entered the tower, she stepped on 7 or 8 arrays in a row and then entered a bottom passage about 20 meters long. At the end of the passage, there was a stone door that could be pushed open easily. As if going home, Mushi passed 6 stone doors in a row before she came to the real scripture repository tower. Han Fei was shocked by what he saw. The entire inner area of the scripture repository tower was full of bookshelves. Not only were there bookshelves on the walls of the tower, but in the middle of the scripture repository tower, there was a pillar that seemed to reach all the way to the top of the tower. Outside this circle of pillars, there were also layers of bookshelves. This was just the most basic bookshelf structure inside and outside. Also, between the two, there were some floating bookshelves, most in a semicircle flying in the air. There were thousands of them. Han Fei estimated that there were probably 1 million books here. Oh my god. Han Fei had long known that there were many books in the Supreme Mystic World, but he didn't expect there to be so many. However, it had been 100,000 years since the Age of Doom. It seemed natural that there were many books. Mushi jumped up, soared 100 meters in the air, and hugged Mushui Sisi. The two immediately spoke telepathically. Mushui Sisi said, Shishi, help me teach senior brother a lesson later. It's all his fault. Junior Uncle Thief King thinks I'm not smart again. Mushi seemed to be used to this scene and immediately said, You're not as smart as Senior Brother's song in the first place. Okay, let's copy it. Half for each of us. When you're done, let's play chess. Okay, Han Fei, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to sneak in so easily. He had thought it would be difficult, but it turned out that stealing books was not a problem for him at all. Chapter 1815, Ambush of the Kings. Although Mushui Sisi claimed that she was not liked by her junior uncle, in fact, she was actually spoiled. Otherwise, how could a half-king wheedle a king? How could she even have a helper? When Mu Shui and Mu Shi grabbed a pen and paper and began to copy books, Han Fei looked at the top of the tower. He didn't expect that he would come to the Supreme Mystic World so easily. Black Phoenix had told him that it was difficult to steal books from the Supreme Mystic World. However, he didn't even spend any effort. While the two girls were copying books, Han Fei had already come to the center of the 1,000-meter-tall tower. At this point, there were no bookshelves, and above his head was a starry sky. Han Fei had seen this scene before. Back in the Fiery Mountain in the Level 2 fishery, after he climbed up the pillar, he had seen this kind of starry roof. The sky above this kind of tower building was actually connected to a void, and every starlight dot actually represented an opportunity, a treasure, of course, in the scripture repository tower. Every starlight should represent a book. Han Fei felt that he had to do more to get more treasures. But once he took action, wouldn't he be discovered? Han Fei calmed himself down. He still had a way to make Old Yuan use the turtle shell sky sealing technique to temporarily seal this space. Of course, in that case, it was very likely that he would be discovered. Han Fei didn't want to run out so quickly. After all, it wasn't easy for him to come in. Wouldn't it be a loss if he left without getting anything? Han Fei's purpose here was to find a body-refining technique suitable for him. The Supreme Mystic World had a lot of books. If he could choose dozens of books and fuse them with the Purity Mystic Body with the help of the Demon Purification Pot, he might be able to get a stronger technique. The Purity Mystic Body was ranked 998th in the Sea Establishment realm. Among the millions of races in the Infinite Ocean, it seemed to be extremely strong, but Han Fei knew that as long as he had enough body-tempering techniques, he could deduce stronger techniques. However, when Han Fei tried to fly into the starry sky, he discovered, to his surprise, that the stars were retreating. Fuck. Han Fei immediately retreated. Fortunately, he only tried to get a little closer. If the noise was too loud, wouldn't he be exposed on the spot? However, just as the stars retreated, Mu Shui couldn't help but look up at the top of the tower. Huh? Why is the sea of books moving? Mu Shi said. Isn't it always moving around? Mu Shui shook her head. That's not right. That's roaming. But this time, it's escaping. Buzz. Just as Mu Shui was surprised, she saw that the junior uncle in white suddenly appeared in the tower with a swish. Mu Shui was shocked and hurriedly said via voice transmission, Junior uncle, I'm not slacking off. However, the junior uncle in white said indifferently, Kaiyuan, come in. Immediately afterward, Song Kaiyuan, Lu Ran, Li Kaitian, and Jian Hui entered the scripture repository tower. Mu Shui asked in surprise, why are you punished too? Song Kaiyuan shook his head helplessly. This silly junior sister. Why is she always so stupid at critical moments? The man in white said, okay, we've been putting on a show for you for so long, it's time for you to show up. Should I call you Xuanhuan or Han Fei, or should I call you Yin Yang Palace Master? Everyone, N? Except for Song Kaiyuan, everyone was stunned. What did he mean? Lu Ran and Mu Shi were also dumbfounded. Xuanhuan? What did it have to do with Xuanhuan? Li Kaitian couldn't help but ask, Han Fei. Isn't that the commander of the Avenger Pirates? Han Fei was also dumbfounded. What's going on? I've been discovered. My perfect concealment technique has been seen through. Outside the Book Mountain, in a restaurant, Han Fei, Sha Xiaoshan, Yinner, and Nianer were eating. Suddenly, Han Fei's pupils were constricted, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the Book Mountain. Excellent. Does this Book Mountain know what I'm going to do? How did it know I was coming? Sha Xiaoshan asked. What's wrong? Han Fei said carelessly. I was discovered. In the scripture repository tower. Mu Shui and the others looked around in confusion. There were only the few of them in the tower. Who was Junior Uncle talking to? The man in white said indifferently, since I've confirmed that you're here, you must be here. You've just been to the glazed glass world. We Supreme Mystic World is so close to the glazed glass world. There's no reason for you not to come. Mu Shui Junior Uncle, what are you talking about? Is there anyone here? Don't scare me. Mu Shi tugged at Mu Shui sleeve. Don't speak. After a few seconds, a voice said leisurely, I'm very curious. When did the people from your academy start to scheme against me? How did they know my identity? How did they know that I would definitely come? Hiss, huh? Ah, ghost, Mu Shui and Mu Shi widened their eyes in shock. So, they had been with a mysterious person just now? Mu Shi's eyes flickered with a strange light. Xuanhuan? Was it Xuanhuan from the Snow God's Temple? At this moment, Song Kaiyuan stood out. Fellow Taoist Xuanhuan, in the land of King Death, I've already guessed that you, Black Ghost, and Xuanhuan are the same person. Excluding the possibility of avatars, since you have the Ashless World, I've already been sure of my guess. After leaving the land of King Death, Junior Uncle quickly went to the Martial Emperor City to get some information about you. However, we found that you had direct contact with the commander of the Avengers, Han Fei. In addition to some things happening in the Thunderfire world, it's not difficult to confirm that you and Han Fei are the same person. Song Kaiyun continued, I wasn't very sure that you would come. First of all, the Glazed Glass world and the Supreme Mystic world are very close. To be precise, we 4 heavenly palaces are all very close to each other. Our Supreme Mystic world is known as the World of Books, so I estimated that you might come here. Secondly, we estimated that you would come to explore historical books and investigate the secrets of the raging sea. Although it was just a guess, it happened to be right. However, I didn't expect you to explore the sea of books as soon as you came. As soon as xuanhuan said so, some other people appeared with a swish. Luran couldn't help but shout in surprise. Master? Li Kaiyan exclaimed. Ah! Master Dragon, Jianhui said. Greetings, Master Sword God. Lu Ran's teacher was naturally the master of glazed glass. Master Dragon that Li Kaitian mentioned was named Shang Long, the master of the immeasurability world. Jianhui's teacher, Sword God, was Sword God Lu Qing, the master of the Sword God world. The last one was Lu Yu, the master of the supreme mystic world. The Snow Lady had told Han Fei about these people on the Snow God. At this moment, to Han Fei's shock, all these big shots were waiting for him, Han Fei said. It seems that I've gained a lot of face. I even attracted the attention of the 4 heavenly masters. Lu Li looked like a girl. Her face was relaxed, covered with a white gauze, and her eyes were watery. She was a peerless beauty. Lu Li said, you went to the glazed glass world and fought with Feng Xinlan, and then you claimed that you didn't owe us a favor? No way. Anyway, Lu Ran and the others were dumbfounded. With so many big shots here, it was impossible for them to be talking to the air. There must be someone here. In the next moment, Mu Shui Sisi said to Mu Shi via voice transmission, it's the twin divine technique, the yin-yang world's twin divine technique that has disappeared for 80,000 years. Oh my god, he's here. The white-clothed junior uncle looked at Mu Shui Sisi and shook his head helplessly. Stupid. Han Fei finally understood that Mu Shui Sisi might just be bait and was deliberately placed here. When Mu Shi and the others arrived, the white-clothed junior uncle knew that with this girl's personality, she definitely couldn't hold back. He also knew that Mu Shi would definitely ask to go in and be punished together because they were very good friends. This would give Han Fei a chance to enter the scripture repository tower. After entering the scripture repository tower, once he was tempted by the treasures that were as dense as the stars, he would expose himself. And all of this was part of these people's plan. Perhaps this wasn't the only coincidence they had planned. For example, they punished Mu Shuisi into reading in the scripture repository tower. Perhaps they had long suspected that he was here, so they let Mu Shui Sisi enter the tower. No wonder it was so easy for me to enter Book Mountain. I didn't expect that all I saw was bait. Han Fei didn't hide it anymore. At this moment, sitting on a bookshelf, he said indifferently, however, since you know that it's the twin divine technique, you should know that this scripture repository tower can't trap me. Lu, you said, we don't have any ill intentions, so you don't have to run in a hurry. Don't you want to steal books from my supreme mystic world? As the master of the supreme mystic world, so what if I let you steal a few times? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. As the saying went, free food was the most expensive. It was impossible for these people not to want something from him. What Han Fei didn't understand was that since the masters of these heavenly palaces knew that he was coming, why did they let their heavenly talents and disciples participate in witnessing this scene? So, was it fun to unveil his mysterious mask? Han Fei said, don't say steal, okay? I'm just borrowing some books. Lu, you chuckled. Whether it's stealing or borrowing, since the master of the yin-yang world has appeared, it means that it's not far away from returning. Is there still a place for the yin-yang world in the raging sea? It's impossible for the snow god's temple to protect the yin-yang world. Although, with the 4 of us, it's still difficult for the yin-yang world to establish itself in the raging sea. Do you not want us to be your allies? Han Fei smiled. Allies? What conditions do you need? Sword god Lu Qing said. Leave raging sea. Han Fei's heart did a flip. In the next moment, Lu Yu said, if I've guessed right, you should have a powerful compass in your hand. Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. How did these people know about the vast ocean navigator? Lu Li said, don't be surprised. That thing was made by us together in the first place. But 80,000 years ago, some accidents happened, causing the yin-yang world, water-wood world, golden crow world, and nine palace world to be besieged. In the end, the golden crow world was taken, the nine palace world was sealed, and yin-yang and water-wood world escaped. The 4 of us formed an alliance and retreated to a corner, which has lasted to this day. Therefore, from the beginning, we were allies. Chapter 1816, Explore the Sea of Books. Han Fei didn't trust these so-called allies very much. He could roughly guess that the yin-yang world used to have a good relationship with these families, but before he came to the supreme mystic world, Black Phoenix didn't say anything about them to him. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed. No matter how good their relationship was in the past, could it still be so good now? Han Fei didn't want to take the risk. Han Fei said, do you want to talk about this in front of so many people? Lu, you said, why don't you show up? Han Fei said, I've showed up now. Everyone, especially Mu Shui Sisi and the others, they had learned from history that there was a magical technique like the twin divine technique. No one had really seen it. Now, Han Fei's words made them speechless. As half-kings, they couldn't even see his shadow. They had scanned around with their perceptions many times, but there was clearly nothing. Lu, you didn't ask anymore. They could feel where Han Fei was, but they could only feel nothingness, where there was vague chaotic chi surging. If they really attacked him, the chaotic chi should be used to blow himself up. Lu Yu couldn't help but say, Anyway, since you're here, I don't mind you choosing a few great techniques. Let's talk after you finish exploring the sea of books. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Are you kidding me? I'm here to steal books, but you blocked me here. Not only did you not chase me away, but you also allowed me to explore the sea of books? What kind of logic is that? Needless to say, this was clearly a trap. Han Fei said, "You're not waiting for me to explore the sea of books, are you? You'd better tell me in advance. Otherwise, I really dare not explore the sea of books." "Lu," you said, "I'll tell you after you explore the sea of books." Han Fei, in the outside world. Han Fei's white mist body was measuring his luck with the 9-palace luck ruler. Lu, you and the others' behavior puzzled Han Fei. After all, he was here to steal, but the owner was waiting for him to steal? And he even encouraged him to steal. If there was nothing wrong with it, Han Fei could pull his head off and kick it like a ball. However, when Han Fei tested his luck, he found that the result was auspicious. Although it wasn't greatly auspicious, it meant that something good would happen. Can I really explore it? Are the masters of these heavenly palaces really so friendly? However, the 9-palace luck ruler wouldn't lie. If even an auspicious divination result appeared, why didn't he explore it? In the scripture repository tower, Han Fei smiled. "Since you don't mind, let me try." "Lu, you smiled. You can explore it 9 times. Huh? xuanhuan and Mushui looked at Lu Yu at the same time, thinking to themselves, this is unfair, isn't it? Every time we are allowed to explore the sea of books, we are only allowed 3 times. Why does this guy have 9 chances? Before xuanhuan and the others could come out of their shock, Lu Yu said, "However, you have to be careful. Anyone who explores in the scripture repository tower only has 9 chances in their life. After using them up, it's impossible to find any more books here." xuanhuan thought to himself, after all, this person is the current heavenly master of the yin-yang world. Perhaps his status is higher than ours, therefore I can understand. After a slight surprise, xuanhuan and the others raised their heads. Few people were qualified to come to the scripture repository tower to explore the sea of books. Han Fei could be said to be the strongest and most important person to explore the sea of books. What book would he find? Lu Yu said, "You need to release your soul and blood to illuminate the sea of books and then explore the books with a fishhook. Have a try." His twin bodies were telepathic. Although Han Fei didn't know what Lu Yu and the others were up to, he wasn't worried. They had clearly asked him to investigate. If he didn't even dare to do this, wouldn't he seem too petty? Buzz. Han Fei didn't conceal his actions. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the top of the scripture repository tower, at the bottom of the sea of books. At the bottom of the sea of books, there was a circular wooden platform for people to stand on. Han Fei was standing on it, holding a fishing pole. In the sea of books, his divine might shone and instantly shot into the galaxy. Han Fei switched his great Tao to his own great Tao, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment, and the path of invincibility. Swish, 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 swish. Although Mushui and the others couldn't see Han Fei, they could see the fishing pole in the air and the soaring blood and chi, so they knew that there was someone here. Suddenly, Mushui said via voice transmission, "Look, there are more stars in the sea of books." Needless to say, everyone saw that in the starry sky of the sea of books, the shining stars became more and more dense. However, the stars were different in brightness, as if the stars were trying to outshine each other. However, the white-clothed junior uncle said, "It's not necessarily a good thing to have more stars in the sea of books. If you have too many choices, you won't know how to choose." At this moment, countless summons suddenly appeared in Han Fei's heart. Han Fei looked over and could see at least hundreds of shining stars trying to establish a connection with him. Han Fei's lips twitched. Fuck, how should I choose? They all feel good. Originally, Han Fei was here to find a body tempering technique. However, when he was in the Snow God's temple, he had already deduced a wave of body tempering techniques. Although they might not be the strongest, they were very likely the strongest in the Raging Sea. After all, the Purity Mystic Body was one of the top body tempering techniques in the entire Sea Establishment realm. Of course, he had to find it, but the number of times was limited, so he should find some other book first. Han Fei looked at the stars and thought that he had to use the Vast Ocean Navigator. Immediately afterward, in Han Fei's body where it was covered by the black mist, the Vast Ocean Navigator began to spin. Han Fei's first choice was naturally the 8th level of Void Fishing. Whether its name was Void Fishing or True Spirit Fishing, the Vast Ocean Navigator knew what he should choose. The Vast Ocean Navigator began to spin, which meant that there was something he needed here. Under the gaze of xuanhuan and the others, after quite a while, Han Fei suddenly threw the hook at a shining star near the center of the tower. Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei saw an ancient fish-skin book emerge from the void, on which the words Void Fishing Level 8 were written. Han Fei was stunned. He didn't expect that he would catch void fishing instead of true spirit fishing, which saved him the process to deduce it. Huh? Shanglong was puzzled. Why haven't I heard of this technique? Sword God Lu Qing, the Tao runes in this book seem to be from the Monarch Palace, right? Luli, I've never heard of it. Lu Yu, this is your world's book. You should know it, right? Lu Yu shrugged and sneered. The tower is not my tower. I've never heard of this technique. However, I remember something. Everyone looked at him, and Lu Yu said, Among the human cultivation techniques in the entire Raging Sea, there is a technique with only 7 levels. Don't you know it? Lu Li asked. Are you talking about the true spirit fishing art? That technique is just ordinary, right? Lu Yu shook his head. Although its quality is average, it's very rare because it covers all realms from the lowest level to the sea establishment realm. Besides, I've never heard that it has the 8th level. Everyone was silent. Lu, you knew more about techniques and combat skills than them. If Lu Yu's first thought was the true spirit fishing art, perhaps there was indeed a connection between the two. Han Fei was shocked. Even if this was the only gain he got today, it was worth it. At least, it meant that there was still a way to go after void fishing. Originally, the 7th level of void fishing, void descending, was already extremely terrifying. This was different from the projections of ordinary kings. It was said that the void fishing could make the projections cross thousands of kilometers. However, in Han Fei's opinion, this ability was not as good as the void lines and the sky stealing technique. When the two were combined, it was perfect. Void descending had no effect for the time being, except that it could give him some clones and allow him to fight many people alone. Now that he had obtained the 8th level of void fishing, Han Fei immediately stuffed it into Forge the Universe. Even in the Black Mist state, Han Fei's use of Forge the Universe wouldn't be hindered. Han Fei smiled secretly. Anyway, these people couldn't see his expression. They only knew that he was the master of the yin-yang world. But how could they know that he had a treasure like the demon purification pot? However, when the void fishing technique was activated, the stars in the sea of books became even more dense. The stars were so densely packed that there was almost no distance between them. While Lu Yu and the others were shocked, Han Fei's vast ocean navigator began to spin again. This time, Han Fei wanted to find the strongest body tempering technique here. From the beginning, Han Fei's goal was to find a body tempering technique. Although he had already deduced the purity mystic body, he had already come to the scripture repository tower. Why not find it? Swish Sun. When a magical book shining with dazzling golden light appeared, Han Fei saw the body refining technique named Chaotic Demon Body. Below, the master of the immeasurability world said in shock, "Isn't this the chaotic demon body of Taiyuan of the chaos world? Your academy even has such a body refining technique?" Lu Yu shrugged. "How would I know? He can get the chaotic demon body, which means that his physique refining talent is at least comparable to old Taiyuan." Chapter 1817, Former Alliance. After Han Fei took the chaotic demon body, he threw it into Forge the Universe without looking at it. After taking the strongest body tempering technique in the Raging Sea, now Han Fei wanted to choose the technique most suitable for him. There were countless techniques, but suitability was the most important. Because the number of times was limited, Han Fei wouldn't use all the times to get body tempering techniques and then fuse them. Therefore, when the vast ocean navigator began to spin for the 3rd time, it pointed at the technique most suitable for him. Han Fei didn't specify a certain category. When the marker stopped, the fishhook was cast out. What was pulled out of the sea of books was a book called the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Saber. As soon as this technique came out, rays of light swam in the sea of books and all stars glittered. Lu Yu, Lu Li, and the others looked at each other and nodded slightly. They seemed to have some judgment about something. Since then, Han Fei had used up the times to use the vast ocean navigator today. He looked at the great technique that almost dazzled his eyes and didn't know what to do. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Without the vast ocean navigator, he didn't know what to do. Although Lu Yu wanted to give him 9 choices, could he fish blindly? This time, his experience in the scripture repository tower was completely different from what he expected. Han Fei didn't find a massive number of body-refining techniques, but he obtained the 8th level of void fishing. This book alone was better than thousands of books. This book decided that he could continue his current path. After taking the 3 techniques, Han Fei put away his fishing pole and dispersed his blood qi. The starlight in the sea of books slowly faded away the moment Han Fei's aura subsided. In the end, it returned to its original appearance. Han Fei said, 9 times is too many. I think I'll probably have more interactions with the Supreme Mystic World in the future, so I might as well leave it for the future. Now, can you tell me why you want me to explore the Sea of Books first? Shanglong of the Immeasurability World sneered. Boy, let me tell you something. The fact that you can appear here means that you inherited the luck of Yin-Yang, Waterwood, and 9 palaces. Your luck triggered the Book Sea, proving that you are a person with great luck. The 36 Mystic Worlds have been trapped in the Raging Sea for too long. If the Yin-Yang world appears in the Raging Sea again, how can it not have the help of allies? Sword God Lu Qing said indifferently, "We don't have any ill intentions, but your appearance means that there will be a change in this era. Our 4 heavenly palaces are different from Supreme Clearness, Infinity, and the others. We are waiting for a change." Han Fei was lost for words. "How did you know it was me?" Lu Yu smiled. "Luck. Since you had the compass that left the Raging Sea, your fate was destined to be different." This time, even Song Kaiyuan was confused. The king set up this trap just for this? As smart as Song Kaiyuan, he naturally knew of the existence of the Monarch Palace, in a way, limited human exploration of the outside world. However, the depths of the Imperial Palace were too dangerous. Even kings would die there. But now with Han Fei, there was hope of leaving the Raging Sea? In any case, this was great news for the four palaces. However, after a moment of silence, Han Fei said, "Seniors, if you want to leave the Raging Sea, even if I have a way to leave the Raging Sea, how do you know that I'm willing to leave?" Liu Li said, "You're only a half-king now, but you can tie with Feng Xinlin. This means that it shouldn't be that difficult for you to become a king." "Do you also want to be sealed in this world by the Monarch Palace forever?" Han Fei said with a smile. "You've explored the Monarch Palace for 80,000 years. If I want to leave, I'll definitely have to explore the Monarch Palace first. But if you expect me to take you away, you should pay me more than a few books." "Lu," you said with a smile, "it's too early to say whether to go or not, but this doesn't prevent us from establishing a certain alliance first. At least, you owe the glazed glass world a favor, and now you've got 3 great techniques from our supreme mystic world. Since you're already prepared to take revenge on the supreme clearness, infinity, and the other heavenly palaces, you don't want to make enemies of us too, right? Therefore, why don't we establish an alliance today?" Han Fei thought for a moment and smiled. "I have no objection. However, I'm curious why they are all here. Logically speaking, he could just talk with the masters of the heavenly palaces about these things. Why were xuanhuan and the others all here? And they had been here since the beginning." At this moment, Lu Li interrupted. "It's not so easy to return the favor of the glazed glass world. There's something wrong with the Feng family about Yinair, but you've killed the people of the Feng family and fought Feng Xinlan. You've only cleared part of the debt. As for the other part, you should take the 2 people from our glazed glass world with you." Lu Yu said, "After all, you got 3 great techniques from the scripture repository tower. I heard that your Avenger pirates lack people. My disciples, Song Kaiyuan and Mushui Sisi, are very knowledgeable. There's almost nothing in the Raging Sea that they don't know. It might be beneficial for you to take them with you. Sword God Lu Qing, we 4 heavenly palaces are 4 in 1. If you form an alliance with us, there will be 5 in 1. My disciple is unparalleled in swordsmanship. Shang Long of the immeasurability world. I agree with Lu Qing that we are 5 in 1. So if you agree to take their disciples, you should take mine too." With that, Shang Long patted Li Kaitian's shoulder and made him stagger. "Now follow Han Fei to the Avenger and be a pirate." Li Kaitian was dumbfounded. "So, they want us to be pirates?" Let alone Li Kaitian, Han Fei was dumbfounded too. "What's going on? Has the trust between us reached the point where I can even help you take care of your disciples?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Do I look so free? I have a lot of things to do. I'm not a nanny. Why should I help you take care of your disciples?" Han Fei immediately refused. Follow Han Fei immediately refused. I'm not afraid of keeping them, but do they dare to follow me back to the yin-yang world? I just want to say that their chances of survival are extremely small if they go to the yin-yang world. Han Fei was not kidding. When he left the yin-yang world, if the old turtle hadn't helped him suppress the huge amount of energy, he might have died. It was not easy to leave the yin-yang world, but it was easy to enter it. If it were easy, the wild abyss would have long been trampled flat. Lu Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, they won't go to the yin-yang world with you. Anyway, there aren't many people on your Avenger. Just let them borrow your name and show up a few times. This time, we just want you to take them to the Martial Emperor's city." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Why should I go to the Martial Emperor's city?" Lu Yu said. "I can give you a reason why you have to go. The Martial Emperor's city is not only the place with the most information and resources in the entire Raging Sea. In the Martial Emperor's city, there is also a holy land called the Martial Emperor's Inheritance. Legend has it that it is a trial for monarchs. Although the trial is extremely dangerous, the gains will be extremely abundant. You haven't reached the Sea Establishment realm yet. Why don't you take a look?" Song Kaiyuan and the others were surprised. "The Martial Emperor's Inheritance is opening?" Shanglong said leisurely. After the trial in the land of King Death, the Martial Emperor's Inheritance was suddenly announced to be opened. All the heavenly talents are heading there. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Was that true? He didn't know the real situation. However, Lu Yu continued, "It doesn't matter if others go or not. However, this opportunity should be irresistible to you because there is also a bronze door there." Buzz. Han Fei was refreshed. "A bronze door?" Hiss. Han Fei immediately realized something. The Martial Emperor's Inheritance was opened behind the land of King Death, and there was also a bronze door? Wasn't it guiding him to complete the trial test of the Void Temple? Thinking of the wine-gourd godly weapon that he accidentally got from the bronze door, Han Fei felt that he had to explore the Martial Emperor's Inheritance. Han Fei was deliberately silent for a moment before he said, "Okay, I agree." Sword God Lu Qing said, "The place outside the Martial Emperor's city is very dangerous. It's the most chaotic place in the Raging Sea. Be careful not to be hunted." Han Fei grinned. "I'm looking forward to someone hunting me." "When will the Invincible Inheritance be activated?" Lu Yu said, "In 3 months, it will be open for a month. The opening time of the Martial Emperor's Inheritance has never been fixed. It's all up to the Martial Emperor's city. Therefore, it's best to wait there in advance." Han Fei asked, "How long will it take to go to the Martial Emperor's city?" Lu Yu said, "Every heavenly palace has an independent route. You can arrive there in about 20 days. Han Fei thought for a moment. The Avenger will appear in the Supreme Mystic World in 2 months. They can come when they hear the news. Lu, you said, okay, by the way, do you still want to explore the Sea of Books? Han Fei said, no, let me explore it another day. Han Fei thought to himself, now I have already got 3 books I need, which is enough. Most importantly, I don't know what else to look for. Instead of looking for body tempering techniques here, he might as well go to the Martial Emperor City to register for a mission. As long as he had enough money, he could collect all kinds of great techniques. Anyway, he had more than 9,000 ultra-quality divine weapons. Buzz. Han Fei had nothing to talk about. He fused his twin bodies and quietly disappeared. After Han Fei left, Xianglong said, Old Lu, can this kid do it? He's just lucky. Does the fate of our 36 mystic worlds really depend on him? Lu Yu said leisurely, otherwise can you leave the raging sea? In that case, I'll bet on you too. Chapter 1818, A Mouthful of Wine, A Sleep of 18 Days, half a day later. In a place called Tomorrow Town in the Supreme Mystic World, Han Fei and xuanhuan were shopping with Yinner and Nianer. At this moment, among the 4 of them, Han Fei was the strongest, showing the strength of a junior law enforcer. The other 3 were all weaklings. Han Fei held a few fish balls in his hand and handed one to each of the 3 women. No matter where it is, these fish balls taste the same. I wonder if these are ancestral fish balls. Xuanhuan was lost for words. Cut the crap. Are we really going to the Martial Emperor City with the people from the Supreme Mystic World in 2 months? Han Fei nodded. It doesn't matter. These worlds should be fine. If there's a problem, I'll test my luck, Xuanhuan said. I heard of the Martial Emperor's inheritance in the Martial Emperor City. It's said to be extremely difficult to obtain. However, I never saw any information about the bronze door in the historical records. But it's said that the Martial Emperor's inheritance is divided into levels and some people died to obtain it. The higher level one chooses, the higher the chance of death. But I don't know what it is exactly. Han Fei smiled and said, then let's go take a look. Isn't the Martial Emperor City said to be absolutely safe? Even if Xuanhuan knows that you are here, can he go to the Martial Emperor City to catch you? Xuanhuan smiled. No, the Martial Emperor City won't let him do that. Once they do, the credibility of the Martial Emperor City will collapse. However, if Xuanhuan blocks our way, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to leave. Han Fei said with a smile, Xuanhuan is only a king after all. Even if he has become an emperor, so what? The Martial Emperor City is so big. I don't believe he can find me no matter where I go, Xuanhuan asked. What if he's waiting for us in the wild abyss? Han Fei said. There is no if, he can only wait for us in the wild abyss. This is why I'm going to the Martial Emperor City. I might not be able to beat him now, but in terms of causing trouble, I'm not afraid of anyone. Xuanhuan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei, thinking, just don't cause any trouble in the Martial Emperor City. Otherwise, it won't be fun if they drive us away. Behind Han Fei and Xuanhuan, Yinner and Nianer were walking and eating happily. Perhaps affected by Nianer's gluttonous behaviors, Yinner was chewing a bag of crisps when she walked. After shopping, Han Fei didn't send Yinner and Nianer back to the sea quelling painting. Instead, he sealed the power of Yinner's heavenly heritage and let the old turtles Soul and Xiaosei follow the 2 of them. Then they stayed in Tomorrow Town. After listening to Han Fei's spiritual energy disassembling course, Xuanhuan and the hexagon starfish fell into a cultivation state. It was a pity that Han Fei couldn't take Xuanhuan and the big starfish into Forge the Universe together. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let them cultivate in the sea quelling painting. As for Han Fei, he came to Forge the Universe alone and looked at the few great techniques he had just obtained. Because the void fishing technique was no longer the true spirit fishing technique, Han Fei couldn't use the deduction of the true spirit fishing technique to cause lightning to temper his body. The 8th level of void fishing was called time fishing. However, when Han Fei opened the book, he found that there was no word on it. If his eyes fell on the book, he would slowly see blue. This book actually had the power of time. Han Fei tried to extract the power of time from the book several times, but he failed as if it were a heavenly book. The void descending technique he was practicing now was a sea establishment realm technique. He was already learning it before he reached the sea establishment realm. The time fishing art should be a technique that could only be learned in the sky opening realm. Even if he wanted to learn it early, it would probably be after he reached the sea establishment realm. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, he had plenty of time. When he looked at the other book, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Chaotic Demon Body Ultra Quality Sea Establishment Realm. Introduction. Chaotic Demon Body, a great technique that uses chaotic chi to disassemble and assemble the body. This technique uses the void oscillation to reassemble the body repeatedly. When cultivating this technique, one should have a tenacious will and a tough Tao heart. Once the technique is mastered, the body can withstand the void storm. Even if the body is shattered, all body parts can fight separately or reassemble, and the strength will not decrease at all. This technique ranks 11th size 668th among the body tempering techniques in the sea establishment realm. Deduced art, chaotic body deduction cost, 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi effect. If there is no interference, the body can be reassembled infinitely, and the strength won't decrease. Shortcoming, soul power. When Han Fei saw the 11,668th place in the sea establishment realm, he was no longer interested. This was the strongest body tempering technique in the raging sea, ranked more than 10,000. Aren't you ashamed? I can easily deduce a technique ranking 998th. I've suffered a huge loss this time. If I had known that the strongest body tempering technique here was only ranked in the top 10,000, why didn't I synthesize it myself? Besides, this chaotic demon body couldn't be cultivated in any realm. It was inferior to his purity mystic body. In comparison, Han Fei felt that the purity mystic body was simply awesome. More importantly, it wasn't tiring or painful to cultivate. Its only shortcoming was that the utilization rate of resources was too low. In 10 billion points of spiritual energy, only 100 million could reach the level needed for the purity mystic body. Han Fei threw the chaotic demon body aside and picked up another book. A moment later, information popped up in his eyes. Yin-Yang Reincarnation Saber Unrated. Introduction. To cultivate this technique, you have to master the great Tao of Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang Reincarnation Saber contains the pure Yang Saber and the Grand Yin Soul Saber. Once a saber is destroyed, the other will be reincarnated. The two sabers have to repeat this cycle 9 times before they can be truly destroyed. Once this technique is mastered, it will be impossible for the enemy to defend against it. Deduction. It can't be deduced. You can only comprehend it yourself. Effect. The deeper one's understanding of the Yin-Yang Great Tao, the more saber reincarnation times. Shortcoming. If you use this technique too often, you will inevitably have some guesses about reincarnation and easily get a heart demon. Remarks. This technique requires 2 treasured sabers. After reading the information of the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Saber, Han Fei's eyes widened. This was simply a peerless combat skill specially made for him. It could both attack the body and the soul. If he didn't understand it wrong, it meant that he only needed to make 1 slash to make 18 slashes? Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Compared to the chaotic demon body just now, this yin-yang reincarnation saber was simply a divine technique. After thinking about it, Han Fei felt that this yin-yang reincarnation saber was no worse than the sky-splitting sword manual he got in the Supreme Clearness world. Of course, if the sky-splitting sword manual could become the sky-splitting saber manual, he wouldn't mind. Han Fei's first thought was to use the Blade of Hope as the 2 treasure knives, but on second thought, he decided to keep the Blade of Hope a secret. There were still 2 months before they left for the Martial Emperor City. This time was neither long nor short. In Forge the Universe, it would be more than 5 years. Han Fei certainly wouldn't waste such a long time. Han Fei extended his hand, and the magical wine gourd that had been put aside flew into his hand. Han Fei grinned. I'd like to see how special the wine in this magical gourd is. Buzz. With the previous experience, this time, Han Fei activated his Great Tao. His strength increased more than 3 times before he opened the gourd. Han Fei almost lost his balance and threw the gourd away. Han Fei's face turned green. He had to use 50% of his strength to pull the cork out. This meant that those who uncorked the calabash were at least in the sea establishment realm. Han Fei was really speechless. It was so difficult to even pull out the plug? Then how long would it take to completely refine this calabash godly weapon? However, the moment the plug was removed, Han Fei immediately smelled the fragrance of wine. A faint red mist spread out of the calabash. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that the mist in front of the bronze door must be this smell of alcohol. Han Fei hurriedly sat on his ice snow lotus throne and raised the calabash, thinking, I won't drink much, I'll just take a small sip the first time. However, maybe because it was the first time Han Fei used a godly weapon, after this sip his mouth was full and his tongue was numb. Han Fei subconsciously opened his mouth. This time, half a caddy was poured in. Fuck, I'm doomed. Han Fei quickly stuffed the plug in. In less than 3 seconds, strange energy surged in his body. There seemed to be a waterfall in his head, and he felt the world was spinning. Han Fei thought, no, I can't sleep. Immediately, the power of will in his body surged out. With the power of will, Han Fei finally stabilized himself, although his face had turned all red. The old turtle asked, why don't you give me a sip too? However, Han Fei was probably too drunk to hear anything. Thunder rumbled in his head. Han Fei felt that he was spinning, and a tremendous amount of energy rushed into his body. In fact, the old turtle was dumbfounded. Han Fei's body was spewing out a large amount of red liquor mist. It was not energy, but an epiphany that could clear his mind. However, Han Fei might have drunk too much and his mind was not clear at all. Han Fei felt that there was a river in his body flowing backward, but he felt that it was not enough. His body could still bear more. Therefore, in Forge the Universe, a large number of ultra-quality spiritual stones shattered. Half of the energy released by the old turtle was absorbed at this moment. Only after more than 10 days did the alcohol mist in Han Fei's body dissipate. At this time, Han Fei finally woke up. Han Fei didn't return to normal until the 18th day. However, when Han Fei looked at the information, he was surprised to find that his soul power had increased by more than 1,200 points and his strength by 302 waves in only 18 days. A sip of wine? Han Fei was dumbfounded. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Although he had the power of faith, wasn't this cultivation speed too fast? At this rate, how strong would he be in 5 years? Chapter 1819, New Members of the Avenger. Han Fei didn't know if the wine in the calabash was 100-year-old wine or 1,000-year-old wine. However, it couldn't be 10 or 10,000 years old. 10,000 years was too long. With his relationship with that senior brother, there was no need for him to give him 10,000-year-old wine the moment they met, right? And between the 100-year Dao querying wine and the 1,000-year heavenly Dao wine, Han Fei felt that it should be 100-year-old wine. Unfortunately, he couldn't make the calabash acknowledge him as its master, nor could he feel how much wine was in the calabash. He didn't know when he could make the calabash acknowledge him as its master in Forge the Universe. Half a year later, Han Fei's power of will was exhausted. During this period of time, Han Fei quickly strengthened his strength to 34,652 waves. Without the power of will, Han Fei needed to cultivate the purity mystic body. He also had to give lectures to the old turtle, xuanhuan, and Yinner. Occasionally, he would go out to tour Tomorrow Town with them. These days were quite comfortable. In Forge the Universe 3 years later, Han Fei discovered that there was a bottleneck in his cultivation state. Or rather, the resistance to cultivation had become greater. When Han Fei took a closer look, information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei Level, 89 Half-King. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 2007-2986 Chaotic Chi, 2000-2076 Wisps, Spiritual Power, 33,401 Perception Range, 2,020,000 kilometers. Strength, 38,773 waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unknown First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 79, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 79. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King Level, Divine Quality. At this moment, when this resistance appeared, Han Fei realized that with his current life level and bloodline level, it was extremely difficult for him to break through 40,000 waves in the Half-King realm. Even though he had already forged the indestructible golden body, without going through the King Tribulation, the strength of the indestructible golden body seemed to be approaching the upper limit. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, transcending the tribulation might be the only way. Huff. Han Fei smiled casually. He had gained a lot from this trip. If he could return to the yin-yang world and successfully transcend the tribulation, as Liu Yo and the others said, it was possible for the yin-yang world to return to the Raging Sea. After all, after he reached the King realm, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the Raging Sea. At this moment, in addition to the improvement of Han Fei's strength, the Emperor Sparrow had also improved by 1 level. Han Fei was already used to its growth speed. After all, it was an Emperor Sparrow. However, Han Fei was a little uncertain. The information about his spiritual heritage had always been unknown. Now, he was already a half-king. Why was it still unknown? Han Fei couldn't help but think that he would have to check if there were other little vines in the Raging Sea. The sooner he collected all the little vines of the Demon Purification Pot, the stronger the Demon Purification Pot would be. 2 months passed. On the Avenger, Xiaoshan, Yinner, Nianer, and Xiaosei were all there. The old turtle slept and cultivated habitually. Since he had his own body, his desire to come out was not high. Therefore, he was still cultivating in Han Fei's Forge the Universe. Han Fei sighed. Resources were consumed too quickly. He had nearly 7 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. However, from the looks of it, because of the cultivation of the purity mystic body, ultra-quality spiritual stones were consumed extremely quickly. At this moment, there were only more than 4.2 million left. This was the drawback of the purity mystic body. The efficiency of an ultra-quality spiritual stone was only 1%. This caused the spiritual energy in Forge the Universe to be so rich that it almost exploded. Fortunately, the old turtle had been cultivating and expanding Forge the Universe. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't know how to use spiritual energy. Forge the Universe had expanded to 5,000 kilometers. Although the consumption of expansion had been increasing, the spiritual energy overflowing from his cultivation had also been increasing. Therefore, Han Fei's intuition was that resources were used too quickly. Fortunately, Xiaoshan still had 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Otherwise, Han Fei would have to rob some heavenly talents. On this day, in the outer sea of the supreme mystic world, Han Fei held 2 black kitchen knives in his hands. Since he learned the draw technique, he rarely used real knives. He always used whatever he wanted as if everything could be used. But at this moment, Han Fei used the kitchen knife again, naturally to practice the yin-yang reincarnation saber. Swish to Han Fei raised his hand, and a saber shadow shot out. In addition to this shining saber shadow, there was also a strange saber mark that seemed to be blooming in the void. Of course, it could also be discovered in the void, which was much weaker than the black mist body. Han Fei's opponent was a purple shield wall. Yes, in order to supervise Master Hexagon's cultivation, Han Fei directly used him as a shield. With a clang, the 6-gate array shook 3 times before it blocked Han Fei's attack. However, as soon as this slash was blocked by the 6-gate array, an identical saber beam stabbed at the void. At the same angle and with the same power, it continued to slash at the 6-gate array. In addition to the pure Yang blade, there was also an invisible extreme Yin blade that shattered outside the 6-gate array. Help a Furge, the hexagon starfish shouted. Shashan, help. Han Fei is going to kill the starfish. The array is about to be broken. However, on the deck, xuanhuan was holding a green wooden date or some fruit. She took a bite and ate it with relish. She said, "Come on, big starfish, you can do it." Nianer shouted, "Starfish, you can do it." Yenner tilted her head and looked at Nianer. "Nianer, is this really appropriate? The starfish has asked for help." Seeing that Yenner was sympathetic with Master Hexagon, xuanhuan immediately said, "His skin is rough and his flesh is thick. When he shouts for help, it means that he had only suffered an ordinary blow. If he really needed help, he wouldn't have shouted this." Yenner was puzzled. "Then, what will he shout?" On the deck, the two had just spoken a few words. The pure Yang blade had appeared 6 times, so had the ultimate Yin blade. The explosion outside the 6-gate array was already the 6th time. Ka. More and more cracks appeared on the 6-gate array. Seeing that even the 6-gate array might not be able to withstand it, the starfish shouted, "Damn it, I can't hold on anymore." Seeing this scene, xuanhuan immediately looked at Yenner and said, "Look, this is what he will say when he really feels danger." Kruktabungwei, when Master Hexagon's 6-gate array was completely shattered, Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and the remaining power of Yin-Yang reincarnation dissipated. Han Fei frowned and said, "Master Hexagon, your current strength is too weak. You can't even withstand a single slash from me in the same realm. What kind of mysterious creature are you? You're smearing the name of mysterious creatures, do you know that?" The Hexagon starfish was lost for words. "That's called one slash? You slashed me 12 times in total, 6 times to break the array, and 6 times to kill my soul. Who is as ferocious as you?" However, Han Fei was still not satisfied. This yin-yang reincarnation saber was really strong, but he hadn't used it for long. From the annihilation of one slash to the reappearance of another, there was a long interval of nearly 1 second. This was because he wasn't proficient in it. Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Okay, let's fight again. This time, I'll use the strength of an intermediate peak-level venerable to use this knife." "Try it." Hearing that, the Hexagon starfish flew far away with a swish and immediately shouted, "I'm going to make a breakthrough. I've been struck by you for several days. Today, I feel that the opportunity has come. I'm going to make a breakthrough." Han Fei said disdainfully, "It's not a realm breakthrough, it's just a small breakthrough. Let's continue after the breakthrough." A moment later, when the Hexagon starfish made a breakthrough, xuanhuan said, "Should we set off?" Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. 2 months have passed. It's time to go to the Martial Emperor City. Half a day later, when a big ship with a skeleton pirate ship appeared outside the Supreme Mystic World, it only took less than 15 minutes for xuanhuan and the others to arrive. They had been waiting for 2 months. Now, they were very curious about the Avenger pirates, especially Mu Shi, who felt extremely complicated. Was this person really Shui Zhan? When everyone approached the Avenger, xuanhuan cupped his hands at the ship and said, "Heavenly Master, we're here." A leisurely voice came from the ship. "Come on board. By the way, my name is Han Fei. Call me Captain from now on. Remember not to call me the wrong way." "There are no Heavenly Masters here." xuanhuan immediately cupped his hands. "Understood. Han Fei said leisurely. "There's a great technique on the deck. Learn it first." Confused, everyone boarded the Avenger. When xuanhuan obtained this great technique, he couldn't help but gasp. Divine deceit technique? A divine quality concealment technique? xuanhuan was stunned. A super technique that couldn't be found even in the scripture repository tower was thrown out so casually? Han Fei said, "This technique is only used by members of the Avenger Pirates. Once it's leaked and I find out, I'll kill you. Besides, once you choose to cultivate this technique, each of you will owe me 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones as the learning cost of this technique." Quote. "We've just boarded the ship and haven't even seen you, but we already owe you 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones?" xuanhuan was speechless. As expected of the black and white ghosts, their style hadn't changed at all. Chapter 1820, Dangerous Route. The sphere of influence of the Supreme Mystic World was very likely under the control of the kings. Han Fei was alone and unfamiliar with the place, so he had to be careful. After they boarded the ship, they didn't find anyone on the ship. However, after they boarded the ship automatically activated void teleportation. Buzz, when they crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, xuanhuan and the others were speechless. Mushui Sisi said, "Isn't this the route of our Supreme Mystic World? Someone actually opened a new route near our Supreme Mystic World?" xuanhuan said indifferently, "This is not surprising. Although the routes of our 4 heavenly palaces are relatively hidden, it's not to the point where we can't find them." Although Han Fei and Lu Yu had an agreement on the surface, as long as he didn't become a king, he couldn't compare to the masters of these heavenly palaces. Therefore, before he became a king, Han Fei would never be exposed to other people's spheres of influence. As for this route, it was left to him by Black Phoenix. However, the route left by Black Phoenix turned into the route of the Devil Girl Pirates and eventually led to the Martial Emperor City. At this moment, Han Fei didn't want to have anything to do with the Devil Girl Pirates, nor did he want more people to realize his relationship with the Devil Girl Pirates. Therefore, Han Fei planned to use one of the abandoned routes on this route map. This was a route that had been silent for a long time. This route had been abandoned for too long. Even Black Phoenix only took shortcuts on this route occasionally and rarely walked the route in its entirety. In fact, this route originally belonged to the Nine Palace world. The first half of the route had disappeared, but the second half was still there. Back then, although the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world were moved out of the Raging Sea, the Nine Palace world was still there. The Nine Palace world didn't enter a sealed state from the beginning, but was gradually targeted and forced to enter a sealed state. Because of this, many villages and towns in the Nine Palace world had disappeared and the population had plummeted. The Nine Palace world had once tried resisting, but they were desperately outnumbered. In the end, they almost disappeared. However, their route was preserved. As the Nine Palace world disappeared, the route was gradually abandoned. The Black Phoenix knew a lot about the Nine Palace world, and she even knew part of the route of the Yin-Yang world. However, there seemed to be a problem with the route of the Yin-Yang world, and it was completely abandoned. 2 hours passed. Before Song Kaiyuan and the others saw Han Fei, they felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, with a buzz, 2 figures appeared on the mast. Everyone was very surprised by Han Fei's appearance. They were all in the Half-King realm. Why were the 2 of them so outstanding? The 2 people who appeared on the mast were Han Fei and xuanhuan. Han Fei smiled and said lazily, "Welcome to the Avenger Pirates. May I ask, do you like this gift?" Of course, everyone knew what Han Fei was talking about, apart from the venerable level divine quality disguise technique, divine deceit technique. What else could it be? Li Kaitian said, "Captain, this thing is good, but isn't it a little too expensive?" Among the people on this trip, Li Kaitian was the most straightforward. Even Mu Shi was smarter than him. Han Fei's face immediately sank. "You think it's expensive? It's just 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. You can only buy 20 or 30 ultra-quality divine weapons with this money. But now what did you get? A divine quality technique. How do you have the cheek to say it's expensive? Yes, you, owe me an extra 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones." Li Kaitian, everyone? Song Kaiyuan immediately smiled and said, "Captain, it's not expensive. Divine quality techniques are extremely rare even in our scripture repository tower. How can 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones compare to it?" Song Kaiyuan was speechless. Don't you know what kind of temper this person has? Is there anyone in the entire Raging Sea that he doesn't dare to rob? The others didn't speak but looked at Han Fei differently. Song Kaiyuan knew Han Fei's identity, strength, and means very well. Li Kaitian was fined as soon as he boarded the ship, mainly because he challenged the captain's status and prestige. Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei with soaring fighting intent in his eyes, treating Han Fei as a powerful opponent. As for Mu Shui-Sisi, Lu Ran, and Mu Shi, they were discussing in secret. Mu Shui-Sisi said, "Hey, I don't believe that this person is Shui Zhan. Their temperaments are clearly different." Lu Ran said, "Look at the divine deceit technique. Venerable level, divine quality, and best at concealment. Since his identity has been exposed, it can't be fake. Otherwise, do you think the 4 palace masters were wrong?" Mu Shi said. "It's obvious that he's not a good person. If I had known that he was like this, I wouldn't have given him the Sun Moon shell." After what happened last time, Mu Shi had thought that Shui Zhan was just a cold person and she didn't hate him. However, now it seemed that this guy was clearly a liar. Now he was standing in front of her as if he didn't know her at all. Of course, what made Mu Shi say this was xuanhuan, who was sitting on the mast. Today, everyone here knew that xuanhuan was the princess of the Merman royal family. In addition to being amazed by Han Fei's boldness, these girls didn't like xuanhuan at all. Lu Ran said, "Shi xuanhuan at all." Shi said, "Do you want to try again?" Mu Shui-Sisi said, "Come on, try again. That's the princess of the Merman royal family. She can kill anyone with a single order." Although I'm very supportive of Ji, in my opinion, just forget Shui Zhan. Han Fei thought to himself, "Do you think I can't hear you?" Immediately, Han Fei looked at the 3 of them. Noticing his stare, Mu Shui-Shi said, "Not good, he can hear us." Lu Ran and Mu Shi trembled and stopped talking via voice transmission. However, they were secretly speechless. "Isn't this guy not a king yet? Why can he even hear our voice transmissions?" "Humph," Han Fei snorted. "Although I don't quite understand why your masters want you to board the Avenger, from today on, you just need to cooperate unconditionally with me. You have no say about where the Avenger is going and what it's going to do. You have to make the contribution you should, and then you'll get the rewards you deserve. Don't doubt my judgment or my orders." Han Fei grinned and looked into the distance. "Let's go." Half a month later. In a place enshrouded by mist, waves surged on the sea. The almost abandoned route of the Nine Palace world was indeed not easy to take. Along the way, they encountered as many as 7 half-king level marine creatures. On this day, the sea was misty and the surrounding spiritual energy was thin. Everyone had a bad feeling. Song Kaiyuan said, "Captain, there seems to be something wrong with this route. Even the most dangerous route usually doesn't have so many powerful creatures appearing in a row. However, so many half-kings have already appeared on this route. This one seems to be more difficult to deal with than the other sea demons," Han Fei said casually. "Cut the crap. Just kill any enemy appearing, okay? Now wait, whoosh." Half an hour later, when the Avenger was about to complete a void teleportation, suddenly, dozens of black shadows appeared in the shadow of the waves. Hanfei frowned slightly. Prepare for battle. Just a bunch of thunder dragon eel. How dare they provoke the Avenger? Kill them all. Hiss, Zuri, everyone's face turned green. There must be more than 20 of them, right? Kill them all? Is this something we can do? Whoosh, roar. Huge figures stuck out of the sea one after another. It was no exaggeration to say that these dragon eels' heads were as big as 2 Avengers. Their bodies were nearly 100,000 feet long. At this point, these dragon eels pounced on them, but Hanfei didn't do anything. What could xuanhuan and the others do? They could only attack. Clang! The moment the thunder dragon eel came out of the water, Jianhui erupted with a soaring sword Qi. As the sword slashed out, the world lost its color. The power of that sword passed through without a trace, only leaving a trace of brilliance. Sizzle, boom. In front of the thunder dragon eel, dazzling lightning struck down. Sheila I. The two fought extremely fast. At this moment, the body of the giant thunder dragon eel was cut open by the sword. A massive amount of lightning exploded in all directions. In an instant, this sea area turned into a sea of lightning. Li Kaitian roared and jumped out with a silver rod in his hand. The rod shadow was tens of thousands of feet long, and the power suppressed the raging waves and the sea temporarily flat. How dare a mere lightning bolt attack us? It's fucking exciting. Bang, bang, bang. Li Kaitian smashed the head of a thunder dragon eel with his rod, but at least 100 lightning bolts enveloped him and instantly blew him up. Lu Ran, ouch, ouch, I hate lightning. The death of a few thunder dragon eels made the surrounding thunder dragon eels erupt with shocking lightning at the same time. Not only was the thunder dragon eel drawing lightning, but lightning was also falling from the sky. Hanfei looked at the people who were electrocuted and knew that the lightning couldn't kill them. After all, it was impossible for all of them to be half-kings. Among them, only 7 had really reached the half-king realm, and each of Jianhui and Li Kaitian killed one of them. Buzz! A figure quietly stood on the head of a thunder dragon eel. She raised her daggers, and the supergiant eel more than 600 meters wide suddenly fell apart. Roar! Who else could it be but xuanhuan? When countless lightning struck down, xuanhuan activated her purity mystic body and was instantly bathed in the terrifying lightning. Mu Shui Sisi, Lu Ran, and Mu Shi also charged at their targets. Seeing that they should be fine, Hanfei immediately appeared in the sky. Hanfei raised his hand, and the embroidery needle appeared. He shouted, "Enlarge, enlarge." Chapter 1821, Night Mantis Shrimp in the Sea. The greatest danger came from the unknown. However, a person like Hanfei, he had nothing better to do than to cause trouble. What was the big deal of a mere ferocious beast invasion? When Hanfei saw the power of lightning, he had another idea. He could just leave the thunder dragon eel to xuanhuan and the others. The embroidery needle in Hanfei's hand had turned into a huge pillar, a super lightning rod. In all directions, in the sky, everyone's lightning was pouring into Hanfei's body. At that moment, the terrifying power that Hanfei endured made Li Kaitian drool with envy. Li Kaitian smacked his lips. So strong. The 3 girls had changed the way they looked at Hanfei in the past half-month. Other people took the route hoping not to encounter danger, but Hanfei just hoped that more and more ferocious beasts would come to hunt. Oh. On Hanfei's shoulder, a big starfish was screaming, and all its 6 tentacles were smoking. Geese bumps even appeared on the starfish's skin because of the electrocution. Hanfei shouted, "Don't open the shield, enlarge yourself." Hanfei grabbed the hexagon starfish and threw him into the sky. In an instant, the starfish became 100 meters long. Did he dare to disobey Hanfei? Bam, 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 bam. Hanfei went up and punched and kicked. The hexagon starfish had never experienced this before. In an instant, he was struck by Hanfei thousands of times. Then Hanfei's Monkey King's 3,000 sticks attacked again. Help N, he's trying to kill the starfish Xiaxian, save me, Hanfei snorted. It's useless even if you scream your lungs out today. Where is the accumulated energy in your body? If I don't force you to make a breakthrough today, this won't end. Below, the thunder dragon eels were not idiots. After all, more than half of their strong masters had died. Therefore, they had to escape. However, when they saw the beast in the sky, they immediately understood. This beast was not human at all. How could he even beat his own pet? They knew that if they were one step slower, they would be dead. After only 100 seconds, the hexagon starfish was almost beaten stunned by Hanfei. Every time Hanfei struck down, the power of lightning poured into the starfish's body. The massive amount of energy accumulated in his body was being consumed crazily, and spiritual energy was dissipating crazily. The 100-meter-long starfish was reduced to 80 meters, and all kinds of blood and juices were spraying out. A moment later, the eyelids of everyone on the ship twitched. Even Xuanhuan couldn't help narrowing her eyes, thinking, the big starfish has been enjoying life for decades. Now he has finally got his retribution. Cracked her. In midair, the big starfish was actually beaten to make a breakthrough. Like a deflated ball, Half of the impurities in his body had been removed by Han Fei. When Han Fei put away the embroidery needle with a swish, the hexagon starfish had already clung to Xuanhuan's calf, shivering. It's horrible. Starfish wants to go home. Starfish wants to go back to the merman royal family. Han Fei glared at him. What did you say? The starfish, Xuanhuan said. Why didn't you just make a breakthrough yourself before? Do you have to be forced to make a breakthrough? Han Fei said leisurely. I took the opportunity this time to help you temper your body. If you don't cultivate now, I don't mind helping you cultivate once a month. The effect should be similar. Buzz. The hexagon starfish's 6 big eyes rolled crazily, and its body trembled violently. It hurriedly said, Cultivate. From today on, I'll start cultivating. Han Fei added, well, half a year at most. If you can't break through to the peak of the venerable realm in half a year, I'll help you again, Han Fei secretly sighed. In terms of resources, the hexagon starfish was much more blissful than those who risked their lives to search for opportunities. Mysterious creatures like them grew extremely fast. There was no such thing as polishing their foundation like humans. The situation of the various races was different. Humans might grow up with their own polishing. As for creatures like the hexagon starfish, perhaps their polishing method was another way, such as how much energy they absorbed. Li Kaitian and the others couldn't help looking around. Now, Han Fei and Xuanhuan no longer bothered to hide their identities in front of them. They were even beating a mysterious creature like the hexagon starfish in their presence. In the past, who would have known that a mysterious creature like the hexagon starfish would be beaten like this? Now, they finally realized that Han Fei was used to being domineering. Whoever came would be taught a lesson by him. xuanhuan said, Captain, I feel that there's something wrong with our route. Although the crisis of the thunder dragon eel seems to have passed, the danger that envelops this sky doesn't seem to have passed. xuanhuan also said, Captain, senior brother is right. I still have a bad feeling. Han Fei said angrily, if we run as soon as we're in trouble, are we still pirates? What are pirates? Pirates are bandits on the sea. Not just the other ships, but the 100 demons, the giant beasts, the royal family of mermen, and the human race are all our targets. Even these sea demons and ferocious beasts are also our targets. With that, Han Fei pulled his fishing hook, and a 10,000-foot-long dragon eel was hooked over. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and the dragon eel disappeared into the illusion. xuanhuan and xuanhuan looked at each other. Their hearts did a flip. This must be the sea-quelling painting. However, it made sense. Han Fei was the master of the yin-yang world in the first place, so it was understandable that he had the sea-quelling painting of the yin-yang world. Han Fei ignored them. In fact, Han Fei also knew that there might be stronger existences on his path. However, it was impossible to change the route now. Could he use the vast ocean navigator to choose a new direction? That would definitely waste time. When he finally arrived in the Martial Emperor's city, perhaps the Martial Emperor's inheritance would have been taken, and there were many strong enemies on this current route because it had been abandoned for a long time. Even so, it was originally a route, right? Therefore, they could still reach the destination via this route. Instead of opening a new route, he might as well open up this old route. In fact, Han Fei's idea was logical. Han Fei shouted, Li Kaitian, void teleportation, buzz. With an order, the Avenger broke through the void. However, the moment the Avenger broke out of the void, everyone on the ship except Han Fei and Xuanhuan was shocked. They saw a giant beast blocking the route. Han Fei and Xuanhuan were very familiar with this giant beast. It turned out to be a mantis shrimp. However, this mantis shrimp had black and white stripes. Its body was more than 100 kilometers wide and 500 kilometers long. Immediately, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. On Name W. Night Mantis Shrimp Introduction. Night mantis shrimp, a behemoth species left behind from ancient times. The night mantis shrimp is violent, irritable, and extremely aggressive. It is very aggressive to many creatures. Its strength is extremely terrifying, and its punching speed is astonishing. Its punching path is hidden in the void and difficult to detect. After transforming into a human, the night mantis shrimp is good at hiding. TA, Level 91, 1's Quality. Archwell, an ancient mutant realm. Sea Establishment, 1 got speed. 1 Zerd, got speed a kind. 4N 1962. 1962, Bottle Technique. Void Breaking Fist, Nerve Blade, Heaven and Earth. Spirit Hammer, Universe Stab Armor, 1 Zer. Food Shellfish. Quangat Shellfish, Quangatser Shellfish. Quankatser Arm of Night, Eyes of Night. Mantis Armor, Distant You Absorbable, or Remarks. 1 Zer. The Night Mantis Shrimp is extremely fast. If you can't keep up with its speed, you'll be easily killed. Hiss. Even Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. The last time he saw such a big creature was when he saw the king ba crab. Although the mantis shrimp was much smaller than the king ba crab, it was relative. Han Fei's ship was at most a sesame seed in the eyes of the mantis crab. Han Fei also keenly captured a few pieces of information. The giant beasts could transform into humans. This meant that the giant beasts didn't have to maintain their huge bodies all the time. In addition, after turning into humans, their combat style was slightly different. Jianhui's voice was cold, a mature giant beast. Mushui Sisi exclaimed, "It's the night mantis shrimp. It's so big. Has it reached the sea establishment realm?" Mushi exclaimed, "How can we fight this? Why is there such a giant beast king on this route?" Lu Ran glanced at Han Fei. "Prepare for battle. Prepare the king-level strikes." While the others were on guard, Xuanhuan held a dagger in both hands, supported herself on the mast, and swayed her calves. She turned her head and looked at Han Fei. "She establishment realm. Should we fight it?" Han Fei said, "Let me do it." Xuanhuan narrowed her eyes and said, "I want to feel." The power of the sea. Xuanhuan narrowed. "I'll leave. The power of the sea establishment realm. If it doesn't work out, I'll leave." Han Fei shook his head. "Even if you use the heavenly cicada transformation, in terms of strength, you can't even reach the 50% of a sea establisher." Xuanhuan was surprised. Even the weakest sea establisher has a strength of 60,000 waves. Han Fei looked at the night mantis shrimp. How strong was this level 91 thing? It was hard to say. Back then, the kingba crab was so weak because it was dying. Besides, if the kingba crab had really used its last resort, ordinary sea establishment kings wouldn't have dared to fight it head-on. The night mantis shrimp in front of him was a giant beast. Its strength was probably no less than 60,000 waves. Therefore, Han Fei said, "Do other kings have such strength?" "I don't know, but this mantis shrimp definitely has it." Chapter 1822, The Avenger is Here. Fuse Han. Han Fei fused with Little Black and Little White and shouted, "Girl, retreat." Song Kaiyuan gasped and shouted, "It's a king." Li Kaitian, retreat, in the blink of an eye. When Han Fei discovered that the night mantis shrimp was walking on the Great Tao of Speed, he realized that something was wrong. After Han Fei fused with Little Black and Little White, he saw a ray of light sweeping across the sky. However, it wasn't light. It was the night mantis shrimp moving its pincer, intending to cut the Avenger in two. Buzz! Han Fei immediately used the Great Tao of Time. A blue barrier appeared in front of the Avenger. At this moment, everyone saw that what came at them was a huge sickle hook. "Oh my god," Li Kaitian and the others couldn't help exclaiming. This scene looked too terrifying. The huge super pincer was hundreds of kilometers long and extended to the front of the Avenger like a hook hanging from the sky. Jianhui couldn't help but hold the sword in his hand. His body immediately warmed up and his palms were sweaty. Jia Xiaoshan's face changed drastically. So fast. Although she could tell that it was a huge pincer, it was definitely not very clear. Xia Xiaoshan felt that if this attack was aimed at her, she would at most have time to turn into a shadow. After the attack of the night mantis shrimp was slowed down by time, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly drained. Han Fei's figure instantly appeared 100 kilometers away, holding a blue light blade. Puffed! At that moment, Han Fei extracted the power of time and slash at the pincer, and with a bang, the pincer 7 or 8 kilometers long was cut off. Behind Han Fei, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. This huge pincer fell directly into it and was suppressed by Han Fei with a thought. "Hehe, you're too hasty. How can the Avenger pirates be destroyed so easily? Have you asked my opinion yet?" Gulp Mushui Sisi couldn't help swallowing. "Wow, is this the legendary Great Tao of Time? It's so powerful I didn't even see that attack, but the captain had cut off the pincer?" Jianhui's eyelids twitched. Too fast. Whether it was the attack of the night mantis shrimp or Han Fei's attack, they were so fast that he didn't even have the time to react. Judging from the intensity of the attacks between the two parties, Jianhui helplessly discovered that if he attacked with all his strength, it would probably be like this. At this moment, Jianhui realized that it was really ridiculous that he wanted to resist Han Fei. Even his strongest blow couldn't resist Han Fei's ordinary blow. How could he fight him? Lu Ran and Mu Shi widened their eyes and looked at each other. They seemed to see a few soul-piercing questions in each other's eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The hexagon starfish shivered, and its 6 big eyes rolled crazily, thinking, is the world of the strong like this? Isn't this power a bit too strong? If the mantis shrimp's pincer hit my 6-gate array, the hexagon starfish's eyes froze, and he quickly concluded that he definitely couldn't resist it, nor could he escape. However, this outcome seemed to be beyond the mantis shrimp's expectations. A hoarse and stiff voice sounded between the heavens and earth. The Great Tao of Time? "Human, have you touched the legendary realm?" Han Fei sneered. "Legend? I'm a legend. Get out of the way, otherwise it's unknown who will win in the end." Although Han Fei was often overconfident, he couldn't be too arrogant in front of a sea establisher. If he were alone, he would definitely ignore this mantis shrimp and even take the initiative to provoke it and fight it for hundreds of rounds. However, the mantis shrimp's attack was too fast for him to put away the Avenger, Xia Xiaochan, and the others. How arrogant. I'd like to see what kind of taboo the Great Tao of Time is. Boom, boom. As soon as the mantis shrimp said so, a pair of fist marks came at Han Fei at the speed of light. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Han Fei's yin-yang divine eyes had reacted, even if the time Great Tao slowed down the speed of the fists, Han Fei's body still couldn't keep up with the speed of the punch. However, Han Fei knew the mantis shrimp too well. No matter how fast your fists were, your weakness was the last joint of your pincer. This was universal to all mantis shrimps, therefore Han Fei had already prepared a blow for it. Han Fei held 2 knives in his hand. The 2 knives seemed to break through the void in an instant, turning into dazzling knife marks, and appeared at the last joints of the night mantis shrimp's pincers. The night mantis shrimp didn't expect Han Fei to be so tough. In the face of its fast punches, he could still calmly shatter 2 ultra-quality divine weapons and exchange injuries with him. Bang! Han Fei had already estimated how strong the punch of the night mantis shrimp was. Under such a terrifying punching speed, he probably couldn't withstand it at all. However, in front of the great Tao of time, taking this punch was just the matter of a wisp of chaotic chi. Han Fei's body exploded in an instant, but before xuanhuan and the others panicked, they saw a blue shadow appear. Immediately afterward, Han Fei appeared again. At this moment, even Han Fei couldn't help but sigh at how useful the time technique was. Han Fei even wondered how old Demon Chu could comprehend such a great technique. Han Fei estimated that he must have obtained it from a 9-star star bead. Fortunately, old Demon Chu was killed by him. Otherwise, if that guy really became a king, let alone the yin-yang world, no king in the 36 mystic worlds might be able to kill him. Huff, on the Avenger that was rapidly retreating, everyone subconsciously swallowed. What a terrifying power. Even a monster like Han Fei was instantly blown up. How strong was the night mantis shrimp? The hexagon starfish murmured. I have to cultivate harder. This world is too terrifying. Xuanhuan said, shut up. If you keep nagging, I'll throw you to the battlefield. As she spoke, Xuanhuan held her double knives and her blood and energy were surging. A battle of this level triggered the belligerence in her. She was calculating. If she fused the shadow shrimp and the giant arowana at the same time after using the heavenly cicada transformation, she should be able to fight the mantis shrimp. However, the premise was that she couldn't be knocked out by the mantis shrimp. Otherwise, she might be hammered to death. On this side, Han Fei blocked the attack of the night mantis shrimp head-on. Within 10,000 kilometers, the sea vortexes were spinning and waves were flying thousands of kilometers away. While the night mantis shrimp was surprised, the yin-yang reincarnation blade hit the night mantis shrimp. Cracked a puff. Worst after only 1 slash, another pincer of the night mantis shrimp was cut off by Han Fei. Not only was his pincer cut off, but the void blade also cut his soul. Hiss, roar, the night mantis shrimp was already a sea establisher. How could it be beaten to such a state by a human being in the half-king realm? It immediately flew into a rage. Its soul collided with Han Fei's void saber, setting off a soul explosion. Just as it was about to take its severed pincer back, he saw Han Fei walk thousands of kilometers with a single step and turn into a golden giant. He clenched his fist and an array was attached to his fist. Sacrificing punch, seeing that Han Fei dared to take the initiative to attack him, the night mantis shrimp immediately launched an attack, although he had only 1 pincer left. In midair, even from a distance, a soaring power could be seen, diagonally breaking through the sky and creating a void crack thousands of kilometers long. Li Kaitian swallowed and said, should we retreat further away? This power is too terrifying. We're thousands of kilometers away, but we're still hit, Song Kaiyuan said. No, just be prepared to teleport at any time. The captain is very powerful. He's not at a disadvantage in this battle, but has the advantage. Our chances of winning are not small. Song Kaiyuan's words shocked everyone. That was a real sea establishment king. Their captain was only in the half-king realm, but he still had the upper hand. This made them feel a lot of pressure. If the captain was too strong, they would seem too weak. On the battlefield, Han Fei withstood the power of the punch, but his body was instantly dripping with blood. However, so what? Puffar, all of a sudden, the night mantis shrimp discovered, to its surprise, that at some point in time, at the place where its pincer was broken, a new blade power appeared. At the same time, another void knife slashed at the night mantis shrimp. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Fei quickly came to the broken pincer of the night mantis. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared and swallowed the hundreds of kilometers long pincer into the sea-quelling painting. At this moment, Han Fei roared. Within 1,000 kilometers, the surface of the sea was turbulent and endless blades rose to the sky. Under the blade inferno, this sea area was enveloped by saber beams. Holding the time blade, Han Fei drilled into the blade inferno and slashed at the only remaining pincer of the night mantis shrimp. Han Fei roared, come on, fight me if you have what it takes. Let's see how many lives you have. Hiss, on this side, the night mantis shrimp had just suppressed Han Fei's violent attack. The time blade was too strong, and it found that it couldn't resist it at all in a head-on clash. Chapter 1823, Mantis Shrimp Hot Pot Clang, Clang, Clang. Thousands of blades fell on the shell of the night mantis shrimp every second. Of course, this was nothing. No matter how powerful the blade inferno was, it wasn't strong enough to kill a king. The battle between Han Fei and the night mantis shrimp had just reached its climax. Han Fei used the power of the yin-yang reincarnation knife to trick it once, but Han Fei's subsequent actions were very fast. He continuously used the chaotic chi and attacked with all his strength, no longer giving the night mantis shrimp a chance to fight back. Pfft! The god-scaring stab and the heaven gate knocking were activated at the same time. However, at this moment, a white light exploded in the sky. Seeing that the white light seemed to be a fist mark, Han Fei immediately thought that it must be the heaven and earth spirit hammer of the night mantis shrimp. In the end, Han Fei sighed slightly. The advantage he had was probably going to be beaten back by this hammer. Han Fei immediately picked up 2 sledgehammers and struck them in the air. Knock, knock, knock. Han Fei glided in the sky, hammer shadows filling the sky. Below, 10,000 kilometers away, Xuanhuan exclaimed, "Is this the 100 War Divine Hammer? The legendary top hammer technique of the war giants in the Age of Doom." xuanhuan also said solemnly, "The super technique of the Age of Doom is more than a level stronger than the current technique. This hammer technique can not only be used in combat, but also in forging. Its peak effect is probably not much worse than the forging technique of the Thunderfire world." Li Kaitian said in surprise, "Fight the king of the giant beasts alone? How strong will the captain be if he becomes a king?" Suddenly, Mu Shi said, "Xia Xiaoqian is gone." Xia Xiaoqian didn't officially introduce herself to these people. When she wanted to hide, it was difficult for xuanhuan and the others to find her. Generally speaking, it was difficult to find her without paying special attention. As soon as Mu Shi said so, a strange cicada cry came from the battlefield. In the sky full of blades, many glazed glass-like colors appeared somewhere. Immediately afterward, everyone saw countless colorful lights flash across the back of the night mantis shrimp. When he took a closer look, he found that it was not light but a visual illusion produced because Xia was too fast. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at each other. Xuanhuan asked in surprise, "Really? Another existence who can kill a king as a half-king?" xuanhuan shook his head. "She's not that strong yet. Xia is holding a sea-quelling bizarre treasure whose energy goes straight into the body of the night mantis shrimp. Plus her special identity and the strength of her spiritual beast, so the shell of the night mantis shrimp is broken." Swishwall. While they were talking, a figure shot out of the boat with a swish. Lu Ran shouted, "Jianhui, what are you doing there?" However, Li Kaitian grinned and said, "Don't stop him. There aren't many chances for a half-king to fight a king. Jianhui has been frantically preparing his sword intent since just now. If he doesn't have a try, he won't stop." Boom, 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 the hammers in the sky were blasted by Han Fei 100 times in a row and were shattered in the end. However, the 2 sledgehammers in Han Fei's hand were also broken. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that ultra-quality divine weapons were no longer enough. It was a waste of weapons to use ultra-quality divine weapons to fight a king. Or rather, it was a waste of weapons to use ultra-quality divine weapons to fight such a special giant beast king. 4 ultra-quality divine weapons had been destroyed, but the king hadn't been killed. Han Fei saw that Xia Xiaoqian turned into a stream of light on the back of the night mantis shrimp, raising countless pieces of flesh. The speed of the heavenly cicada transformation made Xia Xiaoqian's strength exceed 30,000 waves at this moment. And this night mantis shrimp didn't specialize in physique, but only had its own carapace. Therefore, it couldn't completely stop Xia Xiaoqian. However, Han Fei immediately said, "Girl, retreat." Han Fei's words reminded Xia Xiaoqian. Colorful lights appeared all over the sky, and Xia Xiaoqian flashed hundreds of times in 1 second. Hiss, roar, R. The night mantis shrimp had never experienced this before. If the other party was also in the sea establishment realm, it would be fine. However, the other party was clearly only in the half-king realm. It was beaten by a group of half-kings. It felt that it was insulted. Its body suddenly rolled, and its huge body turned into a super ball. On its body, the spikes that had been dormant were all revealed at this moment. Within 1,000 kilometers, thousands of rolling spikes appeared. Although Xia Xiaoqian retreated fast enough, the attack of the night mantis shrimp came even faster than her. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoqian's reaction speed was relatively fast, and her abnormal agility allowed her to dodge this strange attack. But Han Fei could tell that this must be the night mantis shrimp's universe-piercing armor technique. He quickly came to Xia Xiaoqian, grabbed her, and left the battlefield. At this moment, Han Fei saw a soaring sword chi crossing thousands of kilometers. No, the sword chi was brought here by Jianhui. When Jianhui approached Han Fei, he instantly drew his sword. This should be the closest distance he could get to the night mantis shrimp. If he got any closer, he would be courting death. Anyway, the night mantis shrimp was too big, so Jianhui wasn't afraid of missing the target. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Jianhui's sword chi was so powerful. In terms of power alone, it was comparable to the blow of a king like the White Armor Emperor. This strength was indeed terrifying. Even Xia Xiaoqian said in surprise, "This guy is so strong, I might not even be able to block this sword." Han Fei shook his head slightly. With his physique and strength, he can only attack like this once at most. "You stay here. I'll chop this shrimp." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei saw Jianhui attack, and the yin-yang reincarnation saber was still erupting on the battlefield. Han Fei reached out and grabbed a big wine pot. Xia Xiaoqian recognized it at a glance. Wasn't that the big calabash that Han Fei picked up behind the bronze door? How could it be used as a weapon? However, Han Fei held the calabash and said, "Enlarge, enlarge." However, the calabash didn't react. Han Fei immediately added, "If you kill it, it'll be yours." Buzz. The calabash in Hanfei's hand suddenly became bigger, from a half-foot calabash to a 100-foot calabash. Buzz. The calabash continued to grow larger and suddenly became thousands of meters long. When the calabash was about to fall, it had grown to a terrifying size of more than 30 kilometers. Even Hanfei was stunned, let alone Xuanhuan and the others. At this moment, the calabash broke through the void. The void exploded and flames rolled into the sky. The night mantis shrimp thought to itself, it's just a calabash. Can it turn the sky upside down? Watch me whip it. Rumble, rumble. However, when the two collided, the entire body of the night mantis shrimp deformed. With cracking sounds, the shell of the night mantis shrimp collapsed. Not good. In this terrifying tide of explosion, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan retreated. They couldn't withstand this shockwave. At this moment, the two saber of the yin-yang reincarnation saber continued to erupt. In an instant, they cut off a part of the mantis shrimp's body. Bang! The huge mantis shrimp suddenly turned into a water mist. On the Avenger, everyone looked at each other in shock. Li Kaitian, hiss. Is the night mantis shrimp dead? Lu Ran asked. Seriously? Did the captain kill a king? Song Kaiyuan said. There are no weather changes. He probably didn't succeed. On the spot, Hanfei frowned, only to see that the wine gourd opened the stopper by itself, and a huge section of the mantis shrimp body was completely swallowed by this guy. In the exploding mist, a young man in black clothes and a white cloak had one arm and two legs growing rapidly. The man looked at Hanfei from a distance. Although he was unwilling, he could only flee with a black face. This time, Hanfei didn't chase him. If he continued to fight, his great Dao wouldn't be able to hold on. When the time came, he wouldn't be a match for this guy. Buzz! Coincidentally, the yin-yang reincarnation saber burst out again, making the black-clothed young man's eyelids twitch. Swishta. When the man in black disappeared into the void, the calabash returned to its previous size. You swallowed the mountain-like remains of a king? Can you at least leave some for me? Hanfei was lost for words. Brother, I only got a limb? You fucking got half of your body. Hanfei couldn't help sighing. It was a pity that he didn't get the shrimp's chaotic chi. Otherwise, his chaotic chi would have immediately soared to more than 4,000 wisps. When he became a king, it might have exceeded 5,000 wisps. Unfortunately, he only got a pincer. It was already good enough to have dozens of wisps of chaotic chi. Hanfei walked thousands of kilometers with each step and returned from the center of the battlefield. Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. Li Kaitian asked curiously, Captain, is the shrimp dead? Hanfei said huffily, no, he ran away. Huff. Everyone was relieved. Fortunately, he ran away. Otherwise, it meant that their captain could kill a king. If the captain was so strong, why did he still need them? Even so, everyone was speechless. A half-king had defeated a king? Who would believe it? Hanfei said, keep teleporting. Let's eat mantis shrimp hot pot in half a day. Chapter 1824, The Avenger's Fangs 1. Although the giant beast king on the route of the Nine-Palace world was driven away, Hanfei didn't dare to stay long on the route. Who knew if the king had any good friends? If they ganged up on him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Half a day later. Buzz. The Avenger broke out of the void and appeared on a relatively harmonious route. On this route, there were more species of marine creatures, and the pressure around was gone. And this was the general route of the Golden Crow world. Because it was a general route, all the pirate groups were basically using it too. The way to the Martial Emperor city was not a secret, and only the general route could be taken. Therefore, at this moment, Hanfei and the others had escaped the dangerous route of the Nine-Palace world. At this moment, Hanfei was deboning the mantis shrimp remains. He had cut off a complete pincer and a section of the body of that shrimp and absorbed a total of 37 wisps of chaotic chi. At this moment, a big pot was cooking. Gulpa gulpa, however, at this moment, Hanfei was eating alone. Including Xuanhuan, the hexagon starfish, everyone was already sitting cross-legged. Even if they were already half-kings, they couldn't withstand the flesh and blood of a king. Of course, this flesh and blood couldn't directly help them break through. Xuanhuan was the first to wake up, and then the others all woke up. Hanfei said, we'll be outside the Martial Emperor city in 3 days at most. There are still about 15 days before the so-called Martial Emperor's inheritance opens. In the next 15 days, it's time for you to play a role. Song Kaiyuan said, Captain, the Martial Emperor city also has countless resources. Shall we land in the Martial Emperor city first, take a tour of it, and then start robbing? Song Kaiyuan knew that Hanfei wanted to plunder. For Hanfei, he could rob any party in the entire Raging Sea. Song Kaiyuan even felt that with Hanfei's personality, if he really stayed in the Raging Sea for a long time, he would definitely be able to create one of the top 10 pirate groups. If Hanfei made a breakthrough, he might even be able to enter the top 3. In the Golden Crow world, on a normal sailing route, a ship made of red and yellow wood inlaid with various special metals was slowly approaching. The captain was about 300 meters tall, and there were as many as 21 venerables and 1 sea establisher on it. At this moment, on the bow of the ship, 2 young men were chatting, one of whom was Shahai. One of them said, Brother Hai, I heard that the Martial Emperor city won't refuse anyone this time. Why are there so few people from our Golden Crow world? Shahai chuckled. How can we all come at once? What kind of place is the Martial Emperor city? There are endless battles outside the Martial Emperor's city. It's extremely difficult for anyone to hunt us unless there is a king hunting. Therefore, we'll go first. The real main force is still behind. It's said that there are nearly 300 people from the Golden Crow world this time. This number is already a lot, already occupying half of our Golden Crow world's venerables. Another person smiled and said, "It seems that the competition for Martial Emperor's inheritance this time will be a fierce battle. If so many people come, won't the Martial Emperor's city become the place with the most heavenly talents in the entire Raging Sea?" Shahai smiled and said, "Even without us, the Martial Emperor's city still has the most venerable level powerhouses in the Raging Sea. Not to mention the 10 pirate groups, there are countless venerables who escaped from the 36 mystic worlds and other races over the years." Another person said, "This time, I'm afraid not many real heavenly talents will come. Last time in the land of King Death, even Baitang Xuan was seriously injured. This time, it's said that he can't come. Except for Wu Hao, you are the best among the heavenly talents, Brother Hai." Humphrey Shuizhan's damn mask suddenly appeared in Xiahai's mind. What happened in the land of King Death last time was an accident. Someone sneaked in and even abducted the princess of the Merman royal family. This time, it didn't matter even if he encountered him again. This was because as for the Martial Emperor's inheritance, there wouldn't be a situation where the strong collided. After all, inheritance was inheritance. It was a competition of who had more potential. This time, he had a good chance to win. However, he had to admit that Shuizhan was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, how could he escape from the land of King Death? How great would it be if he was killed there? Suddenly, the void trembled, and everyone saw a big black ship break out of the void. Instantly, cheers filled the ship. It's pirates, skeleton flags. This is the Avenger Pirates. Prepare the fire cannon, bang. However, before the Golden Crow world took action, they saw that the front part of the bow of the Avenger began to deform, and the bow opened like a shark's sharp teeth. A black copper cannon barrel appeared, and with a swish, a golden light blasted out. Bang! Boom! The tide rose to the sky, and a huge firebird soared above the Golden Crow sky. Boom SA. A terrifying Dao rune that exceeded the power of a half-king blasted out with spiritual energy and struck the hull of the Golden Crow sky again. However, the big bird that was scattering fire origin energy failed to break the Golden Crow Sky's ship array after 2 consecutive attacks. Haha, I thought the legendary Avenger was very powerful. It turns out that it's just so-so. Its energy cannon isn't much stronger than our energy cannon. They're just a small pirate team. Let's destroy them. Shahai's eyes were cold as he shouted in a low voice, "This Avenger is the culprit who killed Jin Yuan. And now they even dare to rob our Golden Crow world. Kill them. Bang! This time, it was the Fire Origin Cannon's turn to attack the Avenger. However, this time, it was even more unbelievable. The Avenger bore the Fire Origin Cannon head-on. The bow of the ship flashed, and the entire Avenger emerged from the surging fire waves. Seeing that the other party's array couldn't be broken, Han Fei directly attacked. Han Fei broke out of the void and slashed. The huge Firebird array broke its wings. Hiss one. At this moment, on the Golden Crow world's ship, a half-king exclaimed, "Not good." This person broke 30% of the Golden Crow array with one slash. How strong is he? Shahai immediately took out a jade slip and shouted, "Hold on. As long as you hold on for 50 seconds, once the Fire King arrives, these people won't be able to escape." Shahai thought that they just needed to block Han Fei and the others for 50 seconds. Even this ship array could block them for 20 seconds. However, when Han Fei slapped more than 20 times in a row and the terrifying power shattered the ship array of the Golden Crow world, Shahai's expression changed. This person was so strong. In terms of strength, he was several times stronger than ordinary half-kings. The moment the array was broken, the 21 people on the Golden Crow world's ship fused with their spiritual beasts and prepared for a full-scale battle. Shahai crushed a jade slip. Anyway, he just needed to wait for the Fire King to arrive. If he resisted it head-on and was injured, wouldn't it be a pity if he lost the chance to inherit the Martial Emperor's inheritance? He might as well block this person with a king-level blow first. A figure wrapped in a fireball appeared in the void, blocking Han Fei's way. Han Fei didn't panic. He shouted unhurriedly, "You want to join the Avenger? It's time to test your strength. Hawk and rob them." At this moment, Song Kaiyuan and the others had already cultivated the divine deceit technique. Shahai and the others couldn't discover their disguise at all. Besides, the 4 heavenly palaces rarely appeared in the 36 mystic worlds. Except in the land of King Death, it might have been hundreds of years since they last met. Shahai and the others certainly couldn't recognize them. Therefore, no one was afraid of exposing anything in the battle. Li Kaitian immediately roared, put away his rod, and took out 2 axes. In addition to the rod technique, his axe was also unparalleled. At this moment, the giant axe was like a 1,000-foot-tall giant attacking with all its strength. The axe light fell from the sky, extremely powerful. Fire Meteor, Heavenly Fire Meteor Technique. The heavenly talents of the Golden Crow world were naturally not weaklings. Someone was good at shields. With a series of fire shields in front of him, heavenly fire fell from behind and locked onto Li Kaitian. However, he underestimated Li Kaitian's ability. When fighting Han Fei, he certainly didn't look strong. However, when fighting ordinary half-kings, Li Kaitian was almost invincible. He shook his double axes and injected 6 levels of divine power into them. With a bang, the man was shattered. As for the fire meteor stones behind him, Li Kaitian roared and a colloid-like shield shadow appeared. No matter how the heavenly fire rolled, it was intact. As for Jianhui, he was fighting quite leisurely. He had already prepared his sword intent. As he slashed out, a brilliant light appeared. One person was killed, and a sun moon shell was directly obtained. Lu Ran took action and used the jade palm, directly crushing a person and his turtle spiritual beast. Even Mu Shi, who had fused with her spiritual beast in advance, had a special thorn that could imprison her opponent. Immediately afterward, a white sword shadow appeared, and this person was also cut into pieces. Mu Shui Sisi held a big bow in her hand and shot in the air. A phoenix danced. There were arrays in the arrow patterns. How could a woman who was pampered by the academy like that not have any strength? At this moment, Song Kaiyuan thrust out the sky-dissecting brush and trapped 3 enemies in his domain. As soon as the brush appeared, there was an azure dragon and sword Qi. Faced with Song Kaiyuan's storm of attacks, the 3 people were instantly blown up. At this moment, half of the powerhouses on the Golden Crow World ship were blown up. Han Fei didn't care about the king's attack at all. Instead, he said leisurely, "Hand over your sun moon shells and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you." Chapter 1825, The Avenger's Fangs. Feng's Tu Xiahai thought he was very strong, but he didn't know that no one on the Avenger was weaker than him. Xiahai shouted, "All of you, don't hold back. Hold on. You're all half-kings. Don't tell me you can't even hold on for 50 seconds. However, after Xiahai shouted, his vision suddenly blurred. Xiahai was subconsciously shocked. Immediately afterward, Xiahai felt a stabbing pain in his mind. His body involuntarily split apart. He immediately realized that something was wrong with his shadow. Something was cutting his shadow. Making a prompt decision, Xiahai launched a soul attack, intending to blow Xiahai out. However, a dragon roar appeared and exploded. Xiahai felt his head buzzing. He had no time to think or even know where the enemy was. He immediately detonated the power of fire origin, and a terrifying temperature swept across the world. However, in the flames that filled the sky, a purple shield shadow appeared and completely withstood his high-temperature attack. Unfortunately, Xiahai couldn't see the hexagon starfish's defense array. With a flash of light, Xiahai was cut into pieces, his soul and flesh shattered. In the blink of an eye, a half-king had been reduced to such a state. The flame shadow in the sky glanced at the one-sided situation below and wanted to go down to help, but a fist shadow came at him. Boom! Under this punch, the king's blow was immediately annihilated. The people of the Golden Crow world below were dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Was Han Fei so strong? Not only was Han Fei's strength terrifying enough to compete with a king, but the people of the Golden Crow world also discovered that any person on the Avenger was a heavenly talent. This was a one-sided situation. How could they attack in such a situation? At this time, someone below finally couldn't hold on anymore. Someone shouted, "You just want our sun moon shells, right? There's no need to kill." "We'll just give them to you." Han Fei sneered. "This ship is mine. Everyone? One?" Li Kaitian shouted. "Hear it? We also want your ship." Han Fei pointed his finger at Xiahai and tapped in the air, seriously injuring the reborn Xiahai again. After a while, there were only 21 Golden Crow Sky powerhouses left. After about 15 seconds, a shadow of fire origin suddenly descended. The man shouted, "Where are the people?" Xiahai's face turned pale. "How should I explain this?" he stammered. "Fire King, the Avenger pirates are too strong. We were wiped out. Our sun moon shells and ship were all snatched." As he said, everyone lowered their heads. It was too embarrassing. 21 people failed to stop 8 people and suffered such a crushing defeat. The Fire King's face darkened. "You mean, so many of you were wiped out by the 8 of them in 30 seconds? The Fire King couldn't help but doubt the strength of Xiahai and the others. Xiahai said leisurely, "I used the power of your blow, but..." The Fire King raised his eyebrows. "But what? Don't hem and haw," Xiahai said in a low voice. "It was shattered by Han Fei with a single blow." The Fire King, "Zha, zha, 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 zha." This time, the Fire King had to take it seriously. The Avenger Pirates was just an ordinary pirate team in the first place. Although some news had spread, it couldn't be so strong, right? Wasn't the Avenger Han Fei only in the Half-King realm? Now even a Half-King could easily sweep away his attack? The Fire King pondered for a moment. This Avenger is probably not simple. To be able to block my blow, it means that Han Fei has very likely transcended the tribulation and become a king. In addition, someone in the Martial Emperor's city wants to trade 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures for his head, which is enough to prove this. Seeing that Xiahai seemed to be seriously injured, the Fire King snorted and threw out a triple tribulation pill. "Eat it. The inheritance of the Martial Emperor is going to open. It's not good to be injured at this time." After that, the Fire King threw out a ship and said, "You no longer have any money, so I won't give you anything for now to prevent you from being robbed again. Just go to the Martial Emperor's city like this. When we reach the Martial Emperor's city, I'll give you some resources." The Avenger Pirates are not bloodthirsty people after all. Otherwise, you would have been slaughtered by them. What could Xiahai and the others do? They could only leave like this. Fortunately, the Avenger didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, they would have been dead. On the other side, xuanhuan asked curiously, why didn't we kill them? Han Fei said with a smile, although we've made many enemies on this trip, there's no need to be on a killing spree now. If we slaughter Xiahai and the others now, the Golden Crow World's king will definitely be furious. Maybe he will be hunting us down all over the map. At that time, he will disturb us from continuing to rob. Also, Xiahai and the others didn't do anything wrong to me. I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Why should I kill them now? Xuanhuan rolled her eyes. But don't let the people from the soul-sealing world go. Han Fei immediately slapped his thigh and said, that's impossible. As long as they dare to come, I dare to wipe them out. 1 day passed. Han Fei happened to leave the route of the Golden Crow World. Xuanhuan said, within 30 million kilometers of the periphery of the Martial Emperor City, there is no such thing as a route or not. This is a free war zone. Here, sea establishers are not allowed to attack. Or rather, sea establishers can only attack sea establishers. Han Fei said, I'm not in the sea establishment realm, am I? After a moment of silence, Xuanhuan said, well, I don't know if it can be counted. I don't think so, Han Fei sneered. Anyway, I don't attack much. I'll just leave the looting to you later. Oh, these are your spoils. There are a total of 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones and 38 ultra-quality divine weapons, as well as other resources worth probably 300,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Mushui Sisi exclaimed, ah, so many, Han Fei said. It's reasonable for the Avenger's own crew to get more resources. From today on, you can get 20% of the resources for every ship you loot. Everyone couldn't help looking at each other. Only 20% of the resources. Didn't this mean that Han Fei had obtained 2.5 million ultra-quality spiritual stones? Han Fei exclaimed in his heart, these heavenly talents are really rich? A random robbery got him millions of resources. If they rob 3 groups a day, they can make a fortune in only 3 or 5 days. Han Fei tried his luck with the 9-palace luck ruler and found that it was auspicious. Then he began to choose the direction with the vast ocean navigator in satisfaction. Han Fei thought for a moment and muttered, except for the 4 heavenly palaces, the Snow God Palace, and the Million Poison World, all the heavenly palaces, including the 100 Demon Clan, the Merman Clan, and the 10 pirate groups, which are the richest. He excluded the Million Poison World because Han Fei felt that Patriarch Million Poison might have discovered his identity. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided not to scheme against them. Han Fei didn't know which world he would rob. In any case, with the vast ocean navigator guiding the way, they could just blame themselves for being unlucky. The Avenger opened its claws and began to hunt like a dormant beast. The big ship teleported 500,000 or 600,000 kilometers away every time, and the periphery of the Martial Emperor City was the free war zone. In this place, the direction didn't matter, so when Han Fei had the vast ocean navigator, he was destined to become a hunter. On the Medicine King World's ship, a pioneer group of 32 people came on the ship. These 32 people were all half-kings. From the name of the Medicine King Wang Qian, one may think that it was a place to nurture alchemists. In fact, that was not the case. It was precisely because of the large number of alchemists in the Medicine King world that there were more strong masters nurtured. In addition to alchemy, the people of the Medicine King world didn't specialize in any specific combat skills or techniques. At this moment, on the bow deck, everyone knew that they were arriving at the Martial Emperor City. For people like them, such opportunities were very rare. They usually didn't come to places like the Martial Emperor City. This time, they had a chance to participate in competing for the Martial Emperor's inheritance after a careful selection. At this moment, the people of the Medicine King world were all waiting eagerly. At the bow of the ship, a woman said, Mu Chen, it's a rare opportunity to come to the Martial Emperor City. It's said that everything can be traded here. We have to get the herbs for the level 5 tribulation pills. The young man nodded. It's time to show them the strength of our Medicine King world. Buzz. Suddenly, a big black ship broke out of the void. Most people were still wondering who had suddenly appeared. However, when someone saw the pirate skeleton flag, they immediately exclaimed, Pirates, it's the Avenger pirates. Someone thought to himself, not good. This is a free war zone. How dare they rob here? Do they have a king behind them? Buzz. On the big ship of the Medicine King world, a middle-aged man stood proudly in the air. Avenger pirates? Humph, robbing in front of me? Aren't you too arrogant? At this time, Han Fei chuckled. Medicine King world, right? Hand over 5 million ultra-quality spiritual stones and 3 level 3 tribulation pills, and you can pass. Han Fei was asking for twice of what he got from the Golden Crow world. However, there was a king here, so it was normal for him to ask for more. The Medicine King sneered. I'm afraid you're still asleep. How dare a mere half-king speak so arrogantly to me? You only have 7 half-kings under you. How dare you try to rob us? Hee, since you don't want to hand the money over, let's fight. Cut the crap. In the free war zone, although sea establishers were not allowed to attack at will, there was an exception. If you wanted to rob others, sea establishers could attack unconditionally. After all, you had already wanted to rob me, and I couldn't just watch my own people being robbed, right? Buzz. Han Fei slashed at the big ship of Medicine King world with both knives. Han Fei thought to himself, I'm already here, how can I return empty-handed? Chapter 1826 touched Hu's cheese, the yin-yang reincarnation saber, slashed at the Medicine King World's ship. This was an attack comparable to the sea establishment realm. Even if this big ship could withstand it once or twice, how could it withstand it 5 or 8 times? Seeing that Han Fei could produce such terrifying power, the king of the Medicine King World was shocked. The commander of the Avenger pirates was indeed terrifying. He was only a half-king now. Below, with bangs, Li Kaitian fired continuously. At this moment, Xuanhuan didn't want to use the heavenly cicada transformation. In the free war zone of the Martial Emperor City, everything could happen. The heavenly cicada transformation was her last trump card, so she couldn't use it too easily. Above, Han Fei turned into a golden giant, clenched the sacrificing punch, and launched the soul explosion and heavenly god stab. As for the king of the Medicine King World, his great Tao was fire control. Although it was a purple strange fire, when the strange fire poured on Han Fei, he found that Han Fei was not afraid at all. The power of nearly 100,000 waves swept across 10,000 kilometers. Han Fei and the king of the Medicine King World fought into the void, but the moment the two of them entered the void, with two buzz, the Medicine King World's king and Han Fei both projected a clone. These two clones were both in the half-king realm. The Medicine King World's king was surprised. You can also project clones? Han Fei grinned. I knew you would secretly project a projection. Unfortunately, you met me. All laws forbidden in this space. As Han Fei roared, the fire tide suddenly stopped. Han Fei took the opportunity to hold the rod and launch a Heaven Gate knocking. However, the Heaven Gate knocking was not aimed at the projection of the king, but at the ship array of the Medicine King World. On the Medicine King World's ship, Mu Chen shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." They couldn't help being nervous. Han Fei's combat power was comparable to that of a sea establisher, so they had to fight the remaining battles themselves. Although there was no reason for 30 people to lose against 7 people, this was outside the Martial Emperor City. They might not only encounter the Avenger pirates, and perhaps the other party had accomplices. Suddenly, Han Fei's knife emitted a dazzling white light. As soon as the knife appeared, a big hole was torn in the ship array. The woman beside Mu Chen said solemnly, "This weird knife light has appeared 3 times and no one noticed it at all. The energy on the ship is consumed extremely quickly. Why don't we fight a quick battle and take down the other party first?" At this moment, the two of them saw a dazzling light shot from the ship array. Mu Chen's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the woman beside him and retreated. Crack-a-boom-a, a big hole appeared in the ship array. Someone was shocked. Is this person still a half-king? How can he be distracted when fighting the Patriarch? Someone shouted, "Hurry up, replenish your energy. As long as they can't take us in 100 seconds, they will retreat." However, at this moment, a scream came from the helm of the ship. The entire ship array exploded. There were thousands of light threads which were clearly left behind by saber cutting through the void. Immediately afterward, the ship array of the Medicine King World's ship was shattered. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Mu Chen shouted, "Not good, someone has sneaked in." On the other side, a sword light flashed across the sky. An unusually tall and brawny man from the Medicine King World pressed the armor box on the deck. Armor chain, swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 36 identical shields blocked in front of the boat. Clang, crack-a-crack-a-crack-a-crack, everyone was horrified. Every time a layer of armor was broken, everyone was horrified. Someone exclaimed, "How is it possible? Chu Yi's armor chain was broken. The power of this blow probably reached the level of a king." This crack sounded 23 times in a row. Just when everyone thought that this blow was finally over when another dazzling white light bloomed. Someone exclaimed, "Where did this knife light come from? Why did it erupt again after less than a second?" Ka. The last dozen shields of the ship were shattered in one blow. Li Kaitian roared, "Kill! Glazed glass, merciful hand. Skyfall divine bow. Dragon snake pen. On the Avenger, 6 people attacked with all their strength." Those who could be sent to Han Fei's ship by the 4 Heavenly Palace Masters were all top heavenly talents of these heavenly palaces. How could an ordinary half-king's combat power be comparable to that of the 6 of them? As soon as the two parties collided, the Medicine King World's team discovered that they were no match for them at all. Xia Xiaochan, who had already slipped into the boat, held 2 daggers in her hands. When she appeared again, she had already killed the 6th person. In the sky, when Patriarch Medicine King saw this scene, he was shocked. Are there all such heavenly talents on the Avenger? Any one of them is comparable to the strongest heavenly talent of the Medicine King World. Isn't this too shocking? A moment later, Li Kaiyan shouted, "Hand over your sun moon shells, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." Then Li Kaiyan looked at Jianhui. "I've got 3. Jianhui replied indifferently, 5. Li Kaitian? Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Patriarch of the Medicine King World couldn't believe his eyes. He had thought that nothing would happen with him taking care of the ship. He didn't expect such a situation in the end. "You're too much. Avenger Han Fei, you're pushing me too far." In the void, Patriarch Medicine King swallowed a spiritual pill. Han Fei glanced at it and saw 5 tribulation patterns on the pill. Roar. Instantly, Han Fei felt that the guy's strength had soared a lot, and he actually felt some pressure. The old turtle said, "Alchemists always refine some pills that increase strength by sacrificing vitality. This guy's strength has probably increased by 50%. Don't fight him anymore." In fact, the moment this person swallowed the pill, the void behind Han Fei exploded. Han Fei shouted at the Avenger, "Everyone, evacuate." Patriarch Medicine King said, "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" This person's strength had soared, and his heart might have swelled. In an instant, he caught up with Han Fei, intending to kill him. However, Han Fei clenched his fist. After the punch, 10,000 swords followed. Humph, how can a trivial trick save your life? With a bang, Han Fei was sent flying 100 kilometers. However, the tens of thousands of small swords exploded with a bang, and a dense gray mist almost enveloped Patriarch Medicine King. At that time, the Patriarch couldn't have felt worse. Fuck, he had never smelled such a stinky smell in his life. It was so stinky that his scalp was numb. Just as Han Fei was about to continue to attack, suddenly, 3 big ships appeared in his perception. There were more than 100 people on the 3 big ships, and their symbol was a blood-colored sickle. Immediately, Han Fei's heart did a flip. The Asura pirates? Patriarch Medicine King, who had just escaped the stench, had clearly perceived the Asura pirates too. At that time, his heart turned cold. The Avenger pirates were not even one of the top 10 pirate groups, but they were already so difficult to deal with. Then what would the Asura pirates be like? However, Han Fei said, "Hey, we Avenger pirates don't kill, but the Asura pirates almost leave no survivors wherever they go. Why don't we cooperate?" Patriarch Medicine King just wanted to slap Han Fei to death. Cooperate in your dreams. Patriarch Medicine King shouted coldly, "Do you think I will believe you?" Han Fei sneered, "Do you want to see all your men being slaughtered? I don't believe you haven't heard of Pei Qianying. Look at the Avenger pirates. Have we really killed any of your men?" Han Fei wasn't afraid that the Patriarch Medicine King wouldn't agree. He continued, "As long as you give me 2 of the level 5 pills you took just now, I can help you once." Patriarch Medicine King's face changed drastically. "Do you really dare to take a 5th grade Dao pattern pill?" Han Fei shrugged. Compared to a whole ship of the heavenly talents of the Medicine King world, 2 5th grade Dao pattern pills are nothing. Patriarch Medicine King didn't think too much about it because he saw that the fleet of the Asura pirates had teleported in the air. He immediately threw a bottle of pills over. "After you win, I'll give you another one." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This robbery was worth it. Han Fei had just seen the effect of this pill. By increasing his strength by 50%, this old guy's strength soared. Immediately, Han Fei said, "Everyone, don't just stand there. Cooperate with the Medicine King world to fight the Asura pirates." On the Medicine King world side, Patriarch Medicine King also said via voice transmission, "Everyone, return to your positions. The Asura pirates are here. Prepare to face the enemy. We'll cooperate with the Avengers for the time being." Huh? Below, both the people on Han Fei and on the Medicine King world side were stunned. Just now, they were fighting to the death. Half of their people had been robbed by these guys, but now they were cooperating with them? Buzz. At this moment, 3 large ships appeared in the void. The appearance of the bloody sickle flag made many strong masters in the Medicine King world exclaim, "It's the Asura pirates. There are so many of them. Prepare to face the enemy. Remember, don't hold back. These Asura pirates kill without batting an eye. Don't hold back." On the leading ship, a man in a black and red robe holding a sickle in one hand sneered, "Very good, Avenger pirates. How dare you snatch the prey of the Asura pirates?" Humph. Chapter 1827, Asura Pirates. The 3 big ships of the Asura pirates surrounded over. Pei Qianying, the captain of the Asura pirates, had even seen the battle between Han Fei and Patriarch Medicine King. Unfortunately, he came a step late. He only saw Han Fei being sent flying 100 kilometers by Patriarch Medicine King. Therefore, he only thought that this guy's physique was extraordinary and his strength was extraordinary, so he could block a king's blow. However, Pei Qianying was not stupid. Since the Avenger pirates dared to rob the Medicine King world's ship, they must have some means. Therefore, before the battle began, he said, "Han Fei from the Avenger pirates, right?" Han Fei pretended to be solemn. Pei Qianying didn't care that Han Fei called him by his name. He said, "Do you know that the Medicine King world is the prey of our Asura pirates?" Han Fei shrugged. "No, so what?" Pei Qianying sneered. "Heh. Boy, you sound very arrogant. However, as long as you contribute all the resources you looted to the Asura pirates today, I'll let you go. After all, I prefer pirates." Han Fei sneered. "What if I don't?" Pei Qianying sneered. "No? Do you think you can leave today?" Ha ha ha. As Pei Qianying laughed, everyone on the 3 big ships of the Asura pirates began to laugh. Below, Song Kai-yuan and the others looked solemn. They couldn't laugh. This was one of the top 10 pirate groups. The Asura pirates were the most ruthless. As long as they looted, no one would be left alive. Their commander, Pei Qianying, killed people like flies. It could be said that among the 10 pirate groups, this group of people was the most ferocious. Han Fei said leisurely, "Although there aren't many of us, each member of the Avenger pirates can fight 10 alone, okay? With that, Han Fei quickly looked at the Patriarch of the Medicine King world and said, Pei Qianying is yours. Patriarch Medicine King had no choice but to trust Han Fei. After all, the Avenger didn't kill the people of the Medicine King world just now. It was precisely because of this that he chose to cooperate with Han Fei. The people he led were all heavenly talents of the Medicine King world. If they died here, it would be the Medicine King world's great loss. Immediately, Patriarch Medicine King nodded, and Han Fei sneered. Pei Qianying, right? How dare you laugh at me? You made a big mistake. With that, Han Fei's voice rumbled like a dragon and fell into the sea. Kill. Leave no one alive. Pei Qianying was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. So, the Avenger pirates are a bunch of brainless people. Kill Pei Qianying didn't take Han Fei seriously. Since Han Fei refused a toast only to drink a forfeit, he might as well kill them. Buzz. Han Fei attacked first. The yin-yang reincarnation saber slashed at a big ship. Han Fei said, Girl, fight one ship with xuanhuan and the others. Xuanhuan immediately said via voice transmission, Be careful. The Asura pirates' ship array can't be broken easily. They have the Asura blood poison on their ship. If we are contaminated by the foul blood, it may seep into our bloodline and cause a huge blow to our bloodline. Han Fei's heart stirred and he said, It doesn't matter, just kill them. Han Fei sneered in his heart. What he was least afraid of was filth and evil. With the purification power of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, how could he be contaminated by this mere filth? Fuse. Xuanhuan directly fused with the giant arowana, and her combat power increased a lot. The moment the yin-yang reincarnation saber slashed out, she also rushed out. Han Fei punched at another big ship. The ship array of this big ship of the Asura pirates turned into a bloody mist. Under the bloody mist, there seemed to be a power corroding the surroundings. Heaven Enlightenment divine technique abuzz. In the sky, 3 white pillars of light descended with swishes. 3 big holes appeared in the weird ship array. Hiss. While fighting the Patriarch of the Medicine King world, Pei Qianying was waiting to see Han Fei make a fool of himself. Who would have expected that the array he had always been proud of couldn't even withstand a single blow from Han Fei? Was this the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique? As for Patriarch Medicine King, he secretly exclaimed, if he wasn't mistaken, this was the fucking Heaven Enlightenment divine technique? Song Kaiyuan and Wuxue Sisi were even more horrified. Even Song Kaiyuan was shocked. Is this the Human King technique? Legend had it that this kind of great technique was not something ordinary people could master. In the Age of Doom, there was only one human king in the world who could master the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. However, they saw it today. At this moment, Song Kaiyuan suddenly knew why the 4 heavenly palaces let him and the others be Han Fei's subordinates. It seemed that they just wanted them to be related to Han Fei, because Han Fei was very likely to have the inheritance of the Human King. The ship arrays of the 3 ships of the Asura pirates were broken at the same time. The crew members on the ships were also stunned. They never expected such a situation to happen. The blood-colored ship array couldn't even block it for half a second? Swish Xia Xiaoshan had already rushed into the ship. A person's shadow was entangled, and his soul was instantly shattered by a soul spike. Han Fei was not worried about Xia Xiaoshan and the others at all. In terms of strength, this group of people was definitely the first echelon of the half-kings in the Raging Sea, which was not something the Asura pirates could compare to. For Han Fei, he was even faster. He drew his knife with one hand and the great Tao of gravity instantly fell. With the combat power of a king, how could Han Fei let these people resist? With a series of popping sounds, 5 half-kings were controlled by Han Fei and died. Han Fei stomped, and the Blade Inferno was formed again, and the area within 1,000 kilometers turned into a sword tide. Even so, Han Fei didn't stop. Compared to the other pirate groups, Han Fei didn't have a good impression of the Asura pirates. Pei Qianying was just looking for the pleasure of slaughter. But Pei Qianying was not a good person, and he, Han Fei, was a good person? In terms of fighting, Han Fei had never been afraid. In terms of slaughter, could Pei Qianying compare to Xuanhuan? If Xuanhuan really became a king, Pei Qianying would have to kneel down and beg for his mercy. Han Fei clasped the void cracks. Every time he slashed, someone would be cut apart. Their souls had no time to escape before they were exploded by Han Fei's finger. In the blink of an eye, 9 strong masters had died at Han Fei's hands, and on the other ship, Xia Xiaoshan and the others had already killed 7 half-kings. Of course, those who were killed were basically not strong enough. Those stronger had all shouted, leave the ship and expand the battlefield. As for the Medicine King world side, their combat power was a little weak. Only the guy named Mu Chen and a woman killed 2 half-kings, but 6 half-kings of them had been killed. At this moment, the difference in strength was obvious. Although the Medicine King world's knowledge was diversified, their strength was limited. Or rather, they were actually powerful, but they didn't have enough combat experience. Otherwise, 6 of them wouldn't have been killed in the first round. However, for Pei Qianying, his expression was extremely ugly at this moment. The only thing he didn't expect was that Han Fei could break his ship array so easily. If he couldn't, the battle would go in another direction. Seeing that the Avenger elites led by Han Fei were so powerful, Pei Qianying's body emitted intense blood qi and blood light, and a figure appeared in the void. It was a figure made of black and red blood. When one took a closer look, he would find that it was another Pei Qianying who also had the strength of the Sea Establishment realm. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Avatar? Han Fei smiled. With a thought, the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly drained, and the invincible fighting intent condensed, turning into a giant. He pointed his finger, and a peak-level venerable was killed on the spot. Watching the bloody man slash down with the sickle that cut through the sky, Han Fei smiled. Howl enlightenment. When a pillar of holy light descended, Han Fei clasped his hand and grabbed a huge blade of holy light from the pillar of light. Qi-la white light and blood light collided in the sky. In the perception of countless people, the blood-colored sickle was cut apart by Han Fei. This was natural restraint. Even if this blood shadow was in the Sea Establishment realm, so what? This was the last thing the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment was afraid of. Han Fei walked thousands of kilometers with a single step, stepped in the air, and held a piece of holy light in his hand. As if raising dust, he waved his hand and scattered the holy light, which, like billions of knife lights, drilled through the void and swept at the blood-colored figure. Blood shadow and blood qi exploded, but the terrifying explosion didn't hurt Han Fei at all. However, some people were invaded by the blood mist and stained with dirty blood, but Han Fei slapped the blood shadow away. Pei Qianying, right? Then, surrounded by holy light, Han Fei slapped the phantom's head askew. You want to fight me? You think you're awesome, don't you? You want me to send you resources? Han Fei's peak speed was definitely extremely fast, especially when he had experienced the great Tao of Wind. Facilitated by the attribute suppression, he punched and kicked the blood shadow. You ugly bastard. You damn pirate. How dare you insult the profession of pirate? Bang, bang, bang. Pei Qianying's avatar was completely suppressed, and the filthy blood was useless, and his original body was entangled by the Patriarch Medicine King. He wasn't afraid at first, but the old bastard of the Medicine King world seemed to go crazy and kept entangling him. Seeing that his avatar might be killed if this continued, Pei Qianying's expression changed and he shouted, Retreat, Chapter 1828, The Avengers Made a Name. Pei Qianying was confident at first, thinking that the Avengers couldn't break his ship array. However, in an instant, all the ship arrays on his side were broken. Then, Han Fei was on a killing spree, showing the strength of the Sea Establishment realm. Especially Han Fei's great Tao, it made Pei Qianying's heart turn cold. This great Tao happened to suppress his great Tao. Then, how could he fight this battle? At this point, Pei Qianying was scared. At this moment, he couldn't help but think, why is the bounty of Han Fei so high? 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. So, this guy actually has the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment? That's the Tao of the former human king. At this moment, Pei Qianying thought of running away. However, how could Han Fei let him? Han Fei shouted, Weren't you yelling at me just now? Why are you leaving now? If you don't want to die, leave your sun moon shells behind. However, a famous pirate still had some ability. Pei Qianying was determined to leave and quickly came to his blood shadow clone. Immediately, the blood shadow fused with his original body, and Pei Qianying's strength increased greatly. The filthy blood in the air turned into clones holding sickles, intending to kill the other crew members of the Avenger. Han Fei didn't panic at all. It's just a projection. Even if I'm not a king, am I necessarily weaker than you? When Han Fei sent out 3 half-king projections in a row, Pei Qianying was really speechless. Is this guy really only in the half-king realm? A half-king can create so many half-king projections? Are you kidding me? In the melee below, Han Fei's men had killed a total of 23 people and got 18 sea-swallowing seashells. At this moment, Han Fei knew that it was about time. If he continued to fight like this, the time would be up. Without the Avengers' obstruction, the Asura pirates ran very fast. After the Asura pirates' ships ran away, the Medicine King World's ship was ready to teleport. At this moment, Han Fei asked, Where's the other pill? Immediately, the Patriarch of the Medicine King threw a pill to Han Fei with an ugly expression. In the next moment, he commanded the big ship to teleport out. Han Fei shrugged slightly. At this moment, he didn't want to fight anymore. The main reason was that if he continued to fight, his real strength would be exposed. Originally, he just wanted to plunder the Medicine King world, but who knew that the Asura pirates would come? Unfortunately, neither side was plundered by him. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, Han Fei said, The noise here is too loud. Leave here quickly. Run 5 million kilometers first. As for where to run, whichever direction will do. A moment later, there were exactly 35 sun moon shells in front of Han Fei. Han Fei checked them one by one and cursed. Not even a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? How poor, xuanhuan and the others were shocked. xuanhuan thought to himself, I've checked a few sun moon shells. There are countless spiritual stones and various kinds of pills in them. How could Han Fei say that? Han Fei rummaged around and finally threw out a few sun moon shells. Fine, I'll pay you 1.5 million for your hard work. I'm tired. Let's call it today and take a rest. Everyone. xuanhuan and Mushui Sisi looked at each other and calculated in their minds. On this trip, they had obtained at least 7.5 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. The two of them were speechless. How could he say that he was poor? Of course, Han Fei didn't suffer a loss this time. After all, not only did he get 2 level 5 tribulation pills, but he also found a level 3 tribulation pill in a sun moon shell. Relatively speaking, in the Medicine King world, pills were more valuable than spiritual stones. He had robbed 2 kings but only got a few pills. It was because he was too weak to really hunt a king. Otherwise, how could a king be so poor? If he could also reach the sea establishment realm, in the situation today, he would definitely be able to ransack the Medicine King world and the Asura pirates. In the sea quelling painting, Han Fei looked at the level 5 pill and information popped up in his eyes. Name, rank 5. The ultra-quality pill refined by an alchemist to stimulate potential. After taking it, it inspires the potential of the body. Depending on the user's talent, the user's strength will soar. Level C establishment. All, quality, ultra quality, quality, chaos energy, 88, wisps 1, remarks, taking this pill has a certain chance to damage the foundation and leave impurities in the body. Han Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Not only did it contain a lot of chaotic chi, but it could also increase the strength of different people. As for leaving impurities, it basically wouldn't affect him. He cultivated the purity mystic body in the first place. If there were impurities, he could expel them. How could he not know his physique? He checked the other tribulation pill, which was exactly the same. Han Fei curled his lips slightly. If he could get a level 3 tribulation pill that could block heavenly tribulation, it would be good. The remaining level 3 tribulation pill in front of Han Fei was about the same as the ones he had obtained before. In addition to these precious pills, Han Fei calculated. Now he had as many as 10.7 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, which had already exceeded the total resources in the doors of the hexagon starfish. Xuanhuan said, Hey, you're grinning from ear to ear. Han Fei immediately came back to himself. Who? Am I? Shot impatiently. You just snatched a few pills. Why are you so happy? Han Fei immediately stuffed the level 5 tribulation pill in his hand to Xuanhuan and said, one of these can allow you to exert several times your strength. If you use the heavenly cicada transformation and this, you may be able to reach the sea establishment realm in a short period of time. There are 2 of them. Let's each take one. This trip is worth it. Xuanhuan asked in surprise, is this pill really so effective? Han Fei said, aren't you well read? The fact that the Medicine King has this name means that they are indeed good at alchemy in the raging sea. This is reliable. Xuanhuan took the pill and couldn't help but think, once a merman's pearl is condensed, his strength will double. Unfortunately, I haven't condensed my pearl. I think I may be able to condense it after I break through the half-king realm. Oh? Han Fei thought to himself. With Xuanhuan's current strength, if she continued to cultivate the purity mystic body, wouldn't her strength be comparable to his when she condensed her pearl? It seemed that he had underestimated the merman race. If the mermen were so strong in the half-king realm, Xuanhuan's bloodline level might be even stronger than his now. While Han Fei and the others were resting, the Martial Emperor city was in a great uproar. The matter of the Asura pirates being crushed by the Avenger pirates was released by the Medicine King world, although neither the Asura pirates nor the Avenger pirates were good people in the eyes of the Medicine King world. However, at least the Avengers didn't kill. This time they had 8 people die, which were all thanks to the Asura pirates. Therefore, they wouldn't hesitate to do anything that could damage the reputation of the Asura pirates. When this news blew up the Martial Emperor city, many strong masters were discussing. In a certain blacksmith shop, someone said, shall we give it a try? Recently, there have been a lot of people coming to the Martial Emperor city. The blacksmith shook his head. You have to be alive to rob them. None of those people is a pushover. Those who don't have enough strength have joined forces to come. And as for those strong masters, do you dare to rob them? The landlady of a certain restaurant who was wearing a short dress stood at the window seductively and said, it seems that the competition among the top 10 pirate groups is about to begin. I'm looking forward to this hunt. Beside the landlady, someone was puzzled. In my opinion, those kings should stuff people into their origin seas and then bring them over. The landlady sneered. If it were you, would you be willing to expose your origin sea? The origin sea is the foundation of cultivation for sea establishers. How could those guys be willing to do that? Besides, if it's not difficult to come over, wouldn't it make people underestimate the Martial Emperor city? In an arena. A man in white was watching the life and death battle between advanced venerables leisurely. When he suddenly heard the news, he couldn't help but exclaim. The man said, interesting. An obscure pirate group destroyed the Asura pirates and looted the Medicine King world ship. That's really interesting. Has Han Fei not entered the sea establishment realm yet? Yes, we've confirmed. The man nodded slightly. That's even more interesting. A half-king is comparable to a sea establisher, and sea establishers are not allowed to take the initiative to attack anyone below the sea establishment realm. Doesn't that mean that this person is an invincible existence in the free war zone? That's it. Heh, we peace pirates have always believed in peace. What do you think? Let's not join in this game for the time being. There were all kinds of demons and ghosts in the Martial Emperor's city now. There were still 9 days before the Martial Emperor's inheritance opened. At this moment, more and more people were waiting to watch the show. In the free war zone, many people were preparing to forcibly break through and enter the Martial Emperor's city. After all, it was not easy to locate and rob a ship in the 30 million kilometer sea area. Some people watched quietly, and some people were ready to hunt. After all, for veteran pirates, if they didn't find some excitement this time, they wouldn't have such a chance in the future. It wasn't like the Martial Emperor's city opened the Martial Emperor's inheritance every day. Chapter 1829, Free War Zone outside the Martial Emperor's city. In the free war zone spanning 30 million kilometers, battles were happening in every corner. Among the pirates, except for Han Fei who robbed the Medicine King world, the other pirate groups also took action. However, they were far away from Han Fei and didn't encounter him. Han Fei picked up the vast ocean navigator and searched for the least dangerous and most suitable forces for looting. However, Han Fei and the others who were about to plunder discovered that the other party was actually the 9th-ranked Crimson Fire pirates. Han Fei was speechless. He had thought that he would encounter other forces heading to the Martial Emperor city, but the vast ocean navigator pointed at the Crimson Fire pirates. So, the Crimson Sea pirates were the most suitable for him to rob? However, they were also pirates. They came out to rob, so how many resources could they bring with them? Except for the resources on xuanhuan, the head of the Crimson Fire pirates, there was probably nothing to hunt in the entire Crimson Fire pirates. When the Avengers suddenly appeared in the path of the Crimson Fire pirates, the people of the Crimson Fire pirates were shocked. Who the fuck bumped into our cannons? However, both parties looked at each other with ugly expressions. Xuanhuan said, "This is the fire god of the Crimson Fire pirates." "I'm afraid the one on the fire god is xuanhuan. It's said that he's the second fire in the raging sea and has a strange fire." Han Fei frowned. Why did I meet such a thing? The Crimson Fire pirates had 2 big ships. On the ships there seemed to be 40 or 50 people, plus a sea establisher. This force couldn't be underestimated. On the opposite side, xuanhuan also looked at Han Fei in surprise and said helplessly, "Avenger pirates? Are they out of their minds? Why are they robbing us?" Behind xuanhuan, a half-king said, "Captain, this Avenger must be up to no good. It's said that Han Fei defeated Li Ji of the Medicine King world yesterday and Pei Qianying of the Ashura pirates. He has a total of 7 subordinates on his ship, all of whom are heavenly talents. The 3 ships of the Ashura pirates didn't hurt them at all." "Humph," xuanhuan snorted. "Do I need you to tell me that?" When the 2 parties confirmed each other's identity, xuanhuan of the Crimson Fire pirate said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Han Fei?" Han Fei stood proudly on the bow. Xuanhuan asked, "What does the Avenger pirates mean?" Han Fei smiled. "Believe it or not, you've got the wrong person." Xuanhuan asked, "In that case," shall we part ways?" Han Fei said, "Don't be hasty. Since we've already met, why don't we fight first?" Xuanhuan's face turned cold. "Han Fei, are you provoking me?" Han Fei shrugged. "I'm just asking for a fight. Do pirates have to plunder resources?" With that, Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan and the others. "Your training time is up again. Kill." Not to mention Xuanhuan and the others, even xuanhuan was speechless. Who the hell is this guy? How can he suddenly fall out with me? Is he another person like the captain of the Peace Pirates? The Peace Pirates were determined to wipe out all the pirate groups, so they didn't have a good relationship with any pirate groups. However, the Peace Pirates were extremely strong, so ordinary pirates would just avoid them. In the past, whenever the top 10 pirate groups changed their rankings, one of them would usually be destroyed by the Peace Pirates. For many years, it had been like this. Therefore, many pirates' hearts would shiver when they heard the word peace. Xuanhuan looked at this side coldly. At this moment, apart from Han Fei, there were only 7 of them, but they wanted to fight 50 of them? To be honest, although xuanhuan knew that the Avengers' crew were all very powerful, wasn't this too exaggerated? He was really not afraid of these people. Swish. When Han Fei and xuanhuan broke through the void to fight, the battle below became heated. More than 20 seconds passed. The Crimson Fire pirates left the corpses of 5 venerables behind, and then ran away under xuanhuan's lead. Xuanhuan was horrified. Han Fei is so strong. Is he still a half-king? Even if he used some secret method, Han Fei's combat power is too shocking. However, the key problem was that Han Fei was not a king, and was not restricted by the rules of the Martial Emperor city. Fortunately, he left quickly. Otherwise, xuanhuan felt that the Crimson Fire pirates, who were almost at the bottom of the ranking, would probably be in trouble. Xuanhuan escaped. Little did they know that everyone on the Avenger, including Han Fei, was having a hard time. Han Fei's battle was not for resources, but for fighting. He wanted to consolidate his strength with the pressure of fighting. After all, in the 2 months outside the Supreme Mystic world, he had improved too much. As for xuanhuan and the others, although they had experienced a lot of battles, their fighting experiences weren't rich. This time, they had gained a lot of fighting experience. In fact, in addition to tempering himself, Han Fei wanted to make a name for himself. After all, so far, the Avengers had fought against Predators, Fierce Wind, Asura, and Crimson Fire Pirates and had never lost. And now, there were so many strong masters near the Martial Emperor city and news traveled fast, it was easy for the Avenger to become famous. However, Han Fei felt that it was not enough yet. That day, the Avenger snatched a boat from the dream-weaving world. However, there were too many soul techniques in the dream-weaving world, so Han Fei and the others didn't gain much. Fortunately, they escaped unscathed. The next day, the Avenger attacked the undersea human beings. However, it encountered two kings. Fortunately, Han Fei reacted quickly and ran away. On the same day, Han Fei returned with the twin divine technique. Furthermore, he killed a half-king in front of the two kings of the undersea human race in a provocative manner. Another day, Han Fei robbed the spirit-refining world. The next day, Han Fei snatched the Mad Corpse world. For 7 consecutive days, Han Fei and the others didn't gain much, but they provoked others everywhere. It could be said that the Avenger was really famous now. In the Martial Emperor city, a certain casino opened a bet. Today's bet is about to start. The first bet is whether the Avenger will attack the Infinity World, and the Misfortune Pirates claim that they'll take the initiative to attack and hunt the Avengers, so the second bet is the success rate. The third bet is, all gambling dens open different bets. There was no cheat in this prediction. It was all guesswork. Someone laughed and scolded, if the Avengers dare to attack the Infinity World, they're courting death. If the Supreme Clearness World and the Infinity World are so easy to snatch, how can it be their turn? But in the casino, someone shouted, damn it, I'm optimistic about the Avengers. Bet on whether they will attack the Infinity World, right? I bet 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones on it. Someone took a deep breath and said, brother, you're throwing resources into the water. Wouldn't it be better if you give them to me? In the Infinity World, any king can lead a team, except for the undead pirates who dares to rob them. The person who placed the bet said disdainfully, who hasn't the Avenger robbed these days? The casino was in an uproar. After betting, the man returned to his seat. There were 4 other people sitting here. As soon as the burly man sat down, he sighed. What a pity, we can't bet too much. I guess we can only earn 500,000 at most, another person said. Why don't we go to the auction house later? Then we can sell all the things we snatched. Otherwise, we'll have to pay the money we owe the captain on our own. Immediately afterward, a man with the temperament of a scholar said, these days, we've almost earned back 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Although we fight more and earn less, this is still much faster than normal cultivation. Later, let's sell all the things we can sell. It's not easy to come to the Martial Emperor city. Although there are many good things here, it will be embarrassing if we don't have money to buy them. A woman said, can I borrow money from the captain? The captain has at least 30 million. Everyone was speechless. Do you think you can? These 5 people all looked ordinary. They were xuanhuan and the others in disguise. As for Han Fei, as the casino had bet, he was hunting the Infinity World at this moment. Even the smartest xuanhuan didn't know how Han Fei could hunt the ship of the Infinity World. The king of the Infinity World was different from ordinary kings. That strength was definitely not something xuanhuan or Pei Qianying could compare to. At this moment, a woman walked over holding a fish skin map in her hand. When everyone saw this, they immediately asked, Lu Ran, how much did you get? Lu Ran's face was still stiff. After pondering for a long time, she said leisurely, you definitely won't expect it. Everyone, how much? Lu Ran said. The information that the captain asked us to sell is worth this much. Lu Ran extended 2 fingers. Hiss, 2,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Lu Ran shook her head. It's 20 million. What? Instantly they fell silent. They got off the boat in advance because the ship Han Fei was going to rob today was beyond their ability. However, they didn't come down to play. They came with a mission, which was to completely unveil Han Fei's identity according to Han Fei's instructions. At the same time, unveil a fake ancient secret. Xuanhuan was also shocked. So much money? Just revealing the identity of the captain won't be worth so much. Do you mean that the intelligence center of the Martial Emperor city believed that ancient secret? Lu Ran nodded. Most likely. At least I've already taken 10 million of intelligence fees. They said that I can collect the remaining 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones after the intelligence is confirmed. Son of a bee teach teach. Li Caton couldn't help cursing. Isn't it too easy for the captain to make money? Chapter 1830, Clash on the Invincible Path Free War Zone. 4 big ships of the Infinity World appeared one after another. This time, the one leading the Infinity World's team was none other than Bei Xuanbing, who led the team to the land of King Death. There was no telling if it was because they were too confident or for some other reason, but the frequency of the fleet's void teleportation was not very high. On one of the big ships, a young man was cultivating on the deck. His body was shining with golden light, and a terrifying will descended from time to time. This person was Li Xinghen, a top heavenly talent of the Infinity World who had long awakened the path of invincibility. His strength could be said to be at the peak of the half-king realm in the Infinity World, ranked first. Last time he went to the land of King Death, Li Xinghen thought that he was just going to grab a few keys. Why did he have to do such a simple thing? Who would have expected that a powerhouse walking the path of invincibility would appear in the land of King Death? Therefore, Li Xinghen didn't want to miss the inheritance of the martial emperor this time. Why was the speed of void teleportation so slow? It wasn't that they couldn't run fast. They were just waiting to see if there were any people from the 10 pirate groups coming to plunder them. This was the way of doing things of a heavenly palace with confidence. Among the many heavenly palaces, some kings brought people over, some sneaked over, and some quickly went to the martial emperor city after entering the free war zone. Few people dared to travel slowly in this free war zone. The Infinity World was one of the bold heavenly palaces. Xinghen. Unknowingly, Bei Xuanbing appeared behind Li Xinghen. He said, Xinghen, it doesn't matter if you can meet the kid walking the path of invincibility this time. Let me tell you, it's said that there's also a bronze door in the martial emperor's inheritance. No matter what, find a way to enter it. Li Xinghen asked, Junior uncle, what's so special about the bronze door? Bei Xuanbing said, it's precisely because I don't know. I saw that door once before, but unfortunately I couldn't enter it, and I've never heard of anyone entering it. In the land of King Death a few months ago, that black ghost brat managed to come out safely after entering it, which means that it's at least safe there. There must be a great opportunity inside. Li Xinghen nodded slightly. Yes, Junior uncle. This martial emperor's inheritance won't open again until 1,300 years later. I certainly won't let go of this opportunity, Bei Xuanbing said. You can be considered lucky. Last time it opened, it was 3,200 years ago. Therefore, it's not bad that you made it in time. Li Xinghen, after that, Bei Xuanbing instructed, let's stay here for an hour. If no pirates come within an hour, don't wait anymore. Go straight to the martial emperor's city. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead, a big ship was floating on the sea. A figure holding 2 knives was standing on the mast and looking over. Under his feet, a skeleton flag was fluttering wantonly. Bei Xuanbing sneered. Is this person's brain damaged? Li Xinghen's pupils were constricted slightly. It's the Avenger. I didn't expect it to be such a pirate team that came to stop us. Junior uncle, let me solve them. Bei Xuanbing sneered. Do I need to bother with such a small fry? Li Xinghen suddenly stood up. Junior uncle, just watch the battle. When the two sides were 20,000 kilometers away, everyone on the 4 ships of the Infinity World saw the Avenger. At this moment, with a thought from Han Fei, the Avenger was recalled into Forge the Universe. Switch to Han Fei held the kitchen knife horizontally. Rob, pay up. To be honest, at this moment, on the big ships of the Infinity World, everyone looked at Han Fei as if looking at a fool. Someone was lost for words. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? He wanted to stop our fleet alone? Someone shook his head. Is this the so-called Avenger? It's clearly a hothead. Even if our Infinity World doesn't have a king, Li Xinghen is not someone he can deal with, right? Someone grinned. This kid is dead meat. He might not even know what he is doing. When they were only 3,000 kilometers away, Li Xinghen raised his hand and the ship slowly stopped. Buzz. Li Xinghen stepped in the air, wearing a golden ancient robe, and a golden light appeared on his forehead. His aura swept out, and his surroundings were full of golden energy. Li Xinghen said, Avenger Han Fei? Han Fei curled his lips. Who are you? I don't know you. Give me the money. Li Xingchen's expression remained unchanged. How dare you stop our ship alone? I heard that your combat power is extremely strong. In that case, come and try. Han Fei shrugged. You talk too much. I missed a meal just to wait for you. How can I stop without a compensation of millions? Li Xingchen's body glowed with golden light, and his invincible fighting intent was revealed. A strange pair of gloves appeared in his hand, as if there were hidden weapons on every finger. When the two of them stood facing each other for 5 seconds, they attacked almost at the same time. Swish to Han Fei took out his double knives and slashed out a dazzling knife light. It broke through the void and flew thousands of kilometers straight at Li Xinghen. Li Xinghen's eyes glowed with golden light. He moved slightly in front of the ship and let the knife light approach him, but it suddenly exploded. The surging tide pushed the hull back dozens of kilometers, and the terrifying tide rolled back in the sky. After this blow, the golden barrier protecting the ship completely shattered. The wind around Li Xinghen was no longer something ordinary venerables could resist. After feeling Han Fei's blow, Li Xinghen smiled. Interesting. Your strength is almost in the sea establishment realm. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Does this person also walk the path of invincibility? Although Han Fei hadn't used the power of his great Tao yet, this person was definitely not ordinary to be able to block his blow so easily. Han Fei immediately knew who this person was. He was the only person in the infinite world who had embarked on the path of invincibility. He could also be called the strongest person below the king realm in the Infinity World, Li Xinghen. Buzz. Suddenly, Li Xinghen raised his hand. The moment Li Xinghen raised his hand, Han Fei suddenly felt a sense of danger. With a star teleportation technique, he appeared from the other side. However, the moment Han Fei appeared, a golden thread appeared in front of Han Fei at an extremely fast speed. Han Fei stood still, and a coiled turtle array suddenly appeared in front of him. Clank. Crack. Although the coiled turtle array only blocked Han Fei for a second, it was enough for Han Fei to raise his hand and condense a saber. As the saber was slashed out, a cracking sound resounded between the heavens and earth. Han Fei had just sensed that a thread broke through the void and arrived in front of him in an instant. Han Fei curled his lips. Infinite phantom silk? It looks ordinary. Xuanhuan had said that the infinite phantom silk was obtained by the master of the infinity world and later given to Li Xinghen. Coupled with Li Xinghen's path of invincibility, this thread could unleash terrifying lethality. It could be said that no one in the entire infinity world was more suitable for this treasure than Li Xinghen. Of course, the infinite phantom silk was definitely a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Just now, Han Fei's slash seemed to have shaken the thread away, but in fact, it just brushed against the thread and made a sound. In the next moment, Han Fei tilted his head. Li Xingchen was about to attack when his face suddenly changed. He left the big ship and raised his hand to punch. Bang, bang. After another 2 explosions, the sea surface caved in. Li Xingchen was extremely surprised. Where did this attack come from? He didn't see Han Fei attack at all. Did this attack come from nowhere? Even Bei Xuanbing couldn't help frowning. Even he didn't know where the 2 attacks just now came from. One was a knife light and the other was a soul-slaying knife. To put it bluntly, there were very few people on these ships who could block this move. Fortunately, Li Xinghen took action. Otherwise, the others might really be no match for Han Fei. Bei Xuanbing said, "Let's finish this quickly. We can't tell the other party's real strength with such a tentative attack." Li Xingchen nodded and with a swish, turned into an extremely fast light. Fuse. Han Fei directly fused with Little Black and Little White. The moment the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, he activated his great Tao at the same time. Buzz. Bei Xuanbing suddenly stood up. Yin-yang divine eyes? At that moment, Han Fei raised his hand and took out the blade of hope. The double knife slashed again. This time, it was no longer the tentative attack just now, but an attack augmented by the great Tao. Infinite storm. Li Xinghen appeared in midair, and tens of millions of threads between visible and invisible swirled around his body. Bang, boom. In the rumbling explosion, Li Xinghen's body turned into golden light threads and scattered in all directions. However, how could this escape Han Fei's eyes? Just now, Han Fei clearly felt the power brought by the fusion with his spiritual beast. In an instant, this person escaped and didn't completely block his attack. At this moment, the yin-yang reincarnation knives had both arrived in front of the ships of the infinity world. When a golden light interweaved, Li Xinghen revealed his true body. He said solemnly, "Did you use a secret technique?" Li Xinghen sensed that Han Fei's strength had increased several times. This leap was too great. This meant that Han Fei's current combat power far exceeded that of a king who had just entered the sea establishment realm. Li Xinghen thought it was a secret technique, so he retreated. He was going to get the inheritance, not to fight to the death at this moment. At this moment, Bei Xuanbing suddenly attacked. He reached out and clenched his fist, and the yin-yang reincarnation saber in front of the ship shattered. Bei Xuanbing said leisurely, "Provoking a king is not under the protection of the martial emperor city. Boy, who gave you the courage to come to provoke the infinity world?" Chapter 1831, Identity Revealed. Li Xinghen immediately gave up fighting and fled back as fast as he could. Or rather, he had temporarily retreated, but he didn't think he had lost. He only felt that Han Fei was digging his own grave. As soon as the battle began, he had used a secret method to increase his strength. It was impossible for him not to have any burden on his body. In the long run, this person's achievements and potential would be limited. Because their strength was not on the same level, Li Xinghen had no desire to fight. He directly stopped and let Bei Xuanbing solve Han Fei. Originally, Han Fei was the one who provoked them first. Under such circumstances, Bei Xuanbing could have taken action. Just now, he just wanted Li Xinghen to fight Han Fei. Now, seeing that Han Fei had unleashed the power of the sea establishment realm, he certainly had plans to attack. On the ships of the Infinity World, those who could come here were all the top heavenly talents of the Infinity World. Therefore, many people had already understood what was going on. Only a few people were shocked. Even the strongest person below the sea establishment realm in the Infinity World was no match for Han Fei. This Avenger Pirates was really strong. Someone was shocked. If the king didn't take action, wouldn't Han Fei be invincible below the sea establishment realm? At this moment, everyone was staring ahead. In their opinion, Han Fei had no chance of winning against Bei Xuanbing. Someone shook his head. "This person will definitely die. He won't be able to survive." Someone said solemnly, "Is this person using the legendary yin-yang divine eyes? If so, then someone gasped. "Someone from the legendary yin-yang world has appeared?" Bei Xuanbing stood proudly in the void and smiled. "I'm very curious. Only the yin-yang world has the yin-yang divine eyes, right? After 80,000 years, you're finally out." Han Fei smiled. "Yes. It's time to come out and settle scores with you." "Settle scores?" As if hearing something funny, Bei Xuanbing said disdainfully, "Who? You? Boy, have you become a king?" As he spoke, he raised his hand. As he raised his hand, thousands of golden light spots appeared in the void. Swishla, the speed of those light spots was even faster than Li Xinghen's infinite phantom silk. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei's body moved in the void, and in an instant, there were hundreds of afterimages. If the picture could be frozen in an instant, one could see that the golden light spots were small insects, but because they were moving too fast, no one could see it clearly. Bei Xuanbing, who was attacking Han Fei, suddenly tilted his head and felt something unusual behind him. With a thought, an ice claw appeared in his hand, and he waved it 4 times. Bam, 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 bam. Although Bei Xuanbing attacked casually 4 times, the power that erupted was beyond everyone's imagination. The sea surface collapsed into a huge vortex. Bei Xuanbing narrowed his eyes and said, "Interesting, but you're still not strong enough." Humph! Bei Xuanbing snorted coldly and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in a flash of light. Han Fei wanted to use the star teleportation technique, but he suddenly realized that his speed couldn't keep up. Han Fei discovered that except for his eyes, neither his body nor his soul could keep up with the rhythm of Bei Xuanbing's attacks. The moment Bei Xuanbing moved, Han Fei sensed it. Bang! Bei Xuanbing pressed his hand down, and an explosion sounded. In the void, a gray mist appeared. Han Fei was nowhere to be seen in the mist. Bei Xuanbing was quite fast. He dodged the gray mist immediately, but even so, his hand was still stained. Bei Xuanbing frowned in disgust. He was extremely disgusted. What the hell is this? Why is it so smelly? Of course, as a king, Bei Xuanbing certainly couldn't show it openly. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the gray fog and then said indifferently, "The successor of the yin-yang world has appeared. Interesting. He has come out before he reached the sea establishment realm. It seems that the savage land is not a good place after all." At this time, Li Xinghen, who had just retreated, asked, "Junior uncle, what is Han Fei's identity?" Bei Xuanbing said indifferently, "He has appeared in the Martial Emperor City so many times, he can't hide it. When we reach the Martial Emperor City, we just need to buy an intelligence resource to know who he is." While Han Fei was attacking the fleet of the Infinity World alone, the intelligence center in the Martial Emperor City suddenly released a heavy bomb. The cause was that someone who had been robbed by the Avenger came to investigate Han Fei. Originally, the news of Han Fei's identity could only be speculated from related news. If it was someone with ulterior motives, it wouldn't be difficult to speculate. However, how could the result of speculation be as clear as a direct conclusion? But just now, the intelligence center of the Martial Emperor City directly quoted the price for the information of the Avenger's identity. The price was 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones per serving, or resources of the same worth. 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones was not a lot of money for the strong masters of the heavenly palaces who entered and left the Martial Emperor City and the thugs who lived in the Martial Emperor City. It was only slightly expensive. It could be said that those who really wanted the information didn't care about the money. Almost the moment this information was put up, more than 30 copies were sold. Among them, none of the 10 pirate groups were absent. They all bought this information. Immediately afterward, those who had been robbed by Han Fei quickly bought it too. As for the merman race, the 100 demon race, and the undersea human race, after knowing that a force was rising, how could they miss it? Therefore, Han Fei sent someone to sell this information for 20 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. In the blink of an eye, the trading center had earned 15 million yuan. They were about to get their cost back. This earning speed was really terrifying. At this moment, many people were studying the information. The intelligence contained a lot of information about Han Fei. In the beginning, the intelligence summarized. The leader of the Avenger pirates, Han Fei, was the current successor of the yin-yang world who had disappeared for 80,000 years. He had the yin-yang divine eyes and the twin divine technique. His identity was confirmed. With just this sentence, the person who bought the information knew that it was worth it. After the information came out, only an hour later, another piece of news suddenly came out. The source of the news was the gambling house in the Martial Emperor City. Someone said, "The leader of the Avenger pirates hunted 4 ships of the Infinity World alone and defeated Li Xinghen, the strongest person below the sea establishment realm in the Infinity World. Later, he fought with the king of the Infinity World, Bei Xuanbing, head-on and was defeated in one blow. Now, he has escaped." As soon as this news was out, half of the Martial Emperor City was in turmoil. The Infinity World was an existence that even the 10 pirate groups were unwilling to touch. How dare an unknown pirate team rob them? And he even managed to run away? Everyone felt that this person was really bold. After this news appeared, in less than 100 seconds, everyone in the 36 mystic worlds, the 10 pirate groups and the other various forces had a copy of the information about the Avenger. At this time, the information on the Avenger had been sold for 25 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. The trading center had made a fortune. Watching all this secretly, xuanhuan and the others looked at each other in surprise. "Is this the efficiency of the Martial Emperor City?" xuanhuan said. "Lu Ran, collect the money and buy some information about the Avenger. Let's study it." Lu Ran said in surprise, "We provided the information." "Do we need to read it too?" xuanhuan said. "Of course. The information we give out may be interpreted in another way under someone else's organization. Therefore, we need to read it too. Go. With that, Song Kaiyuan looked at Li Kaiyan and said, go rent a private courtyard. Better find a spacious but low-key one. An hour later. When Lu Ran and the others came to a yard built near a downtown area in the west central part of the city, Song Kaiyuan was lost for words. Li Kaitian, do you have any wrong understanding of the word low-key? Li Kaitian said, do you think it's easy to rent a house now? Most of the courtyards have been rented out. There are too many people coming this time. This lousy place costs 300,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones a month. It wasn't easy for me to rent it for 2 months with 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Song Kaiyuan said, it's the captain's money anyway. I don't mind. At this moment, Lu Ran said, stop talking nonsense. Let's take a look at this information first. This is more complete than what I revealed. Everyone quickly looked at it. In addition to the first sentence that directly revealed Han Fei's identity, there was a series of descriptions below. Han Fei, male, bone age, within 1,000 years. Realm, half-king strength. He seems to have a strange secret technique that can unleash the combat power of the Sea Establishment realm in a short period of time. In his peak state, his strength is at least 80,000 waves. Both his speed and physique will be enhanced. The duration of the secret technique is estimated to be about 10 to 20 seconds. Depending on the intensity of the battle, the duration will also change. Characteristics, good at disguise, twin divine technique, knife technique, physique comparable to a king's, suspected to have the indestructible golden body. Great Tao. It is suspected that he takes many Great Taos at the same time, including the Great Tao of Yin Yang, Great Tao of Strength, Great Tao of Time, Great Tao of Space, Identity, suspected to be the current successor of the Yin Yang world, namely, the current master of the Yin Yang world. Deed 1. Half a year after the riot in the Wild Abyss, he fought the Predators and officially founded the Avengers. At that time, Han Fei fought Madforth King and was no match for him. However, in Madforth King's presence, he broke through the ship array and killed more than 10 venerables. Deed 2, he disguised himself as the Black Ghost and changed his name to Fan de Tong. He abducted the Merman royal family's princess and seems to have a small world with him. The small world is suspected to be the Sea Quelling painting. Deed 3, however, at the end of the intelligence, there was a message. According to reliable information, Han Fei once said that the merman race can contact the world outside the raging sea. This news is still being confirmed. When the information is complete, we will launch it immediately. At present, the incomplete supplementary information is worth 1 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Chapter 1832. Fierce as a tiger, Han Fei might be able to disguise himself, but it was impossible for others not to recognize any of the combat skills he had used after the series of battles in the Raging Sea. Since Song Kaiyuan could guess Han Fei's identity, after giving the Martial Emperor City enough information, they could naturally deduce more. At this moment, Han Fei's name immediately resounded among the strong. After all, Han Fei's identity was eye-catching enough. Han Fei's secret techniques, divine techniques, and the indestructible golden body were all treasures worth coveting. However, after reading this information, Song Kaiyuan's first reaction was, no. Some information has been deliberately hidden, Song Kaiyuan said. This time, although we tried our best not to reveal our identities, as long as someone studies it, it's not difficult to discover. However, our identity is not mentioned in this intelligence. Wu Shuai-Sisi said, maybe no one found it out. After all, we've disguised ourselves. Besides, anyone can be a pirate. Why can't anyone from our 4 heavenly palaces be a pirate? Song Kaiyuan shook his head slightly. Coincidence? Even I can guess it, but those strong masters can't? The strong masters never believe in coincidences. We appeared and are so strong, it doesn't make sense that the Martial Emperor City directly ignored us. Besides, from what happened in the Thunderfire world, they should be able to find the connections between the captain and Shui Zhan, but they didn't mention it at all. Wu Shuai-Sisi asked, Senior brother, what do you mean? Are you saying that the Martial Emperor City purposely hid some information? Song Kaiyuan said, I even feel that the Martial Emperor City is protecting the captain. Such intelligence is really below the normal standard of the Martial Emperor City's intelligence. Mushi said, that must be because our identities haven't been discovered yet, right? If our identities are completely exposed, won't our 4 heavenly palaces and the Snow God's temple become the target of everyone in the Raging Sea? Song Kaiyuan's eyes lit up. That's right. Although in name, the 5 heavenly palaces are now related to the captain, this relationship is very likely to have been hidden by the Martial Emperor City. I even suspect that the information that the captain had once appeared in the Thunderfire City has also been quietly hidden. Lu Ran's heart did a flip. Later, I'll go to the Intelligence Trading Center to check it out, Song Kaiyuan said. Go now. It only took half an hour for Lu Ran to return, looking surprised. As soon as Lu Ran entered, she said, Brother Song is right. All the details and hearsay about the ship are completely untraceable. Even if you buy it with a lot of money, it won't be sold. Song Kaiyuan narrowed his eyes and said, that's right. However, why did the Martial Emperor City take the initiative to help the captain? Was it for the safety of our 5 heavenly palaces, or was it purely to help the captain? That doesn't make sense. The Martial Emperor City was established later. When the yin-yang world disappeared, there was no Martial Emperor City. Mushui Sitsi said. Song Kaiyuan said, that is, the Martial Emperor City doesn't want to see the humans of the 36 mystic worlds fighting each other. Li Kaiyan hurriedly stopped him. Wait, why would the 36 mystic worlds kill each other after the captain was exposed to be related to us? The yin-yang world alone shouldn't have caused such a big trouble, right? Song Kaiyuan shook his head slightly. This is a matter of taking sides. Hiss. Or is the information the captain gave us at the end actually true? Everyone looked at each other. In fact, when Han Fei asked Song Kaiyuan and the others to sell his information, he gave Song Kaiyuan an additional piece of information that no one dared to think too deeply about. The intelligence said, in the Age of Doom, the gods fought on the other side of the sea. That battle swept across the world. For 3 consecutive years, the sky kept crying and the Great Tao collapsed. And every time the Great Tao collapsed, it usually symbolized the death of a god. Since then, all races had no Tao, and all Taos returned to the void. After the death of the gods, a holy spirit carried the oracle of the sea god spirit and wrote a divine decree, ordering the sea race to slaughter all races and reopen the chaos. A large number of new gods who inherited the great Tao would appear and become the only ruler of this world. Accompanying the appearance of the divine decree was a strange technique. The technique was unknown, but once mastering this technique, one could enter the monarch realm. Now this technique was obtained by xuanhuan. This person secretly connected to the outside world of the raging sea and cultivated in seclusion for many years. It was very likely that he was hiding his strength and waiting for a chance to sweep the raging sea in one fell swoop. At the end of this information, it indicated the source of the information, which was from the private conversation between Han Fei and the merman race's princess, Sha Shaoshan. In the eyes of Song Kaiyuan and the others, Han Fei was deliberately framing Chun Huangdian. After all, now that you kidnapped the merman race's princess, they would certainly hunt you down. However, if it was really just a framing, the credibility of this information was not high. Even if Han Fei made up an awesome background, it was useless, right? Song Kaiyuan looked horrified for the first time. What the captain said is true. It seems that all the rumors about the Age of Doom are true. This is easy to understand. The Martial Emperor City is very likely to temporarily protect the captain and release this news to let some people investigate. They are secretly watching, unfortunately, everyone. What's wrong? Song Kaiyuan said with an ugly expression. Our intelligence was sold too cheaply. After the information about the Avenger was released, everyone only spent 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones to understand the Avenger. However, when they saw the last additional piece of news, the various races and pirates couldn't sit still anymore. The mermen could connect to outside the raging sea? This news was released by the Martial Emperor City, so it must be very credible. Instantly, the intelligence center of the Martial Emperor City was in an uproar. People kept coming. One customer after another was received. The usual big customers had now become ordinary customers. Someone directly shouted, "Give me the additional information on the Avenger. Give me a serving, too. And me." If Han Fei saw this scene, he might cry. He just wanted to cause trouble. Even without the inheritance of the Martial Emperor, he was prepared to come to the Martial Emperor City, and his purpose in coming to the Martial Emperor City was to cause trouble. To be precise, to cause trouble to Chun Huangdian. If he guessed right, this guy would definitely be waiting for him at the entrance of the Wild Abyss. If he was lucky, he could escape. If he was unlucky, this guy might find him. Han Fei hadn't transcended the king-level tribulation yet. At this time, fighting Chun Huangdian was simply stupid. After all, how could an ordinary king cast a projection in the yin-yang world? Obviously, it was impossible. Therefore, Chun Huangdian's strength might be higher than he imagined. Since he couldn't beat him, he would let others fight and exhaust him. As long as that guy didn't have the energy to cause trouble for him. After the matter in the Martial Emperor City was over, he would go to the Snow God's temple to pick up his clone, go to the Million Poison world to buy some poison, and immediately return to the yin-yang world. As long as he avoided Chun Huangdian and successfully became a king, he might not be afraid of him when he appeared in the Raging Sea again. However, Han Fei never expected that the news he released would be sold so ridiculously. In just a few hours, more than 100 servings of the additional information about the Avenger had been sold. Just the supplementary information had been sold for more than 50 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Besides, this thing was still being sold. It should be sold for 100 million a day. At this moment, Song Kaiyuan looked awful. He had completely underestimated the power of Han Fei's information. They had only sold it for 20 million. If Han Fei knew this, everyone looked at Song Kaiyuan sympathetically. Han Fei trusted him, so he asked him to handle this matter. But he obviously made a big mistake on this matter. On the other side, the Avenger appeared at the port of the Martial Emperor City. Many people at the port fell silent when they saw the Avenger. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire Avenger disappeared. A man in a black robe and a woman in a red and white gauze dress walked over from the void. It's the Avenger. Who is this? Is there such a beautiful woman on the Avenger? Someone said in a low voice. What the fuck do you know? This woman is very likely to be Princess Mingzhu of the Merman royal family. She was abducted by Han Fei. Someone was shocked. Then how do they dare to appear so blatantly? Aren't they afraid of being targeted? Someone sneered. So what? This is the Martial Emperor's city. Who dares to mess around in the Martial Emperor's city? Someone sighed. I want to join the Avenger. I wonder if I have a chance. Heh, brother, you're thinking too much. The Avenger makes enemies wherever it goes. If you get on the Avenger, I'm afraid you won't be able to get off. Someone echoed. That's right. Half of the 10 pirate groups have a grudge against them. You can go if you want. I'm not going anyway. However, the Martial Emperor's city never lacked bold people. Someone felt that since the Avenger could survive under such circumstances, its strength must be extraordinary, or Han Fei had special means. Immediately, someone said, Captain Han Fei, is the Avenger still recruiting? I'm an advanced venerable and very strong. Do I have a chance to join? Han Fei was still playing cool when someone suddenly said this. He glanced over and said casually, the Avenger only accepts half-kings or above, heavenly talent half-kings. Huswa. Immediately, the people at the port were dumbstruck. Everyone thought to themselves, you are a fucking half-king. Can you handle so many half-kings? However, Han Fei ignored this person. He looked at the vast land in the sea, the boundless plains, and the towering black stone buildings in the distance. Sea demons could walk on land. There were humanoid mermen staring at them, octopus monsters twisting their tentacles and looking at them curiously, and lobsters crawling on the ground. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he had come to a monster concentration camp. Chapter 1833, Martial Emperor's City. The Martial Emperor's city was full of all kinds of people, including humans and demons. In the Martial Emperor's city, venerables were everywhere, and only a small number of explorers were there. The reason for the existence of explorers was that very few of them were heavenly talents nurtured by certain forces, and most were the descendants of the residents of the Martial Emperor's city. There were humans, sea demons, and even mermen here. In fact, after a series of unknown nurturing, these explorers were mainly responsible for the operation of the entire city after they became venerables. At this time, Han Fei saw a human woman wearing a kind of uniform. There was a martial mark on her arm, and on her waist there was a tag similar to the star token of the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei guessed that the token was used to identify people because everyone here had one. This woman looked calm and ordinary, the kind that couldn't be found in the crowd. However, her strength had already reached the peak of the venerable realm. When Han Fei and xuanhuan landed, the woman had already stepped forward, cupped her hands, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Captain Han Fei, because you made a big deal in the Martial Emperor's city, the city specially sent me to lead you into the city. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. A big deal? Han Fei didn't ask further. He had already guessed what the deal was. Therefore, Han Fei just nodded slightly and said, Then lead the way. See, the woman said. Please follow me. Let's walk into the city. During this period, I'll explain some rules of the Martial Emperor's city that need to be abided by. Han Fei was walking on the sandstone road with cracking sounds. Han Fei stepped on it on purpose because it had been a long time since he walked on solid ground, especially in a place that looked like a primitive island. In some places, there were even muddy roads with water holes. The woman said, It's not recommended to fly in the Martial Emperor's city most of the time. You can walk with the great Tao of space. However, we don't absolutely forbid flying. If you encounter special circumstances and need to hurry up, you can fly. Of course, this is all monitored by the strong masters of the Martial Emperor's city. They chatted on the side of the road as they walked towards the distant city. The woman explained the rules of the Martial Emperor's city skillfully. First of all, perception was forbidden to use in the Martial Emperor's city. If one scanned a person with his perception, it was fine if it happened once or twice, but if it happened too many times, he could complain to the managers of the Martial Emperor's city. Secondly, the Martial Emperor's city encouraged everyone to speak out instead of using voice transmission. In order to ensure that the contents of the conversation wouldn't be overheard, everyone who entered the Martial Emperor's city would be issued an identity card. If speaking required privacy, they could secretly activate their identity cards. If it wasn't very private, everyone could directly speak out. Also, the Martial Emperor's city refused discrimination. Discrimination was a sin. Any race was born equal. If anyone committed discrimination in the Martial Emperor's city, they would be ruthlessly driven away. The result was very likely that they were dismembered on the sea. In the Martial Emperor's city, there was no specific currency. If there was, ultra-quality spiritual stones were used as currency. Everything could be converted into ultra-quality spiritual stones. Of course, things like chaotic chi could also be used as currency. However, generally no one would use it. This was because this was a paradise for thugs. Venerables everywhere was one of the characteristics of the Martial Emperor's city. It was inevitable that there would be occasional conflicts between the strong. Even so, private battles were forbidden. Once they were discovered, they would be severely punished. If the situation was serious, they would at least be expelled from the Martial Emperor's city or even killed on the spot. Therefore, if there were enemies in the Martial Emperor's city, they would either leave the Martial Emperor's city and resolve it themselves or go to the arena to fight to the death. After briefly introducing the basic situation of the Martial Emperor's city, the woman said, Generally speaking, every day you stay in the Martial Emperor's city, you have to pay 100 ultra-quality spiritual stones. However, the Martial Emperor's city has a rule that anyone who spends more than 1,000,000 spiritual stones in the Martial Emperor's city can pay 10 times less. Those who spend more than 10 million spiritual stones here will be exempted from the stay fee, and they can even settle down in the Martial Emperor's city. Of course, only 5 people can be exempted from the stay fee. If you want more people to be exempted, you'll have to spend more money. Chirp chirp on the way. Han Fei saw birds and beasts of the Sky Clan flying past and was quite gratified. It seemed that the Sky Clan could still fly here. On the roadside, grass and wildflowers were scattered randomly. Xiao said, "They're just ordinary flowers and plants without any special power." The woman said, "They are ordinary flowers and plants in the first place, but even ordinary flowers and plants are forbidden from being destroyed. If you destroy flowers and plants, you'll have to compensate. If no one saw it, it's fine, but the Martial Emperor's city pursues nature. Someone once stomped and destroyed a large area of flowers and plants, and he only had 2 choices. Either replant these flowers and plants again, or die. Han Fei? Xiaoshan? First, Xiaoshan? The 2 of them were speechless. There were many rules in the Martial Emperor's city. Han Fei felt that those who didn't know better would think that they had entered a completely controlled, civilized society. Han Fei asked, "What's your name?" The woman said, "Sorry, I don't have a name. You can call me 3001, which means that I'm the number 3001 service personnel of the Martial Emperor's city." Xiaoshan couldn't help frowning. How inconvenient is it without a name? You are already a peak-level venerable, one of the top existences in the raging sea. There are very few people stronger than you. The woman said, "In the outside world, I certainly have other code names, but in the Martial Emperor's city, I am 3001. Obviously, this woman wouldn't reveal any information except for her code name, so Xiaoshan didn't ask further. Seeing that they were about to reach the giant magnificent city, Han Fei said, "Since you're here to welcome us, I guess you aren't just here to lead the way and explain the Martial Emperor's city to me?" The woman said, "If the 2 of you are willing, you can go to the intelligence center of the Martial Emperor's city to exchange some information with the Martial Emperor's city. We value every piece of information and will give a satisfactory price for it." Han Fei smiled. "How much did I sell my last intelligence for?" The woman said. 20 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Xiaoshan almost gaped in shock. She had been in the Merman royal family for more than 20 years and only got 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, but it was not even as much as the money Han Fei earned from a piece of information. Xiaoshan couldn't help being a little confused. Had she been locked up for too long and couldn't keep up with the situation? Han Fei tried to suppress the shock in his heart and asked with a smile, "Then how much did you sell that information for?" The woman said, "Sorry, this is a secret of our intelligence center. However, I can tell you the sales on the surface. When I go to pick you up, the total intelligence sales on the surface are 76 million ultra-quality spiritual stones." Han Fei finally couldn't hold it anymore. This number really shocked him. He never expected it to be so easy to make money. Han Fei also didn't expect that a smart guy like xuanhuan would sell his information at a low price. As they said, the deal was 76 million on the surface. There must be other big transactions behind it. Wouldn't they sell it for 1 or 200 million? Han Fei could understand. On the surface meant the number that everyone could guess. Because everyone knew it, there was no need for them to hide it. However, he had already sold it. This price was completely beyond his expectations. Han Fei estimated that even if he were here, he might have sold it for only 10 million. He couldn't blame xuanhuan for this. Han Fei thought for a moment. "Okay, let's go to the intelligence center." A moment later, the woman took Han Fei and Xiaoshan to the gate of the Martial Emperor's city. At the city gate, someone would register. After registration, a permanent identity token would be given. It could be worn on the waist, similar to a star token, but not as many functions as a star token. At the city gate, there were 2 advanced venerables guarding. One was a shrimp soldier of the 100 Demon clan, and the other was a half-merman. Han Fei raised his head and looked at the city gate. The gate was more than 200 meters high, and the city wall was more than 600 meters high. This scene was spectacular, but it didn't surprise Han Fei. Bada Han Fei raised his head and saw that 1 or 2 drops of water would occasionally fall on the limestone on the city wall high above his head. Han Fei even saw raindrops falling on the shrimp soldier's head, but he didn't seem to notice it. Han Fei couldn't help but think, is this what natural means? Han Fei and Xiaoshan entered the city gate. After passing through an invisible barrier, they looked at the door almost at the same time and saw a turtle sleeping. The turtle's aura was undoubtedly that of a half-king. Xiaoshan said, "I knew it. There must be a stronger gatekeeper at the city gate." The woman said, "Actually, it doesn't matter whether there is a gatekeeper or not. With the barrier, even if someone commits a crime and wants to escape, the success rate has been nil." Han Fei shrugged. "Okay, let's continue. Tell me what places in the Martial Emperor's city are worth visiting. Oh, or rather, what large trading markets are there in the Martial Emperor's city?" the kind that can carry out large transactions. Chapter 1834, Information Trading Center of the Martial Emperor's City. Greetings, Your Highness. Xuanhuan waved at a merman who bowed at her. She was speechless. This was already the 8th one. Han Fei and Xuanhuan entered the city without hiding their identities at all. Therefore, many people recognized them, although they didn't know any of them. Xuanhuan couldn't help patting her head. Han Fei, are we too high profile? Han Fei said. I just want to be high profile. It's best if Xuanhuan can stand in front of me now. Believe it or not, I can spit at his face. 3001 suddenly interjected. By the way, spitting is forbidden in the Martial Emperor's City. Xuanhuan, Han Fei, in the Intelligence Center of the Martial Emperor's City. In the Intelligence Center of the Martial Emperor's City. This place was like the logistics division of the Scattered Stars Island. The buildings were all big. Inside, there were nearly 100 service desks. Now, it seemed to be quite busy inside. There were people at all the service desks. There were too many people here, so there were even small private rooms. Han Fei looked around. The layout of this place was not as magnificent as the logistics division. There were black stones everywhere. As soon as he came in, Han Fei heard someone say, "Give me the latest information about the Avenger." As soon as this person said so, the hall suddenly fell silent. Many people turned around. Hiss. Han Fei, the leader of the Avenger pirates? A merman was here. After seeing Xuanhuan, he immediately bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Xuanhuan nodded indifferently. You're welcome. Go about your business. Yes, Your Highness. Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan. You're more popular than me. Xuanhuan rolled her eyes. You can become a prince of the merman race. Then there must be someone saluting you too. In the hall, only some people were stunned for a moment before the noise returned. As long as one entered the Martial Emperor's City, no matter how awesome he was outside, no one would be afraid. Anyway, fighting was forbidden here. 3001 said, "This way, please. The Intelligence Center has arranged an exclusive reception room for you. The master of our Intelligence Center will personally receive you." Han Fei's heart did a flip. To be able to manage such a large intelligence center, this person must have a powerful background. Since this person wanted to spend time to receive him, it was obvious that the information had attracted their attention, or rather, the latter piece of information caught their attention. As 3001 entered the room, many people in the hall outside immediately said in a low voice, "I'll buy later. I'll wait a while longer. Maybe there will be new information." These people were all smart. Han Fei had personally come to the intelligence center. He must have some new information. A moment later, Han Fei was taken to a place similar to a study in the intelligence center. There were bamboo shelves and fishskin paintings everywhere. This room was not small. There were probably as many as 1,000,000 fishskin scrolls. When Han Fei and Xuanhuan came in, they saw a woman in a red robe reading a fishskin roll. 3001 quietly left after sending them in. Han Fei and Xuanhuan's eyes were attracted to this woman. This woman looked quite aloof. Her cold temperament was a little like Luo Xiaobai's, but even if she maintained her coldness, she had the charm of a mature woman. When she saw Han Fei and Xuanhuan come in, the woman didn't continue to read, but put down the fishskin map and said to Han Fei and Xuanhuan solemnly, "Sit." Han Fei and Xuanhuan looked at each other and sat down. What really surprised them was that they couldn't see through this woman. Under such circumstances, this woman must be a king. Han Fei didn't expect that the owner of an intelligence center in the Martial Emperor's City had reached the Sea Establishment realm. Then, how many Sea Establishment realm powerhouses did the Martial Emperor's City have? Seeing the two of them sit down, the woman in red said, "My identity is not a secret. I am Yan Meng, the owner of the intelligence center in the Martial Emperor's City. Those who are invited here by me are usually people with great intelligence and are usually here to conduct large intelligence transactions." Han Fei said, "Hasn't the information been sold?" Yan Meng pushed the two fishskin maps on the table to Han Fei and Xuanhuan and said, "Take a look first." Han Fei and Xuanhuan opened the first fishskin map in confusion. This fishskin map was the basic information of the Avenger as well as that of Han Fei. The second one also recorded the basic information of the Avenger, but this one was much more comprehensive. On it even recorded Han Fei's transactions in the 10,000 treasure pavilion in the Thunderfire world. The auction, his first robbery, Xuanhuan, the snatching of the Wind Pearl, and so on. When Han Fei was selling intelligence, he didn't expect the intelligence ability of the Martial Emperor's City to be so terrifying. He didn't expect to find records of the things that he thought no one noticed. Yan Meng said, "You've seen the intelligence capabilities of the Martial Emperor's City. However, I didn't sell this information to the public. Otherwise, the Snow God's Temple and the other 4 heavenly palaces will definitely arouse the hostility of the other heavenly palaces. Although they won't be destroyed in the short term, it will definitely cause internal strife among the human race." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did the Martial Emperor's City do this? Yan Meng looked at Xuanhuan and asked solemnly, "Does Xuanhuan really have a monarch-level technique?" Xuanhuan was not stupid. As a member of the Merman royal family, she certainly knew how powerful the Merman royal family was. She knew that Han Fei's purpose was to push Xuanhuan to the forefront so that he would be questioned in the Merman race and even the entire raging sea. Although Xuanhuan had protected her, he had also detained her for decades. Besides, Han Fei couldn't touch Xuanhuan by doing this. He would only cause him trouble. No matter how she looked at it, Xia Xiaochan felt that it was feasible. Xia Xiaochan didn't even blink. Of course, not only that, but I also suspect that he is hiding his strength. Yan Meng asked again. Do you have any evidence? Xia Xiaoshan shook her head. No, Yan Meng asked. Then how do you know this information? Xia Xiaoshan said, I have my own way. Since the martial emperor's city is so well informed, you should know why my mother is still asleep, right? Yan Meng said, this is a mystery. Xia Xiaoshan said, that's the problem. I won't reveal more, but my mother's sleep is related to the world outside the raging sea. Yan Meng tapped the wooden table and said lightly, are you selling this information? Xia Xiaoshan shook her head decisively. No. Yan Meng nodded slightly and then looked at Han Fei. There are rumors about the Sea Suppression Divine Oracle in our Martial Emperor's city too. However, they are only rumors about the Age of Doom. And they don't mention any special techniques to become a monarch. How do you know? Han Fei smiled. How much is the information we just provided? Yan Meng's expression was calm. 5 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei asked. What about the question you just asked? Yan Meng, 50 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, fuck, rich people are really generous. 50 million? However, this magical technique was originally fabricated by Han Fei. Han Fei could lie to most people, but he didn't want to lie to the Martial Emperor City. Otherwise, once he was exposed, it would be deemed as deliberately deceiving the Martial Emperor City. Therefore, Han Fei sighed slightly. It's a pity that my information comes from the River of Time. The specific time was about 120,000 years ago. You asked me to prove it, but I can't prove it, nor can I judge the authenticity of this information. It seems that I can't get this 50 million. Yan Meng's eyes lit up. The River of Time? We can also buy information about the River of Time at a high price. Han Fei shook his head. I'm not selling information about the River of Time unless one day I've already transcended the tribulation and become a king, and my strength is comparable to most kings in the raging sea. Yan Meng nodded slightly. This was completely understandable. Since Han Fei's identity had been exposed, he had already become the target of public criticism. She said, just now, your words about the River of Time and 120,000 years ago were worth 5 million. If there's nothing else, this transaction is over. Han Fei said, wait, I happen to have information to buy. Yan Meng said, oh, tell me about it. Han Fei had earned 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones just by saying a few words here. However, he didn't know how much it would cost to buy information. Han Fei said, I want to know why the kings in the raging sea can't enter the yin-yang world. Yan Meng was stunned for a moment. You don't know? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know. Yan Meng's expression changed in an instant, and then she said, 5 million. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but ask, does the intelligence center charge in millions? Yan Meng said, there are different prices for different information. Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, okay, Yan Meng said, it's because of the yin-yang great millstone. A yin-yang millstone was formed in the depths of the wild abyss. This millstone can't be walked on except for the people mastering the great Tao of yin-yang. Otherwise, even if an emperor comes in person, he will be crushed by the power of the entire wild abyss. If it were 80,000 years ago, it might be possible to break in by force. However, as time passes, the yin-yang great millstone becomes stronger and stronger, and it can no longer be entered. Yin-yang great millstone? Han Fei couldn't help but think of the millstone-like place he saw back then. So, was that thing the real reason why others couldn't enter? Han Fei was puzzled. Then why can someone project his projections into the yin-yang world? Yan Meng, 2 million. Han Fei thought to himself, so much? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. However, thinking that he had just earned 10 million, he nodded. Okay, Yan Meng said, the great Tao of space can change the shape of space. The great Tao of time can help one walk through time gaps. There are even ancient sacrificial methods that can ignore the Tao runes of space. However, the most common way is that the strong can use projections to achieve spatial grafting and crossing. However, doing this will inevitably greatly reduce his strength. Even if one can bypass the yin-yang millstone, he can only use projections that are much weaker than his original body. Chapter 1835, Super Resource Shop. At this moment, Han Fei was greatly relieved. Even merely for the sake of revenge, Han Fei felt that the 7 million ultra-quality spiritual stones were worth it. At this moment, he realized that even Xuanhuan couldn't go to the wild abyss at all. No wonder Xuanhuan could come there back then. It turned out that it was a projection's projection, which was to use a series of projections to temporarily avoid the yin-yang great millstone. Therefore, when Xuanhuan went there, his strength was only in the explorer realm. At this moment, Han Fei was relieved. Others couldn't go, but he could. Unlike others couldn't cross the yin-yang millstone, but he could use the twin divine technique. His mist body wasn't afraid of the yin-yang millstone, so he could return to the yin-yang world safely. Han Fei said again, the wild abyss should be connected to more than one place. I want to know what other secrets there are in the wild abyss. Yan Meng said, the full value of this information is 30 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei, xiao, secretly clicked her tongue. Now, she felt that the ultra-quality spiritual stones in the doors of the big starfish couldn't even buy 1/3 of the information. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He asked this question out of curiosity. In the end, he was shocked. This was much faster than robbing money. Han Fei immediately shook his head. Forget it, it's too expensive. Han Fei wanted to ask if there was any news about the demon purification pot's vine. However, on second thought, why should he ask about it? He could just ask the vast ocean navigator to point at the direction. Besides, the demon purification pot had to be kept a secret. As for Han Fei, he came to the Martial Emperor's city mainly to cause trouble. Now that the previous matters had been settled, there was no need to rush. Just wait and watch the show. Han Fei said, I have nothing to buy now. Guards. Yan Meng called out and number 3001 came in. She said, take them back and pay them 3 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Yes. When Han Fei and the others left the house, a person quietly appeared in the house. Yan Meng said, what do you think of what he said about the prophecy? The man said, it looks like the news was deliberately released to mess with xuanhuan. However, the information matches exactly what we know. He talked about the River of Time, so the credibility of the news has increased. The Martial Emperor's city has always been suspicious of xuanhuan's strength. Now, the Mermaid Princess has personally confirmed it, so the credibility is not low either. Regardless of whether the Great Monarch-level technique is real or fake, or whether the mermen can contact people outside the Raging Sea, even if it's fake news, this news is very valuable. At least, this news has provided us with ideas and get the people in the Raging Sea to prepare in advance. Yan Meng nodded slightly. I think so too. Raise the price of the information about the Avenger by 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Out of the intelligence center of the Martial Emperor's city, 3001 took out a map of the city and gave it to the two of them. Please help yourselves. This is the city map of the Martial Emperor's city. It marks some important places in the city. If you have time, you can take a look. I'll take my leave. Han Fei took the jade slip, scanned it with his perception, and memorized the city map. Then he handed the map to Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan said, it seems that the Martial Emperor's city doesn't want internal strife in the human race. Han Fei said, even if the news is leaked, it's actually useless for others to know the relationship between me, the Snow God's temple, and the other 4 heavenly palaces. There are only more than 30 years before the opening of the Monarch Palace. For them, the time is too short, which is equivalent to right in front of their eyes. The masters of the heavenly palace are already old. If they want to fight or kill, it won't be before the opening of the Monarch Palace. This is why I released the news, not entirely because the Martial Emperor's city doesn't want to cause internal strife in the human race. Xiaoshan nodded slightly and said in surprise, this Martial Emperor's city has a lot of facilities, which are a bit like the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei said. There are only a few things that humans can do on land. No matter where they go, it's the same. This is not surprising. Han Fei learned from the map that there were special auction houses, gambling dens, treasure pavilions, bookstores, super resource shops, refining workshops, cultivation towers, many inns, competition arenas, mission centers, and large itinerant cultivator markets. There were even medical centers. It could be said that they had all the necessary functions. Among them, where was the most worth going? Han Fei discovered that the super resource shops, mission centers, and the large itinerant cultivator market were all popular places. It must be worth going there. Xiaoshan said, which one should we go to first? How about a super resource store? The introduction says that this place is exclusively operated by the Martial Emperor city. All kinds of good things are placed on the shelves for sale. The prices are clearly marked. If you have money, buy them. If not, you can still take a look at them. Han Fei grinned and said, then let's go there. We're rich now anyway. Ga. The two stood at the door of the intelligence center and saw a red armored centipede 5 or 6 meters long crawling over. When the centipede saw Han Fei and Xiaoshan, it was stunned for a moment. Han Fei, the captain of the Avengers? Glad to meet you. The centipede propped up the front half of its body and spoke with its ferocious mouth. Its strength had reached the half-king realm. Han Fei was stunned. He didn't expect to chat with a centipede one day. Han Fei nodded. Do we know each other? The centipede shook its head. No. However, the Avenger fought the Asura pirates well. I admire you. Han Fei didn't know how to communicate with this kind of insect, venerable. He nodded and left. He was now a big shot who could defeat the top 10 pirate groups. With his strength, he was an extremely powerful and glamorous figure even in the Martial Emperor city. How could others casually chat with him? When Han Fei and Xiaoshan found this place, they found that the market was really big, covering an area of more than 500 kilometers. Yes, Han Fei wasn't mistaken. In such a large field, there were all kinds of goods. When Han Fei arrived, someone had already recognized them. However, no one came to chat him up. After all, there were many strong masters in the Martial Emperor city. Han Fei was only a half-king after all. Although many people were amazed by Han Fei's identity and confidence, they were not very willing to befriend him. After entering the supermarket, a half-venerable gave Hanfei and Xiaoxiaoshan a jade slip each and said, "Sir, this is the map of our shop and the shelves where resources are placed. If you like anything, just take down the jade slip label under the corresponding resources. At the settlement, the corresponding staff will send the products you choose to you." Xiaoxiaoshan took a deep breath and said, "This is even bigger than the trading market of the Merman royal family. If I didn't know better, I would have thought this was the treasure house of the martial emperor's city." Hanfei reached out and closed Xiaoxiaoshan's mouth. "Don't be envious. The treasure house of the Merman royal family can't be worse than this. Okay, let's go take a look first. Oh, it seems to be in the skeleton area now." As soon as the two of them entered, they looked up. The ink dragonfish's skeleton was at the peak of the venerable realm. It was hard and was marked with 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Mystic ice serpent teeth, half-king realm, extremely sharp and tough, priced at 180,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. The heartless seahorse bone, a peak-level venerable, could be used as medicine. It was extremely difficult to find. 160,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, this row of shelves had no end. Hanfei looked around and saw the products of the highest price, which was a half-king's bone and reached more than 1.2 million. Suddenly, Xiaoxiaoshan shouted, "Hanfei, come and see." Hanfei took a look and gasped. The ancient black turtle shell armor was in the sea establishment realm. Its defense power was extremely terrifying and could withstand the bombardment of sea establishment realm cultivators. It was an ultra-quality material for refining sea-quelling bizarre treasures. This armor was a molting shell of the ancient black turtle and was extremely difficult to find. It cost 3,980,000 ultra-quality spirit stones. When he saw the shell, Hanfei's first thought was to use it for refining. In this raging sea, in a battle of extreme strength, ultra-quality divine weapons were no longer enough. Sea-quelling bizarre treasures were extremely difficult to refine, so they were priceless. Now, seeing that there was still a top material like the ancient black turtle here, how could Hanfei not be tempted? Hanfei just didn't have so much time to refine weapons. Otherwise, if Hanfei really studied refining, he might be able to refine this sea-quelling bizarre treasure. At this moment, the vines of the demon purification pot returned one after another. They could also refine sea bizarre treasures, but the consumption was too much. In the past, Hanfei was relatively poor, or rather, he didn't have enough resources, so he didn't refine any sea-quelling bizarre treasures. But now, he could get all kinds of resources in the martial emperor's city. Why not? Hanfei now had the shell of the white-armored emperor, which was his best material, but it was probably only comparable to the ancient black turtle shell armor. Immediately, Hanfei pulled the jade slip down. Xiaoxiaoshan was stunned. 4 million. Can you afford it? Hanfei smiled and said, "Don't panic. We have money. This is the material for refining sea-quelling bizarre treasures. It's worth it." Xiaoxiaoshan was stunned. "Can you even refine sea-quelling bizarre treasures now?" Hanfei said. "I can try. The main reason is that I have too many messy resources. If I can exchange them for such a treasure, why not?" With that, Hanfei held the jade slip of the ancient black turtle in his hand without hesitation and said, "Let's go and continue shopping. We're rich now. Let's see what we can get." Hanfei didn't know that when he was holding the jade slip of the ancient black turtle, a king looked over. The king murmured, "Interesting." Chapter 1836, The Shocked Heavenly Master and the Princess. In the super resource store, there were mainly spiritual fruits, spiritual liquid, demonic plant materials, demonic beast materials, weapons, ores, and various body materials of marine creatures. Hanfei had always been very interested in spiritual fruits. However, when Hanfei looked at the shelves of spiritual fruits, he found that all kinds of spiritual fruits were sold together. The minimum sales quantity was 100 pieces. Besides, these were not ordinary spiritual fruits, but extremely difficult to find. For example, the dragon blood fruits that Hanfei got from the auction in the Thunder Fire World. Wow, there were more than 20 of them here. Of course, the price was not cheap. The price of 20 dragon blood fruits reached 2 million. Hanfei narrowed his eyes. He couldn't afford all these. Considering the great body tempering effect of the dragon blood fruit, even if he cultivated the purity mystic body, a dragon blood fruit could support him for 3 days of cultivation. Hanfei gritted his teeth and took the dragon blood fruits' jade slip. After all, Hanfei only had one left. With these 20, he could have at least 2 months of explosive cultivation. A moment later, Hanfei and Xiaoxiaoshan walked to the shelf of the demon essence pills, and then Xiaoxiaoshan couldn't walk anymore. Hanfei asked, "Is this demonic origin beneficial to your cultivation?" Xiaoxiaoshan nodded. "There is some demonic origin of the merman race here, but it's actually called the merfolk's pearl in the merman race. For example, this merfolk's pearl in the half-king realm can increase my strength by about 5%. His Hanfei asked in surprise. "Doesn't it mean that swallowing 10 pieces can increase your strength by 50%? Xiaoxiaoshan looked at Hanfei as if looking at a fool. "How can it be so easy? Of course, the more I absorb, the less useful it will be. However, there is only one half-king level merman demon essence here. As for the peak level venerable level merfolk's pearl, its effect on me is not very obvious." Han Fei immediately beckoned, and an intermediate venerable waiter immediately landed from high in the shop. What can I do for you? Han Fei pointed at the half-king level demonic origin and said, how many of these do you have here? The waiter was stunned for a moment. Perhaps he recognized the two of them, and he quickly said, please wait a moment. I'll check the inventory. After only 3 seconds, the man reappeared in front of Han Fei and the others and introduced, you two, we've got a total of 57 merfolk's pearls in the half-king realm here. How many do you need? Coughed their Han Fei and xuanhuan were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. Fuck, there were as many as 57 demonic origin pearls that cost 1.28 million. This meant that 57 half-kings of the Merman clan had died. Xuanhuan was also stunned. She looked at Han Fei and said, I don't need that much and we can't afford it, right? Han Fei's body began to heat up and he immediately said, no, are we the kind of people who lack money? I have a total of 31 million. How many do you want? Xuanhuan swallowed. She calculated and quickly concluded, 10. 10 Merman half-king pearls can definitely increase my strength by more than 30%. Han Fei knew how important this 30% was. He immediately said, buy. He looked at the waiter and said, we want 10. The waiter's heart did a flip. What a spendthrift. There were very few people who would buy a single piece of these resources, let alone 10. This person was really rich. However, just the half-king merfolk's demonic origin pearls would cost 12.8 million. All the ultra-quality spiritual stones Xuanhuan had were not enough. Of course, if Xuanhuan was willing to sell other things, it would definitely be enough. However, how could Han Fei let her spend this money? The waiter reacted quickly and said, please wait a moment. Then, in less than 3 seconds, he returned with 10 jade slips in his hand. At this moment, Han Fei was already holding a handful of jade slips. There were only 2 or 3 people shopping near Han Fei and Xuanhuan. When they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Someone secretly exclaimed, this guy is fucking rich. A guy in the clothes of the fierce wind pirate swallowed crazily. Fuck, how many people would I have to rob to buy these things? However, Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan and said, let's continue shopping. Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She secretly said to Han Fei, still shopping? We've almost spent 20 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. I'm afraid I will spend all your money. Han Fei smiled. Don't panic. I know what I'm doing. The total number of ultra-quality spiritual stones on me and you is more than 40 million. And there are still 20 million on Song Kaiyuan's side, Xuanhuan said. Fortunately, we put the big starfish into the map. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk. Han Fei smiled and said, he hasn't digested the power in his body yet. Now it's not the time for him to covet these. Han Fei and Xuanhuan chatted and continued to sweep the shelves. They had only walked less than 10 kilometers. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes fell on one of the shelves. On the shelf it read, the Azure Dragon Tendon, a sea establishment realm refining material for a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, was extremely rare. This Azure Dragon Tendon came from a sea-quelling realm, Azure Dragon summoned by the dragon, subduing world 30,000 years ago. It was priced at 2,080,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Gulpa Han Fei couldn't move at all. A sea establishment realm tendon, this was a perfect match for his void lines. Han Fei immediately waved at the waiter who was patrolling in midair just now. Come here. Seeing that Han Fei wanted to buy something again, the waiter was shocked. This is a big customer. Even though the service staff in the Martial Emperor City was required not to show their emotions, at this moment he couldn't help but feel his heart thump. After all, they got a commission for selling things. What can I do for you? Han Fei pointed at the Azure Dragon Tendon and said, let me ask you, how many of this tendon do you have? The waiter immediately said, please wait a moment, I'll be back soon. 3 seconds later the man returned. However, this time he followed someone back. It was a half-king. The half-king said with a smile, sir, I'm number 23. You can call me 23. Even in the inventory of our Martial Emperor City, there are only 3 Sea Establishment Realm Azure Dragon Tendons. Han Fei frowned. Not enough. 23 seemed to understand and immediately smiled. I wonder if you're interested in those in the half-king realm. Han Fei shook his head. No. Xuanhuan couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Are you going to make a fishing pole? Han Fei smiled. It's very useful for me. I'll tell you later. 23 said. Mr. Endustry said. Mr. Endustry said. Han Fei, in fact, if you can accept the tendons of other creatures, such as the tendon of the sea-swallowing demon whale, the tendon of the mountain sea divine turtle, if you can, we can provide you with a total of 21 tendons in the sea establishment realm. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Are their qualities similar to that of this Azure Dragon tendon? 23 replied. They're about the same. They're all tendons of creatures in the sea establishment realm. However, they might not have peeled off after the sea establishment creatures died. Some of them were sold by the sea establishment creatures themselves, and some were obtained after they shed their bodies. But most of them are similar in nature. In terms of price, they're all within the range of 200,000 ultra-quality spirit stones. Han Fei said, give me 11. 23 smiled happily. He flipped his hand and a string of jade slips appeared in his hand. He said, I'll choose 11 of the best quality for the two of you. There are prices on them. You can take a look. When you pay the bill, you can check the real things. If you don't like any of them, you can choose not to buy it. Han Fei nodded slightly. That's good. Han Fei was about to take Xuanhuan to continue shopping when 23 said, Mr. Han Fei, this should be the first time you've come to the Martial Emperor City. Perhaps you don't know that if you spend 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones in our shop, you can get a 5% discount. If you spend 20 million, you can get a 10% discount. The upper limit is 30%. Han Fei's eyelids twitched, meaning that it was most worthwhile to buy 60 million. The actual payment only needed 42 million. How could Han Fei resist it? Even Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. The two of them definitely had 42 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei smiled. That's not bad. Let's continue shopping. 23 smiled and said, take your time. I'll serve you at any time. Han Fei had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned around and asked, by the way, does your shop collect resources? 23 immediately smiled and said, sure, most of these resources were collected by us. In the Martial Emperor City, except for the auction house, the price of resource recovery is basically the same, with the difference of less than 10%. The recovery price offered by our super resource store is quite reasonable. Han Fei's heart did a flip. That's great. Han Fei and Xuanhuan had already decided to spend 60 million here today. After all, although the things here were good, not everything was good enough. After looking around, Han Fei found that there seemed to be a lot of materials in the sea establishment realm here. How many kings had died? Plus molting, however, how many times could a king molt in his life? If he wanted to buy them all, hundreds of millions wouldn't be enough. Therefore, Han Fei summoned 23 again. As if knowing that Han Fei would summon him, 23 appeared in front of Han Fei in an instant. Han Fei said, are there any maps here? It will be more convenient for us to find what we want to buy. 23 smiled and said, yes, I didn't show it to you before because most guests like to see products with their own eyes and don't like to read the product catalog. Han Fei said, you should have told me earlier. Give me the product catalog. How long will it take for me to check all the products one by one? 23 was already prepared and handed Han Fei and Xuanhuan a jade slip each. Then he quietly left without disturbing them. When the two of them were quickly browsing the jade slip, their expressions kept changing. They were clearly shocked. Xuanhuan said, Han Fei, I found a treasure. Han Fei said, I found a treasure too. Xuanhuan said, I found another treasure. Han Fei said, me too. I found something better. Chapter 1837, a transaction by hundreds of millions. The two strolled and chatted. Finally, Xuanhuan said, the essence blood of a merman emperor, 9.8 million per bottle. God, I want this. Han Fei said, a 6th grade soul pill worth 5 million. After taking it, it can produce chaotic power. It said that it can increase the power of the soul by 10%. Unfortunately, you can only take one. Xuanhuan said, huh? The deep sea nether spring, I saw, can also improve and stabilize the soul. One caddy is only 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. The two of them chatted, feeling that the resources of the entire shop were already theirs. After a long time, the two of them slowly came back to their senses. Han Fei's body heated up and he felt that his nose was about to bleed. If possible, Han Fei really wanted to take all these resources. However, after they calmed down, the two of them discovered that they couldn't be too crazy when buying things. They calculated for a moment and realized that if they wanted to buy everything here, even 1 billion wouldn't be enough. Therefore, in the end, the two of them surrendered to money. After half a day, it was already late. The number of customers in the shop gradually increased, although cultivators never cared about day or night. However, at night, people would always seek excitement, especially in the Martial Emperor City. At this moment, the auction was about to start. The restaurants were open for business, and there was a steady stream of people in the mission center. There were several times more people in the super resource stores where Han Fei was. Ring, ring, ring. While many people were choosing resources that they thought would be of great help to them, they heard jingling sounds. Then, a man and a woman were walking over holding a lot of jade slips in their hands. The man looked ordinary, but he had an extraordinary temperament. As for the woman, she was so beautiful that she looked like a celestial being. Huh? Are they Han Fei from the Avenger Pirates? And the princess of the mermaid royal family? Is he Han Fei who dares to attack the Infinity World's fleet head-on? Someone said. Didn't he run away? Someone sneered. What do you know? He defeated Li Xinghen and escaped safely from Bei Xuanbing, someone exclaimed. It's all because of the twin divine technique of the yin-yang world. It's said that the twin divine technique is the best escaping technique in the raging sea. It's normal that he could escape. Someone sighed. It seems that the yin-yang world is really going to reappear in the raging sea. Otherwise, why would Han Fei dare to make such a big fuss? However, Han Fei and Xuanhuan didn't care what these people were discussing. The two of them carried a pile of jade slips, their minds filled with the value of these things. The checkout room was huge. This was because some things were very large. For example, the shell of the ancient black turtle that Han Fei wanted had to be checked on the spot. Once the product left the shop, no matter what the problem it had nothing to do with the super resource store. Han Fei threw the pile of jade slips over. Soon, someone was responsible for the delivery of the products. The waiters lined up and gave Han Fei resources. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't that the shell of the ancient black turtle? That thing has been hanging there for hundreds of years. How can it be sold today?" Someone was puzzled. "Isn't it said that the ancient black turtle shell armor is extremely difficult to refine? The one from the Thunderfire world said that the armor comes with a heaven and earth spirit array. If you're not careful, the array will be destroyed. What's the use of buying this thing?" Immediately afterwards, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What is that green fan? Could it be the leaves of the divine demon vine?" Hiss. It's the divine demon vine grass leaf, which costs 3 million ultra-quality spiritual stones per leaf. There are a total of 9 leaves. How rich is this guy? Gulp. Many people swallowed hard. The value of these two things alone had already exceeded 30 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. The two people simply had money to burn. Han Fei couldn't pretend that he understood it at first glance. He had to check the products. Han Fei knocked on the armor a few times with an ultra-quality divine weapon. Then, he cut the leaves of the divine demon vine a few times before putting them into the sun moon shell. There were 20 spiritual fruits like the dragon blood fruit. Although this also caused a small uproar, it was far smaller than the previous two. However, when the half-king's demonic origin appeared, the sea demons and even the mermen exclaimed, "Half-king demonic origin? No, they're half-king merfolk's pearls. If I remember correctly, each of them will cost more than 1.2 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Besides, if one hadn't had a top cultivation technique, the half-king merfolk's pearls wouldn't be of much use, so the princess wants to buy them. If it were someone else, the effect would probably be greatly reduced." Immediately afterward, everyone became more and more shocked. "Oh my god, 6th grade soul pills? There are only 3 of them in the resource store. Each of them is worth 5 million, which can buy a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. The essence blood of a merman emperor. This thing has been hung there for more than 900 years with the price of 12 million. Now, is it finally sold? Are those azure dragon tendons? Oh my god, a dozen? Why does he want to buy so many of them? To weave a net?" More and more people were watching the checkout. Even if it was just to see the rich people burn money, it would be worth it. Xuanhuan asked Han Fei via voice transmission, "Do we really have enough money?" Han Fei said, "Don't panic. Enough. Definitely enough." 23 handled the checkout for them himself, and Han Fei even felt the gaze of a king. 23 bid one by one. Ancient black turtle shell armor, 3,980,000. Dragon blood fruit, 2 million. 10 half-king merfolk's pearls, a total of 13 million. A bottle of the essence blood of a merman emperor, 9.8 million. 11 king-level tendons, a total of 23.06 million. 3 6th grade soul pills, a total of 15 million. 500 caddies of deep-sea nether spring, a total of 5 million. 9 leaves of the divine demon vine grass, 3 million per leaf, a total of 27 million. Then, 23 looked up at Han Fei and said with a smile, "Captain Han Fei, the total amount is 98,940,000. I'll give you a 30% discount, so the total price is 69,250,000. Hiss a gulp. This is what rich people should be like. His wealth is comparable to that of the top 10 pirate groups. Someone sneered. Not only won't they lose, but the top 10 pirate groups won't be so rich. Their money has to be distributed to so many people. Someone snorted. What do you know? Which commander of the 10 pirate groups has less than 100 million? Han Fei had no time to listen to these people's discussion. When he paid, his face turned green. He accidentally overbought. There were 27 million more than 42 million. This was the biggest deal Han Fei had ever made. Han Fei said, "Can I trade with ultra-quality spiritual weapons?" 23 was stunned for a moment and then smiled. "Of course. However, it has to be at least an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Our super resource store doesn't accept anyone below the quality of an ultra-quality spiritual weapon." Han Fei nodded slightly. With a thought, in front of him, with clangs, a large number of glittering ultra-quality divine weapons were piled on the ground like a mountain. There were as many as 3,000 of them. 2003 didn't expect Han Fei to take out so many ultra-quality divine weapons at once. Even the Thunderfire world couldn't take out so many ultra-quality divine weapons at once. It must be noted that the refinement of an ultra-quality divine weapon required a professional refiner to refine it for a few months. Some weaker refiners even needed years, decades, or even hundreds of years to refine it. Who wouldn't be shocked when Han Fei casually took out more than 3,000 pieces? However, 203 was very happy that Han Fei used ultra-quality divine weapons to trade. These sea establishment materials were too difficult to sell. However, ultra-quality divine weapons were too easy to sell. Besides, the purchase price was not high. The average price was less than 25,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, so they could earn much more than simply selling sea establishment realm materials. Before the appraisers, who had already been prepared, began to appraise the ultra-quality divine weapons, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man appear at the trade scene. As soon as this middle-aged man appeared, 23 and the others immediately cupped their hands and bowed. "Master King Yue." The man nodded slightly. Xuanhuan said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "By Yue, known as King Yue, I only know that he is one of the kings of the martial emperor city. Bai Yue glanced at Xuanhuan and said, I'll personally check these resources. Buzz. All kinds of ultra-quality divine weapons flew past. It only took Bai Yue half an hour to finish counting them. Then, he took a deep look at Han Fei and said, there are a total of 3,000 pieces. The total price is 24,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones per piece. Any objections? Han Fei shook his head. No. Han Fei didn't take out some common weapons in the first place. He only took out these 3,000 weapons that he thought were of average quality. Of course, they were still all ultra-quality divine weapons. Bai Yue said, if there's no other deal, we will pay you another 345 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, and this deal will be over. Han Fei nodded slightly. That's good. I wonder what the collection standards of the resource shops are, Bai Yue said. We won't accept resources below the peak of the Venerable Realm unless they are extremely special. Of course, the other shops on the island will very likely accept them. However, in the Martial Emperor City, resources below the Venerable Realm are not circulated. Some ordinary resources are very cheap. The valuable ones are all good. Han Fei nodded slightly. Got it. Deal over. Bai Yue nodded slightly. In the next moment, he disappeared. Today, everyone present was stunned. Han Fei and Xuanhuan had almost bought 100 million worth of resources. What were they going to do? To become kings? Chapter 1838, Martial Demon Cave. This time, Han Fei paid a heavy price. Although Han Fei had a lot of resources, they couldn't withstand such consumption. Han Fei planned to keep many resources and take them back to the yin-yang world. However, when he was shopping in the super resource store, he really couldn't control himself. For example, when he saw the leaves of the divine demon vine, Han Fei knew that the leaves were made of precious divine demon threads. If he used them to refine battlesuits, he could even refine a sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level battlesuit. To put it bluntly, it should be easy to refine 9 sets of battlesuits with the 9 leaves, which equaled 9 sets of sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Also, the 6th grade soul pill, if this thing was to be auctioned, the price might be 5 million higher than now. There were still some in the resource store because the resource store had a rich variety of items. It was a high-end store, so such high-end things couldn't be lacking. Of course, among these things, the first things Han Fei could use were the 11 big veins. Those were the tendons in the sea establishment realm. Using them to refine the void lines, its power was enough to shake sea establishers. To deal with a half-king, there would almost be no miss. The news that Han Fei and Xuanhuan spent billions in the resource shop spread throughout the entire Martial Emperor City in a moment. After all, they spent too much money. Although the Martial Emperor City was said to have countless treasures, it was rare for someone to spend billions like Han Fei. Even the leaders of the 10 pirate groups had never spent so much money before. Of course, the main reason was that these things were useless to them. They didn't know how to refine weapons or refine pills. As for the things like 6th grade soul pills that could increase their strength, they had already bought a lot. At this moment, not long after Han Fei left the resource store, he saw Li Kaitian. Seeing Han Fei, Li Kaitian immediately greeted him. Captain, I heard that you came to the island in the resource store. Old Song was afraid that you didn't have enough money, so he asked me to send you money. Li Kaitian immediately took out a sun moon shell and handed it to Han Fei. Then, he looked in the direction of the resource store and asked tentatively, Have you finished buying? Han Fei said, If I wait for you to deliver me money, I would have been detained for a long time. Is there 20 million here? Li Kaitian nodded. Captain, is your information true? We could have asked for more, but we didn't know it. Han Fei said impatiently, Forget it. I've already been to the intelligence center. It can't be much higher. Let's go back first. The Martial Emperor's inheritance will open in 2 days. Let's go back and study it. Hey, Captain, what did you buy? We haven't visited this resource store yet. It said that the things inside are quite expensive, easily charging hundreds of thousands. As soon as Li Kaitian said so, someone exclaimed not far away, Look, that's the Avenger, Han Fei. He just bought 100 million worth of goods from the resource store. Wow, a pirate captain is indeed extraordinary. Someone greeted Han Fei. Captain Han Fei, is the Avenger still recruiting? Han Fei said casually, Number? The man only felt it was a pity, but he didn't take it seriously. However, Li Kaitian was stunned. What did he mean by buying goods worth 100 million? Was the captain that rich? Li Kaitian still remembered that xuanhuan and the others discussed that Han Fei might have 30 to 40 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Logically speaking, this money should be enough. Xuanhuan only asked him to deliver Han Fei money just in case. However, he bought 100 million. Was 20 million really a lot? Han Fei asked. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Night fell. In the sky above the Martial Emperor City, there were no clouds or mist. One could still see the moonlight and the stars. Just as Han Fei and the others were about to reach the rented yard, suddenly, Han Fei glanced at a figure in the distance. The figure didn't intend to hide, but appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Li Kaitian was still dumbfounded. Who the fuck is this? However, Xuanhuan's face changed. Han Fei looked at the coquettish face and the mocking smile. He was immediately in a bad mood. Even if he had just spent 100 million, he still felt bad. Han Fei said indifferently, Long time no see. Why? Are you going to attack me in the Martial Emperor City? The man opposite him chuckled. I didn't expect a little guy to reach such a level in such a short time. It's a little beyond my expectations. Han Fei sneered. There are still many things you didn't expect. We haven't settled our scores yet. You killed me once, remember? Chun Huangdian held his head high and smiled with his hands behind his back. With your current strength, you're not qualified to settle scores with me. Let's talk after you transcend the heavenly tribulation. Then Chun Huangdian looked at Xuanhuan and said, Little princess, all these years I indulged you squandering resources and exploring secret realms and holy lands. Is this how you repay me? Xuanhuan blushed, but she still raised her head and said, Don't think I don't know. You have an ulterior motive. You taught me and gave me resources just to wake up my mother. I'm just too weak to wake her up. Otherwise, why would you nurture me? Chun Huangdian said leisurely. What you said makes me really sad. It seems that women betray easily. Now that your man has come to you, you betrayed us without hesitation, although you are our princess. Li Kaitian listened on the side and felt the sweat on his back dripping down. He secretly swallowed. Judging from the conversation between the two of them, the person in front of him should be Chun Huangdian from the Merman royal family. It was said that he was one of the top 10 kings in the entire Raging Sea. Han Fei said, Do you have anything else? If not, get out of the way. I don't have time to talk to you. Chun Huangdian's lips curled. Sure enough, now that you are in the martial emperor city, your tone becomes so tough. However, do you think you can stop me by making up some groundless information? Han Fei said. We'll see when the time comes. You'd better not give me a chance to grow up, otherwise I'll let you know what regret is. Chun Huangdian chuckled. Let's wait and see. With that said, Chun Huangdian still had his hands behind his back. In 2 steps, he disappeared from the street. After Chun Huangdian left, Han Fei still looked awful. Han Fei secretly wondered if he had underestimated Chun Huangdian. It seemed that the information alone was not enough. Xuanhuan said, Don't worry. At least in the Martial Emperor city, he won't have a chance to do anything. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, forget him. Let's see how to deal with him after we get the Martial Emperor's inheritance. The next day, Han Fei's deeds continued to spread in the Martial Emperor city. The news about the Oracle and Chun Huangdian had finally spread throughout the Martial Emperor city. When the news spread, the entire Martial Emperor city was in an uproar. For a moment, the strong masters in the Martial Emperor city changed their opinion of the mermen race. In the past, although the mermen were powerful, they weren't strong enough to dominate the Raging Sea. However, after this news spread, the mermen's image in everyone's hearts changed a little. Xuanhuan and the others went out to shop early in the morning to get some information about the Martial Emperor's inheritance. Han Fei didn't go out again. At this moment, Han Fei could feel the arrival of his clone, which meant that Xuanhuan had come. However, this was normal. The heavenly talents of the 36 heavenly palaces must have all come for the Martial Emperor's inheritance. If Xuanhuan didn't come, it would be strange. However, this time, Han Fei had to find a way to withdraw his clone. After all, without a clone, Han Fei's strength was not at its peak. The next morning, Han Fei used the one day in Forge the Universe to refine all 10 Azure Dragon tendons. This was the only way Han Fei could quickly improve his strength. As for the other resources, he would refine them one by one when he had enough time. Today was the day the Martial Emperor's inheritance was opened. Xuanhuan and the others had already quietly returned to their camp, and Han Fei relied on intelligence to go straight to the mountains in the south of the city. In the lush mountains, there was a flat valley. On the plain here, there was a black mist. When Han Fei saw the black mist, his pupils were constricted slightly. Huh? Why does this look like the star sea mist of the 1,000-star proving ground? At this moment, there were more than 23,000 people standing in the square, from junior venerables to half-kings. Among these people, there were very few junior and intermediate venerables, but most of them were advanced venerables and peak-level venerables. Even so, there were more than 23,000 venerables here. This number made Han Fei realize that there was no shortage of venerables in this world. The venerables in the entire Raging Sea were probably several times more than this. When Han Fei and Xuanhuan arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Among them, many people frowned when they saw Han Fei. For example, the Golden Crow world, the Medicine King world, the Dream Weaving world, the Spirit Refining world, the Infinity world, the Asura pirates, the Crimson Fire pirates, the Predator pirates, the Fierce Wind pirates, these people were all enemies of Han Fei. Han Fei had robbed too many people from the 36 heavenly palaces. In the land of King Death, he had robbed almost every world. On the Snow God's temple side, Ice Snow Chuling looked at Han Fei, who had appeared openly. After hearing what Han Fei had done in the past 2 days, countless pirates were tempted to rob him. On the Devil Girl pirates side, Long Wu, Zhenju, and a group of venerables who had interacted with Han Fei looked extremely complicated. Back then, they didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. The Avenger actually dared to provoke others everywhere, and even attack the fleet of the Infinity World alone? He was simply a lunatic. Han Fei ignored these people and stared at the black fog in front of him, saying casually, "So that's it? Chapter 1839, Battle for Luck." Everyone looked at Han Fei and Xuanhuan in a different light because they all knew their identities. One was the commander of the Avenger pirates. It was said that he had the combat power of the Sea Establishment realm and had already fought many kings. Except for being defeated by Bei Xuanbing, he had never been defeated. One was the princess of the Merman royal family, whose identity was very noble. She lived a pampered life in the Merman royal family and was a high and mighty existence. Not to mention whether she was strong or not, whoever touched her would probably be hunted by the entire Merman royal family. At this moment, more than 20,000 people were gathered here just to participate in this so-called trial of the Martial Emperor's inheritance. According to the information Song Kaiyuan had obtained, the Martial Emperor's inheritance was just a test and didn't involve the participants fighting each other. It was said that the Martial Emperor's inheritance had 4 major tests: luck, challenge, comprehension, and life and death test. However, the message didn't specify the process. At this moment, when everyone saw the black mist seal that appeared in the day, they could roughly guess that the trial should be in this mist. Swish, swish, swish! When everyone gathered, 8 sea establishers appeared in the air with swishes. Among them, Han Fei found that he knew 2 of them. They were Yan Meng from the Intelligence Center and Bai Yue from the Super Resource Store. Han Fei didn't know where the other 6 kings came from, but he estimated that they were all sea establishers from the Martial Emperor's city. Han Fei didn't believe that there were only 8 kings in the Martial Emperor's city. However, the Martial Emperor's city was only this big, so they didn't have to send all the kings over. With these people maintaining the order and explaining the rules, it would be enough. Among these 8 people, there was a rather elegant young man wearing a light green robe and holding a paper fan in his hand. His elegant and cultured temperament was very eye-catching. Xia Xiaoshan said, "I know this person. He's Zhang Luoshan from the Martial Emperor's city. His weapon is the sky feather fan." It's said that his strength is ranked in the top 10 of the sea establishers in the entire raging sea. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The top 10? This person must be powerful. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Can Bei Xuanbing enter the top 10? Xia Xiaoshan shook her head. No. Han Fei immediately understood. In this case, the top 10 were really powerful. Although he was only fighting Bei Xuanbing with his black mist body and his strength wasn't at its peak, it wasn't something ordinary sea establishers could defeat with one blow. Of course, Han Fei didn't know how powerful the top 10 were. However, if even Bei Xuanbing couldn't enter the top 10, even if he transcended the tribulation and became a king, he shouldn't be able to reach this level. After all, they had been in the sea establishment realm for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for them to be surpassed by a newcomer so easily. Otherwise, what was the point of the existence of the sea establishment realm? Zhang Luoshan said, "Everyone, welcome to the Millennium Banquet of our Martial Emperor's city. The Martial Emperor's inheritance is the only inheritance since the establishment of our Martial Emperor's city. So far, no one has been able to complete the inheritance trial 100%. The rules are the same as before, with a total of 4 rounds of tests. The person with the best result in the trial can propose 3 conditions to the Martial Emperor's city that are within our ability. If one's result of the trial reaches 95%, he can accept the real Martial Emperor's inheritance. Now, the trial will begin in half an hour." Han Fei didn't know the contents of the test, but with so many people here, he didn't have to panic. After all, he wouldn't be worse than most people. After half an hour, the trial officially began. Zhang Luoshan and the others closed the way and nodded slightly. The first round of the test is a pure competition of luck. In a while after entering this black fog, anyone who can obtain the golden bead from the black fog will be qualified to carry out the next round of the test. Remember, you can't snatch the golden bead. Don't compete for it needlessly. In the black fog, everyone will be covered in a mist. Therefore, you won't recognize each other, and at the same time, you can't attack others. The entire trial process will last for a day. After obtaining the golden bead, you will be expelled out by the black fog. When the black fog disappears, those who haven't obtained the golden bead will be eliminated. As soon as Zhang Luoshan said so, the black fog automatically spread out. The 8 kings shouted at the same time, "The trial begins." Swish, 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 swish. More than 20,000 people flew into the depths of the black fog like moths to a flame. Of course, some people, such as Han Fei and Xia Xiaochun, just walked casually into the depths of the black fog. Han Fei said, "If the result can be determined soon, it won't take a day." Han Fei thought that he had never lost a battle of luck. When he was in the yin-yang world and the waterwood world, his luck was very good. Everyone who knew him knew that he was lucky. However, what troubled Han Fei was that his clone Shui Zhan would probably gain nothing. After all, he and Shui Zhan were the same person. Theoretically speaking, he would only get 1 golden bead. Before Han Fei entered the depths of the black mist, he saw a person looking at him. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was Li Xinghen. Li Xinghen said casually, "I'm very curious about how much your secret technique will consume you. However, you can't just rely on secret techniques to become stronger. I'll wait for you in the 4th round." With that, Li Xinghen walked into the depths of the mist. Not far away, there was another person looking at Han Fei. That person looked quite ferocious and vicious and had braided hair. He was clearly very fashionable. The man said, "Han Fei, right? I'm Wu Duisho from the Supreme Clearness World. We both walk the path of invincibility. Nice to meet you." Han Fei glanced at him and rolled his eyes. "I hope you die soon." If you die, I won't have any opponents. With that, Han Fei and xuanhuan swaggered into the depths of the black mist. Wu Duishao smiled and didn't seem to care, but his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, the master of yin-yang world? Him? Taking 100 steps forward, Han Fei felt that he was in the starry sky. At this moment, Han Fei looked aside and found that xuanhuan had disappeared. In Han Fei's vision, he could clearly see that there were several people nearby who were also at a loss. When he looked up again, he saw a shooting star cutting through the sky. Before Han Fei moved, he saw the people around rush at the shooting star with a swish. Han Fei shook his head speechlessly. Wasn't it said that it depended on luck? It was useless to snatch it. Therefore, Han Fei didn't intend to do such a meaningless thing. When they were outside, Zhang Luoshan had told them that the martial emperor's inheritance had a degree of completion. Han Fei couldn't help thinking how to measure the degree of completion in this competition for golden beads. In the starry sky, stars fell one after another. However, none of them aroused Han Fei's interest in the outside world. Swish, 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 one trial taker after another appeared in the wilderness outside. These people were holding dazzling golden beads in their hands. If Han Fei were here, he would definitely find that this thing was clearly a star bead from the 1,000-star proving ground in the yin-yang world. In the galaxy, Han Fei raised his head because he saw a shooting star flying towards him. Han Fei's heart flipped. Just now, Zhang Luoshan said that once he got the golden bead, he would appear in the outside world. However, at this moment, Han Fei didn't quite understand, so he didn't raise his hand. When the golden light smashed at him, Han Fei tilted his body slightly and quickly scanned it with his perception. At that moment, Han Fei finally saw it clearly. This was clearly a star bead. He had taken so many star beads, so he couldn't be wrong. The one just now was a 7-star star bead. Han Fei frowned slightly. Why were there star beads here? Could it be that the 1,000-star proving ground in the yin-yang world actually imitated the martial emperor's inheritance? However, after missing the 7-star star bead, Han Fei didn't regret it at all. It was just a 7-star star bead. In the yin-yang world, he didn't even bother to pick it up. 6 hours later, more than 20 star beads flew past Han Fei one after another. Han Fei didn't take any of them because there wasn't even a 9-star star bead here. The highest was only 8 stars. Can I only wait for my luck? Han Fei was puzzled. At this moment, Han Fei's great Tao changed and he recited silently, "Here, luck is all on me." Han Fei was just testing it out with common sense. However, swish, swish, swish. In the sky, tens of millions of golden meteors smashed at Han Fei. Fuck. Han Fei was stunned and said in surprise, "A meteor shower?" Apart from Han Fei, in the starry sky, countless people looked up. Someone was surprised. Well, there are so many golden beads. How can we not get any? Someone was shocked. Is this grand occasion caused by someone? Someone was shocked. Hiss, am I so lucky to trigger a rain of golden beads? Many people rushed to Han Fei. Most people thought that this was a natural phenomenon, and those who saw it should have a share. However, a few people looked horrified and murmured, "There are people with great luck here who can attract star beads like rain. Who is it?" As for Han Fei, the protagonist of this incident, in the face of such a violent storm of star beads, his body was moving extremely subtly. Han Fei activated his soul with the microscopic technique and swept the space. Swish, swish, swish. When the dense star beads passed him, Han Fei didn't attack for dozens of seconds. Seeing this scene, the others who came were all shocked and in disbelief. Hiss! This wonder is actually for one person? Someone made up his mind and stepped forward to snatch the golden beads. However, a scorching flame accidentally shattered. His body and soul were suddenly penetrated. Many restless people were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. Just as more and more people were watching, suddenly, Han Fei extended his hand into the void and encountered the first 9-star star bead. However, just as Han Fei almost touched the 9-star star bead, suddenly Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers with his other hand. He immediately looked at the sky, where there was a dazzling star bead and a gentle starlight appeared silently. Han Fei immediately retracted his hand and grabbed a bead that was not golden but shining with white light. Chapter 1840, Beat Me. The moment Han Fei held the bead in his hand, he saw golden light pouring into it. The white bead changed color, turning golden, and a 10-star symbol appeared on it. This was the first time Han Fei had seen a 10-star symbol. Even in the yin-yang world, he had never seen a 10-star star bead. Besides, when Han Fei took the star bead, a voice seemed to appear in his mind. Luck trial, 100% completion. Swishta, before Han Fei was surprised, the star-sea space in front of him disappeared. Han Fei's eyes suddenly widened. It was the valley field he came from. After coming out, Han Fei looked down and found that the star bead in his hand no longer had a star-level symbol. It seemed to have been hidden. Although he was surprised that he got a 100% trial result, Han Fei still looked around and searched for xuanhuan. Seeing that she hadn't come out yet, Han Fei glanced at the others. Han Fei saw Song Kaiyuan, Zhan Hui, and Kang Hongyu from the dragon-subduing world, but he didn't see others he knew here. At this moment, people appeared in this open space from time to time. Half an hour later, xuanhuan appeared in the open space with a swish. As soon as xuanhuan came out, she walked around and found Han Fei. Immediately, xuanhuan ran to Han Fei. 9 stars. I wonder if this is the highest or the lowest. Han Fei noticed that there were 8 half-kings here. He said with a smile, I'm also a 9-star. Even if it's not the highest, I don't think anyone among these people has a bead higher than the 9-star level. What was the identity of the martial emperor city? Han Fei wasn't sure yet. In short, the completion rate was not set by these people. It seemed that it was judged by another power. Therefore, he only needed to go all the way down the trial. There was no need to shout the result out now. While Han Fei and Xuanhuan were discussing that they had only obtained 9-star beads, Zhang Luotian and the other Sea Establishment kings were also secretly discussing. Zhang Luotian said, she has got a 9-star bead, as expected of the princess of the Merman royal family. Han Fei is also quite good. Unfortunately, he is still not perfect yet. Yan Meng said, 10-star is a legend. We've never seen it before. In this competition of luck, the top heavenly talents should all be 9-star. I wonder how many 9-star heavenly talents there are this time, Bai Yue said. This is just the first trial. There are many latecomers. Let's wait and see. Suddenly, someone asked, what are Han Fei and Xuanhuan doing? Everyone saw that Han Fei and Xuanhuan had taken out a big pot, which was stuffed with the flesh of a king and was cooking. All the kings were speechless. You're eating on such a serious occasion? Is this really appropriate? However, Song Kaiyuan and the others who had eaten Han Fei's hot pot couldn't help but turn green when they saw Han Fei take out the big pot. Come on, Captain, can you still eat on this occasion? Half a day later. Slurp. Han Fei took a bite of the shrimp meat. At this time, many people had come out. Many venerables were stunned to see Han Fei and Xuanhuan eating. Someone was lost for words. They must be deliberately interfering with our thoughts. Someone exclaimed, are they cooking the flesh of a king? That's too extravagant. Most people smelled the rich fragrance and had to stabilize their minds and close their sense of smell in case their minds were disturbed. During this period, Han Fei was surprised. For some reason, his clone, Xuanhuan, also came out. This meant that Xuanhuan had also obtained a star bead. Ice Snow Chuling was also very confused. She looked at Han Fei and then at Xuanhuan, thinking, isn't this said to be a test of luck? How can a person have 2 different results? One day passed. More than 17,000 people came out of the black fog. In other words, in the first round, theoretically the simplest test, more than 6,000 people were eliminated. This was just the first round. Buzz. Zhang Luotian raised his hand and the black fog slowly disappeared. The remaining more than 6,000 people appeared in another open space. Most of these people didn't look good. Those who could come to the Martial Emperor city to participate in the trial of the Martial Emperor's inheritance were at least carefully selected. Many people felt that they had great potential, but they were eliminated. Among the 8 kings, someone shouted, those who are eliminated leave within 100 seconds. Buzz, after the eliminated people left, not far in front of everyone, 4 doors appeared in a row, existing in the form of void vortexes. These gates were of different colors. When the vortex spun, it caused strange light ripples. It looked white, blue, red, and dark red. Zhang Luotian nodded slightly at the other kings and then said, in the next trial, most of you will be eliminated. However, it doesn't matter if you are eliminated. Once you feel that you are in a life and death crisis and have no way to survive, remember to crush the golden bead in your hand. Otherwise, you may really die. Everyone couldn't help but look at the golden bead in their hands. At this moment, the golden beads had already fused with their spiritual will. With a thought, they would appear completely in their hands. What made them look solemn was that there was a chance of death in the second trial. But with this golden bead, it shouldn't be a problem. However, there were still some people who were puzzled by the 4 doors. Someone said, Masters, which door should we enter? This time, it was Yan Meng's turn to speak. She said, you need to ask the golden bead in your hand which door you should enter. Take out the golden pearl first. If you sense which door is most attractive to you, go to that door. Everyone hurriedly tried, and someone immediately received feedback. Mine is the first white door. It's summoning me. I'm also the first door. Huh? I'm the second door. I only took a 4-star golden bead. I thought it was very low. It seems that it should be better than the first door. Yes, I'm also the second door. Huh? Are yours both the second door? Just as most people were summoned by the first and second doors, someone suddenly said, look, Nangong Yu from the Dreamweaving world is walking towards the third door. Hey, Li Shunfeng from the Windslaying world is also the third door. What? Jianhui from the Supreme Mystic world is actually the 4th door. At this time, the difference of 1 door represented the difference in talent, luck, and the quality of the star bead in the eyes of the trial takers. Xiaoqian looked at Han Fei and said, I can sense the 3rd and 4th doors, but I feel more attracted to the 3rd door. Han Fei held the star bead. He only felt the summoning from the 4th door, but not the 3rd. However, the 2 of them saw that Li Xinghen, Wu Duishou, Jianhui, Song Kaiyuan, Li Shunfeng, Wu Hao, and Kang Longyu had all gone to the 4th door. Han Fei couldn't help but say, your talent and bloodline are much stronger than theirs. Therefore, their connection to the 3rd door should be very strong too. However, because they were summoned by the 4th door at the same time, they chose the 4th door. If I'm not wrong, this second checkpoint is also used to eliminate people. When the time comes, if there's really danger, crush the star bead. Don't hesitate. Xuanhuan nodded. Let's go. I'll choose the fourth door too. Hanfei nodded slightly, but he casually glanced around. Now that he had taken a 10-star star bead, shouldn't he have some special treatment? How could he be differentiated from those taking a 9-star star bead? Unfortunately, there were only 4 doors. Hanfei had no choice but to enter the fourth door. Apart from the 36 mystic worlds, the merman race, the 100 demon race, and the undersea human race were in a similar situation to the human race. Those who could enter the fourth gate were extremely rare. In the raging sea, there were a total of 167 people who entered the fourth door. This number was too small among the huge number of 23,000 trial takers. It was not even 1%. Among the heavenly talents, it was 1 in 100. Last time, when Hanfei and Xuanhuan entered the black fog, they were separated. This time, they entered the door hand in hand. However, when Hanfei appeared in this door world, he was separated from Xuanhuan again. However, Hanfei didn't really care. Few people could resist Xuanhuan when she used full strength. Hanfei observed his surroundings and found that there was a calm lake in front of him. There was only a crescent moon in the sky, and there were no ripples on the lake under his feet. Only when he stepped on the water would there be a few ripples. Hanfei wanted to release his perception, but he immediately discovered that his perception range was only 1,000 kilometers. Wait a minute. Hanfei was stunned for a moment and immediately found that something was wrong. It was not that his perception range was only 1,000 kilometers, but that this world was only 1,000 kilometers. In the middle of the water, Hanfei saw a young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the water like a statue. He looked very ordinary and had a square face and a burly figure. At this moment, he was very quiet, as if he was meditating. However, when Hanfei came here, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. There you are. If you beat me, this level will be cleared. However, I won't hold back. Chapter 1841, Limit Challenge. From the looks of it, this trial was undoubtedly a battle. Hanfei estimated that since he had encountered such a battle, others should have encountered it too. However, if the opponent was a half-king, he wouldn't to be afraid at all. The half-king aura on this young man couldn't fool him. Hanfei was puzzled. Who was this person? Was he a top heavenly talent nurtured by the Martial Emperor City? However, it didn't make sense. If the people in the Martial Emperor City were all heavenly talents of this level, wouldn't there be more than 17,000 opponents for the 17,000 people? So, where was he now? Buzz. 2 kitchen knives appeared in Hanfei's hands. Even if he didn't use the power of his great Tao, he had already reached the limit of the half-king realm. He was almost in the sea establishment realm. With only one opponent, why should he use all his strength? xuanhuan. Although he didn't intend to use the power of the great Tao, Hanfei didn't underestimate his opponent. At the beginning, he used the yin-yang reincarnation saber. The double knife slashed out, and Hanfei's speed instantly soared to the extreme. He streaked across like a star mark and brandished his saber with both hands. 2 saber beams that reached the sky tore through the calm lake. A terrifying saber beam that was tens of thousands of meters high slid across the water. Because the speed was too fast, it seemed to form 2 air walls. Hanfei believed that there were fewer than 10 people in the same realm who could withstand such an attack head-on in the 36 mystic worlds. However, the young man on the opposite side suddenly grinned coldly. Bo, a golden ripple formed in front of him, and his aura rose to the sky. Void God barrier. Clang, clang, clang. Both the yin-yang reincarnation saber and the 2 draw techniques exploded at the same time. After blocking Hanfei's attack, a seemingly condensed void barrier rose in front of the young man. The blow just now caused a dark red murderous aura to shake and sweep the entire lake. At this moment, the young man's strength had completely erupted. The clothes on his arms exploded, the red silk around his neck fluttered, the surrounding lake swirled, and the void was still. Hanfei's attack had completely been absorbed. He said, I'm still not strong enough. There's no limit to strength. I can still be stronger. Roar! Hanfei was shocked and felt that something was wrong. Although this person had said that he wouldn't hold back, it felt like he was trying his best to challenge him. His obsession to become stronger had reached a crazy level. Swish! Suddenly, the young man disappeared. Hanfei was shocked. So fast. Hanfei's eyes were already very fast. He saw a figure rushing at him, but the other party was too fast for him to fight back. Buzz! Before his hand could react, Hanfei's soul reacted. A black armor array suddenly appeared. This was the fastest array Hanfei could set up. Crackaboom! Hanfei felt as if he had been blown away by a king-level strike. It felt like the blow of Yun Tianhe from the Infinity World he had felt back then. In short, it felt like he was instantly defeated. Fuse. In the process of flying backward, Hanfei chose to fuse with Little Black and Little White. As soon as the fusion was completed and the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, he saw a fist mark pressing down from above. Shoot! Buzz! At that moment, Hanfei's body glowed with golden light, and his invincible will formed a giant shield in front of him. Crack, crack, bang. In the same scene, Hanfei was flying much faster than lightning. In an instant, the fist mark above exploded the water surface, causing huge waves on the lake. Pff! He vomited a mouthful of golden blood. Hanfei was shocked. Son of a Tiche, I underestimated my enemy. Hanfei didn't expect that there was such a strong master in the half-king realm. As the saying went, in a battle between strong masters, even if one was the least careless, he would lose the entire game. He was suppressed by the opponent just now, causing him to be unable to react in time. Roar. At this moment, the 100-beast soul devouring roared. The man's fist mark arrived again. It was about to hit him, but it paused for a moment. This time was extremely short, almost negligible. Swished immediately, dozens of projections appeared, and Han Fei retreated quickly. Activating the power of the Great Tao, his combat power soared, and those projections were blown up in an instant. So strong. Han Fei knew that he had encountered the strongest opponent in his life. Even when he fought sea establishers, he had never felt so powerless. However, today he was beaten into such a state by an opponent in the same realm as him. Han Fei had never been so nervous. The moment he blocked the other party with the power of his projections, he moved his original body out and hurriedly activated his Great Tao. His combat power soared crazily as he activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. However, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique took time to activate. At this moment, the yin-yang reincarnation saber appeared again. Han Fei took this opportunity to crush 2 ultra-quality divine weapons and launched another yin-yang reincarnation blade. Even under such circumstances, the young man tried to appear in front of him in an instant. Facing the yin-yang reincarnation saber, he punched Han Fei. Although Han Fei's strength hadn't reached its peak yet, how could he admit defeat now? He also clenched his fists and punched out. Rumble, rumble, the lake instantly exploded and waves splashed all over the sky. Han Fei was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away, and the young man only retreated more than 100 feet. Crack, it sounded like Han Fei's fingers were all broken. Han Fei's face was extremely dark. This was the first time he had been in such a sorry state. He almost couldn't fight back. If it were an ordinary person, he would have long been beaten to death. However, who was Han Fei? He had the indestructible golden body, and his strength was comparable to a king's. A Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique fell, but it failed to illuminate Han Fei, because when Han Fei was about to be illuminated, he was blown away by this guy. However, as his Great Tao circulated, Han Fei became strong again. Han Fei roared, "Come up!" This time, the person didn't chase over but stood still. He said, "The power of your Great Tao is quite powerful. It seems that finally, someone can make me challenge my limit." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. While the person didn't take action, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique descended and immediately enveloped his body, and the bones in his body cracked. His 10 fingers, his ribs, and his soul and power that had been separated had all recovered. Han Fei said, "Brother, before the fight, can I ask who you are? Who am I? You can call me Martial Emperor, Han Fei, Han Fei." He said, "The battle begins." As for Han Fei, after using the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, he immediately changed his Great Tao into the path of invincibility and the Great Tao of time, plus the Great Tao of his original body. This should be his strongest configuration at present. With a thought, the spiritual energy around Han Fei turned into a time barrier. Han Fei drew his knife, held time, and instantly rushed at the man. However, when the two of them fought, Han Fei discovered that this person's speed was too fast, and the outbreak of his combat power was too strong. Even though he had activated his Great Taos, had the powerful combat power of the Sea Establishment realm, and accelerated his combat speed, that person could still catch up with him. When Han Fei used a knife, he found that using a weapon seemed to affect his speed. Even if he used time acceleration, it required a high level of control of time power. While he had to divert his attention to control time, he had to fight such a strong master. After 2 or 3 seconds, although he wasn't defeated, he didn't have any advantage. Immediately, Han Fei gave up the idea of attacking the other party with the time blade. He simply accelerated his combat speed and slowed down the other party's attack frequency with the time technique. Even so, with bangs, in just 3 or 5 seconds, the two had probably fought tens of thousands of times. Han Fei's spiritual energy and energy were emptied in the second. Fortunately, Han Fei had reserve spiritual energy and could absorb energy extremely quickly. After holding on for about 5 seconds, Han Fei felt that there was no place in his body that didn't hurt. Seeing this situation, Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. 2 wisps of chaotic chi immediately spread out in his body, and his strength increased again. However, seeing that Han Fei had used the chaotic chi, the young man didn't hold back at all. He seemed to have also detonated chaotic chi crazily. As their fists collided, the lake instantly exploded, and the two of them hit the barrier. The 2 wisps of chaotic chi in Han Fei's body were instantly exhausted. Because of the use of the chaotic chi, violent energy swept the world within 1,000 kilometers on the surface of the water. To put it bluntly, if any venerable below the peak of the venerable realm dared to be in this environment, his probability of death was almost 100%. When his invincible golden body was used to the extreme, his disassembling degree of spiritual energy was 100%, and the Tao runes were instantly condensed. Han Fei still failed to win this battle. Han Fei's heart sank. The strength of the person opposite him seemed to be improving. When Han Fei became stronger, he would become stronger too. Why? Chapter 1842. Everyone shocked. Bang, 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 bang. The battle between Han Fei and the Martial Emperor had lasted for nearly 10 seconds. Now, it had reached the limit of Han Fei's combat power. Buzz, blue light appeared, time flowed, and Han Fei's strength returned to its peak. Of course, Han Fei consumed 20 wisps of chaotic chi. In such a high-intensity battle, even if Han Fei didn't want to consume this power, he had to. If his strength wasn't at its peak, he would lose in an instant. Is the Martial Emperor's inheritance so difficult? When they came in this time, Zhang Luoshan and the others didn't say how long the second trial would last. Han Fei felt that it couldn't be only 20 seconds, right? But if they were all opponents of this level, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder who could last to the end. If he couldn't even withstand it, he couldn't imagine how many people could. However, Han Fei didn't know that only 5 seconds after he entered, dozens or even hundreds of people were appearing almost uniformly in the wilderness outside. By the 5th second, there were nearly 5,000 people in the wilderness. At this moment, everyone looked scared. Someone said in shock, so strong, I didn't even see that person, I only felt that the aura of death had been enveloping me. I only took one punch, and my body almost shattered. That person is simply invincible. By the way, did you see who that person was? I only saw a black shadow. Someone was lost for words. No, he crushed me in every aspect. Except for passively blocking, I can't even find a chance to attack. Zhang Luoshan and the others stood in the sky as if they had expected it. Someone said, why don't we bet on how long the longest can last? I bet 20 seconds. Bai Yue said huffily, Ling Yuan, just because you opened a casino doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, okay? All you know is gambling? The Martial Emperor's inheritance is a big deal. You'd better hold back. The man named Ling Yuan shrugged and said, I didn't say anything wrong. This level is too difficult. Fighting the Martial Emperor himself. In the past tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to hold on for 100 seconds. Zhang Luoshan said leisurely, the Martial King once set the record of 82 seconds, which is unparalleled. This time, there are also many heroes. Here, there are 3 strong masters taking the path of invincibility, and the top heavenly talents from the Merman royal family, the 100 demons, and the undersea human race. But no one can last 50 seconds. There should be some who can last 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Ling Yuan curled his lips and said, anyway, I only lasted 24 seconds back then. It was too difficult. I really couldn't beat him. Yan Meng said, those who can persist for 20 seconds mean that they have a high chance of becoming a king. Let's see. At this moment, the battles in the door world were endless. The young man who called himself Martial Emperor couldn't help but say after seeing Han Fei use the time technique, the great Tao of time is just a stall for time. How can the strong win by stalling? Roar! At that moment, the Martial Emperor seemed to have erupted. A huge mystic sky bird floated in the air. In Han Fei's eyes, the big bird's wings were shining with golden light. When it spread its wings, Han Fei saw a human face on the bird's head. Fuck! Human face? Bird body? Golden winged rock? Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. If it was what he understood, it was said that this bird ate dragons, 500 dragons a day. Was this spiritual beast a joke? At this moment, Han Fei regretted leaving the Emperor Sparrow in the yin-yang world. However, Little Black and Little White hadn't become venerables yet. Even if they fused, they might not be able to defeat this Martial Emperor. However, to Han Fei's surprise, there was no information about the golden rock in his eyes. This situation meant that the battle he was experiencing now should be fake. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei was guessing, but the Martial Emperor didn't stop. The golden-winged rock was very fast in speed, so the Martial Emperor's speed suddenly soared. Boom, boom, boom. Han Fei and the Martial Emperor completely turned into infinite afterimages. In an instant, they launched 1,000 attacks. Han Fei was horrified. No, I can't keep up. My body's reaction speed can't keep up either. The limit of the great Tao of time has been broken by this person. He's so strong. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Han Fei was bombarded hundreds of times, and muffled bangs came from his body. The Martial Emperor took the chance and was about to launch a series of attacks. Han Fei was furious. The power of the ancient desolate war body erupted. From the beginning, Han Fei had been nurturing a fighting intent. At this moment, although he hadn't fully developed this fighting intent, Han Fei couldn't care less. If he didn't erupt now, he would be defeated. For others, this was a test. However, for him, this was an assessment from the Void Temple. If he failed the assessment, he would miss the chance to join the Void Temple. Therefore, no matter what the price was, he had to win this battle. Roar! How could Han Fei know that everyone outside was guessing how long the longest one could last? When the power of madness erupted, Han Fei shouted, Clone, come over. On the other side, Shuizhan's body that was about to collapse suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, the power of his clone returned. At this moment, Han Fei's strength reached its peak. With a thought from Han Fei, his clone returned. At this moment, Han Fei had reached his strongest state. Information flashed in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei Level, 89 Half-King. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 2007-29-86 Chaotic Chi, 2020-76 Wisps, Spiritual Power, third to 3,446 perception range, 2,020,000 kilometers, strength, 39,999, waves first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 79, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 78. Main art, the 7th level of void fishing, void descending art, king level, divine quality. Although there was still a lot of room for his soul power to grow, in terms of strength, Han Fei had reached the limit. This was a shackle that was already difficult to break through. However, at this moment, Han Fei activated the power of his great Tao. The ancient desolate war body erupted, and the path of invincibility was activated, so was the time technique. When Han Fei's combat power reached its peak, even if he met Bei Xuanbing again, he still dared to fight him. Take my blow, bang, 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 bang. Boom, boom, boom. There was no telling if it was because Han Fei had a better understanding of the power of the great Tao, but when the two parties fought again, Han Fei could keep up with the speed of this martial emperor. The martial emperor shouted, "Fight, I am the strongest." Han Fei bared his teeth. "With me here, who do you think you are?" "Martial emperor, I told you that the great Tao of time is just to buy time, in the outside world." At this moment, 30 seconds had passed. However, the expressions of Zhang Luoshan and the others became solemn. Yan Meng said, "There are a total of 302 people who haven't come out yet. Most of them should have died. Among them, there should be less than 10 people who can last more than 30 seconds. Among them, there are Zhao Li and Xiao Xiaoshan from the Merman race, Bai Li Luo from the 100 Demon race, Mu Qingshui from the Undersea Human race, Ye Fan, Zhang Heng, and Zhang Shuang from the Martial Emperor City, and Wu Duixiao, Li Xinghan, and Han Fei from the 36 Mystic Worlds. Shui Zhan should have died." The others couldn't help but glance at Yan Meng. Hearing Yan Meng's answer, they nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. After only 30 seconds, Bai Li Luo and Mu Qingshui appeared almost at the same time. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Most of the people had come out. Few could last until now. Almost half a second after the two of them came out, another two people appeared. Most people didn't know these two people, but the people in the Martial Emperor City knew them. They were the top heavenly talents of the Martial Emperor City, Zhang Heng and Zhang Shuang. After another 4 seconds, two figures appeared with a swish. It was Li Xinghen and a guy they didn't know. Someone was puzzled. Li Xinghen came out and lasted for a full 35 seconds. This time, he's probably going to enter the top 5. However, who is the person beside him? Someone said, "It's normal that you don't know that person. This person is a local heavenly talent of the Martial Emperor City named Yi Fan. He's one of the few disciples of the Martial Emperor City who have names. Unfortunately, even the local heavenly talents of the Martial Emperor City can't win first place." Someone exclaimed, "Wu Duisho hasn't appeared yet." Someone suddenly said, "Han Fei didn't appear either." While everyone was discussing, 3 seconds later with a swish, a person with soaring blood chi appeared on the field. "It's him, Wu Duisho from the Supreme Clearness World." 38 seconds. I couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds. How did he hold on for 38 seconds? In the crowd, two people scoffed. Who else could it be but Bai Muling and Situ Yuhua? Bai Muling said, "Zhao Li and Princess Xiao Xiaon of our race haven't come out yet." Situ Yuhang said, "With the princess' strength, it's more than enough for her to hold on for 50 seconds. How can Wu Duisho compare to her?" As soon as they said so, a 7-colored light appeared, which turned out to be a male merman. Instantly, Bai Muling and Situ Yuhang heaved a sigh of relief. It was Zhao Lai. Even the 8 kings looked solemn. Everyone couldn't help looking at Zhang Luoshan in shock. "Old Zhang, how long did you last back then? 36 seconds? Zhang Luoshan also looked solemn. This time, the strength of the trial takers completely exceeded our expectations. What surprised me even more was that someone could hold on until now. Chapter 1843, Great Enlightenment. No matter how shocked the outside world was, at this moment, there were still people fighting in the door world. Transform. At this moment, Xia Xiaoshan unleashed her strongest strength. When Xia Xiaoshan activated the heavenly cicada transformation, it was impossible to see her with the naked eye. With the ability of the shadow shrimp, Xia Xiaoshan could turn into a shadow and even controlled the shadow of the Martial Emperor. However, this combat technique had been broken by the Martial Emperor in the 28th second. No matter how Xia Xiaoshan turned into a shadow, she couldn't escape the power of the soul. The Martial Emperor's combat power was strong, so was his soul. He turned his soul power into a soul body and fought the shadow. Originally, this kind of battle would end in 10 seconds. However, Xia Xiaoshan could also transform into the heavenly cicada. Xia Xiaoshan, who used speed and explosiveness as the core of her combat technique, became extremely fast in speed after activating the heavenly cicada transformation. Therefore, others didn't know that in all the battles, the only one who could fight evenly with the Martial Emperor was Xia Xiaoshan. Unfortunately, others couldn't watch the battle and didn't know the details. However, if Han Fei could watch here, he would find that the martial emperor who fought Xuanhuan was much weaker than the one he fought. If one observed carefully, they would find that the martial emperors who fought different people were slightly stronger than the trial takers. Basically, the trial takers were all suppressed, including Xuanhuan. Even if she seemed to be able to fight back, she was actually still suppressed. What they were fighting for was their resistance to pressure. After more than 80 seconds, Xuanhuan felt that she had consumed too much energy. She knew that she couldn't win this battle, so she immediately gave up absorbing power and gritted her teeth, crushing the star bead. She thought to herself, at least I've lasted for more than 80 seconds. After all, this person was too strong, ridiculously strong. Buzz, when Xuanhuan appeared on the field, she saw that there were people everywhere. Countless strong masters of the merman race were shouting like a tide. A merman powerhouse said, "Your Highness, you're awesome. You've lasted for 81 seconds. This is unprecedented. Look, our merman race is the real strongest race after all. Who can compare to us? Heh, Wu Duisho, Li Xinghen, they're all waste. Only our merman race's princess is number one." Even Li Xinghen, Wu Duisho, and the others had complicated expressions. How could someone last so long? However, after seeing Xuanhuan come out, only a few people immediately thought of Han Fei. In fact, one of them had already asked about this. Someone from the Snow God's temple said, "Master Holy Lady, Master Holy Child hasn't appeared yet. Is Master Holy Child a hidden peerless heavenly talent?" However, Ice Snow Chuling seemed to have guessed something. She only lasted for 24 seconds. After she came out and didn't see Xuanhuan, she knew that Xuanhuan had probably returned to his original body. Others didn't know, but she knew that Xuanhuan was just a clone. If this clone tried his best in the battle, he would probably be on par with her. Therefore, when she waited for 30 seconds and didn't see the clone come out, she knew that she should tell the people of the Snow God's temple that Xuanhuan had died. Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong also realized that something was wrong. Although they hoped that Han Fei would die in this door, they had seen Han Fei's strength. It would be strange if that guy died here. Xuanhuan looked around. Seeing that Han Fei hadn't come out yet, she asked a merman, "How many people haven't come out yet?" The man hurriedly said, "Your Highness, I don't know. We didn't count." However, Yanmeng said, "So far, a total of 293 people haven't come out. Most of them should have died. In a moment, this door will close. At that time, if someone still doesn't come out, he must have died." Xuanhuan's face changed slightly. It was impossible that Han Fei would die here. He had so many means. The martial emperor might not be a match for him. In the door, Han Fei had consumed 100 wisps of chaotic qi. He had been fighting for about 120 seconds. At this moment, Han Fei was fighting crazily, so was the martial emperor. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Even though Han Fei felt pain all over his body, he had no chance or time to switch to the great Tao of heaven enlightenment to heal himself. However, the pain in his body made Han Fei realize that he probably couldn't hold on much longer. If he didn't use the great Tao of heaven enlightenment right away, he would probably be defeated. However, Han Fei must not admit defeat in this trial. This concerned whether he could enter the Void Temple or not. I have to win. The godly weapons are waiting for me. A bunch of powerful backers. Oh no, a bunch of senior brothers and sisters are waiting for me in the void. I can't lose this battle. When Han Fei used the time reversal again, he thought to himself, why is this martial emperor so strong? Every time I become stronger, he becomes stronger too? Besides, why couldn't he see through the information of the golden winged rock just now? Was this trial fake? Or was it just a projection of the martial emperor? That's not right. If it's fake, why do I feel it so clearly? I can even communicate with this martial emperor? No, this can't go on. I have to test this person's strength again. Otherwise, even if I use up all my chaotic chi, I might not be able to defeat this guy. Under the blue light, Han Fei's eyes flickered. He had to try and see why this person was so strong. Immediately, Han Fei withdrew the power of the Great Tao and restored his original combat power. Anyway, if this didn't work out, he would probably be instantly blown up. At that time, he could just use the Great Tao of Time and return to the peak of his combat power. Yet, when Han Fei's strength plummeted, something surprised Han Fei. Although the martial emperor was still pouncing on him quickly, he couldn't kill him instantly. Boom. Han Fei launched a violent blow, and the two of them retreated. Fuck, did I just spend 100 wipes of chaotic chi for nothing? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He should have realized it earlier. Who would always be stronger than you? If he was really so strong, why didn't he kill him in the beginning? So, this martial emperor was only slightly stronger than his current state. Therefore, he felt that no matter what state he was in, he was still weaker than him. Therefore, even if Han Fei didn't activate the power of the Great Tao, he wouldn't be defeated. Wouldn't the 100 wisps of chaotic chi be wasted? As soon as he discovered this, Han Fei had already sensed that something was wrong. This battle might be real, but the other party was definitely not that strong. Just now, he was too strong. If this martial emperor, a half-king, was really so strong, wouldn't kings in the raging sea be nothing but a decoration? Besides, he couldn't see any information of the golden winged rock, which made Han Fei realize that no matter how real everything he had experienced was, it was definitely not real. Then he thought of the problem at the beginning. No matter how strong this martial emperor was, how could he have millions of clones to fight everyone at the same time? If he was really a monarch, he might have this ability. However, the martial emperor was already a legend in the martial emperor city. What he left was just a test. The more Han Fei thought about it, the more wrong he felt. The violence in his eyes became fainter and fainter. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand something. He smiled and dispersed the great Tao of time, no longer using spiritual energy. Han Fei stood quietly on the river like an ordinary person. In an instant, the surrounding scene seemed to change. The waves that were surging in the space instantly subsided. But the lake under Han Fei was as smooth as a mirror, and he stood calmly. In the next moment, when a fist shadow attacked him, Han Fei didn't move at all, only to see the fist shadow pass through his body. Then, a smile slowly appeared on the martial emperor's face. "You figured it out." Han Fei smiled. "It was not until just now that I realized that you are not the martial emperor. You are my own thoughts." Han Fei raised his head and said confidently, "Haha, everyone has an invincible shadow in their hearts. Even if they have mastered the art of invincibility, they will still feel that there is someone stronger than them in this world." The martial emperor on the opposite side said, "Is it wrong?" Han Fei sneered. "In terms of realm, there is indeed an insurmountable gap. No matter how strong a half-king is, he can't beat an emperor or a monarch. This is what most people think. Therefore, it's impossible for them to become invincible." However, it wasn't until just now that I understood that the so-called invincibility is not really invincible among the thousands of races in the sea, invincible in this world. It turns out that invincibility has always been your own invincibility. It's a Tao heart that is fearless of anything. Buzz! When Han Fei said this, on the other side of his green jade bridge, the path of invincibility occupied by the great Tao of invincibility slowly melted. In the end, the melting path of invincibility turned into a golden mist and drilled into Han Fei's body. Han Fei's heart was slowly plated with a golden color. As his heart beat, golden halos hit the center of Han Fei's eyebrows. Knock, 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 knock! An eye between Han Fei's eyebrows slowly opened and turned into Han Fei's third eye. The moment this eye appeared, the image of the martial emperor on the opposite side began to dissipate. Chapter 1844, Invincible Eye, in the Outside World. More than 150 seconds had passed since the second trial began. After 100 seconds passed, many people sensed something. Someone sighed. "They didn't come out. There's no need to wait. Those people must have died inside." Someone said, "I believe someone can persist for 30 seconds. After seeing the mermaid princess, I believe someone can persist for 80 seconds. However, it's almost 160 seconds now. It's impossible." Someone shook his head. "Han Fei from the Avenger Pirates is strong, but not to this extent, right? The challenge inside is extremely difficult. I don't think he can come out." Someone sneered. "What do you know? The challenge is not over yet. Although I don't know Han Fei well, I think highly of him. At least he can abduct the mermaid princess. Who else can do that?" Xuanhuan was calm. She was very sure that Han Fei couldn't have died. They both got a 9-star star bead, so the person Han Fei met should be of the same level as the one she fought. Logically speaking, Xuanhuan didn't think that the person could beat Han Fei. She even thought that Han Fei had a higher chance of winning. The fact that he hadn't come out yet meant that Han Fei was still fighting. Since childhood, Han Fei had always been the strongest in resistance. This time was no exception. Long Wu, Zhenju, and a few others of the Devil Girl pirates were suspicious of Han Fei's identity at first, but after the incident in the glazed glass world, at least the 4 generals knew Han Fei's identity. Only Long Wu and Zhenju had interacted with Han Fei. Both of them lasted more than 20 seconds, but they were defeated after only 21 seconds. Now, the two looked at each other. Long Wu looked at Zhenju and asked, "Is he really okay?" Zhenju shook her head slightly. "You've seen it yourself. You should know that there are strong masters among the strong. I don't think he died." Suddenly someone said, "Look, the door shadow is fading." Someone exclaimed, "Oh, he hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid he won't have a chance, right?" Even Zhang Luotian and the others frowned. Did they guess wrong? Did Han Fei really die here? Pfft. While everyone was exclaiming, a pair of hands extended out of the void of the 4th door. "Huh? Hiss? There's still someone inside?" At this moment, Xuanhuan smiled. "I knew this guy was fine. He came out at the last second. Damn it." Han Fei opened the black fog door and stepped out, looking calm and smiling. However, the third eye on his forehead disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Zhang Luotian and the others were all shocked. They looked at each other in shock. Ling Yuan said, "He broke the record. Han Fei is just the current master of the yin-yang world. How can he be so strong? He actually broke the record of the martial king." Yan Meng said, "This is a good thing. It means that the martial emperor's inheritance this time is very interesting, and it also means that this person is extremely strong." Zhang Luotian said, "Interesting. The only pity is that he didn't take a 10-star golden bead." Everyone shrugged slightly, and Bai Yue said, "Maybe he still has a chance next. The final completion degree still depends on the next 2 trials." After Han Fei came out, he found Xuanhuan at first glance. Under the gaze of Zhang Hui, Song Kaiyuan, and countless others, he clapped with Xuanhuan and declared victory. Xuanhuan said telepathically, That martial emperor is so powerful, but you've survived until now? Now, I don't know how strong you are. Han Fei smiled. I can't help it. If I'm not strong, how can I win your favor? Xuanhuan rolled her eyes. Show off. Don't think you're great just because you got first place. I'm second. I can surpass you easily. Han Fei grinned. Yes, you have one ability above me now. Xuanhuan was puzzled. What ability? Han Fei said wretchedly. When you move yourself. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Han Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at the place where the kings were. His face immediately turned black. Fuck, who are these people? How can they eavesdrop on us? Xuanhuan was stunned for a long time, but seeing the king's reaction, she blushed. I'll bite you to death. Yan Meng glanced at Bai Yue, who couldn't help tittering just now, rolled her eyes, and immediately took a step forward. Her crisp voice resounded through the void. In this test, anyone who has stayed in the door for less than 10 seconds will be eliminated. A total of 11,092 people will be eliminated. I don't think I need to specify who they are. The position you are standing in can already explain everything. Hisses instantly, there was an uproar. More than 10,000 people were eliminated at once. Was he serious? However, the rules had always been set by the Martial Emperor City. The eliminated did realize that this second trial was too difficult. Someone said regretfully, alas, I was only half a second away. What a pity. Someone shook his head. Even if you can't make it, so what? In the end, you're still not strong enough. There are a total of 6,016 people left. Which of these people is weaker than you? Seeing that some of the 6,016 people were advanced venerables, and there were even intermediate venerables and junior venerables, some half-kings felt really upset. However, this was not a test of strength. Those who failed could only give up. However, someone still asked, Seniors, if it's calculated by time, why are there 4 doors? Why are there star marks on the golden beads? As if she had expected someone to ask this question, Yan Meng replied indifferently. The 4 gates represent that you would encounter different tests and opportunities in different doors. However, for everyone, the degree of difficulty doesn't change. The 4 gates are meant to prepare for the 3rd assessment. As for the golden bead, it represents your luck. Luck is more important than strength in the test of the Martial Emperor's inheritance. You lost, which means that your luck is only up to here. That's all I have to say. The eliminated leave this place within 100 seconds. Yan Meng's explanation was quite cold. After teasing Xuanhuan, Han Fei's heart sank slightly because new information popped up in his mind. Nimi Invincible Eye. Introduction. This is a kind of heaven-defying eye created by the path of invincibility. It's a strange divine eye born from the fearlessness of the heart and Tao heart. When this eye is opened, it can trigger the strongest will of invincibility, causing the combat power to double, comparable to a divine technique. According to the strength of the user, the effect is different when used. Quality Tao level consumed chaotic chi remarks. The stronger you are, the less energy you consume. The effect of his strength doubling made Han Fei refreshed. If his strength doubled, he would probably be able to kill a king. However, what attracted Han Fei's attention was the level called Tao. This was a level that Han Fei had never seen before. Han Fei didn't know if this invincible eye was still the power of the great Tao, because his path of invincibility had already dissipated, turning into the invincible heart and the invincible eye. But in any case, he had made a fortune this time. Everyone thought that he had held on for so long, but who could have known that he had defeated the Martial Emperor? When Han Fei came back to himself, he heard Yan Meng say, the 3rd trial is a secret realm trial, which is about comprehension. The entire trial is divided into a physical trial and a soul trial for 26 days. Once the time is up, the secret realm itself will give an answer whether you've passed the test or not. In the secret realm, no killing is allowed. We will observe the secret realm. Those who violate the rules will be immediately expelled from the secret realm. From now on, you have an hour of rest. After an hour, the trial will continue. As soon as Yan Meng said so, people began to speak to each other via voice transmission, and someone said, the 3rd trial is called the death trial. It said that the passing rate is less than 1%. Although there are more than 6,000 people here, in fact, few people can pass the 3rd trial. Someone gritted his teeth. No matter what, we're already here. We have to give it a try. What if we succeed? Some people secretly encouraged themselves, and some sighed at the difficulty of this trial. Han Fei said, Girl, I feel that this so-called trial is like a pure trial. The difficulty of the trial is extremely high. The 3rd round is said to test the comprehension. I don't think it's very dangerous. What will matter should be how fast your brain works. You have to think of something that others dare not think of. Han Fei recalled the previous battles. Who would have thought that the path of invincibility was actually just the first step of invincibility? Finding this path didn't mean that he had completely comprehended invincibility. It actually had a second form. Xuanhuan said lazily, Got it. Have you forgotten that my comprehension ability has always been better than yours? Han Fei glared at her. Who said that? Xuanhuan said. I understood anything you explained to me when we were young. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What if I didn't explain? Xuanhuan tilted her head. If you didn't explain to me, I could comprehend it later. Besides, since this is a secret realm, we can be together. If you explain to me, I can definitely comprehend it. Han Fei thought to himself, that's true. Then, he knocked on Xuanhuan's head with his knuckle. Use your brain too. What if I can't comprehend it? Seeing this scene, many mermen were furious, but didn't dare to say anything. How can you bully our princess? However, seeing that Xuanhuan seemed to be quite happy and didn't care at all, many merman powerhouses felt terrible. The love between the merman race and the human race was a taboo. They might end up in a tragedy. 2 hours passed. Zhang Luotian flicked his finger, and more than 10 kilometers away, the mountain trembled. One of the mountains cracked, and a dark path appeared. Zhang Luotian shouted, the third trial begins. Chapter 1845, Strange Trial. That mountain was originally an ordinary mountain. However, when a person walked into the crack, it was as if he had walked into an endless abyss, walking towards an unknown. Han Fei and Xuanhuan walked hand in hand. Since the third trial was a secret realm trial, the two of them had nothing to worry about. Sure enough, when the two of them walked into the dark crack and it lit up again in front of them, they saw more than 6,000 people standing on a cliff. Opposite them was a dense forest. However, to reach that end, they had to pass through this cliff that was more than 10 kilometers long. Logically speaking, in the venerable realm, a mere 10 kilometers was nothing. However, since the checkpoint was set up here, how could it be so simple to pass? In the gap of the cliff, there was a visible gust of wind. It was visible because the wind shook the void, causing it to be unstable. This level was very suitable for people of the great Tao of wind. Therefore, in the crowd, Han Fei saw an acquaintance leading a group of people to leave. This person was Li Xunfeng from the wind-slaying world. Li Xunfeng stepped into the wind and turned into a green light, swaying in the wind like a fluttering leaf. Following Li Xunfeng were naturally a few disciples of the wind-slaying sect. These people were in the same situation as Li Xunfeng, but their speed was not as fast as Li Xunfeng. After only 10 seconds, the green light that Li Xunfeng turned into gathered into a figure on the opposite cliff. He looked back and then walked into the forest without looking back. After a while, when everyone in the wind-slaying world broke through the wind, many people walked in the air. Although they didn't cultivate the great Tao of wind, they shouldn't be unable to eat this appetizer. Yet, when one of them had just rushed hundreds of meters away, he suddenly swayed uncontrollably. Puh! 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 Everyone could see that this person was penetrated by the gale. The man roared, there's something wrong with the space here. After that, this person's body seemed to be stuck. In the void, he couldn't borrow strength at all. Sometimes, he wanted to step on the wind blades and borrow strength to move. Unfortunately, his understanding of the great Tao of wind was too shallow. He thought that he could step on the wind, but his body was cut crazily. In the end, this person fell on the cliff and was cut into a bloody mist. Hisser, many people gasped. Would anyone die at the very beginning of the third trial? Why did this person die so easily? Fortunately, someone said, don't worry, I haven't heard of any chance of death on this road. This is just a trial. I guess this person hasn't died. However, not many people echoed this person, mainly because they saw that person die with their own eyes. Just now, 7 or 8 people went there in a row. The furthest one only walked more than 3,000 meters. In the end, he seemed to be restrained by space and fell. Humpher. At this moment, Li Xinghen walked out of the crowd, too lazy to wait. With a swish, he turned into a golden thread. Bang, 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 bang. The wind barriers and the void along the way shattered one after another. In less than half a second, he had already broken through and reached the cliff. Hiss. Someone smiled bitterly. Is this what a heavenly talent is like? Breaking through without any reason. With Li Xinghen taking the lead, many people forcibly broke through. The strong masters passed by quickly. Some people tried to break through, and some showed their techniques. This first level was not difficult. Most of the talented people could pass it alone. Even if some of them were weak, they called many people to charge at the same time. In just a moment, among the more than 6,000 people, only less than 200 fell off the cliff, and the others all went over. Han Fei and Xuanhuan were still waiting leisurely in the rear. Xuanhuan said, let's go there too. Han Fei said, I don't think it's that simple. Xuanhuan asked, yes? Han Fei said, don't forget, this test lasts for as long as 26 days. In other words, most of the time of the entire test of the Martial Emperor's inheritance will be spent here. It can be seen how important this trial is. Since this trial depends on comprehension, there may be a reason for everything here. Xuanhuan's heart did a flip. You said that the cliff appeared to let us comprehend something? Han Fei said. Of course. Otherwise, what's the significance of its existence? Just to stop 100 or 200 people? Xuanhuan said. I haven't learned the great Tao of wind. Han Fei said. Most people don't walk this path. However, this trial just happens to appear here. I think there's something fishy here. Shall I try walking it? Xuanhuan said. It's safer for me to walk it. Han Fei asked, what can you comprehend by flashing all the way there? Let me do it. With that, Han Fei stepped onto the cliff. When he entered the open space on the cliff, Han Fei finally felt how strong the wind was. Although there were no wind blades in the wind, Han Fei still felt that his body was grinding. Han Fei had already comprehended the great Tao of wind when he took the sea-shaking wind pearl. To be honest, it only increased his speed by less than 10%. Of course, this was also because he didn't study this great Tao in depth. Otherwise, if he studies it more thoroughly, the effect wouldn't be bad. At this moment, Han Fei keenly grasped the location of every wind force. He stepped on the air and walked on the wind. When the wind raged, it contained infinite changes. Almost immediately, Han Fei understood that in the rapidly flowing wind, these winds were not a whole. The airflow itself could actually be disassembled into countless wind streams, and the wind streams were consumed at every moment and at every space stage. He only needed to grasp the consumption of the wind to be able to move freely in the wind. Xuanhuan watched from outside, and then she saw Han Fei suddenly turn into countless afterimages, as if the entire cliff was filled with Han Fei's vague figures. Xuanhuan was certainly not stupid. She was equally fast. She, who was good at clone technique, was a little puzzled when she saw Han Fei's movement. Didn't they say that there was something wrong with space? Buzz. When Han Fei appeared on the other side, he looked back at Xuanhuan. Have you figured it out? Xuanhuan said. Wait for me. A moment later, when Xuanhuan reached the cliff on the other side, she said in surprise, "There's no space problem. The person who fell in was talking nonsense." Han Fei said, "He was not. It's just that he didn't comprehend it yet. The pressure of the wind triggered the void, giving him the feeling that the two great Taos are putting pressure on him, but it's not true. If he grasps the real wind-walking technique, there won't be spatial pressure. However, this kind of test is only a technique. I don't know what to use to comprehend it." Xuanhuan said, "Whatever. There are only the two of us left. Let's catch up with them." Han Fei smiled. "Believe it or not, they will come back." "Huh," Han Fei said. "No matter how stupid they are, they will find the problem." As soon as Han Fei said so, he saw xuanhuan and the others slowly walking out of the forest. It was obvious that they hadn't gone in at all but had been secretly observing. When Han Fei passed by them, he said casually, "Why did you wait until now?" xuanhuan said. "Yes, I have, but I don't want to show it to those people. It's a good thing that they understand it later." Because he knew that there were people watching outside and guessed that more people would come back to re-walk on this cliff, Han Fei didn't talk much with them but walked straight into the forest. After all, the test would last for 26 days, so Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. This was a trial about the degree of completion. It was meaningless to rush in. Even if Han Fei and the others were temporarily slower, a moment later they stepped into a pure black forest. In this forest, perception had completely lost its effect. Crack! Han Fei accidentally stepped on a dead branch on the ground. His pupils were constricted and he said, "Fuck." Han Fei knew that something was wrong. He had entered an array. When he turned his head to look around, sure enough, Xuanhuan was gone. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He knew that this kind of place that limited perception was very strange. After only a few steps, he entered an unknown array. Besides, Han Fei sensed the Tao runes of space, which meant that from the moment he broke the small branch, he was no longer where he was. An array? Han Fei looked around. In this darkness, visibility was only about 5 meters. However, Han Fei saw a fiery red light, so he followed the red light, and after walking for more than 30 meters, he found that it was a burning torch inserted into a stone pillar, which seemed to be a place for torches. Huff! Behind the torch was a dead tree. Han Fei could vaguely see a big hole in the tree. He immediately picked up the torch and walked closer, only to find that on the tree, a big mouth was open, and the big black hole in the mouth led to somewhere unknown. "Stop playing mysterious, okay?" Han Fei glanced at the torch in his hand and stepped into the tree hole. Chapter 1846, The Power of a Sword Buzz. Han Fei entered the tree hole, going from one darkness to another. At this moment, Han Fei's perception was still sealed. The only thing Han Fei could do was to illuminate the darkness with the torch in his hand. Of course, Han Fei also tried to burn spiritual energy, only to find that spiritual energy couldn't be ignited in the darkness. He didn't know what was special about this torch. It could actually light up this dark world. The coverage of the fire was actually not large, only 4 or 5 meters square, which could slightly illuminate the field within more than 10 meters. Buzz. Han Fei felt that he was suddenly in the air. Yes, it became a cliff under him, and Han Fei completely stepped on air. Not only that, but he also felt a heavy force on his shoulder. However, the moment he stepped on the air, he felt the power of the wind. Han Fei seemed to understand. Holding the torch, Han Fei quickly stepped on the nodes in the wind to prevent his body from falling. However, the power of the wind was too light, almost imperceptible. If it weren't for the fact that Han Fei had just comprehended the method of stepping on the disappearing nodes of the wind, he would probably have to fall. He didn't know what the consequences of falling were, but this extremely weak wind seemed to be a life-saving straw. At this moment, although the breeze was light, at least it was not chaotic. The wind under his feet blew from all directions, but blew towards one direction. Han Fei only needed to grasp the direction of the wind to go to the place in the darkness that he should go to. Sure enough, after a while, Han Fei saw a pillar with a torch. On the pillar, there was an unlit torch. No matter how stupid Han Fei was, he knew what was going on, so he simply lit the torch. When the torch was ignited, there was no wind under Han Fei's feet, and the void became solid. He landed on the ground again. Interesting. Starting from the great Tao of wind, it's getting more and more difficult. This is much harder to walk than the cliff. Han Fei's lips curled. Although this place was relatively difficult, it couldn't stop most people. Even if most people hadn't really comprehended the first checkpoint, those who came were all half-kings. Han Fei couldn't help but look back, only to see a red dot on the way here. It looked like a burning flame. That was the way he came. This meant that the road here could be turned back. At this moment, Han Fei didn't intend to turn back immediately. Since he was already here, why was he in such a hurry to go back? Everyone in this secret realm probably received different tests. It was probably not a good thing to be too risk-averse. Han Fei believed that such a difficulty was definitely no problem for Xuanhuan. After all, she was also a top heavenly talent. Her talent, bloodline, and combat power were not weak at all. In such a secret realm trial, with the current difficulty, it was extremely unlikely to stop her. Therefore, he didn't need to worry too much. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Fei continued to walk forward. When Han Fei raised his head and looked ahead, he saw that the sparks on the torch were blown by the breeze. In this darkness without any direction to refer to, the direction in which the sparks flew was the only clue Han Fei could get. Of course, Han Fei could confirm it with the vast ocean navigator, but it was unnecessary now. In the direction of sparks, Han Fei walked only 30 meters before he saw another deformed tree. On the tree, there was also a ferocious hole with a gaping mouth. The hole was still dark. Han Fei entered again without hesitation. The fearless heart would only make Han Fei careful, but not afraid. Buzz. With the previous experience this time, as soon as Han Fei entered the tree hole, he immediately sensed where the wind was. Sure enough, the environment was exactly the same as the last tree hole. There was still nothing under his feet, so he could only step on the breeze. But this time, with swishes, some sword marks appeared in the void. These sword marks appeared silently, a bit like Xuanhuan's shadowless knife. In this area where perception was ineffective and visibility was almost less than 5 meters, the sword marks appeared too fast. Even Han Fei couldn't help but tense up. In fact, these sword marks were not pointing at Han Fei himself, but at the torch in Han Fei's hand. Since Han Fei understood the importance of the torch, how could he let these sword marks extinguish the torch? Once the torch was extinguished, this trial would probably be over. Buzz, clank 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 with a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water flew out and formed a knife array, sealing the surrounding space. Soon, Han Fei lit a new torch on a new stone platform. The breeze blew the flickering sparks and continued to lead the way for Han Fei. And Han Fei had a judgment in his heart. This was a trial whose difficulty gradually increased. In this trial, every time a torch was lit, it was equivalent to completing a small stage of the trial. However, when would such a trial end? Why was the beginning of the trial based on the comprehension of wind? If one didn't comprehend it at the beginning, wouldn't the later stages be extremely difficult and almost impossible to pass? When Han Fei entered the next tree hole, he found that his guess was true. Ahead, it was the same as before, but this time there were more creatures attacking in the darkness. Another tree hole had a soul attack. Han Fei had been passing the checkpoints. The difficulty of the checkpoints became higher and higher, including all kinds of attack means. Han Fei had to pay attention to his movement technique, protect the torch, fight with others, and defend against soul attacks. Towards the end, it even began to rain. Han Fei felt that the torch in his hand was just an ordinary torch. If it was drenched in the rain, it would probably be extinguished. Han Fei wanted to protect the torch with a spiritual energy protective cover, but it was ineffective. Fortunately, Han Fei knew the water control technique. As soon as the water was controlled, the great Tao of water began to fill the water on the other side. The water controlled by Han Fei all condensed into frost and finally turned into ice blades. Han Fei's spiritual senses were powerful, so he could use the ice blades at will. Han Fei passed 17 checkpoints in a row. When he reached the 18th checkpoint, Han Fei felt that if the difficulty continued to stack with many of his abilities limited, he didn't know if he could go deeper and further. No wonder someone said that the third level was a death trial. Han Fei dared to bet that no more than 1/10 of the more than 6,000 people had made it here. On the 18th checkpoint, when Han Fei continued to walk into the tree hole, this time, the environment was beyond Han Fei's expectations. Han Fei was still holding the torch, but it was no longer the void under his feet, nor would he feel like falling. However, Han Fei felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Han Fei subconsciously blocked with his knife. Swished. When the sword light swept over, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Time seemed to freeze, and Han Fei only saw the sword light. Han Fei seemed to see a lot of power in an instant. It seemed to be a combination of many Tao runes. The sword Qi seemed to contain the great Tao of wind, which had infinite changes and was difficult to grasp. The sword Qi seemed to contain water Tao runes. If this sword Qi was broken in an instant, it would instantly explode, lock onto him, and extinguish the torch. The sword Qi seemed to contain a technique to attack the soul. This sword Qi was clearly an unbelievably slow locking technique. This sword Qi was very slow as only 5 meters. Han Fei could circle it several times. However, this was a locking technique. Its power was continuing to increase as it moved. The longer it dragged on, the more powerful it would be. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Han Fei extended his hand and drew a line in the air, and a void crack appeared. However, when the sword Qi arrived with a crack, the void shattered, turning into a strange power that was absorbed by the sword, making it stronger again. Han Fei was still half a meter away from the sword. Han Fei's fingers gestured left and right of the sword Qi. If it was just to forcibly break this attack, Han Fei was confident that he could do it. However, he was still holding the torch in his hand. In this darkness, he couldn't connect to the demon purification pot at all, so he couldn't put the torch into the demon purification pot. At this moment, in the outside world, a few pairs of eyes were watching this scene. Who else could it be but Zhang Luotian and company? A bearded man couldn't help but say, "This guy cleared 17 levels in less than half a day." The problem is that he hasn't failed yet. He doesn't even know that he can try again. Bai Yue sneered. "Are you interested in her?" The bearded man nodded slightly. "Yes, but it's useless. This guy is not a small fry in the first place. I heard that although he is now a half-king, he has already fought many kings. Although he hasn't won yet, he hasn't lost, right?" As he spoke, he glanced at Yan Meng. Yan Meng said, "If he can transcend the tribulation and become a king, the yin-yang world will definitely have a chance to return. The problem is that even if he manages to hold back Chunhuangdian, there are still strong masters in the 36 mystic worlds. There are many people who don't want the yin-yang world to return. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to return to the yin-yang world." Zhang Luotian said, "If his completion rate can reach 95%, why would he worry about not being able to return to the yin-yang world?" Everyone couldn't help looking at Zhang Luotian. Such a high completion rate is unprecedented. "Do you think so highly of him?" Zhang Luotian said indifferently. "It's not that I think highly of him, but that he is extremely lucky. Besides, he is extremely strong. It has been 80,000 years, but he came at the right time. Do you think this is a coincidence, or what?" Chapter 1847. All great Daos in one sword outside. A group of kings were watching the show. However, Han Fei was focused at this moment. He had many ways to directly break that terrifying sword. However, he hadn't thought of a way to completely break this sword. In fact, the key to breaking this sword technique was not to break it or even protect the torch. If it was just to protect the torch, Han Fei could have engraved arrays around the torch. But in this way, he would lose the meaning of challenging this slash. At present, from the many checkpoints that Han Fei had experienced, it seemed that all the checkpoints were prepared for this one. This wisp of sword intent contained too many elements. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Han Fei was still retreating, reaching out to the other side of the sword Qi. Han Fei tried to extract the power of the sword Qi with the draw technique, but he couldn't really do it no matter how hard he tried. Although Han Fei had passed 17 checkpoints in a row, in fact, each 2 checkpoints were only 1,000 meters away, it seemed that he could completely retreat. However, Han Fei didn't want to retreat. Therefore, Han Fei had to find a way to crack this blow within a kilometer. Similarly, if it was to pass the level, Han Fei had already passed it. However, what Han Fei wanted was the completion degree. For others, this was a pass. For Han Fei, this was a trial from the Void Temple. They were 2 completely different concepts. The key to this trial is only comprehension. In other words, if I want to pass this trial perfectly, I have to comprehend something. Damn it, if only old Yuan were here. Han Fei's face was black. After a while, he had already retreated more than 300 meters. The power of the sword Qi was getting stronger and stronger. Han Fei held the torch in one hand and retreated. Han Fei murmured, "This sword contains all the power I've experienced before. Logically speaking, with so many great Daos fused together, they will definitely conflict with each other. I will even collapse, but why is this sword fine? This is indeed a sword Qi that has fused with many great Daos, but it's still a wisp of sword Qi. Instead of saying that many great Daos have fused into this wisp of sword Qi, it's better to say that this wisp of sword Qi can be displayed in any form of great Dao." Han Fei raised his hand, and a holy light appeared. However, Han Fei didn't attack. He was just probing. When the holy light fused with the sword Qi, Han Fei tried to fuse it with the great Dao of gravity. However, in an instant, the holy light in his hand was annihilated. "No, the great Daos are clashing. There's definitely something wrong with the sword Qi I saw." Han Fei shook his head slightly and stopped looking at the great Dao on the sword Qi. Instead, he retreated in silence. When he retreated to about 700 meters, he would be beaten back if he was sent back 300 meters more. If he still couldn't crack this sword at the last moment, he could only forcibly shatter it. Huff! At this moment, Han Fei felt a slight breeze. Suddenly, Han Fei thought that the beginning of the third trial was to comprehend the Wind Dao. Then, the difficulty kept increasing on this basis. At this moment, the difficulty had increased to the limit, forming this wisp of sword Qi. Han Fei couldn't help but remember how similar the situation was when he just embarked on the path of invincibility. Back then, no one knew how to block his random slash. After all, they couldn't block invincibility, nor could they dodge it. They could only force their way up, and the result was undoubtedly defeat. Now, this wisp of sword chi was equivalent to the path of invincibility, equivalent to him giving himself an invincible sword chi. If he were someone else, he might be able to break it. However, the only way to resist invincibility was to have a Dao heart that was more firm than the path of invincibility back then. However, thinking of this, Han Fei frowned even more. His current Dao heart was powerful, but his Dao heart itself couldn't be used as a power, right? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered. What if it was his own Dao? Since his disassembling degree reached 100%, his Dao heart was so firm that it could be said that no one in the entire Raging Sea could compare to him in this respect, unless in this Raging Sea, someone had also disassembled spiritual energy to 100%. His Dao heart was so powerful. How could he be afraid of this wisp of sword chi? This wisp of sword chi had many Dao runes. He had also mastered many great Daos. He had a massive number of combat skills, but he couldn't break this sword? Wasn't it ridiculous? He had retreated 800 meters. Han Fei suddenly smiled. Han Fei said, "What's the use of cultivating 1,000 techniques? In the end, it's not as powerful as a wisp of sword chi. I might as well give them all up." Buzz. Han Fei suddenly stopped and slowly extended his fingers, which turned into a sword. This sword didn't contain any Dao runes, but it seemed to contain many Dao runes. This sword was simple and unadorned, like a child stabbing out. It was extremely slow yet overwhelming. When Han Fei used this sword, Zhang Luoshan's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted, "How dare you?" Bai Yue said in shock, "He has comprehended it. This guy actually comprehended it on the first try." Yan Meng said, "What he comprehended seems to be different. This wisp of sword chi is even more complicated than the 18 divine swords technique. However, it looks extremely pure." The bearded man couldn't help but grin. Impressive, impressive. No wonder a mere half-king can obtain the inheritance of the yin-yang world's master. Sure enough, he has the capital. At this moment, Han Fei gave up all his Dao runes and all his combat skills. However, this simplest blow secretly conformed to his Dao heart. It seemed simple, but it contained an invincible intent. It seemed simple, but extremely sharp. But Han Fei's Dao heart didn't represent his great Dao. Han Fei had so many great Daos. This blow was actually a sword that gathered the foundation of many great Daos. In fact, all the combat skills Han Fei had learned were gathered in this sword. At least, Han Fei had forgotten many combat skills in this sword. At this moment, Han Fei created a sword technique. Ding! With a swish, Han Fei seemed to have unleashed the aura of a king between his fingertips. Once pointed out, there was only one belief. When the sword was drawn, the barrier must be broken. At this moment, Han Fei held a torch in his left hand, extended 2 fingers in his right hand, and condensed a sword chi. In front of him, the wisp of sword chi that had gathered all of Han Fei's great Daos was easily defeated by Han Fei's 2 fingers. The raging sword chi storm, with Han Fei's 2 fingers as the starting point, instantly crushed the sword chi in front of him. However, unfortunately, Han Fei didn't know how strong this blow was, because his vision was limited. After the power burst out, he couldn't do anything. Han Fei took a long breath. Fortunately, he comprehended it at the last moment. Han Fei couldn't help but look down at his 2 fingers. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his blow was very strong, stronger than the sacrificing punch and the draw technique. In terms of explosive power, it was stronger than these 2 techniques, which meant that this was a top technique that could cross realms to fight. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh slightly. Unfortunately, I only comprehended this move. If I can comprehend a whole set, who can resist me? Outside, someone couldn't help but say, "What is this guy thinking? He wants to comprehend a whole set of such a great technique." If it weren't for the inspiration of the 18 divine swords, even if he became a king, he wouldn't be able to comprehend this slash. Zhang Luoshan said, "All right, he comprehended the Tao within half a day, which broke the record of our martial emperor city. Why are you still bragging?" At this moment, Han Fei smiled and couldn't help but say, "Xuanhuan, you show off. Look, do you think only you can create combat skills? Wait for me to go back and show you what I'm capable of." Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. What should I call such a powerful blow? Well, this technique was obtained after I forgot all my combat skills and techniques with the Dao heart as the foundation. Hey, did Ren Tianfei name the sacrificing punch this way? No, I can't learn it from that old man. I have to give it a resounding name. This is the Dao rune sword. At the moment the sword was drawn, the Dao runes were retracted, so it's called one-finger Dao sword? No, it's too weak. This is clearly the fusion of many great Daos. Oh, all great Daos in one sword. This name is not bad. I'll call it this. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. All great Daos in one sword. This was the first time in his life that he had created a combat skill. Furthermore, it was a super technique comparable to the sacrificing punch and the draw. Buzz. After breaking through the sword chi in the 18th checkpoint, Han Fei came to the stone platform at this checkpoint and lit the stone platform with a torch. The moment he lit the stone platform, Han Fei sighed in his heart. This was only the 18th level, but it was already so difficult. If there was still the 19th or 20th level, would he have to keep creating his own combat skills? However, the moment the torch was lit, Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. What Han Fei saw was no longer darkness, but white. Han Fei saw that there were steps in front of him. On the steps, a huge door stood. What else could it be if not the bronze door? Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and looked back, only to see that he seemed to be high in the sky. Behind him was the blue sky, with clouds lingering below. Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help swallowing again. Have I come to the southern heavenly gate? Seeing that there was no one here, Han Fei had already expected that he was probably the first to come here. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell Xuanhuan his comprehension. However, there was nothing he could do even if he told Xuanhuan that. He didn't walk the same path as her. Xuanhuan didn't have as many great douse as him, so she was destined not to use the all-great douse in one sword to break that sword. But in any case, Han Fei knew that it was completely possible for Xuanhuan to forcibly break that sword. The previous checkpoints couldn't stop her. Han Fei was right. This bronze door should be the latter half of the trial. Yan Meng said, this test is about soul comprehension. It should be related to the soul, right? With this in mind, Han Fei stepped on the steps. However, when Han Fei stood on a step, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Han Fei suddenly looked back, only to gasp. Chapter 1848, Soul Body Cultivation. The moment Han Fei looked back, he was stunned. Han Fei saw that there was another him standing at the bottom of the steps. Han Fei's first reaction was to look at himself and quickly confirm his current state. He was clearly a soul body now. No wonder Yan Meng said that the third trial contained a physical trial and a soul trial. It turned out that what he had just experienced was just a physical trial. Han Fei was speechless. If a physical trial was already so difficult, what would the soul trial be like? Of course, Han Fei was talking about perfect clearing. If he forcibly broke through, the previous physical trial's difficulty could only be said to be not bad. At the 18th level, at least 50-60% of the trial takers would be eliminated. At this moment, Han Fei walked up the stairs. He hadn't felt the test from the soul trial yet. Han Fei didn't know what this trial would be like. He had thought that this would be a place like the ideal palace, but when Han Fei wanted to summon his weapon, it was useless. However, when Han Fei wanted to use his power, he felt that he could still use his soul power, but he didn't know how to use it. This feeling was as if a force was restrained in this soul body, unable to burst out. The soul could be used in combat. Han Fei's Heavenly God Stab, Yin-Yang Reincarnation Blade, and 100 Beast Soul Devouring could all be used as soul combat skills. Han Fei raised his hand, trying to burst out the power of the Heavenly God Stab. However, for some reason, this power stayed at his fingertips and couldn't burst out, as if it was locked by a soul body. Han Fei had just climbed 100 steps when he felt a little warm. However, Han Fei knew that this was not a body, but a soul body. Why did his soul body become warm? Seeing that there was no danger, Han Fei continued to climb the stairs. When he walked 1,000 stairs, the heat on Han Fei's body turned into a burning pain. At this moment, Han Fei stopped and looked at the bronze door. That door seemed to be a door towering in the sky. Looking up from below, it was particularly majestic. At this moment, Han Fei noticed that on the bronze door, in the T-shaped portrait, the snake-bodied human statue seemed to have a strange light in its eyes. So this is the test? Its gaze was like divine light, suppressing his soul. The gaze forced his soul power to be unable to be released. Sure enough, there was a reason for everything. He had just come up and walked 1,000 steps, but he had already encountered such a situation. If he guessed right, if he went up another step, he would experience another feeling. This seemed to be the tradition of the bronze door. Last time, the time before last time, it was all suppressing people. This time, it was just a different way to suppress his soul. Of course, no matter how dangerous the road behind was, it couldn't stop Han Fei. Han Fei had come here to pass the test of the Void Temple. Han Fei believed that he had passed the previous trials perfectly. He couldn't lose this one. The bronze door was right in front of him. Although Han Fei didn't know what the fourth trial was, the bronze door was at this level. He had to go up. Buzz. When Han Fei raised his foot and crossed 1,000 barriers, he felt that his soul seemed to be burning. It was completely different from the faint pain just now. This kind of burning seemed to be caused by a sea of fire. Although it didn't cause any damage to his soul, the pain was extremely clear. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Another person suddenly appeared on the steps. If Han Fei looked back, he would find that to his surprise, the person who came was not from the Supreme Clearness world or the Infinity world, nor was he from the Chaotic world or the Dragon, Subduing world, but xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was knowledgeable and had abundant knowledge. At the 18th level, he meditated for 5 days and finally found a way to crack it. At this moment, when Xuanhuan appeared in front of the steps, he saw Han Fei's back at first glance. Then, he raised his eyes and saw the magnificent bronze door. Gulp. Xuanhuan couldn't help taking a breath and slowly walked to Han Fei. Captain, why are you standing here? Why aren't you climbing? However, Xuanhuan didn't get a response. When he turned his head, he found that Han Fei was as still as a log, as if he didn't hear him at all. Huh? Xuanhuan immediately realized that something was wrong. When he looked at the steps again, he seemed to understand something. This level should be a soul trial. Since Han Fei didn't react, it meant that his soul was probably undergoing a trial. Xuanhuan immediately looked back, stood beside Han Fei, and also stepped onto the steps. Then his heart stirred. He suddenly turned his head only to find that his body was also frozen in place. Immediately he understood. Sure enough, if one was to take this soul trial, the soul had to leave the body. However, when he looked up, he didn't see Han Fei's soul body. His first reaction was that it wasn't that something had happened to Han Fei, but that he couldn't see him at all. The souls on this road couldn't see each other at all. This also made the soul trial they experienced seem like a road they had to complete alone. In the outside world, Yan Meng said, "We can't see them when they reach the soul trial field. However, many people have been eliminated. I guess it's already very rare for 1,000 people to enter the trial field in the end." Zhang Luoshan said, "Putting aside Han Fei, the guy from the Supreme Mystic World are indeed intelligent." Song Kaiyuan cracked the 18 divine swords, and his junior sister followed closely behind. Although the Supreme Mystic World is not good at fighting, we can't underestimate them. The moment Song Kaiyuan stepped on the steps, if he could see, he would find that Han Fei was sitting cross-legged on the 1999 steps. At this moment, Han Fei's soul was burning with raging flames. This intense flame didn't burn the soul, but it would destroy the will. However, Han Fei already had an invincible heart and a firm Dao heart. How could this mere flame burn through him? However, what made Han Fei stop was that he saw a figure on the steps above. The figure seemed to be waiting for him. His intuition told him that in his current state, once he stepped on the 2,000 steps, if he fought that person, he could only escape. He couldn't fight. This was his biggest problem now. Logically speaking, his soul body also had a lot of power, but it was suppressed. In the past, Han Fei had considered his soul body, but he only thought that there were soul combat skills for his soul body to cultivate. However, that was not the case. At this moment, Han Fei discovered that soul combat skills were just soul combat skills. It was very likely a manifestation of the power of the soul with the help of the body. But now that his body was gone and he only had a soul body, Han Fei immediately discovered that all his strength was tied up by his soul body and couldn't burst out. Han Fei thought to himself, the first 2,000 floors can be cleared with just his Dao heart. However, the last 1,000 floors are probably not that simple. At this moment, Han Fei was constantly activating his strength, but he felt that the strength was in his body and couldn't be used. Half a month later, Han Fei was still trying again and again. Han Fei looked back many times and saw that there were as many as 100 people under the steps, and Xia Xiaoshan was among them. However, he didn't see any of their souls appear on the steps. Han Fei guessed that ordinary people couldn't see a soul body. Just like Yinner back then, she often appeared in the Sky Meditation Garden, but how many people could see her? On this day, Han Fei was frustrated and secretly cursed. It's impossible that I can't use my strength if I have it, unless this strength is fake. But if the strength was fake, why could he feel it? Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei felt that a figure appeared on the same step not far away. The figure seemed to be enduring tremendous pain. As soon as he went up the steps, he sat down and panted heavily. Song Kaiyuan, Han Fei asked in surprise. You're here? Song Kaiyuan was also stunned and looked at Han Fei, who was sitting cross-legged but relaxed. Captain, so you're here? Han Fei couldn't help but look back. So, we can only see each other when we reach this floor? Song Kaiyuan said. I guess so. However, Captain, how long have you been sitting here? As soon as I came, I saw your body standing below. Han Fei immediately said in frustration, well, I've been sitting here for half a month. Song Kaiyuan was speechless. Song Kaiyuan couldn't have felt worse. Did Han Fei mean that he only used half a day to pass the previous physical trial? However, considering Han Fei's special identity, Song Kaiyuan understood. After all, he was the master of a heavenly palace. Song Kaiyuan said, Captain, you don't seem to be in pain. Why are you still sitting here? Han Fei pouted and said, there seems to be someone ahead. I can't unleash my strength at all, so I might not be able to beat him. Song Kaiyuan stared at the steps for a long time and then came back to his senses. Why can't you unleash your strength? Han Fei asked. Can your strength erupt? Song Kaiyuan was stunned for a moment. He waved his hand, and the shadow of the sky dissecting brush appeared. The sky dissecting brush drew in the air, and soul power sword beams appeared, which stunned Han Fei. Hiss, Han Fei was lost for words. How did you do that? Chapter 1849, Wrong Place. Han Fei saw that Song Kaiyuan had easily made his soul body be able to launch attacks. As for him, he had been trying to figure it out for half a month but failed. Han Fei was shocked. Seeing Han Fei's surprised look, Song Kaiyuan seemed to understand something. Not everyone had explored many soul techniques like him. He had even studied soul bodies. This was the advantage of the supreme mystic world. Song Kaiyuan said, actually, it's not difficult to attack with the soul body. Generally speaking, when the body and the soul are united, the soul drives the body to complete the thought in the heart. This is because our body gathers all the power we have. Although we can use soul combat skills, that's just a combat skill. In fact, soul combat skills are just to attach the power of the soul to a certain normal energy form to attack. Therefore, it's actually not difficult to learn soul combat skills. Han Fei asked, what about this pure soul state now? However, Song Kaiyuan shook his head and said, actually, our current state is not a pure soul state. A pure soul state is manifested by a faint blue soul fire, and our current soul is not a complete soul. Before that, we need to figure out the concepts. Humans don't only have souls but also spiritual bodies. Han Fei's eyelids twitched and he thought to himself, is it similar to the difference between a yin soul and a yang soul? xuanhuan continued. Of course, since we've left the body, our current state can be simply understood as a complicated soul body made of many invisible forms such as soul bodies and spiritual bodies. This kind of soul body can't use any power in the body because it has completely left the body. However, because the soul body is closely connected to the body, you feel that you can use the power of the body. In fact, that's not the case. In the soul state, we can only use soul power. Han Fei immediately asked, how do I use it? xuanhuan said. First of all, we have to break a limitation. Our current soul body is not necessarily in human form, it's just that we are used to existing in human form. With that said, xuanhuan turned into a ball-like body. Immediately afterward, the ball turned into a merman, a sea demon, and even a crab. In the end, when xuanhuan returned to his human form, he said, therefore, the way a soul body appears is not fixed. A soul body can also be separated. With that said, xuanhuan split into a few more groups. There were even 3 of him. The 3 xuanhuan said at the same time, it's not about form or strength. A soul body is a soul body. You can't keep a complete soul body but want to use the power that doesn't belong to the soul body. This is because the power you need to fight comes from your soul body. Usually, because a soul body is relatively fragile, ordinary people's souls won't let their souls leave their bodies. If they are hunted, their soul body will dissipate and their soul will be destroyed. Therefore, ordinary people are unwilling to appear in the form of a soul body before they can completely control it. xuanhuan's explanation made Han Fei immediately realize his problem. Earlier, Han Fei had used his soul body as his body. Then, he wanted to unleash his strength from this body, however, that was not the case. If he wanted to unleash his strength, he needed to use his current soul body as the source of his strength. With a thought, Han Fei's body instantly turned into a mist. In an instant, Han Fei grasped the essence of the soul body. This was similar to the black mist body or the white mist body. As Han Fei pointed with both hands, his body seemed to be torn apart. It faded a little, and then a knife light swept out. With a thought from Han Fei, the knife light flew back and stabbed into his body again. The overall strength of the soul body was not weakened, but it was changed into a different combat form. Han Fei immediately smiled and said, I see. xuanhuan, just for this, forget about the 2 million ultra-quality spiritual stones you and Mushui Cc owe me. Compared to the 2 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, being able to understand the true meaning of the soul body at this moment was extremely helpful to Han Fei. xuanhuan smiled and said, this is not difficult to understand. It should be you who doesn't have the time to comprehend the power of the soul. Therefore, you can't figure it out here. As long as someone has used it and you see it, you can basically understand it. Han Fei said casually, I, Han Fei, never take benefits for free. Okay, you don't seem to be having an easy time. It's time for me to go to the upper floor. He had seen the bronze door, but he couldn't just go there. This was similar to the situation he encountered in the land of King Death. However, that was a physical trial. This time, it was just a soul trial. 3,000 meters corresponded to 3,000 steps, and the conditions to pass were the same. However, Han Fei walked up easily. Seeing this, xuanhuan couldn't help but feel envious. He muttered, in the end, it's because he is powerful enough. Even his soul body is so strong. This time, can he also enter the bronze door? Having been enlightened by xuanhuan, Han Fei couldn't wait to climb up. Naturally, Han Fei immediately passed it. After all, this so-called soul trial was actually just a trial of the Dao heart. This checkpoint tested one's Dao heart. As long as one's Dao heart was strong, nothing could stop him. Buzz. When Han Fei came to the 2000th floor, the barrier had been broken. Immediately, Han Fei felt that his soul body was like boiling water. It had been burning before, but now it was boiling. However, what was the pain compared to cultivating the indestructible overlord body and being roasted by the heavenly fire? Han Fei raised his head and saw countless figures standing on the steps. These figures were faceless, like shadows, like mist. When Han Fei appeared here less than 100 meters away, a black shadow charged at him. This figure charged over with a black saber shadow in his hand. Han Fei didn't have any combat experience in the form of a soul body, so he decided to use all his strength. If this figure was very powerful and he slacked off, wouldn't it be a loss if he couldn't enter the Void Temple? Fortunately, Han Fei drew out the soul saber and activated the draw technique. Under this blow, the figure on the opposite side collapsed, unable to resist Han Fei's powerful blow at all. However, even so, Han Fei still discovered that his soul was still slightly damaged. It was like weapons colliding. Even if a scratch was left, it was still a scratch. However, Han Fei didn't care. His soul had been greatly damaged more than once. Such a small injury was nothing. Back then, his soul body was damaged. How many venerables had he hunted, and how many hardships had he experienced to make up for it? Now, after trying one more time, Han Fei found that these so-called opponents were far from as strong as he thought. Along the way, when one figure after another attacked him, Han Fei cut them into pieces again and again. Han Fei discovered that with his Dao heart, this trial couldn't hurt him at all except to make him tired. It was as if this soul trial was teaching him how to fight with his soul body, how to describe a firm Dao heart. On the 2500th step, every time Han Fei walked up a step, his soul body would break like a mudman. That kind of experience was that as a person walked, one of his feet would be gone. If he took another step, the other foot would be gone, and in the end, his whole body would melt down. However, the feet he lost attached to Han Fei again under his strong willpower. If it were an ordinary person, he would have turned into a pile of mud. In fact, when Han Fei reached the 2900th floor, he really became a pile of mud. Han Fei's soul turned into a pile of mud-like substance. Every time he moved forward, he was climbing the steps like a pool of mud. After climbing up, the mud rose and barely turned into a half-human form. More figures would attack, and the attack was much stronger than before. Han Fei's soul mud twitched and launched a terrifying soul attack. When Han Fei's soul really stepped onto the 3000th step, his Dao heart didn't waver at all. When his soul body condensed into a human form again, Han Fei said casually, "In the end, it's a trial of the Dao heart. If my heart doesn't change, why should I be afraid of this trial?" Buzz. Just as Han Fei was about to continue forward and push open the bronze door, he suddenly raised his head and saw that the portrait on the bronze door seemed to be alive. Bang! Han Fei instantly exploded and turned into a pile of mud again. However, Han Fei's thoughts were not messed up. The human-headed beast on the bronze door seemed to have come back to life. Han Fei vaguely heard a rumbling thunder in his mind. Everyone from the Void Temple deserves to die. Chapter 1850, Experience Death. In the end, Han Fei was still conscious. Isn't this the entrance trial of the Void Temple? Why is this sentence here? Everyone from the Void Temple deserves to die? These words sounded like what the enemy of the Void Temple said. Did he come to the wrong trial field? At this moment, although Han Fei was in a soul-body state, he was still conscious. Han Fei felt that a powerful force was destroying his soul body. Yes, Han Fei had thought that by reaching the 3000th floor, he could enter the bronze door, which basically meant that he had passed the trial of the Void Temple this time. But now, the situation was obviously not right. Even if he rushed to the highest level, he heard such words. The other party wanted to destroy his soul? Han Fei was in an extremely poor state and couldn't even take a human form. His body seemed to be pressed down by infinite gravity like a piece of paper. And this was not the key. Han Fei felt that part of his soul body was slowly losing contact with him. This startled Han Fei. Immediately Han Fei cursed, "I've worked so hard. You want to destroy my soul body? Don't even think about it, roar." Han Fei frantically gathered his soul body, trying to disperse the pressure on him. However, no matter how hard Han Fei tried, he couldn't shake the pressure at all. It even lasted for several hours. At this moment, Han Fei could no longer feel half of his soul bodies. This meant that in a few hours at most, all his soul bodies would be obliterated and he would die. Damn it, little calabash, demon purification pot, charge. However, this time, the demon purification pot didn't respond either. Han Fei was furious. He wanted to communicate with Forge the Universe, but Forge the Universe couldn't be opened. Han Fei tried to summon the embroidery needle, but he lost contact with it too. But at this moment, in Han Fei's soul, a scimitar was emitting a faint light. The Blade of Hope? Han Fei frowned. When nothing worked, there was still the Blade of Hope. As long as there was hope, the Blade of Hope wouldn't disappear. Immediately, Han Fei's soul body burst into laughter. If hope is not extinguished, this knife will not be broken. Kill, buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, there were already more than 500 people on the steps. However, in their eyes, there were only steps besides the bronze door. However, at this moment, everyone saw two pillars of light with white halos trying to rise to the sky under the bronze door. Huh? At that moment, xuanhuan was the most surprised. As the second person to arrive here, xuanhuan had met Han Fei here. It was precisely because of this meeting that xuanhuan realized that the commotion above was very likely related to Han Fei. However, what was that place? It was under the bronze gate, which was already above the 3000th step. After parting ways with Han Fei for so long, he had only reached the 2300th step. xuanhuan knew in his heart that this was not a place humans could go at all. Now, Han Fei had gone up. He probably had obtained a shocking opportunity. Xia Xiaoshan's heart did a flip. She was the 40th person to come here. As soon as she came here, she saw Han Fei standing here. Now she had jumped past the 2200th step and surpassed many people, but she hadn't met Han Fei yet. This meant that Han Fei was higher. Now that there was a commotion above, the first person she thought of was Han Fei. However, unlike xuanhuan, Xia Xiaoshan felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. This feeling was very bad. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and hurried to climb up. The others, such as Wu Duishao, Li Xinghen, Wu Hao, and Kong Longyu, all looked solemn. As strong masters, their pride didn't allow them to fall so far behind. Below, when everyone was trying to climb up, under the bronze door, a pair of scimitars, shining with scorching light, held up the space a few meters within Han Fei. At this moment, 99% of Han Fei's soul body had been obliterated. But Han Fei still had hope. At this moment, he was just trying to redeem himself. However, that power had completely exceeded the ability of the Blade of Hope. Han Fei sensed that the light of the Blade of Hope was getting weaker and weaker. Han Fei knew that this was no longer a matter of hope, but that this power was impossible to resist. Heh! Han Fei gathered the last bit of his strength and injected a wisp of his soul into the Blade of Hope. Han Fei said, "Take a part of my memory back to the yin-yang world. My body is still there. One day, my avatar will come over, take back my body, and return to the peak. Even if it takes another 1,000 years, what's there to be afraid of? Go." With a thought from Han Fei, the Blade of Hope sank into a faint blue color and disappeared into time. It escaped into time and flew towards the wild abyss. The moment the Blade of Hope flew out, a young man in a dragon-scaled battlesuit in the Martial Emperor city suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't help looking in the direction of the Martial Emperor's inheritance, muttering, "Escape into time? How can a half-king do that?" The moment the Blade of Hope flew away, Han Fei really wanted to look at the steps. If only he could look at xuanhuan again. Faced with death, Han Fei discovered that he was not afraid at all. However, he couldn't imagine where xuanhuan could go after he died. "Hey, girl, bang." After Han Fei muttered this, his soul body instantly lost consciousness. At this moment, xuanhuan, who was climbing up nervously, suddenly stopped. For some reason, tears began to flow from her eyes. Something happened. Something happened to Han Fei. Xuanhuan knew that something must have happened. Just as she was about to erupt, a crystal tear suddenly flew behind her. When she saw the tear, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. There's still hope. Book said that the mermaid's tear represents recovery and desperation. Now that the mermaid's tear is gone, there must still be hope. Xuanhuan couldn't help but look at the bronze door in a daze. Beepa Han Fei didn't know the spontaneous departure of the mermaid's tear. He was no longer conscious, and his soul body seemed to have withered. Han Fei felt that he was standing in darkness. Am I dead? In the darkness, a voice said, "How does it feel to die?" Han Fei was stunned for a while and said, "I can still speak? Then am I dead?" The voice said leisurely, "I just wanted you to comprehend your Tao heart during your death. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. Forget it. Revive. Buzz." Han Fei didn't know what was going on. All of a sudden, Han Fei shivered. Just now, his unconscious souls had all returned at this moment. Han Fei's soul quickly gathered. Han Fei rolled and stood up. Beside him, there was a crystal tear. Han Fei's face changed drastically. Merman's tear? Did I really die just now? The mermaid's tear disappeared into Han Fei's soul. Just as Han Fei was about to curse, with a creak, the bronze door slowly opened a crack. When dazzling white light leaked out of the door, Han Fei's heart did a flip. This trial should be over. Although Han Fei didn't know what the fourth trial was, he was going to walk through the door again. His senior brothers and sisters, that super big shot eldest senior brother, and the senior brother who casually gave him a godly weapon, here I come. At this moment, Han Fei felt no pressure at all. He took the lead and quickly stepped through the door. The moment Han Fei stepped into the bronze door, Zhang Luotian and the others outside all exploded. Zhang Luotian's eyes widened. The ultimate trial has begun? No, the ultimate trial has been passed. As he spoke, a man in a dragon-scale battlesuit appeared in front of everyone. Martial King, Master Martial Emperor, Boss. Rumor had it that he was elusive. In the raging sea, the extremely mysterious city lord of the Martial Emperor city, the Martial King, appeared in front of everyone. The Martial King said, "The fourth trial is an epiphany between life and death. Someone has already broken through it. This person is the first person in history to pass it." As the director of the Intelligence Center, Yan Meng couldn't help asking, "Master, how do you know that the fourth trial has been passed? In the past tens of thousands of years, we have never seen the fourth trial. Even just now, we haven't seen it open." The Martial King smiled faintly. "Some trials are not something anyone can see. A king is just a newcomer to the great Tao. Some things are not even something a king can touch. However, since someone has already passed the trial of life and death epiphany, the bronze door should naturally be opened." What? Everyone was stunned. The bronze door was not real, and they couldn't see it now. However, when they heard the Martial King say that the bronze door had been opened, they all wanted to witness it. The Martial King said, "Don't panic. Wait a little longer."